Chapter 1. The Ruined Temple on the Bare Mountain. Chen Yang, come quickly. Come to your aunt. In the dilapidated temple atop the back mountain of Taohua Village, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s beckoned to a tall and slender young man. This woman, named Li Mei, possessed an exquisite visage, delicate skin, and an alluring figure. Particularly captivating was the sheer, short red dress she wore, which revealed her long, snow-white legs, inciting an irresistible curiosity about the scenery beneath her garment. Li Mei was renowned as the most beautiful widow in the surrounding villages, and had anyone witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been entranced. Yet at that moment, the young man before her, Chen Yang, stood there with vacant eyes, utterly unmoved. Seeing Chen Yang in such a dazed state, Li Mei couldn't help but sigh. He had once been exceptionally bright, having gained admission to the nation's finest university and dated a wealthy girlfriend, promising a future full of potential. However, fate had dealt a cruel blow. He had unexpectedly been beaten into a state of folly and returned home. His father, seeking justice, remained imprisoned, while his mother had fallen gravely ill, unable to recover despite exhausting their family's fortune. Their once happy family had disintegrated. Now, Chen Yang was also targeted by the village's bully, Zhao Laosen, a true testament to the idea that misfortune tends to seek out the most unfortunate. Chen Yang, I'm so sorry, I have no choice. Li Mei felt a pang of guilt as Zhao Laosen had threatened her with her daughter, leaving her no option but to obey him. She removed her dress and pulled Chen Yang closer, stripping him of his garments. Upon seeing Chen Yang's body, Li Mei gasped in astonishment, taken aback by his remarkable physique. Yet, she dared not linger on the sight. "Help! Is anyone there?" she cried out. No sooner had her voice faded than a burly man burst in, raising his phone to capture the moment. Li Mei feigned struggle, and Zhao Laosen quickly snapped the photos, laughing heartily. "Old heir is indeed clever. This is quite the scheme." As he perused the images, he declared, "Now, your family's land belongs to me, big fool. From now on, you will tend to my cattle and sheep." Chen Yang sat there, blankly unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. Zhao Laosen slapped him casually. "Did you hear that, big fool?" Chen Yang momentarily paused, then stood to face Zhao Laosen, tilting his head as if pondering something profound. Seeing his foolish demeanor, Zhao Laosen burst into laughter. "Ha, look at his silly face." Suddenly, Chen Yang delivered a light slap back to Zhao Laosen. The laughter ceased abruptly, and Zhao Laosen stared at him in disbelief. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Zhao Laosen's gaze, Chen Yang stammered, My sister said that whoever hits me must be repaid in kind." "Curse your sister," Zhao Laosen roared, furious at the audacity of the fool to retaliate. In an instant, he swung his hand back with force, never expecting this simpleton to strike back. A bright red handprint appeared on Chen Yang's face. Just as he intended to respond, Zhao Laosen kicked him down to the ground, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks. "Do not strike him any further. He is merely a fool. Why bother to argue with him?" Li Mei, unable to bear the sight, hurriedly attempted to pull Zhao Laosen away. However, Zhao Laosen disregarded her pleas and delivered a brutal kick to Chen Yang's head, rendering him unconscious. Seeing the dire situation, Li Mei immediately knelt beside Chen Yang, exclaiming, Stop! If you continue, you may kill him." Only when Zhao Laosen noticed Chen Yang motionless and bleeding did he relent. "You filthy woman, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to this lad?" Li Mei quickly shook her head. No, I merely feel pity for him." Zhao Laosen snorted coldly. "Hurry and follow me." With that, he exited the dilapidated temple. Li Mei, having donned her clothes, cast a final glance at the unconscious Chen Yang before following suit. In an instant, the temple fell silent, save for the tattered statue of the Buddha, glaring with fury, as if lamenting the injustices of the world. After an indeterminate period, a disheveled and flushed beauty rushed into the temple in a state of panic. Her demeanor appeared somewhat off upon spotting Chen Yang lying on the ground. Her breath quickened. Compelled by an impulse, she took a few steps forward, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, her face contorted with conflict, and she recoiled. Yet, gazing at the handsome and tall young man before her, she could no longer resist. With a determined bite of her lip, she lunged towards him. In a daze, Chen Yang felt as though he were ensnared in an exquisite dream. In this dream, he was entwined with a captivating beauty, lost in a spiral of passion, time and again. Abruptly, he jolted awake, only to find himself cradling a completely bare beauty in his arms. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her features meticulously sculpted, her skin as smooth and delicate as jade, her figure graceful and enchanting, exuding an otherworldly charm as if she had descended from the heavens. Chen Yang was utterly mesmerized, doubting whether he was still ensnared in a dream, for how could such a stunning beauty exist in reality? However, in the next moment, the beauty slowly opened her eyes. She paused momentarily, then let out a piercing scream, sitting upright in haste. Her frantic gaze swept over herself and Chen Yang, and upon realizing they were both completely unclothed, she hurriedly gathered her clothes from the ground and hastily adorned herself. Rubbing his temples, Chen Yang struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Had he somehow forced himself upon her? I apologize, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the woman erupted in indignation. Apologize? What good does that do? She regarded Chen Yang with a scornful expression, her eyes brimming with disdain. You speak of responsibility? What could you possibly offer? You are but a simple country bumpkin, are you not? What can you be responsible for? Chen Yang was rendered speechless by her retort indeed. He seemed incapable of shouldering any responsibility. As the woman rose, towering over him, she declared, "Forget what transpired today. If you dare to speak of it, do not expect me to be gracious." With that, she turned to leave, but as she took her first step, she stumbled, nearly toppling to the ground. Feeling the pain within, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Chen Yang before gritting her teeth and leaving. Chen Yang was utterly bewildered, failing to comprehend what had transpired. It seemed unlikely that he had overwhelmed her otherwise. She would not have so readily let him off the hook. Yet, what exactly had occurred? Rubbing his temples, he felt a heaviness in his head, as if he had forgotten a multitude of things. Frustrated, he struck his own head, striving to recall the past. In an instant, a flood of memories surged forth. Vivid and clear, Chen Yang remembered everything. Every detail came rushing back to him. Chapter 1. The ruined temple on the desolate mountain. Chen Yang, come quickly. Come to your aunt. In the dilapidated temple nestled on the mountainside behind Peach Blossom Village, a stunning woman in her 30s beckoned to a tall, slender young man. This woman, named Li Mei, possessed an exquisite beauty, her delicate skin glowing with youth and her figure captivatingly curvaceous. Clad in a sheer, short red dress, she revealed her long, fair legs, evoking a curiosity to explore the treasures concealed beneath her attire. Li Mei was renowned as the most beautiful widow in the vicinity. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be entranced. Yet, the young man before her, Chen Yang, stood there with an empty gaze, utterly unmoved by her allure. Observing Chen Yang's foolish demeanor, Li Mei could not help but sigh. Once, he had been remarkably intelligent, gaining admission to the nation's most prestigious university and courting a wealthy girlfriend, with an illustrious future ahead of him. However, fate took a cruel turn as he was suddenly beaten into a state of idiocy and returned home. His father, in pursuit of justice, remained imprisoned, while his mother fell gravely ill, unable to be cured even at the cost of their family fortune. Their once happy home had shattered into pieces. To make matters worse, the village tyrant Zhao Laosan had now set his sights on him, truly a case of misfortune seeking out the most unfortunate. Chen Yang, I'm truly sorry I'm left with no choice. Filled with guilt, Li Mei lamented, for Zhao Laosan threatened her daughter, leaving her no option but to comply with his demands. She discarded her dress, pulling Chen Yang to her and stripping him bare. Upon seeing Chen Yang's physique, Li Mei gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom the extraordinary sight before her. Yet, she dare not linger, crying out, "Help! Is anyone there?" As her voice faded, a burly man burst through the door, raising his phone to take photos. Li Mei struggled theatrically, and Zhao Laosan soon captured the images, laughing heartily. Old Air is certainly clever, coming up with such a scheme. As he scrolled through the pictures, he declared, "From now on, your family's land is mine. You shall tend to my cattle and sheep." Chen Yang sat there, dazed and oblivious to the unfolding events. Zhao Laosan, irritated, slapped him, demanding, Did you hear that, you fool? Chen Yang blinked, then stood up to face Zhao Laosan, tilting his head as if pondering something. Zhao Laosan, amused by his foolishness, laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha! Look at his silly expression. Suddenly, Chen Yang delivered a light slap to Zhao Laosan's face, halting his laughter and leaving him in disbelief. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Zhao Laosan's gaze, Chen Yang stammered, My sister said that if someone hits me, I must return the favor. Curse your sister. Zhao Laosan, infuriated, retaliated with a fierce slap, never anticipating that this simpleton would dare to strike back. A vivid red mark blossomed on Chen Yang's face, and just as he contemplated retaliating, Zhao Laosan delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Do not strike him any further. He is merely a fool. What is the point of your contention with him? Li Mei, feeling a pang of compassion, hurried to pull Zhao Laosan back. Yet, Zhao Laosan paid her no heed, delivering a vicious kick to Chen Yang's head, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, Li Mei realized the gravity of the situation and immediately knelt beside Chen Yang, exclaiming, Stop! If you continue, you will surely kill him. It was only when Zhao Laosan noticed Chen Yang's stillness and the blood oozing from his head that he finally ceased his assault. You shameless woman, could it be that you have taken a liking to this lad? He sneered. Li Mei hastily shook her head. No, I merely feel pity for him. Zhao Laosan snorted dismissively. Come, follow me at once. With that, he exited the dilapidated temple, and after donning her clothing, Li Mei cast a final glance at the unconscious Chen Yang before following him out. In the blink of an eye, the temple fell silent, the only witness a fragmented Buddha statue, glaring with fierce eyes as if lamenting the injustices of this world. Time passed, and suddenly a disheveled, crimson-faced beauty rushed in a flurry. Her demeanor appeared rather unusual upon seeing Chen Yang lying on the ground. Her breath quickened. Compelled, she stepped forward a few paces, but then, as if recalling something, she struggled internally and retreated. Yet, gazing at the handsome, tall young man before her, she could no longer contain herself and, gritting her teeth, lunged forward. In a daze, Chen Yang felt as though he was enveloped in a fantastical dream. Within this reverie, he and a stunning maiden were entwined, lost in each other time and again. Suddenly, he was jolted by the realization that this was no mere dream. As he opened his eyes, he found himself cradling a completely naked beauty in his arms. This woman was breathtakingly exquisite, her features sculpted to perfection, her skin as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, her figure graceful and enchanting, exuding an otherworldly aura, as if she had descended from the heavens. Chen Yang was utterly mesmerized, questioning whether he was still dreaming, for how could such a captivating beauty exist in reality? However, in the next instant, the beauty slowly opened her eyes. Initially startled, she then let out a piercing scream, swiftly sitting upright. In a hurried glance at herself and Chen Yang, she realized they were both completely unclothed, and in her fluster, she scrambled to gather her clothes from the ground, hastily donning them. Chen Yang rubbed his temples, bewildered by the turn of events, wondering if he had somehow forced himself upon her. I'm sorry, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the woman became incensed. Sorry? Is that supposed to mean anything? She regarded Chen Yang with derision, her eyes filled with contempt. Responsibility? What can you possibly take responsibility for? You are merely a country bumpkin. What weight do your words carry? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he indeed bore no responsibility. The woman then rose, looking down upon him with disdain. Forget what transpired today. If you dare to speak of it, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, she turned to leave, but as she took a step, she stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Feeling the pain within her, she could not help but cast a glance at Chen Yang below, before gritting her teeth and departing. Chen Yang remained utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. It seemed he had not forcibly imposed himself upon her, for otherwise, this woman would not have so readily let him off the hook. Yet what had transpired? Chen Yang rubbed his temples, feeling a haze clouding his mind, as if he had forgotten an abundance of memories. He exclaimed in frustration, striking his head in an effort to recall the past. Boom! A torrent of information surged forth, and the memories flooded back. Chen Yang remembered it all. Chapter 2. The continuation of lineage. During his first year of graduate studies, Chen Yang inadvertently discovered that his mentor, Yang Jian, was conducting inhumane experiments on students. Among the victims was his dear friend, Peng Yi, which compelled Chen Yang to report the heinous acts to the authorities. To safeguard against unforeseen consequences, he confided in his girlfriend, Liao Yingying, and entrusted her with the recordings of his findings. However, to his utter dismay, upon leaving the university, Liao Yingying betrayed him, leading to his capture and confinement in Yang Jian's laboratory. It was during this captivity that Yang Jian implanted something within Chen Yang's body. When he glanced down, he was horrified to find a scar on his chest. Rage surged within him. How could Yang Jian, who was meant to be a mentor, commit such atrocious deeds? He recalled being imprisoned for an extended period, but with Peng Ye's assistance, he finally found an opportunity to escape. However, his freedom was short-lived as he was soon discovered and, in a moment of desperation, took refuge in a room filled with antiquities. In a bid to intimidate Yang Jian with these artifacts, he soon realized that his threats were in vain. Yang Jian remained unfazed and ordered his men to apprehend Chen Yang. After shattering a piece of jade, a torrent of complex and esoteric knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing the realms of alchemy, medicine, geomancy, and divination. Yet, Chen Yang had little inclination to delve into these mystical subjects. His thoughts were consumed by the events that followed. After breaking the jade, he lost consciousness, and before succumbing to darkness, he glimpsed a fleeting white figure. When he awoke, he found himself in a state of mental incapacity. Returned to his village as if a fool. Frustration gnawed at him as he sought to comprehend the enigma of what had transpired during that time. Despite his efforts to recollect, the details eluded him. Chen Yang's agitation intensified. What had Yang Jian done to him? Was he so fearful of being reported that he rendered him senseless? Why had he not kept him imprisoned or even eliminated him altogether? Why, in a moment of apparent compassion, had he returned him to his village? The perplexing nature of these events overwhelmed him. In a fit of exasperation, Chen Yang cried out, resolving to cast aside these troubling thoughts. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Jian had become his mortal enemy, as had Liao Yingying. Were it not for her betrayal, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Yang Jian, Liao Yingying, you two wretches, I shall ensure your demise and exact my vengeance. Chen Yang seethed with fury, consumed by hatred. His mother had perished due to this ordeal, and his father remained missing. He had endured countless tribulations over the past year. All of this suffering was the result of these two despicable individuals. Chen Yang swore an oath. He would make certain that they would not escape a wretched fate, destined for eternal suffering. After some time, he began to calm himself. One was a powerful figure, wielding immense authority, while the other was a wealthy heir, dominating the Jiangnan region. As an ordinary citizen, the prospect of vengeance seemed utterly unattainable. Yet, he believed he had gained something remarkable from the shattered jade. After all, during his time under Yang Jian's tutelage, he had been immersed in the study of such arcane knowledge. He was aware that these jade pieces had been unearthed from ancient tombs dating back thousands of years. Yang Jian placed great importance on them, yet had never unveiled their secrets. To his astonishment, he inadvertently stumbled upon one of those secrets. Could this be considered an instance where wrongful actions lead to one's own demise? Perhaps the heavens could no longer tolerate such transgressions and had orchestrated his downfall. He mused that once he achieved mastery in his cultivation, avenging himself would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. At this thought, Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, just as laughter escaped him, he abruptly ceased. During the year and more of his apparent foolishness, he had repeatedly sensed the gaze of strangers, likely sent by Yang Jian to surveil him. Although Chen Yang was uncertain why Yang Jian had allowed him to return, he was certain that there was a reason behind his feigned ignorance. Who would suspect that a fool could divulge secrets? Thus, until he possessed the strength to exact revenge, he must conceal the truth of his lucidity, lest he invite calamity upon himself. At that moment, he suddenly heard someone call his name. It was undoubtedly his sister seeking him. Tian was not his biological sister. She had been saved from drowning by his father during their childhood, and thus he had recognized her as his goddaughter. Shortly after his return to the village, following his mother's passing and his father's mysterious disappearance, he found himself utterly alone and impoverished. Upon learning of his plight, Tian Tian had resigned from her job to care for him. Chen Yang felt immense gratitude towards her. After facing such dire straits, she was the sole individual who had shown him kindness. Lost in thought, he was startled when Tian Tian entered the room and found him sitting there, completely unclothed. Yang Yang, what happened to you? Why are you not wearing any clothes? Chen Yang found it difficult to explain, as he needed to maintain his facade of foolishness. Revealing his true self could endanger not only him, but also his loved ones. Tian Tian, accustomed to his silence, hurriedly picked up some clothes from beside him and helped him dress, chattering as she did so. You must never take off your clothes again, do you hear me? Oh no, your head is bleeding. She anxiously examined his injury. Chen Yang mimicked his previous manner of speaking. Zhao Zhao, Lao San hit me. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian was instantly incensed. That despicable Zhao Lao San, how shameless. Back then, my father even partnered with him in business, and now he dares to bully you. However, aside from her outburst of anger, she had no other recourse but to advise him, next time, keep your distance from him, understood? Chen Yang nodded in agreement, though in his heart, he vowed there would not be a next time. He would never allow anyone to bully him again. After helping him dress, Tian Tian took his hand and led him home. Noticing his disheveled appearance, she fetched a bucket of water. Yang Yang, quickly take off your clothes and have a bath. Chen Yang hesitated. Although he had often bathed this way during his foolish days, now that he was no longer foolish, he found it impossible to stand before Tian Tian unclothed. Yet, Tian Tian was undeterred, swiftly removing his garments. As Chen Yang watched her busily attending to him, he felt an involuntary reaction arise within him. Tian Tian, at the tender age of 26, embodied the beauty of youth. While her features may not rival those of a previous woman, she was undoubtedly the most striking in the village. Most notably, her figure was exceptional, with curves in all the right places, complemented by her sun-kissed skin that exuded a wild, natural allure. Tian Tian noticed something unusual about Chen Yang. Casting him a curious glance, such a reaction had never occurred when she bathed him before. Could it be that Yang Yang's health had improved? The thought filled her with excitement, as she had long wished to ensure the continuation of the Chun family lineage. However, Chen Yang's lack of response had delayed her intentions until now. With the prospect of his restored health, the possibility of bearing children for the Chen family seemed within reach. With this in mind, she hurriedly cleaned his body, hastily wiped him down, and then closed the door, leading him into the bedroom. Chapter 3. A debt repaid. Chen Yang was taken aback. Tian Tian's demeanor suggested she intended to do something significant. He understood her intentions, to secure the future of her family by leaving an heir. Yet, he had always viewed her as an older sister. How could he accept such a turn of events? Before he could refuse, Tian Tian pushed him onto the bed, just as he was grappling with how to decline. A loud crash echoed, as if someone had forcefully kicked open the yard gate. Tian Tian was startled, immediately rushing outside to investigate. Chen Yang's expression darkened. If his instincts were correct, it could only be Zhao Laosan. Upon stepping outside, he confirmed his suspicions. Zhao Laosan, accompanied by Widow Li, stormed in, angrily shouting, Tian Tian, your fool dares to bully my sister-in-law. Li Mei, in tears, recounted, this morning, after gathering herbs from the mountain, I rested in an old temple. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang entered and pushed me to the ground, attempting to assault me. Tian Tian was momentarily stunned. It was inconceivable. How could Yang Yang commit such an act? Just as Zhao Laosan was about to pull out his phone, a figure rushed towards him. Before he could react, it felt as if he had been hit by a vehicle, sending him crashing to the ground with a painful cry. Everyone present was astonished. They had not anticipated Chen Yang's sudden aggression, propelling Zhao Laosan away. Chen Yang had no interest in entangling himself in a confrontation. He opted for the simplest approach. First, to deliver a beating. Over the past year since his mental impairment, the Zhao family had bullied him mercilessly, and Zhao Laosan's attempt to seize his family's land was purely provocative. Chen Yang retrieved the phone that had fallen to the ground and hurled it forcefully at Zhao Laosan. The latter barely managed to dodge, but the phone shattered into pieces upon impact with the ground. Zhao Laosan was left speechless. The phone contained crucial evidence, now irretrievably lost. Struggling to his feet, he angrily shouted, you big fool! How dare you hit me? And to smash my phone? You must be seeking death. What are you all waiting for? Go after him. As Zhao Laosan's command fell, two men charged towards Chen Yang. Tian Tian, witnessing the scene, cried out in fear. Yang Yang, run! Chen Yang stood there, motionless, as if paralyzed by fear. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, instantly believed that Chen Yang was doomed, falling into the hands of Zhao Laosan. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yang raised his fists and struck, sending two men crashing to the ground with just a few blows. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the crowd. No one could have anticipated such a startling turn of events. Only Chen Yang feigned a mask of fury as he charged at Zhao Laosan, exclaiming, "I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." As the saying goes, the bold fear the relentless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are fearless. Chen Yang was both reckless and fearless, compounded by his towering stature, which caused Zhao Laosan to cower in fright. He struggled to flee, but his legs buckled, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chen Yang unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon him, mirroring the treatment Zhao Laosan had previously dealt him in the dilapidated temple. An eye for an eye. "Ah, stop hitting me. Help. Somebody help." Zhao Laosan cried out in agony, yet the spectators dared not intervene, aware that this madman could lash out at them too. Only Tian, fearing that Chen Yang might cause serious harm, cried out, "Stop. Please stop. Yang, you must cease." She clung to Chen Yang, who, in turn, halted his assault. The others quickly dragged Zhao Laosan away, apprehensive that Chen Yang might unleash his fury once more. Only when Zhao Laosan was out of sight did he muster the audacity to threaten, "You big fool. This isn't over. I will kill you." Seeing him still dare to threaten, Chen Yang prepared to charge once more, but Tian quickly embraced him, saying, "All right, Yang, listen to me." The onlookers, witnessing this, urged, "Yang, heed your sister." Finally, Chen Yang relented, as Zhao Laosan and his companions fled in a panic, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Nearby neighbors inquired, Tian, what has transpired? Why did Zhao Laosan come here?" Zhao Laosan arrived with Widow Li, claiming that Yang attempted to assault her. She explained, "How could that be possible? Though Yang is simple-minded, he never stirs up trouble." The neighbors whispered among themselves, incredulous that such an event could occur. Tian clarified, "Zhao Laosan previously asked for that plot of land, which I refused. Thus, he concocted this scheme to frame Yang for his own ends." The malice of Zhao Laosan was truly despicable, showing no regard for the entire village. Indeed, he used to conduct business with Jiangwo, someone added. Alas, in these times, good deeds go unpunished. Zhao Laosan would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. It would be wise for you all to find a place to hide. Yes, one cannot provoke someone like Zhao Laosan. Tian sighed bitterly. Hide? Where could we possibly go? A monk may escape, but the temple remains. Even if we flee temporarily, we cannot escape forever. Besides, the crops I planted on the mountain are nearly ripe. Leaving would only benefit Zhao Laosan. These crops represent my hope. Resolutely. Tian shook her head. I shall not leave. I intend to see what Zhao Laosan can do to us. I refuse to believe that the law has ceased to exist in this world. Silence enveloped the gathering as Zhao Laosan's elder brother, Zhao Lada, a prominent figure in the county, was known to have strong ties with the local police. It was evident that they would undoubtedly side with Zhao Laosan. Take care, was all they could muster before sighing and departing, each lost in thoughts of the Chen family's impending troubles, certain that they could not retain their land. Though Tian expressed bravado, an undercurrent of fear coursed through her. After all, Zhao Laosan was notorious for his unscrupulous deeds. How could she possibly contend with him? Perhaps it would be wise to send Yang away first. Observing the worry etched on Tian's face, Chen Yang felt an urge to reveal the extent of his intellect. Yet the lurking threats deterred him from speaking out. Zhao Laosan was a force to be reckoned with, employing despicable methods. Vigilance against external foes was one thing, but guarding against treachery from within their village proved far more daunting. It seemed prudent to take decisive action to eliminate this scourge. Drawing upon the knowledge in his mind, Chen Yang resolved to select a formidable technique for cultivation, hoping it would empower him to confront Zhao Laosan directly. Just then, Tian closed the door. Having made up her mind to send Chen Yang away while she remained behind, determined to protect their crops at all costs. Nevertheless, she knew she must ensure the continuation of the Chen lineage, refusing to witness its demise. Chapter 4. The Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique. With her decision made, Tian retreated to her inner chamber, hastily unfastening the buttons of her garment, her heart racing with anticipation. The thought of what was to transpire with Chen Yang left her cheeks flushed. Yet upon entering the room, she found Chen Yang seated cross-legged on the floor, his hands resting on his abdomen, seemingly in a state of deep meditation. Yang Yu. Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to notice Chen Yang's face had taken on a crimson hue, as if he were feverish. Concerned, she reached out to touch his forehead. To her shock, the heat radiating from her fingers made her fall back onto the floor, startled. Yang, what has happened to you? Fear gripped her, tears brimming in her eyes as she hesitated to touch him again. Fortunately, Chen Yang exhaled deeply, and his flushed complexion gradually returned to normal. After a few moments, a gentle touch revealed he was no longer hot. However, despite Tian's frantic calls, he remained unresponsive, his eyes closed, seemingly lost to the world. In truth, Chen Yang had entered a unique state, completely oblivious to his surroundings, wholly immersed in a method of cultivation. He had chosen the technique known as the yin-yang harmonization method, intending merely to experiment, yet he found an extraordinary energy blossoming within his dantian, activating this mystical practice. The yin-yang harmonization was a dual cultivation technique. If practiced alongside a woman, it could significantly expedite the pace of cultivation. Of course, even without a partner, one could enhance their abilities through the infusion of natural spiritual energy and the aid of medicinal elixirs. Ordinary individuals often possess frail physiques, rendering the pursuit of cultivation nearly impossible. One must first temper their body, reaching a certain level before they can open their dantian and begin to absorb the ethereal energies of the universe, thus embarking on their journey of spiritual practice. According to the records of ancient techniques, it is said that a mortal may spend their entire life in vain, struggling to attain even the preliminary stages of cultivation. However, when he prepared to attempt his practice, guided by the teachings, he was astonished to discover that his dantian had already been activated, suffused with a gentle aura of spiritual energy. How could this be? Chen Yang was taken aback. This was indeed his first foray into the yin-yang harmonization technique. From whence did this energy arise? Could it be that the woman he encountered in the dilapidated temple had imparted her essence to him? If so, perhaps seeking a companion for cultivation was indeed a wise choice, yielding mutual benefits. As he contemplated this, a smile crept upon his lips. He began to guide the energy within his dantian, engaging in his cultivation, and after an indeterminate period, he finally opened his eyes. To his astonishment, he had ascended to the first layer of qi refinement. Such a feat on his inaugural attempt was nothing short of miraculous for any practitioner. Could it be that he was the fabled chosen one? Amused by this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, the sound awakened the already slumbering Tian, who groggily murmured, "Stop your foolish laughter and get some sleep." Turning his gaze, Chen Yang noticed her sleeping beside him on the ground. Despite her scant attire, her figure was undeniably curvaceous. He averted his eyes, quietly rising to exit. The night had deepened, enveloping the world in silence, though the moonlight was absent. It did not impede Chen Yang's vision, a gift bestowed upon him by his recent ascension. He felt an overwhelming surge of explosive energy coursing through him, a desire to release it bubbling within. Surveying his surroundings, his gaze fell upon an old stone mill in the corner. This relic, once used for grinding rice, had been abandoned for over a decade. He recalled how, during its relocation, his father had summoned several villagers, straining under its weight. Thus, the mill must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Approaching it, Chen Yang inhaled deeply and seized the base of the stone mill. With all his might, he lifted it, albeit briefly, before hastily setting it down. Yet, this feat already surpassed the capabilities of an average person. Even an Olympic weightlifting champion would struggle to match such strength, would they not? He raised his arm and unleashed a punch into the air, producing a resounding whoosh. Then he struck the stone mill, and with a loud thud, countless tiny fragments erupted, leaving a faint imprint of his fist upon the stone surface. Chen Yang erupted with exhilaration, declaring, "Those who have wronged me, your doom is nigh." Having just reached the first layer of qi refinement, he already possessed such formidable power. If he were to cultivate to greater heights, avenging himself would be a mere trifle. However, the spiritual energies of the world were exceedingly sparse. If he were to cultivate methodically, who could say how long it would take to establish his foundation and refine his essence? It seems that I must seek out women for cultivation, while simultaneously refining elixirs and consuming medicinal herbs to hasten the enhancement of my abilities. However, both endeavors are fraught with difficulty, as finding a maiden in these times is a Herculean task. Furthermore, the process of concocting elixirs necessitates an array of precious herbs. And with my purse utterly devoid of funds, the situation becomes even more daunting. Suddenly, his gaze shifted towards the mountains in the west of the village. One must utilize the resources of the mountains and waters. Without money, I must venture into the hills. As dawn broke, Tian awoke to find Chen Yang peacefully slumbering beside her, his complexion having returned to normal, which brought her immense relief. Yet, she instinctively reached out to touch him, finding he was no longer feverish, allowing her to completely relax as she headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At that moment, Chen Yang also opened his eyes, a torrent of intense emotions surging within him. He could not fully articulate this sensation, but it was suffused with gratitude towards Tian, intermingled with a peculiar sentiment. Nevertheless, now was not the time for such reflections. He rose, tidied himself, and endeavored to conceal any changes from Tian, maintaining his previous day's demeanor. After breakfast, Chen Yang announced his intention to venture out, hastily departing his home, leaving Tian with no opportunity to offer her advice. Upon exiting, he made a beeline for the grand mountains to the west of the village. His gaze had regained its clarity, and as he progressed deeper into the wilderness, he scanned his surroundings with purpose. His objective was unequivocal: to either discover high-quality herbs for elixir refinement or to unearth valuable mountain goods. Otherwise, with such meager spiritual energy, the prospect of swiftly ascending to the second level of qi refinement appeared nearly impossible. As he journeyed further into the mountains, he keenly observed his surroundings and soon sensed a location rich in spiritual energy. It was a secluded hollow embraced by towering peaks, lush with verdant flora. Chen Yang's heart raced suddenly. He dashed forward, grasping a vine to examine it closely, unable to suppress a jubilant laugh. Truly, my efforts have not been in vain. Chapter 5. Striking gold. These vines belong to a rare plant, known among villagers as the earth dragon root, with true value lying in its subterranean rhizome. In earlier years, the earth dragon root was not uncommon, but due to its health-boosting properties and a unique fragrance, it became highly sought after. A mere hint of it added to any dish could elevate its flavor to new heights. Consequently, there was a period when the price of earth dragon root skyrocketed, leading to a frenzy of harvesting in the mountains that nearly eradicated it. In his youth, Chen Yang had accompanied his parents into the mountains to dig for this root, thus recognizing it immediately. To encounter it once more, particularly after years of growth in this seemingly inconspicuous hollow, filled him with joy. Without hesitation, he began to excavate, swiftly clearing the surrounding soil. Upon uncovering a rhizome as thick as a child's arm, his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a treasure! Based on past prices, this could fetch 100 to 180 yuan. Considering the inflation of recent years, Chen Yang estimated its worth had increased at least tenfold. I have struck gold. After clearing away the soil, he cautiously extracted a complete earth dragon root, measuring a remarkable 40 centimeters in length and weighing no less than 6 or 7 pounds. Chen Yang was instantly elated. There were dozens of these roots in the valley. The thought of excavating them all spurred him into action. As he continued to unearth the earth dragon roots, he stumbled upon several aged medicinal herbs, all suitable for alchemical refinement. This was not merely a stroke of luck, it was sheer fortune. Chen Yang felt no fatigue as he tirelessly dug, only pausing to rest against a large stone after extracting the last herb. Gazing at the heap of earth dragon roots and other medicinal materials before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. If he were to sell these earth dragon roots, they would fetch at least 80 to 100,000. The value of the herbs, once refined into elixirs, was immeasurable. After a brief respite, he organized the herbs and dug a pit in the ground, procuring several flat stones. With time still on his side, he decided to process the herbs here to avoid complications upon his return. Chen Yang ignited a fire and, once the stones were heated, placed the cleaned herbs atop to dry. Soon, the majority of the herbs were desiccated. Just as he was about to gather them, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. His enhanced hearing, far superior to that of an average person, allowed him to discern that a woman was calling for aid from the northwest. What could be the matter? Had someone from the village encountered trouble while foraging? Quickly covering the herbs, Chen Yang followed the sound. Before long, he spotted a woman struggling in a large pool of water on the verge of submerging. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the water and swam with all his might towards her. At that moment, The woman had slipped into a semi-conscious state, her limbs weakly flailing, clearly drained of energy. Chen Yang seized her arm, intending to pull her towards the surface. However, he was taken aback by the instinctual reaction of a drowning person who, regardless of the circumstances, clings desperately to anything that offers hope. The woman, sensing his grip, lunged at him with a fervor reminiscent of an octopus, wrapping her limbs around him. In an instant, they both began to sink. It was fortunate that Chen Yang was present. Had it been an ordinary person, they likely would have perished together. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself toward the shore, repeating the motion until he reached safety. He laid the woman flat on the ground and began administering chest compressions. After several attempts, he positioned himself to blow air into her mouth. After a flurry of activity, water gushed from her lips, followed by a series of coughs. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yang realized she was safe. As she coughed and gasped for breath, her chest heaving rhythmically, he finally took note of her stunning physique. Even lying flat, her figure was strikingly prominent, subtly quivering with each breath. Upon a closer inspection of the woman's entire figure, he swallowed hard. She was clad in a white dress, which, upon contact with the water, became nearly translucent and clung to her body, perfectly accentuating her alluring curves. At this moment, the woman finally regained her composure, brushing the hair from her face and gazing at Chen Yang. "Thank you for saving me," she said, but her eyes widened in recognition. "It's you?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, "Is it you?" He recognized her as the enchanting beauty he had encountered the previous day in the dilapidated temple. To his surprise, they met again so soon. Suyu pressed her lips together, momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she struggled to rise from the ground, preparing to leave. However, after only a couple of steps, she stumbled and nearly fell. Seeing this, Chen Yang hurried to support her. "You've exhausted your strength and shouldn't move too much just yet. Perhaps you should eat something first." "Don't touch me," Suyu protested vehemently. Yet her stomach audibly grumbled in response, betraying her. Moreover, the soaked dress clung to her, and a gentle breeze sent shivers throughout her body. When she looked up and saw Chen Yang staring at her, she panicked and instinctively covered her chest. "Don't look at me." "All right, I want to look," Chen Yang replied, turning his head away, secretly amused. Hadn't he already seen everything? Why the sudden modesty? Nevertheless, noticing Suyu's slight tremors, he couldn't help but suggest, "Please sit down and rest. I'll go up and retrieve some supplies, and then I can start a fire to dry your clothes." Without waiting for her response, he dashed up the hillside. What a guy, Suyu thought in astonishment, wondering how he could run so swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Feeling utterly drained, she found a large rock to sit on, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Earlier, while hiking with friends, she had not anticipated that the treacherous individual would drug her drink. Taking advantage of her incapacitation, he had fled into the woods, leaving her to escape from harm's way. Little did she know that the drug's potency had rendered her irrational, compelling her to leap at any man in sight. Once the effects faded and her senses returned, Suyu realized, to her dismay, that her pristine virtue, preserved for over 20 years, had been lost without her understanding. Overcome with shame and anger, she had hastily departed, wishing to forget the incident. However, she had lost her bag in the mountains. While losing personal items would have been unfortunate, it contained a jade pendant left to her by her father, which she desperately needed to recover. Thus, Suyu ventured back into the mountains, hoping to find her bag. Yet, she inadvertently fell into the water. Thankfully, that man had rescued her. Otherwise, she would have met a dire fate. Reflecting on this, Suyu sighed inwardly, questioning why she kept encountering him. Would he have any ulterior motives today? Surely not. Yesterday's events were not entirely his fault. As Chapter 6, Wealth and Beauty unfolded, Suyu was lost in her thoughts when Chen Yang returned, carrying a large bundle. He set down his load, gathered some dry twigs, and ignited a small bonfire. Suyu watched silently, her gaze filled with complexity. The flames flickered to life, enveloping her in a wave of warmth, and she instantly felt a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was not idle. He turned to search for a tree branch over 2 meters long, and then, inexplicably, produced a piece of twine to tie to the end of the branch. Once he had finished, he snapped off a small segment of earthworm and affixed it to the twine. Is he going fishing? Suyu pondered. As she suspected, Chen Yang completed his preparations and cast the end with the earthworm into the water. Suyu watched in bewilderment, thinking to herself, is this guy out of his mind? No fishing hook is needed. How can he catch a fish? Just then, Chen Yang turned to her with a grin. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Chen Yang tentatively inquired. Yesterday at the dilapidated temple? Su Yu's fair face flushed crimson, and she stammered. Why you shouldn't say that? Chen Yang was taken aback. It seems like it was you? You. Su Yu, flustered and anxious, retorted. If you keep talking, I'll call the police on you. For what? Clearly, it was you who initiated it. Chen Yang chuckled, noticing Su Yu's expression darkening further. He added, let us not dwell on that, but I did save your life. You wouldn't want to repay kindness with malice, would you? Su Yu rolled her eyes, yet she refrained from further comments. Chen Yang gazed at her, contemplating that if he could cultivate alongside her, his progress would be remarkable. However, he needed to devise a way to encourage her cooperation. Just then, the branch in his hand trembled, and the twine suddenly tightened. A fish was on the line. The earthworm truly was an excellent bait. Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. What had merely been a trial had unexpectedly resulted in a catch. It appeared that fine things were not only favored by people, but also by fish. Su Yu was astonished as she witnessed a large fish, shimmering like silver, being effortlessly flung onto the shore by Chen Yang. The fish was long and slender, its widest part about the size of an adult's palm, measuring over 40 centimeters in length and weighing at least 6 or 7 pounds. Having managed a hotel business, Su Yu was well acquainted with seafood, yet she couldn't help but inquire, what kind of fish is this? Chen Yang, having secured the fish, turned with a smile. It should be a silver knife fish. Should be? Su Yu questioned, puzzled. You don't recognize it either? I just haven't seen one this large. When I was a child, there were similar fish in the small river by my house, but they were only about 10 centimeters long. This is the first time I've seen one of this size, Chen Yang replied. Oh, Su Yu realized. Feeling quite hungry, she couldn't help but ask, is this fish delicious? You'll find out once it's grilled, Chen Yang said, his hands deftly gutting and cleaning the fish before placing several pieces of earthworm inside its belly. He then skewered it on the branch and propped it next to the fire. Curiously, Su Yu asked, what is this? Chen Yang teased, just something good. Su Yu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that if he wouldn't tell her, she wouldn't ask any further. After a while, her clothes had dried. The pure white dress fluttering gently in the breeze, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Chen Yang, who had been focused on grilling the fish, found himself stealing glances at her. Noticing this, Su Yu grew a bit irritated. Are you still looking? Chen Yang was perplexed. The clothes are dry. Yet you still refuse to look? Su Yu furrowed her brows defiantly. Absolutely not. Quite audacious indeed. Chen Yang muttered under his breath as he flipped the grilled fish over. At that moment, the fish was slightly golden, emanating a rich aroma. Su Yu's nose twitched, and she couldn't resist crouching closer. It smells divine. Be patient. The flesh inside isn't cooked yet. Wait until you detect another fragrance before indulging, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Ah, Su Yu pouted in mild disappointment. But she had no choice but to wait patiently. A few minutes passed, and a subtle scent, reminiscent of milk intertwined with floral notes, wafted through the air. Only then did Chen Yang pull the stick he had embedded in the ground and present it to her. Here, eat. All of this for me. Su Yu was taken aback. Yes, I'm not too hungry. You go ahead, Chen Yang chuckled. Gazing at his sincere smile warmed Su Yu's heart. Yet she refrained from expressing her gratitude and reached out to accept it. The grilled fish was somewhat hot, but her anticipation was overwhelming, prompting her to take a bite eagerly. Chen Yang watched intently, a warm sensation igniting within him, and his heartbeat quickened. He promptly turned away to gather some dry twigs, then casually inquired, what is your name? Su Yu, she replied, her mouth full of delectable fish. This grilled fish contained no seasoning, not even salt. Yet it possessed a naturally sweet flavor. Despite being grilled, the meat was tender and extraordinarily delicious. Having been born with a silver spoon, she had tasted many culinary delights. Yet today's grilled fish was unlike anything she had experienced before. It only seemed to become more exquisite with each bite. Thus, even with Chen Yang's unwavering gaze upon her, Su Yu paid him no mind, enjoying the fish with abandon, quickly finishing the entire thing. Eventually, only the dragon root remained. She glanced at Chen Yang. Can this be eaten too? Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. Of course, this is truly a treasure. Su Yu, though skeptical, took a piece and placed it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up instantly. The dragon root emitted a rich fragrance, offering a delightful crunch with a refreshing sweetness. Swallowing it even provided a warm sensation in her stomach. After just one piece, Suyu gazed at Chen Yang with sparkling eyes. What is this? Is it plentiful? Can I procure it? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Procure? Yes. Suyu nodded vigorously. I forgot to mention, I own a hotel. I've never heard of or seen such an ingredient, but if it were available on the market, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. Chen Yang was astounded to discover that the stunning woman before him was a business owner. What are you daydreaming about? I'm asking you a question. As Chen Yang appeared dazed, Suyu shot him an exasperated look. Do you want this dragon root? Chen Yang snapped back to reality. How much can you offer for a pound? Is this truly the legendary dragon root? Wasn't it believed to be extinct years ago? Suyu was momentarily stunned, then elation surged within her. If there were indeed a large supply of dragon root, it would be fantastic. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied nonchalantly. I haven't made any decisions yet, but rest assured, if there is enough supply, the price will certainly be high. Chen Yang thought to himself, aren't you just painting a rosy picture? Do you take me for a fool? Additionally, I desire the silver knife fish as well. Regardless of the quantity. Suyu continued. Chen Yang remained silent, contemplating his next move. He yearned for both money and people, but how could he obtain both? Chapter 7. Sleep with me, Mr. Su. Both the earth dragon root and the silver knife fish are exceedingly rare commodities. Acquiring them in bulk is no simple task. Is that so? Suyu's eyes glimmered, detecting a hint of meaning in his words, and thus inquired, are you suggesting? However, I possess a method. I can cultivate and breed both of these items in large quantities through special techniques, Chen Yang asserted earnestly. Suyu asked what method? It's difficult to articulate. And even if I did, you might not comprehend it, Chen Yang replied with a smile, his gaze intensifying as he fixed it upon Suyu. Yet, to achieve mass production, I would require your assistance, Mr. Su. Upon noticing his gaze, a sense of foreboding washed over Suyu. Just then, Chen Yang continued. If you are willing to assist, I could offer the earth dragon root and the silver knife fish at a fraction of the price, or even for free. Really? Suyu felt her interest piqued. The hotel's business had been quite sluggish, and she was beginning to feel the strain. Previously, she had contemplated developing new dishes, but to no avail. However, the earth dragon root and silver knife fish were different. They represented a novel ingredient that had yet to be explored. Suyu was confident that introducing such dishes would undoubtedly revive the hotel's fortunes. Yet, what were the terms proposed by this man? Suyu inhaled deeply. What do you need my assistance with? Quite simple. Chen Yang chuckled. Accompany me to bed. What? Are you out of your mind? Despite her premonitions, Suyu couldn't help but curse upon hearing Chen Yang's proposition. Does Mr. Su intend to decline? Chen Yang sighed. Very well then. I shall sell the items to someone else. You. Suyu clenched her teeth in frustration. Was this not a blatant threat? Such valuable items could easily lead to prosperity for whoever acquired them. She could not bear to let this opportunity slip away to another. Suyu felt her resolve wavering. She had never forgotten the events in the dilapidated temple, though she had deliberately buried those memories. Upon reflection, despite the turmoil she endured, she had also derived considerable enjoyment from the experience. Moreover, this man was her first. She had entrusted him with her most precious possession. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Chen Yang spoke again. Why the silence? Are you certain you can provide me with substantial quantities of earth dragon root and silver knife fish? Suyu queried. Chen Yang nodded. Of course. Would I fabricate lies merely to sleep with you? Suyu rolled her eyes, the implication clear. Indeed. Rest assured, I am not that kind of person. Chen Yang smiled. Let us do this. We can postpone the sleeping arrangement. When I deliver the goods, we shall find a more comfortable place. You. Suyu found herself at a loss for words. How could he be so brazen, so openly discussing sleep? Yet, gazing upon Chen Yang's handsome visage, her heart raced, subconsciously feeling as though she had little to lose, especially given his impressive physique. At the thought, Suyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Chen Yang was oblivious to the thoughts racing through the mind of the enchanting woman before him. Noticing her cheeks flush, he curiously inquired, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached for Suyu's forehead. The moment their skin touched, both of their bodies trembled, as if two magnetic poles were irresistibly drawn together, igniting an unexpected spark. Suyu let out a soft gasp, feeling her strength wane, and she instinctively leaned back. Observing this, Chen Yang hurriedly extended his arm to support her, wrapping his hand around her slender waist. A gentle breeze wafted through, and their gazes locked, causing Suyu's blush to deepen and her breath to quicken. At that moment, Chen Yang felt as though nothing could surpass this exquisite experience. However, although he was stirred by emotion, the ground was littered with jagged stones, leaving no flat surface to rest upon. Hence, he reassured her, "Do not be anxious. I have no intention of taking things further right now. Your body's reaction is entirely normal." Why? Suyu, who had initially closed her eyes in anticipation, now opened them in confusion. You've indulged too much in the ginseng root. It's highly nourishing, and overindulgence can naturally lead to such responses. Chen Yang chuckled. You. Suyu's face turned crimson. Why didn't you say so earlier? Is it even possible to rectify that now? Chen Yang shrugged helplessly. You were on the verge of putting your fingers in your mouth. Recalling her earlier behavior, Suyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Noticing the time, she suggested, "It's getting late. We should head back. In a couple of days, I'll deliver the goods to you, and we can." Chen Yang, fixated on the topic of resting together, prompted her, but Suyu could no longer contain herself and pressed her hand against his mouth, saying, "All right, enough. I've agreed. Is that not sufficient?" "Wonderful," Chen Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Seeing his exuberance, Suyu couldn't help but smile slightly, though she quickly masked it with a playful glare. Afterwards, Chen Yang gathered his belongings and descended the mountain alongside Suyu. As they walked, he inquired about her 2 recent appearances in the mountains. Once she finished explaining, Chen Yang realized the gravity of the situation and remarked, "That Lu fellow is truly despicable. He is excessively bullying." Suyu sighed. "Indeed, I initially thought he was a good person, but now I see his true nature." She reflected on her family's long-standing friendship with the Lu family and her childhood acquaintance with Lu Qing, astonished that he would resort to such treachery. Chen Yang scoffed. "Anyone who dares to harm my woman is doomed." "Who is your woman?" Suyu shot him a disapproving glance before continuing. Nevertheless, he didn't succeed. "And in what?" Chen Yang queried, puzzled. Suyu lowered her gaze slightly. "The hotel business relies on the Lu family's support, and my mother's illness was treated by a renowned physician they helped me find. It would not be wise to sever ties with them. Isn't that taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable position?" Chen Yang clenched his fists in frustration. "Such matters cannot be tolerated." Suyu rolled her eyes at him. "This is beyond your control." Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Having been out of signal range in the mountains, she was finally able to receive a call now that they were near the village. "Hello?" Suyu answered, and after hearing a few words, her expression shifted dramatically. "All right. I'll return immediately." She hung up the phone and turned to Chen Yang, hesitating briefly before saying, "Could you do me a favor?" "What's the matter?" Chen Yang inquired. Suyu replied, "Well, pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me." "I already am." Chen Yang attempted to jest, but upon noticing her anxious demeanor, which suggested something significant had transpired at home, he nodded. "All right, no problem. Let us go." However, after taking only a few steps, Suyu paused. "Forget it. It might be dangerous for you to come. They've brought quite a few people. Perhaps it's best if I go back alone." "Am I the kind of person who shies away from danger?" Chen Yang chuckled, wrapping his arm around Suyu's shoulder. "If I can't handle this little matter, I might as well not be a man." Feeling the strength of his arm, Suyu was instantly filled with a sense of security. She said nothing further, and the two soon found themselves on the road at the village's edge. Chapter 8. Anything is possible. Suyu drove a black SUV, an older model from several years back, valued at merely a few $100,000, far from a luxury vehicle. Chen Yang didn't return home either. He tossed the items he had in the back seat and slid into the passenger side. As they drove off towards the county, Chen Yang inquired about the situation. He learned that Lu Qing had brazenly brought a motley crew to the hotel to cause trouble. He was so arrogant that he openly declared in front of the hotel staff his intention to propose to Suyu. If she refused, he threatened that the hotel would not operate that evening. How could someone be so audacious? Chen Yang found himself speechless. Lu Qing had completely burned his bridges. After all, his drugging scheme had been exposed, and perhaps he feared that Suyu would reveal it. Thus, he resorted to coercive tactics. "While I was driving, I realized I might have acted impulsively. In hindsight, having you impersonate my boyfriend might lead Lu Qing to take out his frustrations on you. Otherwise, don't worry about it. I have my ways of dealing with him." Chen Yang interrupted with a smile, then added, "You can ponder how to express your gratitude to me once we resolve this matter." Suyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "If that's the case, I would comply with whatever you ask." The pair soon arrived at the hotel, where a plump middle-aged man approached them. "Ms. Su, you've returned. Where's Suyu?" Suyu asked. "She's up ahead, Confronting Lu and his group, the man replied, "Understood. You all carry on with your duties." Suyu instructed before casting a glance at Chen Yang and proceeding into the hotel lobby. Upon entering, she saw several tables occupied by 2 or 3 individuals each, all appearing rather unruly. At the outermost table, a young man with slicked-back hair was lounging with his legs crossed, laughing boisterously at a young woman in a fitted skirt. The girl's expression was grim as she stood silently. Seeing this scene, Suyu approached directly. "Lu Qing, what are you doing?" "Ah, you finally returned," Lu Qing exclaimed, a wide smile spreading across his face as he slowly rose to his feet. "Sister, this guy has lost his mind." Su Yi grasped Suyu's arm and whispered, "Shall we call the police?" "No need." Suyu shook her head. She had seen enough of the world to know that reporting this situation would be futile. After all, the people Lu Qing had brought had yet to inflict any damage upon the hotel. When faced with genuine ruffians, sometimes even the authorities could do little. Observing Lu Qing's smug demeanor, Suyu coldly inquired, "What exactly do you want? Did your cousin not inform you?" Lu Qing feigned surprise, then chuckled, "No matter. I shall reiterate. I am here to deliver the marriage certificate today. I have decided to hold the engagement ceremony with you in 7 days. On what grounds?" Su Yi retorted indignantly. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. "Why are you so clueless? I've already stated that this has nothing to do with you, yet you still meddle. Do you believe that I won't find a few black men to have their way with you tonight?" Su Yi was taken aback, but immediately turned to Suyu, saying, "Sister, I told you this guy is no good, yet you didn't believe me. Enough." Suyu pressed her lips together and turned to Lu Qing, stating, "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your engagement, as I already have a boyfriend." Lu Qing paused, then scanned the surroundings. Who is it? Where is he? In truth, he had already spotted Chen Yang, but was unaware of his identity. His actions were deliberately provocative. Chen Yang, noticing this, scoffed, "Your father is right here. Why pretend to be blind?" "Damn!" Seeking death. The followers who had accompanied Lu Qing were instantly enraged and approached menacingly. Chen Yang remained unfazed, instead grinning at them. "In such a hurry to get to the hospital, are we?" "Wait." With a gesture, Lu Qing commanded his followers to halt, looking at Chen Yang with narrowed eyes. "Kid, you have some nerve. Do you even know who I am?" "Who cares?" Chen Yang replied cheerfully, "If you have designs on my woman, not even the king himself can intervene." Instead of being angered, Lu Qing merely chuckled, turning to a burly man. "Yao Ge, let him have a taste of sweetness." "All right." The man named Yao nodded and strode towards Chen Yang. "Wait." Suyu suddenly stepped in front of him and asked Lu Qing, "What exactly do you intend to do? There are plenty of women who would chase after you. Why must you harass me? Are you comparable to them?" Lu Qing leered, urging the foolish man to retreat quickly. "You will come with me tonight. We shall consummate our union. Dream on." Suyu's chest heaved with anger, yet she felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Chen Yang wrapped an arm around her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear. Did I not say I would handle this?" "But..." Suyu turned back, her eyes filled with concern. "Yao Ge is skilled. He is part of the Provincial Martial Arts Association. No matter what he is, anyone who seeks to confront me will certainly meet their end." Chen Yang chuckled lightly, gently pushing her aside with an authoritative tone. "Step aside and watch." Suyu had never seen him like this before and was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Yi grasped her arm, and the 2 women retreated several steps. Yao, robust and muscular, towered over Chen Yang by a considerable margin. With a sinister grin, he approached Chen Yang and taunted, "You sharp-tongued brat. Just make sure you don't end up crying after our bout." To which Chen Yang coldly retorted, "Less chatter, let us get on with it." "Very well," Yao bellowed, launching a fist the size of a sandbag straight towards him. The ferocity of the blow was almost insurmountable for an average person. Yet, before Chen Yang, it was akin to a warrior brandishing a broadsword in front of a mere child. He slightly sidestepped and retaliated with a punch. His movement was so swift that the onlookers scarcely caught a glimpse. All they heard was a pained cry as Yao clutched his side and sank to his knees. A heavy silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in a state of shock. How could a prestigious martial arts instructor be felled by a single strike? Suyu stared at Chen Yang, her prior worry for his safety replaced by sheer astonishment. "Sister, who is this person?" "He is incredible," Suyu whispered, her eyes wide with admiration. Suyu pursed her lips, at a loss for words. Beads of sweat formed on Yao's forehead as he knelt, unable to muster the strength to move. Chen Yang, unfazed, turned his gaze to Lu Qing and the others. Does anyone else wish to test their mettle? The once arrogant crowd now resembled quails, with the more timid among them vigorously shaking their heads. Lu Qing's demeanor shifted drastically, losing all semblance of composure. Chen Yang smirked as he approached him. Will you take a punch from me before leaving, or will you vacate immediately? Lu Qing's face paled, instinctively retreating a step. If Yao couldn't withstand a single blow, how could he survive one? However, unable to swallow his pride while facing Chen Yang's mocking gaze, he shouted defiantly, "Don't get too cocky. We'll settle this matter later." With that, he turned on his heel and fled, his steps swift. Chen Yang recognized this as a desperate attempt to save face and chose to ignore it, observing instead as the group awkwardly helped Yao to his feet before dispersing. Once they were gone, Suyu exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance towards Chen Yang. Suyu stepped forward, her expression brightening as she looked up at him. "Esteemed master, may I ask your name?" Startled by the question, Chen Yang turned to Suyu for a brief moment. "She is my cousin and the financial manager of this hotel," Suyu clarified. "Ah, I see." Chen Yang smiled and introduced himself. Suyu nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "And what is your relationship with my sister?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang replied, "As I mentioned earlier, I am her boyfriend. Don't tease me." Suyu rolled her eyes. "You might fool someone like Lu Qing, but not me. My sister would never be interested in you." Chen Yang found himself speechless, reflecting on how candid she was. Yet, she wasn't entirely incorrect. He was indeed pretending. At that moment, Suyu interjected, "Yu, do you have nothing to do? Have you finished the accounts for lunch? Are the ingredients prepared for dinner tonight?" Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of astonishment as she gazed at her sister. "Sister, you actually used that as a diversion. Is there something going on between you two? Get lost." Suyu shot her a glare. "Chen Yang is my friend." "Oh," Suyu elongated her tone, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. "I see. See what? Hurry up and get back to work." Suyu feigned a strike at her, while Suyu playfully stuck out her tongue before hastily departing. The front desk attendant, who had been engrossed in the spectacle moments before, now quickly averted her gaze, pretending to be busy, although she had no tasks at hand. "I never expected you to be so capable, managing to outsmart Lu Qing," Suyu remarked with a smile. Chen Yang looked at her. "Of course, I am not without merit." He then shifted the topic, lowering his voice. "So, shall we fulfill our promise now?" Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson. "Why are you so eager? Business is about to start. Let's wait a bit." "All right, good things come to those who wait." Chen Yang chuckled, feeling confident that he had her under his spell for the night, considering it was still early. Suyu shyly added, I have to attend to hotel matters shortly. Why don't you head to the office upstairs for now?" Just then, Suyu rushed back in a flurry. Sister! Seeing her in such a state, Suyu's heart sank, her voice rising an octave. "What happened?" My mother's condition has worsened." Suyu's eyes brimmed with tears. "What should we do?" Suyu gasped, her composure faltering. Noticing the distress of the two women, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. "Then hurry and call an ambulance. Take her to the hospital." "You don't understand. My second aunt has been bedridden for years. Going to the hospital is futile. The doctors can't help," Suyu explained. "Sister, what should we do?" Suyu was beside herself, tears streaming down her face. Suyu, feeling helpless, could only offer comfort. "Don't panic. Why don't we call for an ambulance first and see what happens at the hospital?" Seeing their despair, Chen Yang sighed. "Is there no man in the family to take charge?" The sisters simultaneously froze, looking up at him and shaking their heads. "All right, shall I go and take a look?" Chen Yang proposed, albeit with reluctance. "You?" Suyu questioned, bewildered. "Can you even diagnose?" "Well, to put it mildly, I possess more than just a modicum of skill. I have a basic understanding of medicine," Chen Yang replied. Suyu was at a loss for words, thinking it absurd for him to put on airs during such a critical moment. But Suyu took him seriously, immediately grabbing his arm. "That is wonderful. Come with me home." Suyu was left speechless, thinking this was akin to seeking medical advice from the unqualified. "Don't worry, I'll take a look. If I can help, that's great. If not, I can at least assist in getting the elderly to the hospital, right?" "All right then," Suyu relented, realizing the practicality of the situation. However, Suyu felt unable to accompany them. Even though the hotel business was slow, someone had to remain in charge in case anything else went awry. Thus, Chen Yang followed Suyu out the front door and into her car. At this peak hour, traffic was heavy, yet Suyu drove with greater fervor than Suyu, weaving through the congestion and even running several red lights. Before long, they arrived at a gated community, parking at the farthest end. Chen Yang inquired about the general situation along the way and learned that Su Yu's mother had suffered a stroke a few years ago, resulting in partial paralysis. Though her condition had stabilized after treatment, her health had continued to deteriorate. Furthermore, she had experienced a relapse last year, and, despite consulting the best doctors, there was little that could be done apart from conservative treatment. When Chen Yang accompanied Su Yu into her home, he quickly came upon a woman of approximately 50 years, lying in a hospital bed, drooling slightly, yet wearing a foolish smile. Upon witnessing this sight, Su Yu could no longer contain her tears and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mom, please don't scare me." The household was devoid of anyone but a flustered young maid, appearing to be in her 20s. Observing the conditions within the Su residence, Chen Yang felt that their circumstances were relatively comfortable, though he wondered why Su Yu's father was absent. However, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He approached the bedside and grasped Su Yu's mother's wrist, first checking her pulse. Being his first experience in treating someone, Chen Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, as his internal energy coursed through Su Yu's mother's meridians, he quickly identified the root of the problem, granting him a sense of reassurance. Seeing Su Yu's eager gaze upon him, Chen Yang smiled and said, "No need to worry, Annie will be fine." "Really?" Su Yu's eyes sparkled. "You're not deceiving me, are you? In times like this, would I jest?" Chen Yang replied with a serious tone. "Though the symptoms may seem alarming, it is merely mild cerebellar atrophy, which is closely linked to Auntie's previous stroke. It is quite normal." With a face full of hope, Su Yu asked, "Then, do you have a way to treat her?" "I do," Chen Yang affirmed with a nod and continued. "However, for now, we can only provide temporary relief. Complete recovery will take some time and require ongoing medication." "She can still recover?" Su Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, and then grasped Chen Yang's hand. "If she can truly return to health, I. At that moment, she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. Chapter 10. Treatment in the room. Chen Yang smiled gently. "There's no rush. We can discuss rewards once Annie is back to health." After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, I came here in haste and brought nothing with me. Do you have silver needles at home? Are you referring to those used for acupuncture?" Su Yu inquired. "Yes, if not, please buy a set from the pharmacy. And also procure some Chinese medicinal herbs. I will provide you with a prescription." Chen Yang nodded. "I have silver needles at home, and I will have Xiao Qiu go buy the herbs." Su Yu replied, turning to the young maid. "Please go and purchase the medicine." "Understood." The maid retreated to another room, while Su Yu went to a different chamber, seemingly searching for something. A few minutes later, she returned with a box. "Is this the silver needles?" Chen Yang asked. "It looks rather old and hasn't been used in years, has it?" Su Yu nodded. "This is an heirloom from my grandfather, said to be several hundred years old." "Is that so? It must be a valuable item." Chen Yang took the box and opened it, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He could distinctly sense a faint energy emanating from the silver needles contained within. Without needing to ponder too long, Chen Yang discerned that these silver needles must possess a significant origin, far from being mere trifles. A sense of assurance enveloped him. With these needles in hand, even cancer could be vanquished. He selected a secret technique from the inheritance called Chimin Ghost Needle, a method not only capable of healing ailments, but also adept at attacking adversaries. Approaching the bedside, he mused that with these silver needles, he would first assist in unblocking the elderly woman's constricted blood vessels. "I appreciate your efforts," Su Yu expressed with delight. Without further contemplation, Chen Yang retrieved the silver needles from the box, disinfected them with alcohol, and gently inserted them into the acupoints atop Su Yu's mother's head. While he was already familiar with the underlying principles, he now drew upon the recordings within the Chimin Ghost Needle, infusing his own spiritual energy into the acupoints through the silver needles. Remarkably, after only a few needles were inserted, Su Yu's mother ceased her drooling. Once the spiritual energy was infused, her expression transformed, her gaze becoming far more animated. "My heavens, it truly works," Su Yu exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, how do you feel?" Thirsty, her mother, Yulan, who was in her 40s yet appeared much older due to the ravages of illness, responded. However, her eyes now sparkled with vitality, a significant improvement from before. Su Yu hurriedly fetched a glass of water, and Yulan gulped it down, her overall condition noticeably revitalized. "My goodness, you are indeed remarkable." Su Yu gazed at Chen Yang with admiration and reverence. Although Chen Yang felt a surge of satisfaction within, he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "It's nothing extraordinary. Merely a simple acupuncture technique. For your mother to fully recover, it will still require some time for recuperation. As long as she can fully recover, I am willing to wait, no matter how long it takes. Suyu nodded vigorously. The household maid promptly returned with the necessary herbs and began to brew them in the kitchen as per Chen Yang's instructions. Having just emerged from a serious illness, He Yulan had drifted off to sleep. Suyu turned to Chen Yang and suddenly bit her lip. Can your acupuncture treat many ailments? Chen Yang nodded. As long as it pertains to the meridians, I can manage. Why do you ask? I've been feeling discomfort in my neck and waist from sitting for prolonged periods. Could you take a look? Suyu inquired. This caught Chen Yang's attention. He quickly contemplated and hesitated before responding. It is possible, but a quiet environment is necessary. Oh. Suyu nodded in understanding. Then let us go to my room. There is nothing pressing at the moment. All right. Chen Yang agreed without a second thought, relieved that Suyu was so cooperative, sparing him the need for further persuasion. Just as he was about to head to the bedroom, Suyu halted him. Wait. Should I change my clothes first? Noticing she was still in her professional attire, Chen Yang immediately replied, Yes, you should change into something more loose-fitting, otherwise it'll be difficult to locate the acupoints. Understood. Suyu lowered her head, biting her lip before retreating into her room. Chen Yang waited outside for several minutes before he heard a soft voice from within. All right. For some reason, he felt a surge of restlessness even before he entered. Upon pushing open the door, his eyes brightened instantly. Suyu had already changed and was sprawled on the bed, quite unlike what he had envisioned. She was clad only in her lingerie. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and smooth, exuding an irresistible allure against the backdrop of her black underwear. The curve of her waist, the pronounced roundness of her hips, and her long, straight legs made Chen Yang inwardly marvel. She was indeed a stunning beauty. Previously, he had only noticed Suyu's exquisite features, which rivaled Suyu's beauty, but now, seeing her form, he realized she was also remarkably well endowed. At that moment, Suyu softly reminded him, close the door. Oh, Chen Yang jolted back to reality, shutting the door before approaching the bedside. The bedroom, adorned in soft pink hues, was exceptionally cozy, but with just the two of them present, the atmosphere became undeniably intimate. Suyu's heart raced, her shyness preventing her from lifting her gaze as she lay quietly on the bed. Chen Yang too felt a hint of panic, as if he might lose control and leap onto her. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a silver needle and said, I shall begin now. Suyu's arms were crossed, her profile turned toward the window, obscuring her expression. However, the soft sound she made resembled that of a playful kitten. Chen Yang sighed inwardly, pondering if marrying such a wife would shorten his lifespan by years. While lost in thought, he administered the first needle into Suyu's neck. His fingertips grazed her skin, prompting him to utter an ill-timed compliment. Your skin is truly lovely. Suyu remained silent, but a faint blush visibly spread across her neck. Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Yang quickly focused and diligently continued the acupuncture. Remarkably, with each needle, Suyu's originally sore and numb neck began to feel normal again, devoid of any discomfort. Yet, Chen Yang found his attention drifting. He noticed that the strap of Suyu's lingerie was secured with merely a single clasp, and it appeared to be quite loose, as if it might come undone at any moment. Should that happen, her lingerie would surely spring open, revealing breathtaking sights. Chapter 11. Collecting interest. Previously, Suyu had worn professional attire that concealed her figure, and Chen Yang, preoccupied with matters concerning Suyu, had not paid her much heed. Now, he realized she was significantly more alluring than he had initially thought, and his mind began to wander. He even entertained the notion of feigning an accident to brush against the strap of her lingerie. Surely, she would understand, right? At the same time, Suyu's own emotions were in turmoil. It was her first time wearing so little in front of a man, and it was exceedingly embarrassing. Moreover, the intensity of his breathing seemed to grow heavier. Did he harbor ulterior motives? If that were the case, what should she do? The room was enveloped in silence, save for the rapid beats of their hearts, both equally tumultuous. At that moment, a muffled conversation suddenly drifted in from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Before Chen Yang and Suyu could react, the door was pushed open, revealing Suyu at the threshold. Upon witnessing the scene inside the room, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Suyu hurriedly interjected, Sister, he is assisting me with treatment. Treatment? Suyu's voice rose an octave. It's clearly an excuse to take advantage. Chen Yang, at a loss for words, looked at her, and asked, "What? Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Aren't you?" Su Yu's face flushed red as she recalled her interactions with Chen Yang over the past few days. Increasingly convinced that the man before her was nothing short of a complete lecher. Not only had he taken advantage of her, but he also harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Su Yu. Chen Yang stood up and pointed to Su Yu's back. "Is this how you take advantage?" Su Yu was momentarily stunned. Upon entering, the angle had prevented her from seeing the silver needles on Su Yu's back. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, she listened as Su Yu explained further, learning that her critically ill aunt had now stabilized. Yet, she still found it difficult to accept, gazing at Chen Yang in astonishment. "Can you really heal?" Chen Yang shrugged. "It's true. He just inserted a few needles, and my neck feels so much better," Su Yu added. Su Yu looked at Chen Yang in disbelief, feeling that this young man was becoming increasingly remarkable. How was it that he continuously reshaped her understanding of him? Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over her, and with a flushed face, she said, "No, I'm sorry, I overthought it." "It's all right," Chen Yang smiled, taking advantage of Su Yu's position on the bed, where she couldn't see clearly, and stepped closer to Su Yu, whispering, "I'll have to properly punish you later." Su Yu's face instantly turned crimson, but in the presence of her cousin, she could only shoot him a glare. Chen Yang quickly finished administering the acupuncture to Su Yu, but they had to wait half an hour before removing the needles, so he suggested she rest in the room while he stepped outside with Su Yu. The housekeeper was in the kitchen preparing medicine, and a faint herbal aroma wafted through the air. Su Yu, gazing at her sleeping aunt, still struggled to believe. "You really cured her?" Chen Yang nodded. "For now, we've halted the deterioration. With continued acupuncture and medication, she will soon recover." "How are you so capable?" Su Yu's eyes widened. "What other skills do you possess that I don't know about?" "Oh, far too many." Chen Yang chuckled, lowering his voice. "If you wish to know, tonight." Su Yu immediately understood his implication, her face turning crimson. "I want to stay here with my aunt tonight." Chen Yang's expression changed dramatically. "No way. Aren't you abandoning me?" "Not at all." Su Yu quickly waved her hands. "I hadn't anticipated my aunt falling ill. I had initially planned to." The rest of her sentence faltered. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chen Yang said with a smile, "All right, I understand your feelings. Your decision is indeed the right one." Su Yu bit her lip and lowered her head, promising, "I assure you, next time I will accompany you. For now, I shall collect a little interest." Chen Yang chuckled, wrapping an arm around her waist and drawing her into his embrace, swiftly pressing his lips against hers. Su Yu barely managed a muffled moan as Chen Yang's large hand glided over her chest, causing her body to soften instantly. Sensing the slight tremors of the person in his arms and the softness of her touch, Chen Yang felt elated. However, mindful of the housekeeper in the kitchen, he reluctantly released her after a few lingering caresses. At that moment, Su Yu's complexion flushed, her breath quickening, yet she dared not speak, merely shooting him a sidelong glance. This gaze was tinged with playful reproach, yet it brimmed with a hint of affection. Chen Yang smiled lightly before entering the room to remove the silver needles from Su Yu's neck and waist. She stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, it has been ages since I felt this comfortable." As she moved, the exquisite contours of her body were fully revealed, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned. Beside them, Su Yu quickly interjected, "You silly girl, do you not realize how little you are wearing?" Su Yu suddenly grasped the situation, hastily covering her chest and casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yang. "Be careful, or your eyes might pop out." "Well, who could blame you for being so lovely and having such a splendid figure?" Chen Yang replied with a chuckle, causing Su Yu's cheeks to flush once more, leaving her at a loss for further words. Noticing the time, Chen Yang realized it was getting late. If he tarried too long, Sister Tian would certainly worry. Thus, he prepared to take his leave. The sisters did not insist on his staying, instead calling a car for him and escorting him to the community entrance. At that moment, Su Yu handed him a bag, saying, "This is for you." "What is it?" Chen Yang instinctively reached to open it, but Su Yu pressed his hand down, insisting, "Open it when you get back." "All right then," Chen Yang acquiesced, not thinking much of it. After exchanging glances with the two, he departed, embarking on his journey back to the village. Once he had left the city, Chen Yang recalled the bag and opened it, only to be taken aback. Inside was a case containing the silver needles and 5 bundles of cash. Such a large sum. Chen Yang stared in disbelief, astonished that Su Yu would reward him so generously. However, his intention had merely been to help, without any thought of compensation. It felt overly presumptuous. Chen Yang chuckled to himself, clutching the bag tightly. As the night deepened, the vehicle rolled toward the village, where Chen Yang instructed the driver to stop. Proceeding on foot toward his home. Just as he neared his doorstep, he noticed several indistinct figures stealthily approaching. With his agile reflexes, Chen Yang darted into the shadows, squinting to observe. To his astonishment, he recognized Zhao Laosan and a few of his henchmen. Chapter 12. Treasures beneath the depths at the same time. The hushed voices of the men reached Chen Yang's ears. Damn it! How could that woman not be home? Indeed, she must be lucky. Zhao Laosan sneered. She may run tonight, but she won't escape tomorrow. Sooner or later, we'll have our turn with her. Indeed, my brother is right. The moment that woman, Tian, entered the village, I was captivated by her. Who wouldn't be? Ha ha. The boisterous laughter echoed, revealing that they had indulged in copious amounts of liquor. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's eyes flickered with a glint of murderous intent. To dare to bully my sister is tantamount to courting death. At that moment, Zhao Laosan and his companions staggered over, and Chen Yang swiftly produced several silver needles. Although he had not yet found the opportunity to deal with Zhao Laosan, fate had delivered him right to Chen Yang's doorstep, allowing for the settling of both new and old grievances. This tyrant, if left unpunished, would ensure that not just his family, but the entire village would be deprived of a peaceful existence. As the group passed before him, Chen Yang raised his hand and deftly hurled a few silver needles. Zhao Laosan and his lackeys fell to the ground without so much as a sound. Chen Yang employed the flying needle technique from the Chiman ghost needle, targeting the critical acupoints of the human body. While the lackeys merely succumbed to unconsciousness from the needle pricks, Zhao Laosan faced a different fate. Chen Yang had struck several vital points along his spine. Though it would not prove fatal, this man would be left a twisted wreck, paralyzed and unable to harm anyone ever again. Casting a glance at the fallen figures, Chen Yang felt no pity. After extracting the needles, he departed swiftly. Upon returning home, he was unexpectedly met with an absence of Tian, only to find a note left on the dining table. It was a message from her, revealing that she had urgent business in the city and would not be returning that evening. This revelation sent a shiver of fear through Chen Yang. Had she been present, those drunken brutes would have surely taken advantage of the situation. Gazing at the meal Tian had prepared for him, Chen Yang silently vowed, "Sister, I shall protect you with all my might." After finishing his meal, he rose and stepped outside, as there remained much to accomplish. And he did not wish to squander a single moment. Though it was the dead of night, his extraordinary vision guided him back to the hollow where he had discovered the earth dragon roots. Having promised Suyu to provide her with an ample supply, Chen Yang was determined to uphold his word. He had already surveyed the area during the day, noting that the substantial growth of the earth dragon roots was primarily due to the topography, which allowed for the accumulation of abundant spiritual energy. Yet, this meager energy was evidently insufficient, explaining the limited yield he had unearthed. To enhance the output of the earth dragon roots, he would need to employ some techniques. Utilizing the knowledge from his memories, he swiftly arranged a simple formation. It was not a true formation, but rather a modification of the feng shui, designed to gather wind and essence, creating a harmonious environment. He was confident that within a few months, the area would yield a plentiful harvest of earth dragon roots. Having completed this task, it was already the early hours of the morning, yet Chen Yang did not pause for breath. Instead, he made his way to the pool. The appearance of the silver knife fish had piqued his curiosity, for the largest he had encountered in his life was no more than the size of his palm. So why was it that those in this pool had grown to such an impressive size? Unless there was something extraordinary within the waters. Reaching the shore, Chen Yang shed his clothing, donning only a pair of shorts before plunging into the water. The pool was cool but invigorating, refreshing him and filling him with a sense of renewed vitality. Though the pool was not large, it was exceedingly deep. Chen Yang, clutching a sizable stone, plunged into the depths. With his extraordinary vision, he discerned that the bottom was strewn with stones of various sizes, starkly contrasting the muddy bottoms typical of other bodies of water. At that moment, over 2 minutes had elapsed since he entered the water, yet he felt capable of enduring for another 2 to 3 minutes. Thus, he calmly began to search the bottom. As he cleared away the chaotic stones, he discovered some luminous sand beneath. What treasure is this? Chen Yang held his breath, grasping handfuls of the sand. After securing 2 handfuls, he swiftly ascended to the surface. Emerging from the water, he inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and then scrutinized the items in his hands. Amidst the mud and sand, vibrant grains sparkled. Astonishing. Spirit sand. If taken a step further, it could lead to spirit stones. There must be spirit stones below. With spirit stones, not only could one cultivate, but they could also be used to set up formations. Had they possessed spirit stones earlier, they could have directly established a genuine formation, yielding a plethora of earth dragon roots in mere days, rather than waiting a month or two as they currently had to. It was utterly incredible to discover such spirit sand beneath this seemingly unremarkable pool. Chen Yang glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Such a treasure must remain a secret. He concealed the 2 handfuls of spirit sand beneath a stone slab and took a deep breath, diving back into the pool. The water was deep, growing increasingly dark and frigid as he descended, making it a challenge for an ordinary person to venture down. Chen Yang attempted to dig deeper with his hands, but realized it was futile. He had no idea if there were spirit stones below. It seemed that extracting them would take time. He secured 2 more handfuls of spirit sand before resurfacing. Once he had the means, he would acquire the entire area and discreetly mine it with professional equipment. As he pondered these prospects, a smile crept across his face, marveling at his fortune. Perhaps due to the spirit sand, the spiritual energy here felt somewhat denser, prompting Chen Yang to commence his cultivation. He was eager to grow stronger so he could pursue his desires. Soon, he entered a state of deep meditation. After circulating several cycles of energy, when he finally opened his eyes, daylight had fully arrived. Upon returning to the village, Chen Yang noticed a considerable gathering of people in the village center. Before he could approach, he overheard someone angrily exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Third brother must have been harmed. Who would dare harm him? Didn't we just say that he consumed over a pound of liquor last night?" Silence. The furious voice boomed, "I know my brother well. He could handle more than a pound. Even 2 pounds wouldn't leave him incapacitated. If we do not clarify this matter today, the entire village will bear the consequences." The irate man was Zhao Rui, the elder brother of Zhao Laosan. He served as the deputy captain of the town's security team and was also Zhao Laosan's protector. Without him, Zhao Laosan would not dare to act so arrogantly in the village. Now, Zhao Rui sought to hold the entire village accountable, causing the villagers' faces to pale as they felt unjustly implicated. However, Chen Yang remained indifferent. The fact that Zhao Laosan's meridians were severed, yet he survived, was merely his fortune. But he would undoubtedly become a useless individual henceforth. Zhao Rui, despite exhausting every possible method, could not procure any evidence indicating external interference. This realization instilled within him the confidence granted by the mysterious art of Chimin Ghost Needle. Chapter 13. The Will of Heaven. Chen Yang did not linger long. As he prepared to depart, he was unexpectedly spotted by Zhao Rui, who immediately shouted, "You, halt." As he spoke, he parted the crowd and approached Chen Yang. "Are you the foolish one?" Chen Yang was taken aback and stared blankly at him. "What did you say?" Zhao Rui narrowed his eyes. "I heard you previously assaulted my younger brother. Is that true?" "Did I?" Chen Yang replied, still bewildered, glancing down at Zhao Rui. "Is your brother still in pain?" With a burst of laughter, several villagers could not contain themselves. Zhao Rui's expression morphed into one of exasperation. "I was referring to Zhao Laosan. Who is that? What does he sell?" Chen Yang blinked in confusion and turned to leave, muttering, "I don't want to buy anything. I have no money." Zhao Rui's face turned pale with anger, yet he was not foolish enough to assault a simpleton. "What are you all laughing at? I do not believe that Laosan became paralyzed from drinking. If anyone can provide useful information, I will reward them with 1,000 yuan. Many simply turned away, dismissing his words entirely. Though outwardly they appeared reluctant to offend him, the resentment they harbored for Zhao Rui was no less than that for Zhao Laosan. Upon returning home, Chen Yang discovered that Tian Tian had already arrived. He quickly inquired, "Sister, did you go to the city yesterday?" Tian Tian responded with a single word, lowering her head to continue tidying the yard. Seeing her like this, Chen Yang felt a pang of unease, sensing that she bore a heavy heart. He grasped her hand. "Sister, what is troubling you? Did something happen at your place?" "No." Tian Tian lifted her gaze and sighed, "It's our family." Afterward, she revealed to Chen Yang that upon her return, she noticed a strong smell of gasoline in the yard. Upon investigation, she found several areas of their home had been doused in gasoline, alongside a half-burnt incense stick that had inexplicably extinguished. Tian Tian realized that someone intended to set fire to their home. Fortunately, the incense had not burned down completely, Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. She was still shaken by the thought, her demeanor unsettled. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang understood the situation immediately, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Zhao Laosan, you truly deserve a terrible fate. Those ruffians came from the west of the village so late last night. It seems they intended not only to bully Tian Tian, but also to burn down our home." Yet, he found it strange that the incense had extinguished halfway. Was it fate? While he pondered this, Tian Tian spoke up, "Yang Yang, I am afraid similar incidents may occur in the future. What should we do?" "There will be no more trouble." Chen Yang shook his head and then asked, "Haven't you heard?" Zhao Laosan drank himself into paralysis. Tian Tian was stunned. She had returned home around 8 in the morning, while Zhao Laosan and his companions were discovered before dawn and taken to the county hospital. She had gone straight home and had not heard of this incident. Upon learning that Zhao Laosan had become incapacitated, a heavy weight lifted from Tian Tian's heart, allowing her to exhale deeply. Observing her relief, Chen Yang tightened his grip around her small, calloused hands, worn from hard work, and declared, "Sister, we shall no longer be bullied." "That is wonderful," Tian Tian replied, her eyes glistening with tears, yet a smile of profound relief graced her lips. She continued, "It is a pity that our mother could not witness this. Our father has remained unreachable." At her words, a sharp pang of sorrow struck Chen Yang's heart. Their mother had succumbed to illness, primarily due to the turmoil he had caused and the subsequent pressure from Zhao Laosan demanding land, which had led to her untimely demise. Now, while Zhao Laosan faced his comeuppance, the one who had initially harmed them still roamed free. As for their father, Chen Yang resolved that he would eventually locate him. In that moment, he yearned to comfort Tian Tian, even wishing to share that he was no longer the fool he once was. However, a sudden ache in his chest compelled him to remain silent. This discomfort was a result of Yang Jian's sinister machinations, which had involved sending individuals to monitor his situation in the village. Compared to Zhao Laosan, these individuals posed a greater threat. Thus, he decided to continue feigning ignorance, determined not to burden his sister. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Yang released her hand and chuckled, "Sister, I am hungry. Oh, I will prepare a meal right away." Tian Tian snapped back to reality and hurried to the kitchen, exclaiming, "Let us make something delicious to celebrate." Watching her retreating figure, Chen Yang felt a tumult of emotions converge within him. Soon, he took a deep breath, reminding himself that he was no longer the person he once was. If he increased his training and swiftly elevated his strength, those enemies would inevitably face their reckoning. In celebration, Tian Tian dedicatedly boiled 10 farm-fresh eggs. Yet she could not bring herself to eat a single one. Chen Yang understood her intentions but found it difficult to voice them. Instead, he devised a plan to reclaim the money he had earned without revealing his restored faculties. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Yang excused himself under the pretense of wanting to play outside and made his way to the village entrance. After a while, he spotted Suyu arriving in her car. This was the arrangement made the previous day. Although the earth dragon root had been left at the hotel, the silver knife fish in the pond remained uncaught. As she drove, Suyu felt a flutter of nervousness, yet when she spotted Chen Yang standing at the village entrance, a smile involuntarily crept across her face. The complexities of a woman's heart are peculiar. She feared that something might go awry during their venture into the mountains. Yet upon seeing him, she found herself wishing for something to occur. As she pulled up close, Chen Yang hopped into the car, and Suyu's face radiated with joy. Chen Yang couldn't help but gaze at her beautiful visage, his eyes drifting downwards. Captivated by her shapely thighs encased in denim, he even swallowed hard, forgetting his composure, and murmured, "You look stunning." Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she pouted playfully. "You rascal, why are you so lecherous? Hee, can you blame me for admiring your beauty?" Chen Yang smirked mischievously but soon adopted a serious demeanor. "By the way, I would like to discuss something with you." Suyu listened earnestly, her initial confusion swiftly transforming into understanding, and she nodded in agreement. "All right. This is not a difficult matter. It merely involves telling a little fib in front of your sister." "Thank you for your understanding," Chen Yang replied with a nod, continuing, "Later, I will assist you in catching fish and digging for earth dragon roots. You can simply hand over the money to her. You truly are kind to your sister." Suyu smiled as she drove into the village. Little did she know that Tian Tian and Chen Yang, despite their sibling-like bond, shared no blood relation. Had she been aware of this fact, her smile might have been less carefree. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Suyu exited the vehicle and entered the courtyard. Upon seeing Tian, she paused momentarily, then smiled and introduced herself along with her purpose, while presenting 2 bundles of cash. Please accept this. Tian was taken aback, stammering, You mean this is money earned by Yang? Chapter 14, A Surprise Indeed. Suyu affirmed. Chen Yang discovered some earth dragon roots in the mountains, which I was fortunate enough to acquire. I did not bring sufficient funds yesterday, so I specially returned today to settle the payment. She spoke the truth, for the earth dragon roots had been promptly incorporated into the dishes by the kitchen, resulting in patrons exclaiming that the meals were exceptionally delectable that day. This success had allowed Suyu to leave the hotel early to visit her aunt, feeling quite at ease. Thus, she had brought the money today, for one cannot utilize another's goods without compensating them, after all. My goodness. Tian could hardly believe her ears, glancing at the grinning Chen Yang beside Suyu. Why didn't you tell me? I forgot. Chen Yang chuckled, then inquired, Sister, can we keep this money? Tian found herself at a loss for words. Suyu, however, smiled softly, saying, Of course we can. It's lawful income, and besides, Chen Yang will be assisting me in sourcing more earth dragon roots, which means there will be even more money in the future. Tian was utterly bewildered. The 20,000 yuan already surpassed her family's annual income, and now there was the prospect of even more. In comparison, her vegetable patch seemed far less valuable. Perhaps due to her accustomed poverty, receiving such a substantial amount of money left Tian in a state of disarray, her expression clouded with confusion. Noticing the girl's distress, Suyu felt a pang of compassion and took her hand. Though I am younger, I should address you as sister. Let us speak inside. With that, she left Chen Yang behind and led Tian into the house. Perplexed, Chen Yang wondered what this meant. After about half an hour, the 2 women emerged. Tian's face bore traces of tears, yet her demeanor suggested she had regained her composure. The psychological upheaval had been overwhelming, and it took her time to adjust. Fortunately, Suyu's eloquence and their shared gender made communication easier, allowing Tian to recover. However, recalling her parents and the hardships endured by herself and her brother, Tian still felt the need to cry for a while. She approached Chen Yang, lifting her gaze to say, Yang, since this opportunity has arisen, please assist Miss Su in digging for the earth dragon roots, but do ensure your safety. Understood, sister. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, it was evident that she had newfound hopes for the future, and Chen Yang felt an overwhelming joy, having not seen such a serene smile on her face for quite some time. As the hour grew late, Suyu drove Chen Yang directly to the western part of the village, returning to the spot where they had parked the previous day. She retrieved 2 large boxes from the back seat, specifically designed to keep the silver knife fish fresh. Noticing Chen Yang effortlessly lifting one in each hand, Suyu shyly inquired, Have I brought too much? Are there truly that many fish in the pond? Chen Yang chuckled and replied, Don't worry, there are plenty. With that, he ventured into the mountains, adding, Besides, having just 2 boxes is better. Once we catch the fish, we'll still have time to rest a bit. Suyu paused at his words, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shot him a playful glare, instinctively clutching her bag. By the time they reached the pond, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the weather had turned warm. Chen Yang decided to remove his shirt, revealing a muscular physique that made Suyu's heart race. However, her gaze quickly fell upon the scars adorning his body, prompting her to ask, filled with concern, How did you get those? It's a long story, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Deftly tying a small piece of earthworm to the fishing rod he had prepared the day before and casting it into the water. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Suyu couldn't help but press, Well, do tell. I'll share it with you later. Don't rush me. Chen Yang grinned. Right now, I just want to catch enough fish. Suyu understood his implication all too well, letting out a slight sigh, pondering why he always seemed to have that on his mind. Was it an excess of energy? Her thoughts were not unfounded. After 2 rounds of cultivating his small circulatory system, Chen Yang indeed needed to find a balance. The earthworm seemed to be the silver knife fish's favorite bait, as they would bite and not let go, allowing them to be pulled ashore even without a hook. Consequently, the fish were caught one after another, with just a small piece of earthworm yielding 5 or 6 fish. Although the thermal boxes appeared large, their insulation limited their capacity to about 20 fish at most. To Suyu's astonishment, 1 box was already filled, and she discreetly checked the time. Realizing that barely 20 minutes had elapsed, the fish in the pond appeared endless. As soon as Chen Yang cast the bait into the water, there would be a fish on the line. Watching Chen Yang's increasingly joyful expression, Suyu felt her heart racing as she anticipated what was to come. Indeed, it took less than an hour to fill both thermal boxes. Chen Yang put away his fishing rod and, with a beaming smile, turned to her. What did we say yesterday? Suyu bit her lip, her expression betraying her ambivalence. Are you suggesting we? I once heard that in the embrace of nature, one can more easily relax and experience greater joy, Chen Yang said with a grin, gesturing towards a nearby tree. Over there, beneath the shade of that tree, there is soft grass. Suyu's heart raced wildly, feeling a tinge of resistance, but even more anticipation. Yet, she couldn't simply agree right away, could she? Should a girl still retain her modesty? Thus, when Chen Yang pulled her up, Suyu symbolically struggled for a moment before obediently following him to the tree. To be fair, the environment was truly delightful, with emerald hills and flowing waters, complemented by a gentle breeze. As Chen Yang pressed his lips against hers, that seemingly enchanted hand ventured beneath her shirt, and Suyu found herself utterly captivated. However, she still retained a shred of clarity. Wait, I have. Chen Yang paused, opening her bag to discover several small umbrellas. Well, she came prepared. Amused, Chen Yang chuckled inwardly, but had no intention of utilizing them. While kissing Suyu's neck, he breathed heavily. Those things are a nuisance. Suyu sighed inwardly, but did not insist. Thus, beneath the great tree in the depths of the mountains, the two engaged in profound exchanges devoid of barriers. Time slipped away, and Suyu gradually awakened from her ecstatic reverie, only to find Chen Yang gazing at her with a smile. She felt a sudden embarrassment, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. What are you looking at? Naturally, I am looking at you. Chen Yang replied with a smile. I can never gaze upon you enough. Suyu's heart fluttered, a smile gracing her lips, though she remained bashful. Are you satisfied now? Can we go back? It's still early. Chen Yang, unable to tear himself away, continued to explore her delicate skin. After their earlier escapades, he had vaguely touched upon the second threshold. If he were to try again, he might very well break through. How could Chen Yang let such a rare opportunity slip away? He lowered his head and kissed Suyu's small mouth once more. Chapter 15. What are you going to do? In the tranquil afternoon of the mountains, the two lay in the grass beneath the tree, both wearing expressions of contentment. Suddenly, Chen Yang's stomach rumbled, and he realized he was quite hungry. The physical exertion earlier had indeed been considerable, and it was time to replenish his energy. Turning to Suyu, who lay there with half-closed eyes, looking languid, he asked, Are you hungry? Would you like to eat grilled fish? Suyu merely murmured in response, too fatigued to utter another word. Chen Yang chuckled and rose, making his way to the lake. Once he caught another fish and set it to cook over the fire, Suyu also stirred. At that moment, she wore only her undergarments and hiking shoes as she approached the water's edge. Chen Yang stole a glance and found himself unable to look away. The scene was simply too beautiful. Suyu perched on a rock by the water, slowly removing her shoes and dipping her snow-white feet into the stream, letting the water flow gently over them, while a soft breeze tousled her long hair. Her fair skin shimmered under the sunlight. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Suyu felt little shyness, merely smiling bashfully before rising to wade into the water. After their earlier vigorous activity, she had worked up quite a sweat and needed a wash. Watching her, Chen Yang felt parched and could not resist joining her in the water, panting as he entered. Suyu was taken aback. Seeing his expression, she understood. You haven't had enough, have you? This is not my fault. You are simply too beautiful, Chen Yang said as he embraced her. Suyu felt a twinge of concern, fearing that his lack of moderation might harm his health. She hastily remarked, But you must not be too greedy. There are still many days ahead. Her tone unmistakably indicated that she regarded Chen Yang as her man, rather than merely a fleeting source of pleasure. However, Chen Yang remained unfazed, grinning as he playfully touched her, responding, It's fine. I'm just afraid that after today, I may not see you again. Panting, Suyu exclaimed, How could that be? As long as you wish, you can see me anytime. After a soft gasp, she lost her ability to articulate, clinging tightly to Chen Yang's shoulder, overwhelmed by the intense sensations. After a considerable time, they rested by the shore. Chen Yang discarded the burnt fish and prepared another one. Unable to move, Suyu leaned against a large rock and teased, I can't lift my hands. Feed me. Sure thing. Chen Yang chuckled, carefully peeling the fish, removing the bones, and offering it to her lips. As she savored the delectable grilled fish, her heart brimmed with sweetness, her gaze toward him shimmering with affection. Chen Yang, too, experienced a long-lost sense of sweetness. Since being harmed by Yang Jian, his heart had felt empty, lacking a point of support. But now, everything had changed. He had Suyu. Before him stood his first woman, who bestowed upon him immense energy, not just in cultivation, but also in spirit. Chen Yang silently vowed that from this day forward, in addition to Tian Tian, he would protect her as well. At 3 in the afternoon, though Suyu felt a sense of reluctance, the silver knife fish had to be returned. Otherwise, it would disrupt the evening's culinary arrangements. Chen Yang understood her sentiments and believed that they had already gathered enough for the day. Perhaps with another night of cultivation, he might successfully break through to the second layer of qi refinement. Thus, they tidied their belongings and returned to the car with 2 heavy boxes of silver knife fish. However, upon getting into the car, Suyu hesitated to start the engine, expressing a hint of confusion. It seems someone is watching us secretly? You noticed too? Chen Yang smiled. No need to worry. Those guys have been lurking around our village for the past year without knowing their true purpose. Not far away in the woods, 2 unfamiliar men were peering from behind the trees, exuding an air of suspicion. They had appeared in the village previously but had been absent for several days. Unexpectedly resurfacing today, what could they be up to? Suyu inquired. Who knows? Chen Yang shrugged, not wishing to divulge too much about his own affairs, as it was not a favorable situation. Seeing him so relaxed, Suyu thought little of it and drove back to Chen Yang's home. With her lips slightly pursed and her eyes glistening, she gazed at him, somewhat hesitant. I want to return to the county with you today. After all, you'll be quite busy tonight. I'll wait until you have time. Chen Yang replied with a smile. All right then. Though reluctant, Suyu nodded in agreement. After Chen Yang exited the car and watched her walk away, he finally returned to his own courtyard. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the mountains, he felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. Just then, the door swung open and Tian Tian emerged from the room, accompanied by a woman of striking elegance. Their eyes met, and Chen Yang momentarily froze. Li Mei. This woman had evidently taken special care with her appearance today, donning a delicate lotus-colored gauze dress, subtly revealing white shorts underneath, while her upper attire was a contrasting black. Despite this, Chen Yang found no desire to admire her beauty. Furrowing his brows, he bluntly inquired, What brings you here? Let me explain, Li Mei began, but was interrupted by Tian Tian, who gently pulled her aside. Turning to Chen Yang, she reassured him, Yang, please don't be angry. Aunt Mei was forced into this by Zhao Laosan. She didn't dare oppose him. Does that justify her aiding in my humiliation? Chen Yang retorted, vividly recalling how Li Mei had once conspired with Zhao Laosan to tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Mei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions spilling forth. Chen Yang's heart softened at her distress, yet he said nothing, retreating into the house in a huff. After a considerable while, Tian Tian re-entered, noticing Chen Yang's lingering displeasure. All right, stop being upset. Aunt Mei just spoke to me and clarified everything. I have already forgiven her. She continued, speaking in a soothing tone reminiscent of comforting a child. By the way, she mentioned wanting to gift us something, a delightful surprise that I know you will cherish. Would you like to know what it is? What is it? Chen Yang asked, curiosity piqued. With a smile, Tian Tian explained. You know how our house almost faced an arson incident yesterday? She heard about it and mentioned that her dog recently had a litter of puppies. She wants to give us one for companionship. I remember you always adored little cats and dogs. Puppies? Chen Yang paused, then chuckled. That sounds wonderful. He thought to himself, how could he have overlooked this? With him often away from home, having a dog to keep his sister company would surely alleviate his concerns. He promptly stood up and asked, Where's the puppy? Seeing his mood brighten, Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. They were just born a few days ago and aren't weaned yet. Aunt Mei said we can have one in a few days. Not weaned. Even better. I'll go get one right now. Without further ado, Chen Yang exited the house. His haste was not merely due to his fondness for puppies. He possessed a unique skill in animal training, and he was eager to put it to the test immediately. He hurried to Li Mei's door without announcing his presence, only to be taken aback upon entering. Li Mei had just returned, having shed her long dress, now clad only in her undergarments. Their eyes locked, and she instinctively covered her chest, exclaiming, What do you want? Chapter 16. The fully ripe beauty. Although he had seen her in a similar state before, the sight of her voluptuous alabaster form with its enticing curves caused Chen Yang to swallow hard. caught off guard by the sheer sensuality before him. Indeed, this woman was markedly different from Suyu. Suyu embodied a more naive and unrefined allure, whereas Li Mei was the epitome of ripeness, bursting with allure. Despite having engaged with Suyu multiple times throughout the day, Chen Yang now felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, his breath quickening in response. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Li Mei found herself unexpectedly unafraid. Her expression shifted from tension to tranquility, and she even laughed. "You silly boy." Casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Yang's trousers, she teased. "Is that all it takes to get you so worked up? Your energy is quite robust." Chen Yang remained silent, yet inwardly he was diligently managing his emotions, simultaneously regulating the swirling spiritual energy within him before exhaling deeply. "I came to fetch the puppies." Li Mei was taken aback, wondering how this boy had so quickly returned to normalcy. As she pondered this, Chen Yang had already turned to leave. She hesitated to chase after him directly and hurriedly donned her skirt before stepping outside. Upon exiting, she saw Chen Yang cradling 2 puppies as he made his way toward the front gate. "Hey, you rascal," Li Mei called out, feeling quite vexed. "What about my big black dog? You've taken the puppies." Chen Yang paused, glancing back before responding. "It'll probably find its way to my house. We can let it stay there for a while." Watching Chen Yang depart, Li Mei felt a surge of frustration, thinking to herself, "What a fool. Which is more important, a dog or a person? Can my body possibly compete with 2 little black dogs?" Yet, she felt powerless. She couldn't very well chase after that foolish boy. Meanwhile, Chen Yang was hastening home. The 2 little black puppies nestled in his arms, peacefully asleep with their tiny pink tongues sticking out, a sight utterly adorable. These 2 little creatures showed no signs of hunger, their round forms resembling 2 plump meatballs, and he was reluctant to set them down. However, after a brief moment of adoration, Chen Yang informed Tian that he had matters to attend to, leaving the puppies in her care before swiftly exiting. By now, it was just past 5 o'clock, with approximately 2 hours until sunset. Chen Yang hurried back into the mountains. Having mastered the art of animal taming, commanding creatures to heed his instructions had become an effortless task for him. Nevertheless, to ensure that the little black dogs grew healthy and strong enough to protect Tian, he knew he needed to invest some effort. Upon entering the mountains, he first caught 2 silver knife fish, and then, using a branch as a skewer, he prepared to gather some earthworm roots. Just then, something shimmering caught his attention from the grass at the western edge of the pond. The sun had begun to set, and its rays reflected off the grass, allowing him to see it clearly. Curious, Chen Yang approached swiftly to discover a milky white women's handbag nestled among the foliage. Could this be the bag Suyu mentioned? Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. Earlier that morning, she had told him she lost her bag in the mountains, and he had promised to help her find it. He had not expected to stumble upon it so soon. Upon rummaging through the contents, he found mostly typical items a girl would carry: tissues, lipstick, and the like. Yet at the very bottom lay a jade pendant hanging from a silver chain. Its emerald hue and translucent appearance suggested it was quite valuable. This solidified his belief that this indeed belonged to Suyu. Chen Yang thought to himself, "When I return it to her, she will surely be delighted. Perhaps she will express her gratitude in a special way." As evening descended, Chen Yang returned home, his bounty in tow. The large black dog at Li Mei's home was indeed present, comfortably nestled in the newly constructed doghouse while nursing her 2 puppies. Upon noticing Chen Yang's return, the creature let out a few disgruntled whines, clearly displeased with his attempt to take away her offspring. Chen Yang chuckled softly, heading to the kitchen with a fish in hand, promising that once she tasted something delicious, her ire would dissipate. At that moment, Tian emerged from the house, announcing, Yang, soon Suyu will send someone to fetch you. She mentioned it's urgent." "Fetch me?" Chen Yang paused, bewildered. What is the matter? Though she didn't elaborate, her demeanor suggested a sense of urgency. With a wry smile, Tian inquired, "Can you manage on your own? Or should I accompany you?" "No need. I can go alone," he replied. In just 20 minutes, a white SUV came to a halt at their doorstep. Upon seeing who emerged from the vehicle, Chen Yang was taken aback. "It's you? How come?" Suyu smiled brightly at him. Today, she was dressed in a refreshingly cool ensemble, sporting a semi-transparent white blouse tucked neatly at the waist, revealing her flat abdomen, paired with short black denim shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs. Chen Yang felt a rush of warmth in his gaze and couldn't resist teasing. "Did you just return from the beach?" "Never mind that. Hop in quickly. My sister is anxious." Suyu replied with a smile, nodding at Tian Tian, who stood at the door. Sister, I'll visit again another day. Today is too pressing. That's all right, Tian Tian said, though her smile appeared somewhat strained. Once the car departed, she murmured to herself, how has Yang Yang suddenly come to know so many beautiful girls? A pang of bittersweet emotion filled her heart at the thought. Inside the vehicle, Chen Yang found it difficult to keep his gaze directed forward, repeatedly sneaking glances to the left. Suyu seemed to sense his distraction but said nothing, merely outlining the situation. It turned out that the hotel had planned to introduce a special dish of steamed silver pomfret that evening, hoping to attract more customers. However, the head chef had steamed a fish to taste test, and everyone who sampled it praised its flavor. Unfortunately, one chef suddenly fell ill and collapsed within minutes. Chen Yang's concern escalated. And then? What happened to him? Suyu focused on the road ahead, explaining, fortunately, he was sent to the hospital promptly. And he is now fine. The doctor diagnosed it as acute food poisoning. How could that be? Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Both the earthworm and silver pomfret are considered warm foods, and they don't conflict with other ingredients. That chef couldn't he possibly have been poisoned by it? My sister thinks the same, Suyu sighed. But the head chef is adamant. He cannot bear the responsibility. If any customers were to fall ill, it would spell disaster for him. How can he say that when he himself tasted it? Chen Yang questioned, bewildered. Suyu shook her head. He didn't get the chance. The chef felt unwell before he could try it. Only 3 people had eaten the fish, and afterward, everyone else was too apprehensive to sample it. Is that so? Chen Yang's brow furrowed even deeper, increasingly convinced that this incident was rather peculiar. It was no wonder Suyu was anxious. The silver pomfret held immense significance for her, yet this unfortunate event had occurred. Chapter 17. I also desire a massage. The vehicle arrived at the hotel's rear courtyard, where Chen Yang and Suyu entered the kitchen. Suyu indeed wore a troubled expression. However, upon seeing Chen Yang, a glimmer of hope seemed to illuminate her face. You finally made it. What should we do? Do not fret, Chen Yang reassured her, gently squeezing her hand. His gaze fell upon the already cold silver knife fish on the table, and without hesitation, he picked up chopsticks and took a bite. The kitchen staff were present, led by a portly middle-aged man. To their surprise, he smiled faintly at the scene. This man was Zhao Wei, the head chef of the hotel. Observing Chen Yang savoring the fish, he secretly chuckled to himself. If you can detect a flaw, I shall take your surname. Chen Yang ate slowly, chewing a piece of fish for a full minute. He then dipped his finger into the sauce at the bottom of the plate and licked it. Zhao Wei scrutinized his every move, thinking, what are you pretending to be? Yet, at that moment, Chen Yang lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings. Who prepared the side dishes for this steamed fish? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wei's heart tightened. Before he could respond, a junior worker quickly raised his hand. It was I. Is there seafood sauce in the side dishes? Chen Yang inquired, emphasizing his tone. Just as the junior worker began to speak, Zhao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey, what do you mean by shouting at my staff? Aren't they all under your command? Chen Yang calmly replied. I had previously mentioned to General Manager Su that the silver knife fish should be served without any accompaniments, preserving its original flavor. Yet, I detected the flavors of scallions, ginger, and seafood sauce. Whose idea was this? Zhao Wei scoffed. Are you the chef, or am I? Do you even understand how to cook? Chen Yang smirked coldly. Even if you possess greater culinary knowledge, you still disregarded General Manager Su's instructions, did you not? Zhao Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the junior worker had brought forth the freshly opened seafood sauce and presented it to Chen Yang. Clearly, despite Zhao Wei being his superior, the worker understood that in times of trouble, it was wise to cooperate with the hotel owner to avoid being made a scapegoat. Chen Yang opened the can and took a whiff, then turned to Suyu. The flavor is incorrect. Indeed. Suyu nodded after smelling it and glanced at the label on the can. Suyu, when did we start using this lobster sauce? Suyu was taken aback. As the financial officer, she reviewed the inventory daily and had not encountered this brand in their shipments. Is the poison chef in poor health? Does he need to take medication regularly? Chen Yang asked Suyu. Suyu shook her head and then turned to the others. I am not entirely sure. Does anyone know? It was once again the junior worker who spoke up. I know. Chef Xia has been saying lately that his health is deteriorating, so he has been taking vitamins to boost his immunity. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile. That explains everything. Then, addressing Suyu, he said, all right. The root of the problem has been identified. Let everyone continue preparing the dishes. For the steamed fish, aside from the sliced earth dragon root, nothing else should be added. Suyu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Wei, whose complexion was fluctuating. Chef, the back kitchen will soon be bustling. Shall we go upstairs to discuss? Zhao Wei's gaze darted. Discuss what? I will be busy shortly. Noticing something amiss, Suyu quickly replied, no need. You won't be needed in the kitchen today? Zhao Wei hesitated, and Chen Yang leaned closer, lowering his voice. I am giving you face in front of everyone. Do you want me to make it public for all to know? At these words, Zhao Wei felt his legs weaken, his face turning ashen. His psychological resilience was lacking. Before Chen Yang could inquire further, he confessed everything in the office. It turned out today's incident was not coincidental. He had accepted benefits from Lu Qing and sought to create issues with the hotel's dishes. Coincidentally, one of his subordinates had recently been consuming vitamins, and Zhao Wei, aware of certain food incompatibilities that many did not understand, instructed the addition of a seafood sauce he had specially prepared for the steamed fish. This lobster sauce, rich in copper ions, would react with the vitamins, precipitating toxic heavy metals if the quantity was sufficient to induce poisoning. Zhao Wei, have I not treated you well? How could you do this to me? Suyu's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. Zhao Wei fell to his knees, exclaiming, Su, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this, but Lu Qing threatened my 8-year-old daughter. I had no choice but to comply. Suyu was equally furious. Lu Qing is utterly despicable. Sister, should we report this to the police? Suyu hesitated, then sighed. Can Zhao Wei's testimony alone be of any use? Suyu pondered this. Even if they reported it, Lu Qing could easily find a scapegoat. And given the gravity of the situation, capturing him might not lead to severe punishment. But should they simply let it go? Suyu, unwilling to accept this, crossed her arms and huffed. I cannot swallow this indignation. Now that we've seen through him, can he continue with his schemes? Suyu smiled faintly and turned to Chen Yang, saying, Thank you just now. You're too polite, he replied, observing her strained smile. Chen Yang felt a pang of sympathy. At that moment, Suyu interjected, By the way, since you're here, why not visit my mother? Chen Yang hesitated, about to refuse, but Suyu nodded. Yes, you should go with Yu. I need to stay here at the restaurant. All right. I'll return as soon as I can, he said, believing that Suyu would handle Zhao Wei in her own way, a matter not requiring his concern. Thus, he followed Suyu away from the hotel, soon arriving at her home. He Yulan was in good spirits today, significantly better than the previous day. Seeing Chen Yang, she offered a grateful smile, though her speech remained somewhat unclear. Nevertheless, the fact that she had regained sensation in her limbs and could take a few steps with the assistance of a caregiver was already a remarkable improvement. Chen Yang did not perform acupuncture this time. He merely conducted an examination and, in the process, provided her with a 20-minute massage. Throughout this period, Suyu remained quietly by his side, her gaze somewhat peculiar yet silent. Once the massage concluded and Yulan had taken her medication for the evening, she retreated to her bedroom to rest. Chen Yang was just about to suggest visiting the hotel to check on the business when Suyu suddenly grasped his hand. Oh, why the rush? The hotel has just introduced new dishes today. We won't know the effect until tomorrow. Chapter 18. The most enchanting invitation. What do you mean by that? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Suyu pouted. After you gave me acupuncture yesterday, I feel significantly better, but I sense I'm not completely well yet. Chen Yang sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't bring the silver needles today. Had you mentioned it earlier, I would have brought them along. That's all right. You can massage me. Just like you did for my mother. That is indeed possible. Chen Yang's heart raced at the thought. Last night, he had used silver needles, where his fingers had not touched her skin. However, with a massage, Suyu, seeing his agreement, quickly dashed back to her room to change her clothes and then called for him. Upon entering the bedroom, Chen Yang found her attired in a delicate white lace lingerie set, causing his heartbeat to quicken even more. Approaching the bedside, he made a conscious effort to steady his breath, drinking in the sight of her pristine white form from top to bottom several times, unable to suppress a swallow. Suyu remained face down, silent, exuding an air of invitation. Well, I shall begin, Chen Yang stammered, placing his hands on her back. The soft, silky sensation transmitted through his hands ignited a thought within him. If only he could press his entire being onto her, experiencing the delicate touch fully. Wouldn't that be akin to transcending? As Chen Yang's large hands roamed over her back, Suyu encountered an unprecedented sense of comfort. Suddenly, she felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't the massage supposed to focus on her neck and lower back? Why was he lingering on her back instead? Although it was undeniably pleasant, an inexplicable sensation began to arise, causing her cheeks to flush. In truth, at that moment, Suyu's entire form was no longer a canvas of white, but had transformed into a gentle shade of pink, emanating a unique aura from her pores. This fragrance, colorless and odorless, served as a potent catalyst for men, driving them into a fervor. Chen Yang was no exception, though he refrained from pouncing. He found himself struggling to maintain composure, his hands unconsciously drifting lower. Suyu gasped, her muscles tensing all over. There was a secret she had never shared with anyone. While most girls have sensitive areas around their neck, armpits, or feet, hers was distinctly different. At that moment, as Chen Yang applied pressure, Suyu felt a jolt of electricity surge from her hips along her lower back, reaching her ears. This tingling sensation elicited an uncontrollable, delicate cry from her, "Stop!" Yet, regrettably, to Chen Yang, that sound resonated as the most enchanting invitation. Just as he was unable to restrain himself and was about to embrace Suyu entirely, a sudden ringing of the telephone echoed through the room. This abrupt interruption startled both individuals, prompting Chen Yang to withdraw his hand, while Suyu, blushing, reached for the phone. "Sister, you're looking for me?" She stammered. "Yes," Suyu replied, nodding, then paused abruptly. "What are you doing? Why do you sound so breathless?" No, nothing at all," Suyu responded. Her demeanor flustered as she cast a furtive glance at Chen Yang. At that moment, Chen Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment but remained silent, managing only a stiff smile in return, which earned him an eye roll from Suyu. She then took a deep breath and continued, "I was just doing some exercises." "Sister, is something wrong? Is there an issue at the hotel?" "No, I was just checking if Chen Yang was done. I'll arrange for a car to take him back." "It's getting late," Suyu explained. Suyu, having nothing further to say, merely nodded. "Oh, yes, almost finished. All right, I'll come by to pick him up," Suyu said, followed by a moment of silence before she suddenly inquired, "Would you like to join us?" "Of course." Suyu immediately nodded enthusiastically. Chen Yang, feeling somewhat sidelined, let out a resigned sigh. With the two sisters together, his chances of enjoying a moment of intimacy were swiftly vanishing. Suyu arrived promptly, reaching the downstairs area by 8 o'clock. Chen Yang, puzzled, asked her why she wasn't team managing the hotel's business. She explained that the hotel had just opened and had already attracted a considerable number of diners, who had specifically ordered the steamed silver knife fish, relishing every bite. Consequently, the dishes prepared for the day were completely ordered out, leaving no time to replenish supplies, leading to an early closure of the establishment. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the events at the hotel earlier, Chen Yang chose not to bring it up again. On the way back to the village, Suyu mentioned the need to procure more silver knife fish and eagerly asked Chen Yang how many he might catch if he went fishing again tomorrow. Chen Yang estimated that during his previous 2 excursions, the first being to save someone and the second to search for treasures at the bottom of the water, he had observed countless silver knife fish swimming about, at least several hundred in total. However, he feared that the hotel's discerning patrons would swiftly deplete this stock, estimating it would only last a few days. While he could catch many more tomorrow, the larger fish would become increasingly scarce, necessitating a shift towards artificial breeding methods. "That's manageable." Suyu nodded in agreement. "There are fish ponds surrounding the county. I can visit one day to negotiate for a purchase." "All right. If you can locate a fish pond, I can assist you in raising the silver knife fish," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Good. By the way," Suyu suddenly recalled something. "The bag next to you contains the payment for today's fish, totaling 7,000 yuan. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. "So much? We only caught over 30 fish today, averaging nearly 200 each. That's not excessive. I actually purchased them at 200 each. And the hotel's steamed fish isn't price too high. Only 220 per dish," Suyu chuckled. Chen Yang was bewildered. "Then you're not making any profit." Suyu pursed her lips and remarked, "At present, expanding the market is paramount. Profit is a secondary concern. Once the silver knife fish is cultivated on a large scale, I am certain I will not incur losses." Understanding her perspective, Chen Yang couldn't help but admire her business acumen. However, he soon pondered that while the 7,000 yuan seemed modest, it merely represented a day's earnings. He could scarcely fathom the profits that would materialize once the silver knife fish flooded the market. Just as he was reveling in this thought, their vehicle, traversing the shadowy country road, suddenly came to a screeching halt. Fortunately, Su Yu and Su Yu, seated in the front, were buckled in, preventing any abrupt lurch forward. Yet, before Su Yu could voice her thoughts, an irate voice from ahead exclaimed, "Do you even know how to drive? And you dare criticize me?" Amused despite herself, Su Yu rolled down the window and called out, "It's night. Why aren't your headlights on? Aren't you afraid of getting hit?" To her surprise, the tone shifted to one of delight. "Oh, it's a young lady." Abruptly, Su Yu fell silent and withdrew her head. Chen Yang, however, furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice as oddly familiar. He exited the car and approached the source of the commotion. Chapter 19. A true brother in the glow of the vehicle's headlights. A tricycle was parked by the roadside, lacking even reflective tape. Chen Yang's attention was drawn to three individuals standing across from him. The leader being a young man of diminutive stature, bearing a rather rogue demeanor. Upon recognizing him, Chen Yang could not suppress his astonishment. "Zhang Hua? Who are you?" In the harsh light, Zhang Hua could only discern a tall silhouette, unable to make out Chen Yang's features. "What are you doing out here at this hour instead of heading home?" Chen Yang approached, playfully draping an arm over Zhang Hua's shoulder. In the car, Su Yu and Su Yu exchanged bewildered glances, but as they witnessed the warm exchange between the two, they realized they must be longtime friends. Indeed, Chen Yang and Zhang Hua had known each other since their early teens, having bonded closely during middle school and later attending the same high school. However, after just a year, Zhang Hua was withdrawn by his parents under the pretense of financial incapacity, leading to a cessation of their contact. Yet, in moments of reflection, Chen Yang often found Zhang Hua's visage surfacing in his memories. After a joyful conversation, Zhang Hua pushed the tricycle forward with the assistance of two young men, allowing Su Yu's vehicle to move on. As they drove away, noticing Chen Yang's silence, Su Yu could not restrain her curiosity. "What does your friend do? He seems rather unsavory." "That's just his nature. He recently opened a billiard hall, and with a few young followers, he inevitably has picked up some street habits," Chen Yang explained. Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You maintain a friendship with someone like that?" "We've known each other for a long time. It's just that we haven't met in recent years," he replied. "Are you planning to continue this friendship?" "Of course," Chen Yang affirmed. "I intend to treat him like a brother." Su Yu exchanged a glance with Su Yu, her expression tinged with complexity. Given her background and familial environment, she inherently harbored a disdain for mingling with individuals of questionable character. If Chen Yang is inherently such a person, what will happen in the future? Can I still maintain a relationship with him? As they reached the village entrance, Chen Yang instructed Su Yu to stop the car and then headed home alone. It was already past 9 in the evening, yet Tian was still awake, with the lights still on inside the house. Upon hearing Chen Yang's return, she dashed out. "You're back? Have you eaten?" Wearing a pink tank top and white shorts, though Chen Yang saw her attire daily, he still found it difficult to control himself each time. However, he quickly averted his gaze and smiled. "I've eaten. Why are you still awake, sister?" "I couldn't sleep until you returned," Tian replied, rolling her eyes at him. She then inquired, "How did things go with Mr. Su? Is everything all right?" Chen Yang shook his head. "It's all fine, sister. No need to worry. Everything's resolved." "Oh." Tian wanted to ask more, but Chen Yang continued, "You should get some rest. I have quite a few things to attend to tomorrow. I'm heading to bed now." With that, he retreated to his room, leaving Tian in a daze. This boy, who used to wander aimlessly around the village, how has he suddenly changed? What could he possibly be busy with? Moreover, he seemed to have become much more articulate, no longer as foolish as before. But upon reflection, this was a good sign. Perhaps he was gradually improving. Tian thought happily as she returned to her room. Life was getting better. The next morning, as the sun began to peek over the horizon, a tricycle came to a halt at their doorstep. Soon, Zhang Hua emerged, carrying 2 boxes of milk and a large bag, eagerly entering the yard. Chen Yang was surprised by his arrival and approached him. "What brings you here? I didn't know where you lived before, but now that you mentioned it last night, how could I not come and see?" Zhang Hua replied, beaming with joy, then asked, "Where are your parents? I should greet them." Chen Yang chuckled wryly. "Come inside first. We can talk more comfortably." Yang, who is this?" Tian stepped out of the house. She had sensed someone was visiting, but had taken her time to change into long sleeves and pants, as she preferred not to dress too revealingly in front of others. Zhang Hua was momentarily stunned upon seeing her, captivated by her beauty. However, realizing she was Chen Yang's sister, he felt embarrassed to stare and blushed as he greeted her. Feeling that conversation at home was inconvenient, Chen Yang quickly led Zhang Hua towards the west of the village, heading toward the fishing pond. Along the way, he briefly shared his circumstances. Though they had only just reunited the night before, Chen Yang sensed that Zhang Hua was a loyal and honorable friend, and thus felt no need for further concealment. After hearing part of the story, Zhang Hua sat down on a large stone by the roadside. Yang, let's not rush. I need a moment. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, his eyes reddening as he said, "Where's Yang Jian? Once I return, I'll bring a few people and make sure he pays for this." "Calm down," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "It's not as simple as you think. But it can't just end like this," Zhang Hua exclaimed, tossing aside the half-smoked cigarette. "This is utterly intolerable. No, I have to take charge of this matter. Just hear me out." Chen Yang, feeling helpless, urged him to sit down again and said earnestly, "I am determined to avenge this grievance. But the time is not yet ripe." He then briefly outlined his recent plans, emphasizing that his foremost goal was to amass wealth. As for the matter concerning Yang Jian's pawn stationed here, he chose not to divulge it for the time being. After listening to Chen Yang's plans, Zhang Hua nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, we have the manpower and the capital. The brothers will certainly pitch in. From now on, you shall be our leader." "Not yet." Chen Yang shook his head. "I must continue to feign ignorance. I cannot expose myself." He then expressed his greatest concern, the possibility of Yang Jian discovering the truth and bringing calamity upon those around him. Initially, Zhang Hua perceived that man merely as a cunning professor, but after Chen Yang provided a brief introduction to Yang Jian's background and past methods, he became more cautious. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous figure muddling through life in a small county. What could he possibly use to contend with such a person? Thus, Zhang Hua nodded. "Brother Yang, I understand. Rest assured, I will support you to the end. It's just a pity I didn't learn of your situation sooner. Otherwise, I would have come much earlier. You would have encountered nothing but a fool with a head full of nonsense." Chen Yang chuckled, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Let us wait here for a moment. When Suyu arrives, I will take you into the mountains to see the capital that started it all." "Who is Suyu?" Zhang Hua inquired. Chen Yang smiled and did not answer. "You will know shortly." Suyu arrived early that day, bringing additional boxes for storing fish. Upon discovering her identity, Zhang Hua was taken aback, having heard of the beautiful hotelier. However, he never imagined that she was a close friend of Chen Yang. Consequently, Zhang Hua felt even more confident in Chen Yang's plans. Chapter 20. Helping Auntie with her work. As noon approached, the three returned with their bountiful harvest. Zhang Hua did not linger. He hurriedly mounted his tricycle and departed. With numerous tasks awaiting him, he wished to waste not a single minute. Meanwhile, Suyu was unable to leave, as Tian insisted she stay for lunch. The meal was modest but plentiful, featuring homegrown vegetables and meat that Tian had procured from the town earlier that day. After just a few bites, Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister, these vegetables are truly delicious." "Is that so?" Tian replied, her face lighting up as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I grew them myself. I'm glad you like them. It's been a long time since I've tasted such fresh and flavorful vegetables," Suyu remarked, savoring the crisp cucumber and tender greens. "Why do the ones sold in the county market lack such taste? Perhaps it's due to the excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers?" Tian suggested. "That must be it. They've lost the original freshness of the vegetables." Suyu agreed. She then noticed the lack of vegetables in the yard and asked, "Sister, what kind are these?" Tian smiled. "They're from the hillside behind my house. I've planted quite a bit. I'll pack some for you to take home when you leave." However, it was the entire patch of greens on the back mountain that piqued Suyu's interest. Thus, after finishing her meal in a few quick bites, she pulled Tian outside. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, while tidying up the dishes, pondered what scheme the girl was concocting. After tidying up, he prepared to head towards the back mountain, but before he could reach the gate, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, and soon he saw Li Mei. Today, she wore form-fitting trousers, and her curvaceous thighs swayed enticingly with each step, drawing much attention. "Oh, have we guests at home?" she remarked, her gaze lingering on the car parked at the entrance. Chen Yang's expression remained impassive. "Is there something you need?" "Rascal," Li Mei shot him a glare. "Haven't you had enough? Your sister has forgiven me. I'm just going out," Chen Yang replied, perplexed by the woman's intentions, wishing not to linger on the matter. However, Li Mei seized his arm, declaring, "I do have something. Auntie needs your assistance." "Assistance?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "For what?" Li Mei bit her lip lightly, her eyes shimmering playfully. I need you to help Annie with some tasks. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yang secretly chuckled, pondering if she were feeling frisky. Yet, he continued to inquire, what kind of tasks? Just follow me. Li Mei insisted, pulling him along. Once the work is done, Annie will reward you handsomely. Chen Yang was speechless, thinking that if she was going to be this forward, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. After spending the morning with Su Yu, he had felt a stir of excitement, but the presence of others had thwarted any chance. Now, with Li Mei presenting herself so eagerly, who could blame him? He initially assumed they would be heading to her home, but to his surprise, Li Mei led him straight to the southern part of the village. Entering the small southern ditch, bewildered, Chen Yang wondered what she intended to do. The eastern side of the small ditch was overgrown with pine trees and various shrubs, while the western slope was gentler, cultivated with millet and corn. This land belonged to Li Mei's family, and only upon reaching the ditch did she pause to say, "Look, these trees have somehow fallen and smashed my crops." Oh, Chen Yang thought. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, she genuinely needed his help. However, it was odd. There hadn't been much rain lately, nor strong winds. How had these sturdy saplings toppled over? Curiosity piqued, he approached to examine the fallen trunks, discovering tufts of hair stuck to the rough bark. Wild boar? Chen Yang was taken aback. But that didn't make sense. Why would a wild boar knock down pine trees? The corn nearby had matured, yet it had left them untouched. Li Mei was already attempting to shift the fallen trees, but lacked the strength. Turning back to him and urging, "What are you staring at? Help me move these trees. Otherwise, how will we harvest in the autumn?" Oh, Chen Yang sighed, resigned to the situation. Since he was already there, he might as well lend a hand. He stepped forward, grasped one of the small trees, and with a gentle tug, uprooted it effortlessly. Li Mei stood astonished. After exerting all her strength without success, Chen Yang had pulled it out as if it were a mere weed. "You've got quite the strength," she exclaimed, her eyes darting over him appraisingly. Ignoring her gaze, he continued to uproot the fallen trees, casually toppling a few more nearby to avoid future inconvenience. It was then that he noticed several small holes in the ground a few meters away in the forest. Chen Yang suddenly felt intrigued and walked into the woods, crouching down. The ground was uneven, with cracks in the soil, as though something was trying to push its way out from below. The earth was somewhat hard, and Chen Yang used a branch to dig a few times, quickly revealing what lay beneath. "What is this? It looks dark and resembles donkey dung," Li Mei remarked as she approached, bending over to ask. Chen Yang glanced up at her, about to speak, but the words caught in his throat. Due to the angle, his gaze inadvertently passed through the neckline of Li Mei's attire, directly landing on two ample, soft mounts. Li Mei noticed his stare and, with a playful smile, asked, "Do you find it appealing?" "Good," Chen Yang instinctively replied, hastily averting his gaze and stuffing the dark, round objects from the ground into his pocket. He then stood up to explore further, only to discover that there were numerous cracked patches of earth in the forest. Goodness! Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body trembling slightly. Just then, he felt a sudden softness behind him as Li Mei wrapped her arms around him from behind, her ample bosom pressing firmly against his back. "You silly boy, I've shown you. Don't you want to touch?" The mountain breeze caressed them, her gentle words igniting a fire within Chen Yang's heart. Unable to resist, he turned around and embraced her tightly. Li Mei let out a soft gasp, leaning in closer as if she wished to merge with him. Chen Yang felt the warmth of her body and began to worry. There was nothing but stones and dirt around. Where could they lie down? Li Mei paused for a moment, then burst into a soft giggle. "You're so foolish." She glanced around, seemingly wary of prying eyes, and then tugged Chen Yang deeper into the woods. In this desolate ravine, who would come here in the middle of the day? Yet, she remained cautious and led him into the dense pine forest, where she shyly looked at him and slowly began to unbutton her blouse. Chen Yang swallowed hard. However, he couldn't help but wonder if she wasn't afraid of the pine needles on the ground pricking her. It wasn't until Li Mei pulled her pants down to her knees and bent to embrace a large tree that he realized she was indeed experienced and knew what she was doing. Chapter 21. Facing the wild boar alone at that moment, a strange noise echoed from the distance within the woods. A wild boar. Li Mei, who had been gazing at him with longing, was startled by the sound and quickly stood upright. "Don't make a sound. Be careful not to attract its attention." "Don't worry, I've got this," Chen Yang replied, feeling not a shred of fear, but rather a surge of excitement. The items he had unearthed earlier were clearly truffles, and the wild boar had come to this area to root them out from beneath the trees. Truffles are regarded as a delicacy in Western countries, highly prized and expensive. Moreover, Chen Yang had already discovered that there were quite a few truffles hidden in this forest. He couldn't let the wild boar consume them all. Now that the creature had made its appearance, it was best to eliminate the threat once and for all. He surveyed his surroundings, picked up a branch as thick as his wrist, and kicked it with determination. With a sharp crack, a branch snapped at the top, revealing a jagged edge. Though not particularly sharp, with sufficient force, it could still inflict harm. At that moment, Li Mei was on the verge of tears. I told you to be quiet. What are you thinking, you foolish boy? Stay here and do not move. I will be right back. Chen Yang glanced back at her and then, gripping the branch, strode forward with determination. You fool, Li Mei lamented, feeling her legs weaken. She thought to herself that if Chen Yang were to be killed by a wild boar, how could she explain it to Tian Tian? As the chilling cries of the wild boar echoed from a distance, Li Mei's heart was in turmoil. Yet, just moments later, the sound ceased. Had he perished? Li Mei's legs felt as soft as tofu, and she struggled to stand, let alone check on him. Just then, she noticed a figure darting through the trees, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my heavens! Chen Yang was approaching, hoisting a massive wild boar over his shoulder. The boar's tusks were half a foot long, yet it lay limp, and as he drew closer, she could see a gaping wound in its neck, blood dripping steadily. Chen Yang, bearing over 200 pounds of wild boar, wore a radiant smile. Aunt, we can come back here later. Let us head home for now. Li Mei could only nod in a daze, utterly astonished. By the time Chen Yang returned home with the wild boar, Suyu had already left. Tian Tian was tidying up the yard and was taken aback to see Chen Yang return with such a hefty prize. Flustered, Li Mei quickly explained the situation and then complained, this foolish boy doesn't even know where he gets his strength. I couldn't stop him, but thankfully, nothing happened. Tian Tian shot Chen Yang a disapproving look. You really are something. You dared to provoke this beast? Well, nothing happened, did it? Chen Yang chuckled, then added, Sister, hurry and fetch a knife. Tian Tian hesitated. Wild boar meat isn't very tasty, is it? I've heard it has a gamey flavor. That's if you don't know how to cook it, Chen Yang replied with a smile. You'll see once you taste it. All right then. Tian Tian quickly returned with a knife, and Chen Yang placed the wild boar on a piece of plastic sheeting, brandishing the knife to begin the butchering process. The large black dog, lying in the corner, had long since come out and now sat quietly nearby, neither barking nor causing a fuss. Chen Yang understood its intent. After gutting the boar, he tossed a generous piece of tender meat its way, which the large black dog gratefully carried off. The two little puppies, unable to eat meat yet, could only whimper nearby. In no time at all, the 200-plus-pound wild boar had been completely dismembered. The meaty bones were tossed into a pot to boil, while the remaining meat was cut into smaller portions. Li Mei, who had been watching, eventually felt it inappropriate and went with Tian Tian to prepare water for seasoning. The excess meat was salted for preservation. And Chen Yang took the opportunity to call Zhang Hua, asking him to bring his younger brothers over. By evening, when Tian Tian lifted the pot lid, steaming stew emerged. Zhang Hua arrived with 3 young men, all seemingly shy, around 18 or 19 years old. However, Chen Yang trusted him, knowing that those he brought were undoubtedly useful individuals, and thus he warmly welcomed them. The steamy large bones and braised meat were served at the table, and after partaking, everyone sang praises. With Zhang Hua directly inquiring about the secret behind such delightful aroma, Chen Yang merely smiled in silence. Could the braised pork, enhanced with earth dragon roots and truffles, possess an ordinary flavor? That evening, everyone feasted to their heart's content, leaving the pot devoid of any remaining meat. As night fell, Zhang Hua, needing over half an hour to return home, did not linger long and soon took his leave. After helping Tian Tian tidy up, Li Mei also prepared to head home. But before departing, she cast a glance at Chen Yang. Without uttering a word, her eyes conveyed everything. Consequently, Chen Yang hurriedly rinsed himself with cold water and, after exchanging a brief word with Tian Tian, rushed out the door. The night was completely dark, and most households in the village had extinguished their lights. Chen Yang quietly pushed open the door to Li Mei's home. Although it appeared dark outside, thick curtains were drawn, and a fan whirred within. Li Mei, clad only in a tank top and shorts, sat there with her long hair flowing. Their eyes met, and Chen Yang chuckled. Aunt, I have arrived. Li Mei, feeling increasingly restless, found her heart racing and suddenly felt uncertain. Unable to contain himself, Chen Yang stepped forward and lifted her, I want to try the daytime position. You rascal. Li Mei playfully chided, yet her body was limp and offered no resistance, allowing his hands to roam freely. In just a moment, she was already breathless. Oh dear, you. Turn off the light first. I want tea. I prefer watching you. You scoundrel. The room was filled with passionate collisions. While across the village in the woods, two men continued to observe Li Mei's household. Brother, that fool has been acting strangely these past few days, remarked one thin man. The taller man lowered his binoculars. I've only been back for a few days. How has this guy transformed? The thin man replied. I don't know, but he has been quite lively lately, running about, and even accompanied by a beautiful woman. Have you identified who that woman is? Yes. She is a small restaurant owner from the county town. Share everything you know. After a moment, the tall man clicked his tongue. Something is definitely off. That fool must be up to something. What should we do? The thin man, feeling indecisive, asked, should we notify Brother Feng? Yes. Brother Feng instructed that any anomalies must be reported. You keep watching. I'll make the call. With that, the tall man turned and left, leaving the thin man alone in the woods. Damn it, what are those two doing in there? It's been so long. The thin man, feeling irritable and plagued by mosquitoes in the sweltering heat, had already suffered a dozen bites. Just as he scratched furiously, he heard a noise behind him and thought it was the tall man returning. Turning around, he was met with two shadowy figures, their faces menacing. Holy hell! The thin man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, shouting, Ghosts! As he screamed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 22. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Chen Yang's escapades continued until midnight before finally concluding. Fortunately, there was a fan, otherwise, the sheets beneath would have been soaked with sweat. Li Mei remained motionless, still immersed in the reverberations of the moment, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Chen Yang, too, relished the experience, for the fruits of their recent encounter had been quite substantial. Realizing that time was of the essence, he resolved to practice his techniques and began to rise to depart. However, Li Mei's slender arm reached out, pulling him back with a sultry glance. Don't go. Chen Yang thought to himself, haven't you had enough? Who was it that had been pleading for mercy just moments ago? Nevertheless, he merely chuckled and replied, It's time to head home. You. Li Mei sighed. I can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or just pretending. Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Huh? Sometimes I feel you have fully recovered, yet at other times, you seem rather oblivious. Li Mei gazed at him. What is wrong with you? I'm fine. Chen Yang scratched his head. Who said I was foolish? I'm quite astute. Li Mei rolled her eyes. All right, you may leave. I'm quite tired as well. Very well. Chen Yang donned his clothes and quietly departed. Upon returning home, he wasted no time and immediately began to practice his techniques until dawn broke. When he finally ventured outside, the sun was already high in the sky, and Tian had prepared breakfast. Just as he sat down and took a bite, she hesitated, glancing at him with something on her mind. Sister, when will we harvest the vegetables? Chen Yang interrupted. Is Siyu planning to buy them all? Yes, Tian nodded. She mentioned she would bring people over to harvest in the next couple of days, so we won't have to lift a finger. That is splendid. Chen Yang smiled and resumed his hearty meal. Tian watched him, pursing her lips, but the words remained unspoken. After breakfast, a tricycle halted outside their door, and Zhang Hua arrived with a group. He entered the house while three young men took a loudspeaker and began calling out in the village. Whoever has some free time and wishes to earn a little pocket money, work for a day and earn 150, with lunch provided. This announcement drew the attention of the entire village. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the lack of onlookers, Zhang Hua leaned into Chen Yang and whispered, Brother, it's all set. That vehicle has been burned. And the individuals? Chen Yang was taken aback. You didn't kill them, did you? Zhang Hua recoiled slightly. Brother, of course not. We don't engage in illegal activities. Chen Yang explained, last night, he pretended to leave with a few underlings, but actually stopped a few miles outside the village before secretly returning under the cover of night. That thin man had been lurking near the village, and coincidentally, the tall one returned from the provincial city and parked the vehicle in the woods at the village entrance, where Zhang Hua and his companions spotted them. These lads were quite cautious. They waited for quite some time until the two parted ways before taking action, successfully capturing them. However, as I instructed, to avoid leaving any clues for the other party, Zhang Hua did not inquire about the two's intentions, but merely confiscated all their valuables and drove off with the vehicle. Naturally, That car could not be kept for personal use, so it was driven into a deep ditch along the roadside midway. Consequently, the tall man and the thin man would only assume they had fallen victim to a robbery, unaware that this was a retaliatory measure orchestrated by Chen Yang. Regarding the two individuals who have encountered trouble, we shall await further developments. Chen Yang expressed his satisfaction with Zhang Hua's actions and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, but remember one crucial point. Strive to keep your identity concealed. I am in the light, they are in the shadows, and you must operate from an even darker place." Zhang Hua nodded in understanding. "Got it, brother." Upon learning that Chen Yang single-handedly subdued a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds and carried it home from the mountains, Zhang Hua was utterly astonished and became even more devoted. Not wishing for Zhang Hua and the others to toil in vain, Chen Yang continued, "Take all the truffles we dig up today, do not sell them cheaply. They are worth at least 200 to 300 per pound." Zhang Hua affirmed, "I know this." "Rest assured," Chen Yang added, "once you sell them, keep the money and distribute it among the brothers. I haven't yet made a fortune, but I assure you, I will never shortchange anyone in the future." Zhang Hua smiled. "Your words suffice. We are not in it for the money." With that, they proceeded with their plans. The following day, nearly all capable villagers ventured into the mountains, commencing the excavation of truffles as per Zhang Hua's arrangements. Unaware of the significance of their find, they marveled at the peculiarities of what they unearthed. However, with someone offering a handsome sum for their efforts and the work being relatively easy, they were content to continue. Indifferent to the nature of the treasure, Suyu arrived at the village at noon, initially intending to evaluate the manpower and vehicles necessary for transporting crops. Upon discovering that truffles had been unearthed in the mountains, she directed her companions to the back hills while she and Suyu proceeded to Xiaonan-go. On the hillside, a lively group was engaged in digging, chatting and laughing as they filled their baskets with the round, dark truffles. When Suyu witnessed the truffles and caught a whiff of their aroma, they were taken aback. "How is this possible? I have never heard of these being produced in our area," Suyu exclaimed. Intrigued by the discovery process, Suyu inquired of Chen Yang, "How did you know that truffles could be found here?" Chen Yang sheepishly scratched his head. It was merely a coincidence. Unfazed by his awkward demeanor, Suyu observed Zhang Hua and the others transporting baskets of truffles down the mountain before commenting, "Such ingredients cannot be consumed in our small county. Very few have tasted them." Chen Yang nodded. "Indeed. That is why I instructed Zhang Hua to sell them." He speculated, "Finding a distributor may prove difficult." Suyu contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Let them deliver the truffles to my hotel, and I will contact friends in the provincial city. Whatever price they offer, I will transfer it directly to you." "That works, but please pay Zhang Hua directly," Chen Yang agreed, finding it convenient. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "By the way, do you have any cash on you? How much do you need?" Without hesitation, Suyu opened her bag. 2,000 yuan should suffice. "This forest also belongs to Mei Jia's family, and we ought to provide them some compensation." "That is indeed appropriate," Chen Yang replied. Suyu nodded and happened to spot Li Mei among the crowd of truffle hunters, so she approached her to hand over the money. Li Mei was bewildered. How could she possibly receive such a substantial sum? The entire yield from the field could hardly fetch this amount. Chapter 23. In-Depth Communication. Sister Mei. It's self-evident that this place will not yield truffles just once. There will be more in the future. Shall we discuss how to proceed? Would you prefer a lump sum now, or should I offer you a share each time we harvest truffles?" Suyu inquired. Li Mei was somewhat at a loss. As a rural woman, she found it difficult to determine what arrangement would be most beneficial. Noticing her confusion, Suyu smiled and reassured her, "No worries. Take your time to think it over. There's no rush." Chen Yang, watching from a distance, was quite pleased with her approach. When Suyu returned, he subtly blinked at her. Surprised, Suyu rolled her eyes playfully before turning to Suyu, saying, "Yu, please keep an eye on things here. I'll accompany Chen Yang to the vegetable patch. I want to go too." Suyu immediately chimed in. Suyu sighed. "Look at how many truffles are here. If we overload them, it could damage those underneath, leading to inferior quality and affecting the price." "All right then," Suyu relented, albeit reluctantly. After all, the ones transporting the truffles down the mountain were Zhang Hua and his team, which made her a bit anxious. Nevertheless, she agreed to stay behind. Thus, Chen Yang and Suyu departed from Xiaonan-go, and just as they reached the village entrance, their footsteps synchronously shifted direction. Without delay, Chen Yang grasped her hand, urging, "We must seize the moment." Suyu felt her breath hitch, her eyes shimmering with emotion. It had only been 2 days, Yet seeing Chen Yang's intense gaze ignited the suppressed desires within her. At that moment, nothing else mattered. Truffles, vegetables, or silver knife fish, all became trivial. What she yearned for was to indulge in a deep connection with Chen Yang. The two hastened into the mountains, quickly arriving beneath a large tree by the pond. Chen Yang gently laid Suyu down on the grass, gazing into her affectionate eyes. Missed me, didn't you? Suyu replied, though shy. She had fully embraced her feelings for Chen Yang and could now meet his gaze with equal tenderness. Chen Yang reveled in her expression, their eyes melding together. And with their bodies entwined, it was a moment that could send shivers through one's soul. This was the pinnacle of his cultivation method. Only in such a state could he achieve optimal enhancement. Time slipped by unnoticed as the sun's movement gradually shifted the shade of the tree. Only when they decided to change positions did they stir from their intimate embrace. However, just as Chen Yang was about to continue their tender exchange, a sudden loud bang echoed from afar. It came from the direction of the village. Rising to look into the distance, they saw a plume of white smoke slowly dissipating in the air. What is going on? Chen Yang wondered, perplexed. It wasn't tea time for fireworks. Who could be setting off firecrackers? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he turned to Suyu, saying, there might be something happening in the village. We should head back. Okay, Suyu replied, already on her feet. Originally, she had intended to take a bath in the pond, but upon seeing Chen Yang's expression, she hastily donned her clothes. After they had tidied themselves, they proceeded towards the mountain's edge. Upon reaching a location with signal, Suyu received a call notification and a brief message from Suyu. Sister, hurry over. Something has happened in the village. Hearing this, Chen Yang's heart raced with urgency, and he swiftly scooped Suyu into his arms, dashing away with great speed. Suyu barely had time to exclaim in surprise before she noticed the surrounding trees whizzing past, akin to a vehicle traveling at 40 miles per hour. Bewildered, she gazed up at Chen Yang's chiseled features, but could not muster a single question. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the village's entrance, where Chen Yang finally set her down, and they rushed into the village. At this point, the open area in the village was already crowded with people, engaged in a heated dispute. Zhang Hua and others were present, with a tricycle laden with an abundant collection of truffles. Opposing them were two vehicles blocking the road, manned by several young men in security uniforms wielding rubber batons. Observing the situation, Chen Yang quickly grasped the essence of the conflict. Zhang Hua, amidst the argument, caught sight of Chen Yang and Suyu from the corner of his eye and immediately approached them. However, rather than addressing Chen Yang, he spoke to Suyu, saying, Miss Su, you have returned. These people are being unreasonable, claiming that our truffle harvesting is illegal. What? Suyu was taken aback and promptly strode over. Chen Yang cast an approving glance at Zhang Hua before following suit. In front of the security personnel, Zhao Rui stood with his arms crossed. A smug expression plastered on his face as if he held all the cards. As Suyu drew closer, she noticed Suyu's flushed face and inquired, who is this? He claims to be the captain of the town's security team, Suyu replied, visibly furious. The security team? Suyu was at a loss for words. If it were the Forestry Bureau, there might be some merit to their claims, but how can the security personnel overreach like this? Her words were clearly directed at Zhao Rui, who paused, scrutinizing Suyu with renewed interest. He then remarked, what a beautiful lady. I wonder who you are? That is of no consequence, Suyu replied, her expression unperturbed as her brows knitted slightly. What is your surname? My surname is Zhao Rui. And you? Pray tell. What is your true purpose in obstructing our path? I have already stated, you are illegally harvesting rare fungi. It is against the law. With a scoff, Suyu smirked but chose to ignore him, instead retrieving her phone and searching for a number. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by what Ms. Su intended to do. Once the call connected, Suyu greeted with a warm smile. May are you? Do you remember me? I trust you were satisfied with the silver knife fish you had at my hotel last night? At this remark, Zhao Rui's demeanor shifted noticeably. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Suyu deftly redirected the conversation. It's nothing urgent. But I happened to be in Taohua Village today to collect some mountain goods when I was detained by your town's security team. The one in charge introduced himself as the captain, Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui, who had previously exuded confidence, now broke into a cold sweat. At that moment, Suyu extended her phone towards him, saying, Mayor Yu wishes to speak with you. Sweat beads on Zhao Rui's face converged into small streams, cascading down his cheeks. Hello? Hello? Zhao Rui. The voice of Yu Tai echoed through the receiver. He dared not delay and quickly responded, "Yes, it's me, Mayor Yu." Suddenly, an irate roar erupted from the other end. "What on earth is going on? Are you still planning to keep this vice captain position? You better be quick about withdrawing. For delaying my crucial investment recruitment is far from a simple matter of dismissing you." With a sharp rebuke, Yu Tai promptly ended the call. Staring at the darkened screen, Zhao Rui stood in a daze, momentarily taken aback before forcing a smile. "Su, is it Su, General?" Without a hint of courtesy, Su Yu interjected, "Enough with the pleasantries. Step aside immediately. The truffle harvest must be preserved without delay. Can you afford the repercussions of wasting time?" With her commanding presence and the mayor's backing, Zhao Rui found his confidence dwindling. He promptly instructed his men to move the vehicle, watching as Zhang Hua sauntered away from Peach Blossom Village, singing in a rather mocking tone. Feeling embarrassed, Zhao Rui hastily departed with his crew. Chapter 24. Anything goes on the way home. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that this matter was far from straightforward. How did Zhao Rui become aware of the truffle harvesting? Was his obstruction aimed at him? The only certainty Chen Yang could grasp was that someone in the village had tipped Zhao Rui off. This individual might even suspect a connection between the matter concerning Zhao Laosan and himself, leading to deliberate interference. At this moment, Su Yu inquired, "What are you pondering?" "Nothing much," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "By the way, what was that about investment recruitment the mayor mentioned?" "Ah," Su Yu teased. "I'll tell you once I finalize the deal." Not long after arriving home, she had to handle the truffle matters, so she left with Su Yu. At home, only Chen Yang and Tian remained. He noticed her unusually cheerful demeanor as she hummed softly while tidying up. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Yang asked, "Sister, what is you so joyous? Didn't Su Yu share with you?" Tian turned back, a bright smile on her face. "She mentioned plans to expand the scale of vegetable farming, which means our income will increase." Oh, Chen Yang realized. Could the mayor's talk of investment pertain to this? But then he thought he needed to act swiftly. Initially, he had envisioned waiting until he broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement to utilize his techniques before embarking on large-scale farming and livestock projects. However, if Su Yu were to lease a vast expanse of land and commence vegetable cultivation immediately, how could he enhance the quality and yield of the crops? Using the previous rudimentary feng shui array was impractical, as the materials required for a large-scale arrangement were exorbitant and ultimately unfeasible. While he pondered this, Tian suddenly suggested, "It's getting late. How about we head to the market tomorrow and buy some seeds?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat, his eyes lighting up. Seeds. Although he couldn't use techniques for now, and large feng shui arrays were out of the question, he could still enhance vegetable quality through seed modification. Chen Yang instantly brightened at the prospect and eagerly nodded. "All right, let's turn in early tonight." Tian was momentarily taken aback, glancing back at him, pondering silently. Is he coming with me? As night fell, Chen Yang, after finishing his dinner, habitually rinsed himself with cold water before preparing to retreat to his room for the night. However, upon entering his quarters, he heard the creaking of the door from Tian's room. Turning back, he saw her peeking out, and with a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Sister, are you still awake?" Tian bit her lip gently, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. "You fool." Chen Yang, perplexed, stepped closer to her door. "What's wrong, sister? I don't understand." "Come in," Tian said, her cheeks flushed as she pulled him into her room. The dim light illuminated the space where she sat on the edge of the bed in a tank top and shorts, her head bowed in silence. Chen Yang, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that her demeanor indicated she was ready to abandon all reservations. She was free to act as she wished. Yet, he knew he could not take such liberties, so he feigned ignorance and asked, "Sister, what is it?" "It's nothing." Tian suddenly sounded a bit petulant. Wasn't this guy supposed to be fine? Why did he seem so disinterested in her? After saying this, she swung her leg up onto the bed. "If you're tired, you can go back to sleep. If not, come here and chat with me." Chen Yang found himself in a quandary. If he turned to leave, she would surely feel upset and might even cry. But if he stayed and lay beside her, how could he possibly resist the temptation? Ultimately, he reluctantly chose to remain. Turning off the light, the two young souls lay side by side in the darkness. Chen Yang too apprehensive to move, while Tian remained silent. After a while, she softly spoke. Yang, our lives are getting better. Yes, you know. If Dad were to find out, he would be so happy." Chen Yang remained silent. This matter weighed heavily on his heart. Each time he thought about it, it caused him a pang of anguish. Yet, no matter how urgent his feelings were, there was no use. Without absolute certainty, he could not let the enemy know of his changes. The slightest misstep could lead to devastating consequences, potentially endangering even more family and friends. After a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, "Sister, it won't be long before everything gets better." "Yes." Tian nodded slightly, then gently shifted, nestling herself into Chen Yang's embrace. Fortunately, she did not fidget but simply pressed closely against him, her body trembling slightly. Initially, Chen Yang's muscles were tense, but within just 2 minutes, he felt her breath deepen, and she had fallen asleep. He was momentarily speechless, yet he quickly understood. He had evidently become her pillar of strength, perhaps the only place where she could find peace in slumber. With this thought, a wave of tranquility washed over Chen Yang, banishing all other distractions. Thus, the brother and sister embraced each other in sleep, passing the night in serene repose. The following morning, Tian rose early to prepare breakfast, and after they ate, they set out. Riding in a villager's tricycle to the market, Chen Yang suddenly exhaled a sigh of relief. It was only then that he recalled that this bustling market in town was the largest in the county, renowned for its vast array of goods. Due to a lapse in cognition, I had not visited the town for quite some time, and the memories of that period remained shrouded in dust. In a fleeting moment, Chen Yang recalled his childhood, sitting behind his father on a bicycle, jostling along to the market to sell medicinal herbs. That scene felt as if it had transpired only yesterday. At that moment, Tian, with her gentle little hand, reached out to him, pulling him directly toward the seed shop. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Chen Yang said, "Sister, you go ahead and buy. I wish to wander around the market." Tian hesitated for a moment, primarily worried about the crowd and the possibility of him getting lost, leading her to contemplate declining. However, Chen Yang chuckled, "Don't worry, sister. Who would miss a grown man like me?" "All right then," she conceded after a moment of reflection, handing him a 100 yuan bill. "Buy whatever you wish, but remember to haggle." "Understood," Chen Yang replied joyfully as he accepted the money and turned toward the market. In truth, he had no particular agenda. He merely desired to meander through the bustling marketplace filled with the aroma of everyday life. Yet, having walked only a short distance, he spotted an elderly man with a white beard setting up a stall by the roadside, while others displayed freshly picked crisp pears, half-ripe apricots, and small pumpkins adorned with yellow flowers, products of the local farms. This old man had laid out a fertilizer bag, upon which rested several dark vines, a few pieces of dark red wood, and a yellowish lump of indeterminate origin. Most people might overlook such items, but upon seeing them, Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he found himself unable to move. Chapter 25. A fortunate find. He approached slowly, crouching down to inquire curiously, "Sir, what are you selling?" The old man, with a simple demeanor, replied, "I found these in the mountains. Some say they are medicinal herbs, but I am not knowledgeable, so I brought them to the market." "Oh, this seems to be Ganoderma, but it's not very old, perhaps from last year," Chen Yang remarked, examining the red, slice-like wood, before continuing, "The others I am unfamiliar with. Would you like to buy them?" The old man, eager to sell upon sensing Chen Yang's interest, looked at him with hopeful eyes. Chen Yang remained silent. He did not wish to take advantage of the old man. Instead, he asked, "If I were to buy everything, how much would it cost?" The old man hesitated for a moment, cautiously extending a hand. 500. Would that be acceptable? It was clear that he had summoned all his courage to utter that price. 500? Chen Yang's expression faltered. 400 would be all right. The old man quickly lowered his price. Chen Yang, feeling a pang of compassion, nodded. "Very well, I will take it all. But I don't have the money on me. Old sir, would you accompany me to find my sister, and I will pay you then?" "Agreed." The old man beamed with joy, gathering his wares and tucking them under his arm as he followed Chen Yang. Nearby vendors selling vegetables and fruits chuckled mockingly. "That lad must be a fool, spending 400 on a few pieces of wood. Imagine how many ribs he could buy to stew at home." Upon returning to the seed shop, Chen Yang found Tian just finishing her purchases. Approaching her quietly, he whispered, "Sister, could you lend me 2,000 yuan? "What?" Tian gasped, taken aback. "Why do you need so much money?" "Well, I saw an old man who seemed quite pitiable, and I wanted to help him." Chen Yang was aware that if he mentioned buying something, Tian would undoubtedly think he had been deceived. However, if he framed it as helping an elderly person. Given her nature, she would surely comply. As expected, Tian hesitated momentarily before retrieving 20 crisp banknotes from her bag and handing them over without uttering a word. "Thank you, sister," Chen Yang exclaimed as he accepted the money and returned to the entrance, where the elderly man was eagerly waiting. "Sir, please count the money when you get home. Don't let any thieves catch wind of it." Chen Yang displayed the cash briefly before rolling it up and tucking it into the old man's embrace. "Is this really this much?" The elderly man was taken aback, instantly recognizing that it was far more than 400 yuan. "You are honest and sincere. I cannot let you suffer a loss. I am not certain of the value of these items, but they are of great use to me." Chen Yang smiled as he accepted the bag of herbal materials, then turned to leave. By the time the old man regained his composure, Chen Yang had vanished from sight. Chen Yang had not lied. The herbs were not particularly valuable, and most people wouldn't even recognize them. Aside from the reishi mushroom, the others were not even medicinal. However, they held significant value for him, as these herbs were top-quality materials for cultivation. With these, Chen Yang's progress could very well ascend to new heights. It truly was a case of finding treasure without any effort after an arduous search. When Tian finished purchasing seeds and some necessities for home and was preparing to head back, Chen Yang appeared before her, carrying the herbs. "I thought you got lost. What did you buy?" Tian inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just some roots for bathing," Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. "More unnecessary spending." Tian shot him a reproachful glance, though her eyes betrayed no animosity. As the siblings waited for their bus, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Hey, isn't that the big fool?" Turning around, Chen Yang faced several unfamiliar faces. Their hairstyles were peculiar, and their attire markedly different from the norm. They approached with their hands shoved in their pockets, oozing an air of insolence. "What do you want?" Tian instinctively positioned herself in front of Chen Yang upon sensing their ill intentions. Such a lovely young lady, the leader, sporting an explosive hairstyle, grinned wickedly and reached towards Tian's chin. "Get lost," she snapped, swatting his hand away with force. Quite feisty, he chuckled, sizing her up and then clicking his tongue. "What a gem. It's such a waste to be with a fool." Tian's face flushed with anger. "Don't act like a rogue. If you continue, I will call the police." Chen Yang remained silent, appearing as a simpleton gazing around aimlessly, yet his mind raced with calculations. The attire of these young men clearly suggested they were not from the countryside. Moreover, he did not recognize them. Their sudden provocation in such a public space felt incredibly out of place. Could someone be orchestrating this? While pretending to be oblivious to his sister's plight, his gaze wandered over the market stalls, though he was actually scanning the surroundings for any unusual figures. To his surprise, he noticed a bespectacled man standing quietly at the entrance of a nearby shop, intently observing the scene. Chen Yang's eyes flicked over several times, yet the man remained fixated on this direction. That was quick, he thought. Zhang Hua, having dealt with the ruffians who had been harassing him in the village, found it astonishing that just over a day later, more troublemakers had arrived. A few thugs appeared to be teasing Tian, yet their glances frequently wandered in his direction, revealing ulterior motives. Chen Yang thought to himself that he could not act rashly. Should he incapacitate them, the bespectacled man would certainly grasp the situation. He surmised that a large contingent led by Yang Jian might appear in Peach Blossom Village by noon. With this in mind, he tugged at Tian's sleeve, saying, "Sister, I would like to have some baked pastries." Before Tian could finish her sentence, Chen Yang had already pulled her away. Consequently, the thugs immediately followed, brazenly trailing behind them. The one with the frizzy hair was particularly audacious. As he gazed at Tian's retreating figure, his eyes lingered momentarily on her posterior, and he quickened his pace to raise his hand. In his mind, the thought of slapping that bouncy little backside was certainly appealing. However, at that moment, something flashed in his peripheral vision, followed by a resounding bang. Ouch! Stars danced before his eyes as he squatted down, clutching his head. Those behind him clearly saw that he had been struck by a brick. The assailant was a young man, grinning as he observed them. "You're asking for trouble." The thugs, incensed, charged forward. Yet, as they approached, 7 or 8 young men surged from around the bespectacled youth, encircling them. "How dare you cause a ruckus on my turf? Brothers, teach them a lesson." Zhang Hua's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce countenance. Thus, amid the bustling market, a brutal beating commenced. The thugs were soon left incapacitated, crying out for mercy, while the onlookers made no effort to intervene. Despite the crowd being sizable, they were merely local villagers who inherently shunned such unruly characters. Even witnessing the thugs harassing Tian Tian, none dared to step in. Now, as Zhang Hua and his friends took action, they garnered the support and admiration of the crowd. Yet, Zhang Hua understood the importance of keeping the situation contained. After delivering 2 more blows to the ringleader, he whistled, and his companions swiftly merged into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. The fallen thugs were left unattended, struggling to rise, each sporting bloodied heads. Chapter 26. Fixing Andy's water pipe. At this juncture, Chen Yang and Tian Tian had boarded a tricycle heading home. Having witnessed the commotion behind them, Tian Tian wore a displeased expression, exclaiming, "What a shameless bunch of people." "It's all right, sister. They've received their due punishment." Chen Yang replied with a smile, glancing at the bespectacled man in the distance. To his surprise, the man's gaze was fixed upon them, though his expression remained inscrutable. Upon returning home, it was not long before Zhang Hua arrived on his tricycle. Spotting Chen Yang, he laughed and said, "Brother, what a coincidence. I just saw you at the market." "Don't say anything. I already know," Chen Yang interrupted, waving his hand. "Those thugs are not merely miscreants. They are here to test me." "Really?" Zhang Hua exclaimed, taken aback. Zhang Hua widened his eyes in astonishment. "So soon? I didn't expect that." Chen Yang nodded and continued. "Those few individuals were being observed, which is why I refrained from taking action. They truly are relentless." Anger surged within Zhang Hua. "How about I take a few people to the provincial city today? We may not outnumber them, but can't we deal with Yang by using some heavy-handed tactics? Can't we just incapacitate him?" Chen Yang shot him a glare. "Have you forgotten what I said? Yang undoubtedly has support behind him. Eliminating him would only complicate matters further." "What then?" Zhang Hua, unwilling to concede, replied, "We can't just sit idly by." "You are right. We must devise a plan." Chen Yang smiled lightly, then shifted the topic. "Why did you go to the market today?" "I wish to establish a storefront in town, closer to the village, so I can attend to matters more swiftly," Zhang Hua explained. "Indeed, having a shop in the village would be too conspicuous. It makes much more sense to have it in town," Chen Yang agreed. "Then proceed with your plans. Let us open a specialty store focusing on local products." "Excellent," Zhang Hua exclaimed, turning to leave, but Chen Yang quickly stopped him. "Do you have enough funds?" "Of course." Zhang Hua suddenly remembered and turned back with a smile. "I forgot to mention, all the truffles from yesterday sold. Can you guess how much they fetched?" Chen Yang, disinterested in guessing, remained silent and stared at him. "You are truly dull," Zhang Hua sighed, then continued with a chuckle. "We collected over 300 jin and soon negotiated 400 jin with the buyers. I received a payment of 130,000 last night." "That's quite impressive." Chen Yang nodded. "Distribute some of the money among everyone, but ensure they don't squander it. Keep the remainder for business expenses. In the future, we will split the store's income evenly." Zhang Hua was taken aback, then sincerely replied, "Brother, you are being too formal. We know you care for us, but we are not greedy. Working for you is enough." Just then, Li Mei arrived at the door. "Chen Yang, my water pipe is broken." "Oh, I'm coming." Chen Yang stepped out, leaving Zhang Hua in confusion. Why the urgency to fix a water pipe? Upon reaching Li Mei's home, Chen Yang entered and closed the door behind him. Li Mei, unaware, said, "Can you see why this pipe won't stop dripping?" Suddenly, she felt lighter as Chen Yang embraced her from behind and carried her into the inner room. Li Mei gasped, "Hey, you rascal, why the sudden enthusiasm?" "Aunt, I am aflame with desire." Chen Yang's eyes were red as he laid her down on the bed. Seeing him panting, Li Mei hesitated before asking, "What's wrong? Were you wronged?" "No, just feeling troubled." Chen Yang couldn't articulate his feelings, yet his anger burned intensely within him, demanding release. Although they had only been together once before, today Li Mei sensed a distinct change. She felt a stirring within herself. Despite Chen Yang's assertiveness causing some discomfort, she did not resist, instead holding him tenderly. After a considerable time, the sounds within the room finally ceased. Li Mei experienced an unprecedented moment, yet unlike the previous occasion when she became lost in her thoughts. She tenderly wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck and remarked, "You rascal, even if you are bullied, it matters not, for your aunt is here to care for you." Her words filled Chen Yang's heart with warmth, prompting him to nod slightly. After a brief moment of affection, Li Mei rose and said, "All right, it's still broad daylight. And while others called you to fix the water pipes, you were busy with this. Can you now assist me with the repairs?" Chen Yang felt a bit embarrassed. Having no outlet for the frustration he felt from the market incident, Li Mei's appearance was quite timely. However, he misinterpreted her intentions, thinking she genuinely needed help. Thus, he promptly got up and went outside to investigate. After fetching a pipe wrench and making a few adjustments, the water pipe ceased its leakage. Li Mei had intended to prepare a delicious meal for him to enjoy for lunch, but Chen Yang, preoccupied, hurried home. He had numerous tasks awaiting him. The seeds that Tian had purchased needed to be processed, and the medicinal herbs he had acquired required swift refining to be ready for use during his evening training session. Upon returning home, he sequestered himself within his room. Tian, puzzled but relieved he was not out gallivanting, did not give it much thought. It wasn't until nightfall that Chen Yang emerged from his room. Weariness etched upon his face. Seeing him, Tian felt a pang of concern and couldn't help but inquire, "What have you been doing in there? You look a bit pale." "Oh, it's nothing, sis. Perhaps I'm just hungry. I feel like I could devour a whole sheep." Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. Tian, slightly exasperated yet amused, remarked, "What a coincidence. I just made lamb dumplings, so hurry up and eat." She had prepared a considerable batch, initially intending to cook a portion and freeze the rest for later use. However, witnessing Chen Yang's ravenous appetite, she ultimately cooked all of them. Over 100 dumplings were made, and Tian consumed only 10, leaving the remainder for Chen Yang. After finishing, he savored a large bowl of dumpling broth and, with a satisfied belch, exclaimed, "Ah, that was delightful. Thankfully, we have a bit of money now. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't be able to afford feeding you." Tian laughed. As the saying goes, being able to eat is a blessing, and she certainly wasn't fretting over the amount of lamb, as long as Chen Yang remained healthy. What would it matter if she fed him a sheep each day? Once dinner concluded, just as darkness began to envelop the sky, Chen Yang said to Tian, "Sis, I'm heading into the mountains to check on the fish in the pond. I might be back late, so don't wait for me." "Can it wait until tomorrow?" Tian asked, a hint of worry in her voice. "Tomorrow, Mr. Su will come to collect the fish. I need to assess if there's enough. Don't worry, I'll return as soon as I can." "All right then, be safe," she replied. Chen Yang told her a little fib. His true intent for entering the mountains was to cultivate. After leaving home under the cloak of night, he made his way directly to the location of the Earth Dragoness roots, where the spiritual energy was relatively abundant. Upon arrival, he took out the medicinal concoction he had prepared earlier in the afternoon and began his cultivation. Chapter 27. Entrusting the daughter with the collaboration of Su Yu and Li Mei over the past few days, along with the aid of the medicinal substances, he surprisingly broke through to the third level of qi refinement overnight. According to his current progress, Chen Yang estimated that after a while, if he could find more medicinal herbs or engage in dual cultivation a few more times, he would reach the fourth layer of qi refinement, thus enabling him to use spells. As dawn broke, Chen Yang returned home, stepping into the morning light. Early in the day, Su Yu arrived with workers and vehicles to collect vegetables. They split into two groups. One headed to the fields to harvest vegetables, while Chen Yang, Su Yu, and her shadow, Su Yu, ventured into the mountains. It was Su Yu's first time in the mountains, and upon reaching the edge of a pond, she was filled with joy, removing her shoes to play in the water. Su Yu, appearing relaxed, laid out a picnic blanket on the shore and arranged the items she had brought. As Chen Yang fished, he observed her tranquil demeanor. Reflecting on how she had been unyielding in her confrontation with Zhao Rui the previous day, her aura contrasting sharply with her current serenity. Yet, this was to his liking, only deepening his affection for her. Silver knife fish were caught one after another, with Su Yu cheerfully assisting, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Before noon, thermal boxes were filled to the brim. The trio sat down to enjoy grilled fish along with fruits and snacks brought by Su Yu, all feeling exceedingly pleased. Just as they finished their meal, Su Yu suddenly expressed some embarrassment. You two chat. I need to step away for a moment." With that, she picked up her bag and walked off to a distance. Left with just the two of them, the always cheerful Su Yu suddenly asked, "Do you have a special relationship with my sister?" "Huh?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Su Yu squinted her eyes, insisting, "Just answer me. Yes or no?" Chen Yang met her gaze, replying, "What if it is, and what if it isn't? It doesn't really matter." Feeling somewhat guilty under his scrutiny, Su Yu lowered her long eyelashes but quickly lifted her head again, stating, "My mom wants to meet you. Has she fully recovered?" "Pretty much," Su Yu nodded. "She can walk with a cane now, and her speech has improved." "That's good to hear. but I don't think it's necessary for her to meet me. She wants to see you not only to express her gratitude, but for something more important. What is it? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Suyu pouted, I'm not sure. But my mom said that whenever she has the chance, she must meet you to discuss something significant. Well, if that is the case. Chen Yang felt he couldn't dismiss the wishes of an elder, and thus agreed. Suyu twisted her body playfully. Then you should arrange it soon. Seeing her act coy, Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. How about I accompany you back to the county today? Great. Suyu instantly perked up. Just then, Suyu returned and inquired with a smile. What are you two talking about? Sis, he is coming back with us today to my house. Suyu exclaimed. Suyu paused, looking at Chen Yang with curiosity. It's because Annie wants to meet me, Chen Yang clarified. Oh, that is a good thing, Suyu smiled lightly. Although Chen Yang was confused, he refrained from asking further questions. After finishing their meal, the sisters began to tidy up, while Chen Yang dug up some earth dragon roots. And the three finally headed back to the village together. The harvest of green vegetables at home was complete, and Tian was eager to find someone to plow the land and sow the seeds bought the day before. However, she was stopped by Suyu, who advised her not to rush and to wait a couple of days. She had already made arrangements, and soon someone would come to the village to discuss the leasing of land with each household. Once the discussions were concluded and the total exceeded 100 acres, specialized personnel and machinery would arrive in Taohua Village to carry out the work, sparing everyone from manual labor. Following this, Chen Yang took a vehicle to the county town. Upon arriving at the hotel, Suyu still needed to arrange matters regarding vegetables, so Suyu drove him back home. When Chen Yang saw her mother, he was taken aback. Aunt, you look like a completely different person. It is all thanks to the divine physician. He Yanlong expressed her gratitude, saying, You are my savior. You are too kind. Chen Yang quickly waved his hand, adding, Your condition was not as dire as you thought. I merely possess some medical knowledge. With this, He Yanlong's impression of him improved greatly. Divine physician, please take a seat, she said, then turned to her daughter. Why aren't you pouring tea? Oh, right. Although there was a maid at home, having her daughter personally serve tea showed greater respect, didn't it? Chen Yang could sense He Yanlong's warmth, but was still puzzled about the important matter she wished to discuss with him, especially under her smiling gaze. He felt a bit uneasy. Once the tea was served, he took a gentle sip and inquired, Aunt, did you call for me? He Yanlong did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Suyu and said, Yu, please step outside for a moment. Suyu hesitated briefly but obediently stood up and closed the door behind her. How old is the divine physician this year? He Yanlong finally asked. Aunt, please don't be so formal. You can just call me by my name. I am 24 this year. That is quite good. He Yanlong nodded, then asked an oddly vague question. Is there anyone else at home? Chen Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. It was reminiscent of meeting a mother-in-law. After answering truthfully, He Yanlong continued with her inquiries, giving the impression of conducting a household census. Just as Chen Yang began to feel uncomfortable, she shifted to the main topic. Divine physician Chen, to be frank, I had lost all hope due to my illness. Thanks to you, I can now look forward to living a few more years. As a token of my gratitude, I wish to entrust Yu to you. Although he felt a certain sentiment, hearing her say it left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. Moreover, the Su family has some enterprises, and Yu is still quite young, needing someone to look after her. As He Yanlong spoke, she turned and handed him an envelope. This is not appropriate. Chen Yang stammered, feeling utterly at a loss. Yet, He Yanlong would not retract her hand, holding the envelope firmly in front of him. It was surprising to discover that this woman was rather persistent. Finally, with a resigned sigh, Chen Yang accepted it, saying, Aunt, I will take this for now and can help Suyu more in the future. As long as you can help her, that is enough. He Yanlong interjected, her face beaming with satisfaction. Chen Yang felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. After departing, Suyu escorted him downstairs and cautiously asked, What did my mom say to you? Oh, nothing much, Chen Yang replied, avoiding her gaze as he looked at her flawless features. Actually, I think I can guess. Suyu lowered her head slightly, gathering the courage to speak. Follow me. I shall take you to a special place. Chen Yang was taken aback. Where are we going? Yet, she remained silent, simply getting into the car, compelling him to follow suit. Suyu drove until they reached the outskirts of the city before coming to a halt. Get out, she instructed Chen Yang. He looked around in confusion. Where is this? This is my family's farm, Suyu said, stepping out of the car. Chen Yang followed her, observing the overgrown yard, which seemed to have been neglected for years. This place was established by my father. At its peak, it generated hundreds of thousands in revenue each year. Suyu reminisced, standing at the entrance. Listening to her narrative, Chen Yang learned about the Su family's past, which was rather tragic. Suyu's father had passed away unexpectedly 7 years ago, leaving her and her mother to rely on one another. Fortunately, He Yulan was a strong-willed woman who managed the farm alone. However, 3 years ago, she suddenly fell ill and lost her ability to care for herself, necessitating a return to the city for recuperation. There's something I don't quite understand, Chen Yang remarked, gazing at Suyu. Why didn't you rent this place out back then? At least you could have collected some rent. My mother thought the same, Suyu sighed. However, when we put out the rental advertisement, hardly anyone showed interest. Eventually, someone did come forward, but they offered only 20,000 for a year. You must know that our farm boasts 3,000 square meters of livestock pens, over 70 acres of land, and more than 1,000 fruit trees. Chen Yang frowned at the thought. How could such a sizable farm be offered such a meager price? Wasn't that a classic case of taking advantage of someone in distress? What happened next? My mother naturally refused, insisting that she would rather close the farm than rent it out at such a low rate. Suyu raised her head, and now it has become what you see. I believe the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yang approached the large gate with the intent to push it open. Wait! Suyu exclaimed hurriedly. There are vicious dogs inside. Vicious dogs? Where did they come from? Chen Yang inquired. I don't know. The last time I was here, as soon as I entered, I saw several large dogs with gleaming fangs, which frightened me into fleeing. Suyu said, her expression tense. Do not fear. Even if there were tigers, I would not be afraid, Chen Yang declared, removing the chain from the iron gate and pushing it open. Suyu followed closely behind, her heart racing with anxiety. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Yang finally grasped the vastness of the farm. The courtyard alone spanned several acres, while the fields and orchards were likely situated behind it. The farm housed several structures, the largest being the livestock pen, accompanied by a granary and a single-story building. Within mere moments of entering, a cacophony of barking erupted from behind the single-story building. Ah! Suyu gasped, instantly clutching Chen Yang's arm. There's nothing to worry about, he reassured her. Feeling the warmth of her soft touch ignited a flame within him. Indeed, Suyu was quite remarkable. She seemed even more endowed than Suyu. At this moment, it was certainly not the time to indulge in a gentle respite. He had already spotted several black mastiffs emerging from the side of the bungalow, barking ferociously as they charged towards him. These formidable beasts were robust, clearly not mere strays. Chen Yang squinted, gently freeing himself from Suyu's grasp. Do not be afraid. Watch how I handle them, he declared, charging forward. The dogs momentarily halted, taken aback by the audacity of this fearless human. However, after a brief pause, they resumed their furious advance, bearing their menacing fangs. Alas, mere ferocity is futile against the might of humanity. Chen Yang plunged into the midst of the dogs, swinging his fists and kicking, sending them flying before their teeth could even graze him. The dogs yelped pitifully, limping away in fear, tails tucked between their legs. Upon pursuing them, Chen Yang discovered a hole in the wall at the back of the courtyard, through which the dogs had infiltrated. Conveniently, there was a large basin nearby filled with rainwater, and he decided to reposition it to block the entrance. Turning around, he noticed Suyu approaching. He clapped his hands and smiled. Now, they can never enter again. You are truly impressive, Suyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Just a small feat, Chen Yang replied, feeling a swell of pride. Suyu gazed at him intently, suddenly taking a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. She stepped closer to Chen Yang. They nearly collided before she halted. What are you? Chen Yang began to inquire. But Suyu had already nestled her head against his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. I'm so grateful to have you, she whispered softly. Chen Yang's heart raced, and he felt the alluring curves of Suyu's form, stirring a sense of uncontrollable desire within him. The vast courtyard was devoid of others, enveloped in a tranquil silence, making it a perfect setting for a clandestine rendezvous. After a brief embrace, Suyu gradually lifted her gaze, yet her eyes remained shut, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, betraying her evident nervousness. This endearing demeanor caused Chen Yang's heart to quicken, as it became apparent that Suyu was initiating a kiss. Her rosy lips, tinged with tension and shyness, beckoned him irresistibly. Just as Chen Yang leaned down, unable to resist, a booming voice shattered the moment. Who struck my dog? The voice resonated like thunder, powerful and commanding. Suyu startled and released her hold, leaving Chen Yang to lament the loss of the moment. Yet there was nothing he could do. The source of the voice soon appeared, striding into view from the front courtyard, bare-chested, revealing a glistening bronze physique. Wielding a baseball bat, this imposing figure stood nearly 6 feet tall, his body a mass of muscular strength. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Suyu, the giant's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you two doing here? And you? What business do you have here?" Suyu retorted boldly. "This is my family's property. Who permitted you to enter?" "Your family's?" The muscular man scoffed. "I have rented this entire area. When did it become yours?" Suyu was taken aback. "With whom did you rent it?" The man answered defiantly, "With Gao Daqiang." "I do not know him." Suyu gazed at him, asserting, "This is the property of the Su family, and all the ownership documents are in our possession. On what grounds does the one surnamed Gao have the right to lease it? Surely, you must have been deceived." She had hoped that this would persuade the burly man to depart, but to her astonishment, he had no intention of reasoning. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he retorted, "That is not my concern. I've paid for this place, so it's mine. You should leave at once." "How dare you be so brazen?" Suyu exclaimed, her frustration mounting. "If you do not leave, I shall call the police." "Who are you trying to scare?" The burly man scoffed, thumping his chest. "Do you not know? I, who, have been in and out of the police station more times than I can count." "You." Suyu was incensed, her chest heaving, her face paling. Observing her distress, Chen Yang stepped forward, shielded her behind him, and smiled at the burly man. "Who is it? And who might you be?" "I am your father, Yang." As Chen Yang spoke, his fist simultaneously connected with Ahu. Ahu, a hefty man weighing at least 200 pounds, was sent spinning from the blow, stars dancing before his eyes, as if the entire world had shifted in hue. Chapter 29. She will marry you days from the strike. Ahu shook his head, attempting to regain his composure, only to erupt in fury. "You dare to hit me? I'll have my revenge." With that, he raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed directly at Chen Yang's face. Unfortunately for him, despite his brute strength, he lacked any skill, rendering him no match for Chen Yang. Within just 2 exchanges, Ahu found himself battered and bruised, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to rise. In that moment, Ahu's bravado evaporated. Trembling, he retrieved his phone and dialed the police. Suyu, witnessing this, inquired, "Oh, now you remember the police? Enough chatter. You're finished. This is at least a minor injury. Prepare to pay." Ahu growled menacingly. Suyu scoffed. "You barged into my home and still think you have a case? You deserve this beating. Let us ignore him for now. We'll let the police sort it out." Chen Yang replied with a smile. Moments later, a police car entered the courtyard. Ahu remained on the ground, feigning agony as the officers arrived. Immediately, he began to wail dramatically, embodying the essence of a scoundrel. The 2 officers, upon hearing the details of the incident, realized the complexity of the situation. While both parties had their grievances, Ahu had indeed suffered significantly. Therefore, an older officer addressed Chen Yang. "Young man, you were too impulsive, inflicting such harm. You must take responsibility. They deserve to be taught a lesson." Chen Yang feigned confusion, adopting a dazed demeanor. The officer raised an eyebrow. "What is your name? Where are you from?" Chen Yang haltingly provided his name and his identity card number. Upon checking the police database, the officer's expression shifted to one of resignation. It turned out that Chen Yang was a registered mental health patient. With no other recourse, the older officer turned to Ahu, saying, "You've certainly bitten off more than you can chew. Why provoke him?" Ahu, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean? He is not quite right in the head." The officer pointed to his own temple. Ahu was left dumbfounded. "Are you serious?" The officer handed him the documentation. After reading it, Ahu stood agape, realizing he had endured this for nothing. As Chen Yang gazed intently at him, an unsettling chill crept down his spine, prompting him to rise hastily. "I must be the unluckiest," he muttered. Just as he was about to depart, Suyu blocked his path. "You cannot leave." "Why not? You've already struck me. Yet now you prevent my exit?" Suyu placed her hands on her hips. "I intend to report this. This fellow claims he rented my family's property from a man named Gao Daqiang, yet I do not recognize this individual. I am familiar with him." The inspector nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, we will summon him to the police station for questioning." Suyu appeared satisfied. "Excellent, then I shall feel at ease." "And what about me?" Ahu inquired. "You are to stay with us. We must clarify who is telling the truth regarding Gao Daqiang." As the police car departed, the sky had darkened considerably, and Chen Yang expressed his intent to take his leave. Although Su Yu felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood that he had pressing matters at home and refrained from saying anything further. However, during their journey back, she could not suppress her curiosity about the mental health issue. Chen Yang offered a candid summary of the situation without much concealment. Upon hearing it, Su Yu was incensed. Is that how it concludes? Why haven't you confronted them? The situation is more intricate than you realize. Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Moreover, I must insist that you keep my recovery from mental illness confidential. Oh, certainly. Su Yu readily agreed. They returned to Taohua Village, the night gradually enveloping them. Once they parked, Su Yu halted Chen Yang, who was about to exit the vehicle. Wait. Chen Yang turned back, inquiring, what is it? Su Yu blushed, What exactly are we to each other now? Seeing her bashful demeanor caused Chen Yang's heart to race, yet he was reluctant to hurt such an innocent girl. He smiled gently, taking her hand. I have promised your mother to look after you from now on. This ambiguous response felt like a solemn vow to Su Yu. Her lips curled into a smile, her heart brimming with joy. Upon returning home, Chen Yang found that Tian had prepared dinner for him, though she remained in her room, leaving him uncertain if she was asleep. Feeling hungry, he wasted no time devouring the meal entirely. Afterward, he filled a bucket with water and poured it over himself from head to toe, meticulously scrubbing clean before preparing to retire to his room. At that moment, Tian's door creaked open, and she peered out. Yang, come here. What is it, sister? Chen Yang hesitated, but ultimately stepped into her room. The space was dimly lit by a small night lamp, casting a soft pink hue on Tian's face, accentuating her beauty. She wore only a tank top and shorts, the fabric barely concealing her modesty. At the sight, Chen Yang's heart raced, and a sudden realization dawned on him. Could it be that he could not escape this predicament tonight? While he was lost in thought, Tian smiled and said, why not sleep here tonight? This startled Chen Yang, who scratched his head. Sister, isn't it inappropriate for us to share a bed? Fool. Tian shot him a glare, then adopted a serious expression. That is not an option. You must stay. I want to talk to you. Well, if you insist. Chen Yang found it difficult to refuse and could only nod in agreement. He thought to himself that he could simply pinch himself when he couldn't hold back. But he must not upset his sister. Tian was equally delighted and immediately pulled him to the bedside. Once they lay down, Tian asked, can you guess how much our vegetables sold for today? I don't know how much. Chen Yang inquired. Over 20,000. Tian exclaimed, a mix of pride and a hint of boastfulness in her voice. That much. How many pounds of meat can we buy with that? Chen Yang was taken aback. Su Yu said our vegetables are delicious, and from now on, she'll take all we have, no matter the quantity. Tian turned to lie on her side, her sparkling eyes fixed on Chen Yang. Our future days will only get better. Well, then I want to eat meat every day? Chen Yang grinned. Absolutely. Tian beamed with happiness and added, if you eat more meat, your illness might just improve, and then. Chen Yang paused. Then what? Then. Sister will marry you. Tian lowered her head, concealing her shyness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of emotion and could not help but wrap his arms around her shoulders. Sister, you're truly wonderful. Silly boy. Tian playfully chided. Yet she leaned closer to him. However, Chen Yang felt too timid to move, his body suddenly stiffening. In truth, they need not wait for the future. Tian whispered softly, pulling his hand from her shoulder and placing it on her chest. In that instant, Chen Yang's heart raced uncontrollably, but he couldn't help but move his hand slightly, causing Tian to let out a soft gasp. Chapter 30. In the little grove, the soft body in his arms gradually grew warm, then feverish. Tian's breath was right in front of him, and Chen Yang could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Yet, he found himself unable to overcome the barrier in his heart. He was already hiding things from her. Now, to take advantage of her physically. What if one day she found out and hated him? After hesitating for a moment, he slowly moved his hand across Tian's body and gently pressed on her sleep point. Still lost in beautiful fantasies, Tian succumbed to a wave of drowsiness and fell asleep immediately. Chen Yang rose, covering her delicate figure with a thin blanket before stepping outside and sitting in the yard. Rather than entangling himself in romantic feelings, he thought it best to focus on becoming stronger. Only with absolute strength could he open his heart to Tian. With these thoughts, Chen Yang closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Before he knew it, dawn had arrived, and he found himself dampened by a layer of dew. But he paid it no mind, feeling that his cultivation had progressed somewhat. Seizing the opportunity while the villagers were still asleep, he stepped out of his home. Once he reached the village entrance, Chen Yang quickened his pace. Initially walking briskly, he soon broke into a run. Anyone who saw him would surely be astonished by his speed. A journey that typically took over 20 minutes on an electric bike, he completed in just 10. The dew-soaked clothes had dried by the time he arrived at the entrance of the shop newly rented by Zhang Hua, and he knocked on the door. Soon, with his toothbrush clenched between his teeth, Zhang Hua opened the door, perplexed, and exclaimed, "Is it really you, Yang? Why so early? The early bird catches the worm." Chen Yang replied with a slight smile, before elaborating on the situation concerning Su Yu's farm. "I've heard of it. A brother of mine lives nearby." Zhang Hua nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What do you mean, brother?" "The farm is quite promising. I have visited it," Chen Yang responded. "Indeed. Your shop does not require many hands. I would like you to assign a few individuals to go over there, tidy things up, and make good use of it." "Understood. Leave it to me," Zhang Hua affirmed eagerly. "Excellent. I trust you with this." Chen Yang clapped him on the shoulder and added earnestly, "I will need some time to attend to my own affairs. If you require funds, do not hesitate to let me know. Before long, I shall ensure that you and your brothers become millionaires." "Really?" Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course would I deceive you?" Chen Yang chuckled, then remarked, "It's getting late. I must return home. Allow me to see you off." Zhang Hua turned back to his room to drop off his toiletries, but when he emerged, Chen Yang had vanished. "Am I dreaming?" Confused, Zhang Hua slapped himself, quickly covering his face. "That truly stings." On the way back to the village, Chen Yang did not rush, for the streets were already bustling with early risers. Thus, he walked at a normal pace toward Peach Blossom Village. Halfway there, he heard the sound of a car horn behind him and turned to see Su Yu's vehicle. Lowering the window, Su Yu exclaimed, "I thought I was mistaken. It really is you. Where have you been?" "Just exercising," Chen Yang replied as he opened the car door and casually placed his hand on her thigh. "Why are you up so early?" "Annoying," Su Yu said, her body tingling as she playfully pushed him away, yet allowed him to continue his antics. "I got up early to catch some fish since the kitchen orders are piling up." "Is silver knife fish that popular?" Su Yu lamented indeed. With everyone having smartphones, information spreads quickly. Despite the high number of orders, many wish to reserve but cannot get in line. It's frustrating that money is in others' pockets yet remains out of reach. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. Su Yu's cheeks flushed, her breathing quickened, and she couldn't help but whisper, "Could you be a bit more discreet? I'm nearly at my limit." The more she said this, the more accomplished Chen Yang felt. Chuckling mischievously, there's a small path leading into the woods ahead. Before he could finish, Su Yu had already turned the steering wheel, driving straight into the path that led deeper into the forest. Once she parked the car, Chen Yang pushed open the door and climbed into the back seat. Su Yu cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before blushingly exiting the vehicle. In the back seat, the two instantly became entwined, lost in each other's embrace. Unfortunately, both Chen Yang and Su Yu lacked experience with driving, which caused them to spend a bit more time navigating their way, ultimately leading to a harmonious connection. By the time the sun had ascended high in the sky, the two reluctantly parted ways. "It's all your fault. I intended to return home earlier, yet now it's even later than usual," Su Yu lamented. Chen Yang chuckled. "What does it matter? As long as we don't delay tonight's orders, that's what counts." After tidying up, they drove into Peach Blossom Village. While fishing, Su Yu spoke of the fish pond situation, mentioning that she had nearly finalized arrangements. Once the contract was signed, she would have a place to cultivate silver knife fish. Chen Yang calculated that he indeed could not afford to be idle in the coming days and needed to focus on his cultivation to swiftly reach the 4th level of qi refinement. Thus, he and Su Yu agreed that once the fish pond was ready, he would transport a batch of fish fry there, and before long, a substantial quantity of silver knife fish would grace the dining tables. After descending the mountain, the two returned home together. Su Yu handed a sum of money to Tian before heading back to the county. With an additional source of income, Tian was naturally delighted and refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night. Later, while enjoying dinner, the siblings engaged in casual conversation when Tian suddenly recalled something. "Oh, by the way, I heard from villagers today that there was apparently an earthquake last night." "Really?" Chen Yang was taken aback and inquired, "Is that true?" "I suppose so," Tian pouted. "I was too tired last night and fell asleep immediately." Villagers said they heard a loud rumble in the middle of the night, feeling as if it were an earthquake. coming from the western mountains. Chen Yang chuckled foolishly. Oh, I was in such a deep sleep that I didn't notice a thing. In truth, he had been immersed in his practice, entering a state of selflessness, which accounted for his lack of awareness. However, Tian's words piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. A rumble from the western mountains, resembling an earthquake. Could it be true? He resolved to investigate that night. After all, both the earth dragon root and silver knife fish originated from the mountains, and Chen Yang had always found the appearance of these treasures rather peculiar. Now, with tremors occurring in the mountains, what if something new and valuable had emerged? Thus, hastily finishing his dinner, Chen Yang stood up and said, "Sister, you should rest early. I'll take Taohua and Hay out for a stroll and return a bit later." Chapter 31. The elixir of medicine. Chen Yang ventured into the mountains in search of treasures. However, upon his eager arrival, he found no signs of anything unusual. He mused that he needed to find a higher vantage point to observe more effectively. Thus, he first caught 2 silver knife fish, sharing one with each of his dogs, Taohua and Hay, before leaving them behind and ascending the mountain alone. Soon, he reached the mountain peak, where the surrounding mountains and valleys unfolded before him. After surveying the area, he failed to notice any signs of landslides. Could it be that he was overthinking? Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared that last night had indeed been an ordinary earthquake. Just as he was about to dismiss the thought, he inadvertently noticed a flicker of white at the foot of the mountain, moving amidst the trees. What could that be? As he focused his gaze, he discerned that it was a person. From the way she walked, it appeared to be a woman. Chen Yang realized that it was likely a villager who had ventured into the mountains to gather mushrooms. He initially had no intention of intervening, planning instead to descend the mountain and return to the pond. However, at that moment, a piercing cry echoed from the foot of the mountain. "Help!" The voice was clear and unmistakably that of the white-clad woman from earlier. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang mused to himself about the predicament she must be in to call for help. He could hardly ignore it, so he made his way towards the sound. As he reached the hillside, the woman's voice was strained from shouting. Chen Yang, exasperated, called out, "Stop shouting. I'm coming to your rescue." "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed. "Hurry. I'm over here." Yes, he replied with an eye roll, wondering what all the fuss was about. Upon descending into the valley and advancing a short distance into the woods, he spotted the woman sitting beneath a tree. He approached and asked, "What happened to you?" When she looked up, their eyes met, and Chen Yang was taken aback. "You're not from our village, are you?" The woman had fair skin, rosy lips, and large eyes. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful young woman. However, given her complexion, it was clear she was not accustomed to the rigors of farm life and was likely a city dweller. "No," she shook her head, pointing to her ankle. "Please help me. Am I going to die?" Following her gesture, Chen Yang noticed 2 bloody puncture wounds on her ankle. It was evident she had been bitten by a snake. Panic surged within him. The bite appeared to be from a highly venomous 7-step snake. "Seriously, you venture into the mountains dressed like this and don't wear socks?" Chen Yang sat down in disbelief and immediately lifted her leg onto his lap. I did wear them. They're ankle socks," she replied, her expression a mix of anxiety and embarrassment. At that moment, Chen Yang had already removed her shoe and, indeed, discovered the socks, which were almost non-existent in height. They were quite charming, complementing her fair and delicate skin. "Move a bit closer. I need to elevate your leg," she began, but before she could finish, Chen Yang had already positioned her ankle in front of him. Amid her startled exclamation, he promptly took a firm suction on the wound. The woman's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively covered her mouth. After several intense pulls, he looked up and asked, "How do you feel?" At that moment, her complexion was flushed, resembling someone with a fever. Chen Yang paused. "What's wrong? Is the venom acting up?" "No." Her eyes shimmered, and she gently bit her lip. "It's just, what you did made me feel a bit tingly." Confused, Chen Yang thought, why would sucking on her ankle cause her to feel that way? Turning his gaze, he belatedly realized he had been holding her delicate foot the entire time. Surprisingly, the foot of this graceful beauty was exceedingly sensitive. With a mischievous grin, Chen Yang discreetly squeezed her foot, prompting her to gasp and her face to redden even more. How amusing! The softness of her petite foot was delightful, and it bore no unpleasant odor. It felt rather pleasant in his hands. As this realization dawned upon him, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Certainly, after all, she is a stranger, and I am merely assisting her. It would be unseemly to take advantage of her plight. Observing the wound, I noted that no blood was flowing. I remarked to the woman. The toxins appear to have been largely expelled, yet it remains uncertain. You would do well to hasten down the mountain to find a physician for some medicine. As I spoke, I assisted her in putting on her shoes. Thank you, she said, and then, leaning against a tree, she managed to stand. However, as she took a step, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and her legs buckled. Seeing this, I rushed to support her, instinctively drawing her into my embrace. What is wrong? I inquired. It is strange. My head feels so light. Her voice was faint, almost fragile. It seems the toxins have not been entirely purged, I thought, realizing that descending the mountain might not be feasible in time. Fortunately, I possessed medical knowledge acquired from my previous inheritance, and now was the moment to apply it. I gently seated her back down and turned to search the grassland. Remarkably, I discovered several uncommon herbs. In nature, every being exists in a delicate balance. Where venomous serpents roam, there often thrive plants with antidotal properties. These herbs, while lacking economic value, held extraordinary efficacy. Without a second thought, I chewed the herbs, and upon preparing the concoction, I turned to find her consciousness fading. I lightly patted her cheek. She merely fluttered her eyelids, offering no words. To save you, I find myself in a position of necessity, I muttered, pinching her nose and prying her mouth open. Lowering my head, our lips met, and I delivered the medicinal juice into her mouth before spitting out the excess residue. Her lips were soft and pleasantly fragrant. Upon glancing back, I observed her reflexively swallow the potion, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. After a duration of approximately 10 minutes, a healthy color gradually returned to her face, and her breathing steadied. Eventually, she slightly opened her eyes and remarked, "My mouth tastes so bitter." "Indeed, good medicine is often bitter," I replied with a smile. "How do you feel now? Is your head still spinning?" "Much better." She straightened her posture and, after a brief pause, inquired, "What was the medicine you fed me?" I nodded. "Yes, you were unconscious, and I had no other choice." "Thank you," she said, gesturing toward a bucket nearby. "Could you please fetch me some water from that bucket? I wish to rinse my mouth." "Of course," I responded, rising to retrieve it. Upon noticing some mushrooms in the bucket, I returned to ask, "Where are you from? What brings you here to forage for mushrooms?" She took a moment to answer, drinking deeply before finally responding, "I come from the county town. I heard there are many fungi in these mountains, so I ventured here." I was taken aback by her boldness. "You are quite daring to come alone." "It was my oversight," she replied with a wry smile, taking another sip of water to rid herself of the bitterness. "Originally, I had intended to call my cousin to accompany me into the mountains, but she was not home today. I thought it would be a shame to come all this way for nothing, so I decided to enter alone." "Oh, your cousin is from our village?" I inquired. Chapter 32, Masaki Lime, "Do you know her?" inquired the woman. "Her?" Upon hearing the name, Chen Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the end?" He had initially hoped to cultivate a relationship with this woman, only to discover she was Li Mei's cousin. Yet, upon further reflection, what of it? Perhaps this connection might even serve to benefit him, with Li Mei potentially assisting him. A flicker of joy crossed his mind as he earnestly asked, "By the way, I don't know your name yet." "I am Feng Shui," she replied. "Such a lovely name, truly melodious." Chen Yang exclaimed. "Not at all. It's just an ordinary name," Feng Shui responded, a hint of bashfulness gracing her features. "And you?" Chen Yang introduced himself, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward her neckline, swallowing hard. "It's rather inconvenient being out here in the mountains. How about I carry you back to the village? If Li Mei isn't home, you can rest at my place while my sister prepares something to eat." This statement bore a dual significance. It expressed his goodwill and sought to allay her apprehensions. Indeed, upon hearing that he had a sister, Feng Shui nodded in agreement. "All right then, I appreciate your kindness." "Not at all. I'll lend a hand to strangers, especially when you are related to Li Mei." Chen Yang smiled and turned around. "Climb on." "Okay." Feng Shui bit her lip, hesitating briefly before settling onto his back. "How delightful." Chen Yang reveled inwardly, savoring the sensation of her soft form against him, noting that her dimensions surpassed those of Li Mei. So soft, Feng Shui felt a twinge of shyness, realizing that by resting on Chen Yang's back, she was indeed taking advantage of him. However, considering he was her savior, what harm could there be in accepting a little favor? With this thought, her inner turmoil began to dissipate. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang seemed to take liberties, his steps unsteady as they traversed the mountains, causing frequent physical contact that made Feng Shui think, This fellow is quite mischievous. It was rather uncomfortable. Gritting her teeth, she wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's shoulders, pressing her body firmly against him. Now he must be satisfied, she mused. Chen Yang, oblivious to her thoughts, was overwhelmed by the sensation of her supple curves, feeling as though he might soar. Thus, he carried Feng Shui down the mountain, swiftly arriving at the village entrance. Why did we get here so quickly? Chen Yang lamented. I think I should get down now. My legs feel fine, Feng Shui softly suggested. She was concerned about being seen by the villagers. What if someone started gossiping? Chen Yang understood her feelings and squatted down to gently set her down, looking at her with genuine concern. Are you really all right? Take a few steps to see. If you're not fine, I can carry you again. I'm truly fine now, Feng Shui replied. Her cheeks flushed as she slipped from his grasp and stepped forward. Chen Yang finally felt at ease, accompanying her into the village. Just then, they encountered Li Mei, who hurried towards them. Shui, when did you arrive? You didn't even call me. I saw your car at my place, but didn't find you, and it startled me. It's all right, sister. I merely wished to take a stroll to ease my mind, and found myself near your home, hoping to pay a visit, only to discover you were not at home. Feng Shui remarked with a smile. I knew it. Li Mei chuckled, but soon noticed the pallor on her face and quickly inquired, What's wrong? Are you unwell? Before Feng Shui could respond, she turned to Chen Yang and scolded, What have you done? Chen Yang feigned innocence. What could I possibly have done? She was bitten by a 7-step snake in the mountains. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. Oh my, Li Mei gasped, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Feng Shui from head to toe. Where were you bitten? Are you all right? How dangerous? Chen Yang thought to himself, surprised by how much Li Mei seemed to care for her cousin. After a thorough explanation, Li Mei finally felt at ease and took Feng Shui's hand, saying, Come, let us go home. Without sparing a glance at Chen Yang, she led Feng Shui away. Hey you. Chen Yang felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing that she was wary of him. The delightful fantasies he had conjured were dashed, and he grumbled inwardly. So, Li Mei, you don't see me as a good person, do you? Fine, I shall find a moment to make you beg for mercy. As he turned to head home, a sudden thought struck him, and he slapped his forehead. Oh no, those 2 pups are still in the mountains. He promptly turned back, and upon reaching the location where the 2 doggies were, he found them well fed and sound asleep, their bellies round and exposed. Thank goodness you didn't encounter any wild beasts. Otherwise, you would have been doomed. Chen Yang scolded them. He then scooped up the 2 pups and hurried back home. Upon arriving, Tian immediately asked, Why were you gone for so long? I was busy saving lives, Chen Yang replied with a grin, recounting the events. Tian listened with a look of apprehension. That's truly frightening. I'm so glad nothing serious happened. Indeed, Chen Yang responded, removing his shirt and fetching a bucket of water from the well, drenching himself from head to toe. Tian was momentarily taken aback, observing his well-defined muscles, firm and enticing, suddenly feeling the urge to touch them. Just then, Li Mei appeared at the door, causing Tian to quickly avert her gaze. Aunt, what brings you here? My cousin is here, and I've come to invite you both for dinner, Li Mei replied with a smile. Huh? Chen Yang was taken aback. What is going on here? What do you mean what's going on? It's to express gratitude for your help, you fool. Li Mei shot him a glare. Chen Yang thought, me a fool? It seems you are the one who loves to be contradictory. He remained silent, deciding to remove his shorts to wash them as well. This scene left both Li Mei and Tian blushing deeply, hastily turning away. Come, let us go prepare the dishes. Chen Yang can join us later, Li Mei urged, feeling flustered as she pulled Tian along. Oh, this guy's so inconsistent. Tian sighed, equally embarrassed. In truth, Chen Yang was being intentional, after all. His identity as a fool had yet to be revealed, so what was the harm in acting a bit outrageous? Besides, hadn't Tian and Li Mei already seen him in his natural state? After finishing the laundry, Chen Yang returned to his room to change into a fresh set of clothes. Noticing the time was rather late, he headed straight to Li Mei's home. Upon entering and making his way to the inner room, he observed that Feng Shui had completely recovered and appeared much more spirited, though her gaze flickered away from his, as if she dared not meet his eyes. Chen Yang mused to himself, it seems Li Mei has indeed informed her of my foolishness. If that were the case, he thought, it might actually work in his favor. With a mischievous grin, he approached Feng Shui directly. How are you feeling now? Much better, I presume? Yes, much better. Feng Shui replied, retreating slightly. However, Chen Yang was too swift. He stepped forward and seized her ankle, swiftly removing her shoes and socks. Ah, how fair. Chapter 33. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of the rope previously, his advances had been subtle, but now he was brazenly bold. Feng Shui was taken aback, watching in astonishment as Chen Yang, with a silly grin, caressed her calf and squeezed her foot, leaving her feeling both exhilarated and alarmed. Just then, Li Mei entered the outer room and was startled by the scene. She rushed forward to shove Chen Yang away. You rascal, was that intentional? Not at all. I merely wanted to check on the injury, Chen Yang chuckled. Ah, you. Li Mei sighed in exasperation, turning to Feng Shui. Ignore him. He's a bit dim-witted. But he means no harm. Oh, Feng Shui exhaled in relief, realizing that Chen Yang's earlier actions were harmless. Li Mei shot Chen Yang a glare and commanded, come outside with me. What for? Just come on. She insisted, dragging him to the back of the house with a stern expression. Are you truly foolish? Or are you merely pretending? I warn you not to entertain any ill intentions towards my sister. Chen Yang inquired with a smile. Why is that? Li Mei replied. Her life has been quite hard. Don't take advantage of her. What do you mean? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. I'll explain later. Your sister is back. Li Mei hurriedly returned to the front yard, leaving Chen Yang momentarily dazed. How could someone who seemed so gentle like Feng Shui have such a troubled life? Back in the front room, Chen Yang was much more subdued, remaining silent while occasionally glancing at Feng Shui. After dinner, while Tian was busy washing the dishes with Li Mei, he quietly asked Feng Shui, aren't you leaving tonight? No, I'm not, Feng Shui nodded. Why? Just curious. Chen Yang replied with a forced smile, then continued, what do you do in the county? I'm a teacher. Oh, Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise. No wonder you have such an admirable demeanor. Feng Shui was bewildered. Was he truly a fool? He seemed quite articulate now. Well, Aunt May mentioned your hardships, and I'm unsure of the details, but if you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Chen Yang spoke softly before rising to leave the outer room. I'm utterly exhausted. I'll head home to sleep now. Go on home. I'll return shortly as well. Tian replied. As Chen Yang departed, Feng Shui was left in a state of confusion, gazing out the window at his retreating figure, unsure of the emotions stirring within her heart. When Li Mei finished tidying up and prepared to sleep, she inquired, Sister, what happened with Chen Yang? Li Mei turned around, smiling, and teased, You're not developing a crush on that boy, are you? Of course not. Feng Shui blushed and quickly shook her head. I'm just curious. That's perfectly normal. Li Mei chuckled. This lad can be quite foolish at times, yet he possesses considerable talent. I find him perplexing. Nonetheless, I must say, he is rather amusing. Feng Shui was taken aback. Amusing? Li Mei shot her a knowing glance. Oh, enough of that. Aren't you tired? Go wash up and get some sleep. At that moment, Tian had already returned home. Upon entering, she noticed Chen Yang's door tightly shut and the house enveloped in silence, leading her to believe he might already be asleep. Thus, she retreated to her own room. However, unbeknownst to her, Chen Yang was not home at all. After leaving Li Mei's house, he headed straight to the back mountain. Despite the bustling day, his mind was always focused on cultivation, and with the night ahead free, he intended to make up for the time he had squandered earlier. As dawn broke around 5 o'clock, he returned from the mountain. Tian was completely unaware, thinking he had simply risen early that day. During breakfast, she said to Chen Yang, Yang, don't wander off today. I'm going to the fields. I've hired someone to plow, and in a few days, we'll plant the vegetables. Understood, sister, Chen Yang mumbled, devouring his food ravenously. Hey, slow down. No one is competing with you. Tian laughed, raising her hand to wipe the crumbs from the corner of his mouth. Chen Yang grinned, relishing the warmth of the moment. However, once Tian finished her preparations and left for the fields, he promptly exited the house, heading straight for the mountains. With the planting season imminent and the seeds yet to be refined, Chen Yang needed to hasten his search for medicinal herbs. Just as he exited the village and walked a short distance, he spotted two familiar figures on the mountain path. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Li Mei and Feng Shui. Quickening his pace to catch up, he asked in confusion, What are you two up to? Are you going mushroom picking again? Yes, why? Li Mei responded. Chen Yang, exasperated, replied, What is wrong with you? Don't you fear snakes with so many people? What kind of talk is that? Li Mei retorted, her eyes narrowing. When I was picking mushrooms, you were still sucking your thumb. Whose thumb? Chen Yang scratched his head. Yours. Li Mei blushed, then pulled Feng Shui's hand, saying, Come on, let us ignore this fool. Feng Shui bit her lip, but remained silent. It was indeed her idea to venture into the mountains today, with one day left of the holiday and little to show for their efforts yesterday. She thought it would be nice to gather more mushrooms while her cousin was home. Thus, the sisters rose early to prepare and entered the mountains before the sun had fully risen. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Feng Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had exerted himself to rescue her the day before, and she realized she had been somewhat forgetful. As they walked further away, Chen Yang shook his head in resignation, thinking, if you encounter a snake again, it will be on your own accord, don't blame me. Despite this thought, he still followed after them. Originally intending to explore the northern valley, I found myself wandering in a southwestern direction instead. Li Mei and Feng Shui walked for a while and turned back to see Chen Yang trailing behind at a distance, eliciting both annoyance and amusement. She thought to herself, what is wrong with this boy? She could not be bothered to address him and soon entered a valley, turning to Feng Shui and saying, this patch of forest on the left is the most likely place to find edible mushrooms. Let us test our luck here. All right, Feng Shui nodded, clutching her plastic bucket as she followed her up the slope. Today, she had deliberately worn knee-high socks, layered twofold, yet truth be told, she still felt a twinge of apprehension. This was a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. At that moment, Li Mei had wandered a bit further ahead, prompting Feng Shui to hastily catch up. Sister, slow down, don't leave me behind. What are you afraid of? Li Mei turned back, smirking mischievously. Are you worried that foolish boy will catch up and do something to you? Oh, sister, what are you saying? Feng Shui exclaimed, flustered, stamping her foot. Li Mei chuckled, glancing back to see Chen Yang still standing at the foot of the hill, gazing in their direction. Regrettably, she had brought Xiao Shui along today. If it were just me. Li Mei pursed her lips, her mind conjuring an image of Chen Yang exerting himself for her sake. The thought ignited a warmth within her, prompting her to lower her gaze and begin searching through the grass. In truth, Chen Yang was not fixated on the two. He had discovered something far more intriguing on a large tree up the slope. Chapter 34, The Abyss. This truly was a case of serendipity. Observing a dark crimson hue on the tree ahead, Chen Yang mused aloud. He approached the tree, wrapped his arms around the trunk, and with a slight push of his legs, ascended like a monkey, swiftly climbing to a height of several meters. Rather than hastily plucking the dark red treasure, he perched himself on a branch and called out loudly, Aunt May, where are you? What are you yelling about, you rascal? Li Mei had just collected a few sizable edible mushrooms, and her spirits were high. This type of mushroom was rare and highly valuable, fetching over 10 yuan per pound when fresh. However, this time, her intent was not monetary gain, but rather to bring back a gift for her colleague. She felt a sense of accomplishment in helping her cousin gather such large mushrooms. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yang dared to disrupt the atmosphere. Li Mei could only retort with irritation, stop shouting. What if you attract a bear? Then I'll stew bear paws for you. Chen Yang laughed heartily from his perch, then reached up to twist off a mushroom the size of his face. He then carefully descended, soon returning to the ground, elated with his find. Such a large mushroom would surely possess ample medicinal properties. Observing his bounty, Chen Yang was overjoyed. However, carrying such a large mushroom was cumbersome. So he fashioned a simple cord from some grass and hung it on a nearby branch, intending to retrieve it later. Subsequently, Chen Yang ventured deeper into the hillside, curious to see where Li Mei and Feng Shui had ventured. After walking for several minutes, he finally caught sight of Li Mei and quickened his pace. How many have you gathered? Ah, you foolish boy really followed us? Li Mei exclaimed, startled, promptly stepping forward to block Chen Yang's path. Stop. What is the matter? Chen Yang looked at her in confusion. Xiao Shui is currently indisposed. You cannot go over there. Li Mei whispered. Is that so? Only then did Chen Yang comprehend the situation. Instinctively, he leaned forward to take a glance, but unfortunately, he could not see anyone. The terrain on this hillside was uneven. In some areas it was elevated, while in others it dipped low, making it quite difficult to spot a person crouching down. However, Chen Yang was not disheartened. Instead, he gazed at Li Mei, who was alone, and with a mischievous grin, he swiftly embraced her. Oh, you rascal. Li Mei could not raise her voice, so she struggled desperately while muttering an expletive. But she could only manage that one utterance, for in the next moment, her body went limp, devoid of any strength to resist. Chen Yang took the opportunity to indulge himself, nearly going as far as to remove her pants. Yet, he was aware that his time was limited. Even if Feng Shui was finishing up, it would not take long. On the other hand, given his exceptional skills, if he were to engage with Li Mei, It would take at least an hour to conclude. Thus, after a few moments of playful mischief, he released her and, with a sly grin, made his way down the slope. "You scoundrel!" Li Mei glared at his retreating figure, wondering why he had run off. Just then, she heard Feng Shue's voice. "Sister, I'm done." When Li Mei approached, she was instantly puzzled. "Sister, what happened? Why is your face so flushed?" "Oh, it's just that it's too hot. And I'm wearing too many layers," Li Mei replied with an awkward smile. She continued, "Let us venture further. I know a place where mushrooms sprout every year." "Oh, wonderful." Feng Shui, oblivious to her cousin's recent escapade, perked up at the mention of mushrooms. Chen Yang had not wandered far. Although he reached the bottom of the hill, he could still faintly see the silhouettes of the two sisters. His primary concern was not their safety, but rather the search for medicinal herbs. Nonetheless, since he was already there, he thought it prudent to keep an eye on them. The discovery of the large reishi mushroom had instilled great confidence in him, and he felt that today would yield further rewards. This valley was not particularly lengthy, measuring only about 700 or 800 meters, and he had already traversed 2/3 of it, yet he had not found any superior medicinal herbs. Just as he was nearing the valley's end, where a prominent peak loomed ahead, Chen Yang suddenly paused. "Why does it feel so chilly here?" Puzzled, he glanced around and soon noticed that the thicket nearby appeared rather peculiar. "Why does that area seem so empty, devoid of any trees?" He hastened closer, and upon inspection, he could not help but exclaim, "Goodness, so this is where it is." Before him lay a massive pit, roughly the size of a basketball court, clearly formed by a subsidence. No wonder Tian mentioned hearing a rumble in the mountains. He had come searching yesterday, never anticipating it would be in such a remote location. Turning back, he realized that the trees and surrounding peaks concealed this spot from view yesterday. My word, such a vast pit. It must be immense below, he mused, observing a dark crevice at the edge of the pit. The chilly sensation emanated from that gap, indicating that the temperature underground was quite low. Moreover, a breeze wafting out confirmed that there was indeed airflow beneath. Chen Yang pondered whether there might be treasures below. With this thought, his curiosity became insatiable. However, before descending, he glanced back, noticing the absence of Li Mei and Feng Shui, and called out, "Aunt Mei, where are you?" There was no response. He shouted again, only to hear Feng Shui's voice. "I'm here, what's wrong?" It seemed that Li Mei was still upset with him for his impulsive behavior, thus choosing to remain silent. Feng Shui, however, feeling the need to respond in her cousin's stead, answered him. Sensing that she was not far away, Chen Yang continued, "I've discovered a cave here and intend to explore it. Please be cautious and stay safe. I'm uncertain how long I'll be gone." "What?" Li Mei exclaimed, alarmed. "Don't run off recklessly. What do you mean by going into a cave? You must not enter." Ignore her, it's just a chant." Chen Yang chuckled in response. "You little rascal, if you dare to enter, I will inform your sister." Li Mei retorted angrily as she descended with a bucket in hand. Navigating through the wild grass and bushes, she and Feng Shui quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing the large pit, they were both taken aback. "Goodness, how did it collapse like this?" "It fell in the night before last. I heard a loud rumbling sound in the village," Chen Yang explained. "Are you really planning to go down there?" Li Mei pointed at the dark crevice and asked. Chen Yang nodded. "Yes, I sense there are treasures inside." Li Mei shot him a disapproving glare. "Treasure, you say? It's pitch black in there. What could possibly be found?" "Listen to me, you must not go. I brought a flashlight." Chen Yang proudly brandished a flashlight from his waist, raising an eyebrow. Li Mei was speechless. "Are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight. And you're going into the mountains with a flashlight? You didn't mention it was." Feng Shui began, her words trailing off. Chen Yang, unperturbed, chuckled and proceeded down the slope. The area of the collapsed earth was vast, but it wasn't a sheer drop. There was an incline. Realizing that she could not dissuade him, Li Mei's worry for his safety surged, and she stomped her foot. "If you get yourself killed, I will follow you." Feng Shui, taken aback, asked, "If you all go down, what about me?" After a moment of hesitation, she cautiously followed Li Mei down the slope. Chapter 35. All good things. Hearing footsteps behind her, Li Mei turned. "Hey, why did you come down too?" "I was scared alone up there," Feng Shui replied softly. "Ah." Li Mei sighed in resignation and turned back to Chen Yang. "You just keep causing trouble, and now you'll drag us both into it." "Don't worry, sister. There's definitely no danger inside the cave. Even if there is, I'll protect you," Chen Yang called back as he reached the edge of the crevice. The fissure wasn't high. One had to crouch to enter. He first shone the flashlight inside, discovering a vast space where the light did not reach the end. A chill breeze swept over him, and he turned to ask, "Are you sure you want to follow me in? It might be a bit cold." "If you don't go in, I won't tea either," Li Mei replied firmly. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Li Mei continued, "If something happens to you in there, how will I explain it to Tian when I return home? All right, let's keep close. I'll do my best to get in and out without wasting time," Chen Yang remarked as he bent down and entered the cavern. Li Mei followed suit, and Feng Shui did the same. However, an unexpected thrill surged within her, rekindling the adventurous spirit she had cherished in her childhood. She even mused to herself about the possibility of discovering sparkling gemstones within, those luminous, multicolored transparent stones that would undoubtedly be beautiful. Meanwhile, Chen Yang's thoughts were consumed by the prospect of valuable treasures hidden within the cave, which could lead to immense fortune if unearthed. At that moment, Li Mei felt surprisingly at ease, merely noting the chill in the air and thinking that she should have dressed more warmly. Once the trio descended further into the cave, they straightened up after a short distance. Chen Yang illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight, searching for anything extraordinary. To their astonishment, there were indeed objects suspended from the cave's ceiling. Observing the spherical formations illuminated by the flashlight, Li Mei inquired, "What are those? Are they some kind of eggs? I think I've seen them online. What were they called?" After a moment of contemplation, Feng Shui clapped her hands in realization. "They must be black spirit ginseng. This is quite valuable." Chen Yang grinned. "That's splendid news." "You fool. How on earth will you reach them?" Li Mei retorted, but before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Chen Yang crouch slightly and then leap into the air with remarkable agility. The ceiling was at least 3 meters high, yet he soared over a meter off the ground, grasping a glossy black spirit ginseng. "Wow!" Li Mei gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief, while Feng Shui stood in stunned silence. "His jump is incredibly powerful. He leaps higher than the basketball stars in my class." Li Mei quipped, "Did you install springs in your shoes?" Amidst their astonished gazes, Chen Yang tirelessly repeated his jumps, swiftly collecting all the black spirit ginseng from the ceiling. With a pile amassed on the ground, Li Mei fretted, "How are we going to carry these out? We can use our clothes to hold them," Feng Shui exclaimed, reaching to unbutton her shirt. However, Li Mei pulled her back. "No, it's too cold here. You'll catch a cold." "Indeed, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't take off my clothes. I have a solution." Chen Yang chuckled. "You jumped dozens of times without even panting?" Feng Shui questioned. "I'm just in good shape," Chen Yang replied with a smile, turning to Li Mei. "Isn't that right?" Li Mei felt a surge of annoyance, thinking, "What a shameless person. This is definitely intentional." At that moment, Chen Yang redirected his flashlight towards another area in such a concealed cave. "There must be more than just black spirit ginseng, right? What else do you wish to find?" Li Mei rolled her eyes. "Didn't you say we should head back early?" "Don't rush. It's only been a little while," Chen Yang replied as he stepped deeper into the cavern. Feng Shui and Li Mei hurriedly followed, feeling a sense of unease in the darkened cave devoid of the flashlight's glow. "Hey, what's that?" Chen Yang exclaimed, spotting something new as the flashlight illuminated the cave's edges. The two women, standing beside him, widened their eyes in unison, shivering slightly. "Bones. What kind of bones are those?" Li Mei's voice quivered. "It can't be human, can it?" Feng Shui stammered. "It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned it." As soon as they did, both of them shuddered. Chen Yang, feeling exasperated, quickly interjected, "It is indeed a bone, but look closely. Human bones are not this thick." "Is that so?" Li Mei and Feng Shui, hiding behind him, cautiously peeked over to examine it more closely. Chen Yang stepped forward, crouched down, and picked up a piece of bone, weighing it in his hands. "It has been years. It's remarkably light." He pondered aloud. "What kind of bone could this be? Why is it so large?" Feng Shui whispered. Before them lay a complete animal skeleton, though scattered, allowing only a rough outline of its shape to be discerned. Surrounding it were a pile of random stones, beneath which something seemed to be trapped. Chen Yang lifted several stones and, with a tug, extracted a piece of fur. It had survived, preserved beneath the weight of the rocks. Under the beam of his flashlight, Chen Yang exclaimed, "Is this a tiger's pelt?" Li Mei nodded in affirmation. "Then this must be a complete tiger skeleton." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a rare medicinal material. In truth, he had already deduced the answer, but he felt the need to play it up in front of the two women. Both Feng Shui and Li Mei were momentarily stunned. Who didn't he know that tiger bones were valuable? But wait, wasn't he the trade of such items prohibited? Thus, Li Mei inquired. Why are you so excited? You can't sell it anyway. Who said anything about selling? I could brew my own liquor with it. Chen Yang chuckled, removing his jacket and then his trousers. Hey, what are you doing? You haven't even tasted the tiger bone liquor yet, and you're already getting hot? Li Mei exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yang turned around. I'm just using my pant legs to carry the smaller pieces, and tying up the larger ones with my clothes. Seeing him clad only in a tank top and shorts, Li Mei remarked, You truly value your life over wealth. Aren't you afraid of getting cold? Not at all. Chen Yang laughed. Recalling a rhyme, a young man sleeps on a cold bed, relying solely on his vitality. As he spoke, he started collecting the tiger bones, not overlooking even the tiniest piece at the tip of the tail. Although there were many bones, they were surprisingly light. Chen Yang declared, All right, let's go. Aren't we going to check inside? Li Mei asked. Chen Yang shook his head. No, it's too cold. I'm worried you two will freeze. How considerate of you. Li Mei shot him a glare before turning to leave. Meanwhile, she curiously asked Feng Shui, It's strange. How could there be a tiger in this cave? I don't know. Perhaps many years ago, there was an opening leading outside? Feng Shui was uncertain as well. Chen Yang, silently amused, thought to himself that whatever happened was of little concern. He felt that his trip had not been in vain, as these medicinal materials would be more than sufficient. He was determined to break through to the 4th level of qi refinement tonight. He temporarily left the Wu Ling ginseng behind as the three of them made their way out through the narrow crevice, then began to climb up the dirt slope. At that moment, Feng Shui unexpectedly stepped on a loose stone, causing her to slide backward. Coincidentally, Chen Yang caught her with his face. Even more embarrassingly, he ended up catching Feng Shui's backside. Chapter 36. A fortunate encounter. Feng Shui was clad in a pair of snug jeans, which, in an unexpected turn of events, caused her firm posterior to land squarely on Chen Yang's face. In that initial moment, she was taken aback, only realizing the intensity of the situation when she felt a warm breath seep through the fabric of her trousers. Indeed, it was Chen Yang's breath. Ah, she exclaimed, swiftly twisting her body in an attempt to escape, but found herself at a loss for leverage. At the same time, Chen Yang was in a rather precarious predicament himself, grappling with a sense of breathlessness. Reluctant to relinquish the tiger bone he held, he knelt down, shaking his head in a bid to free his mouth and nose. Li Mei stood in stunned silence. Having already climbed onto the scene, she was now a mere spectator to the unfolding drama between Feng Shui and Chen Yang. Utterly unsure of how to react, after a strenuous effort, Feng Shui managed to place her hands on the ground and push herself away with her feet, finally freeing herself from Chen Yang's face. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she scrambled up and, avoiding Li Mei's gaze, hurriedly retreated into the thicket. Chen Yang gasped for air and returned to the edge of the pit, where he found Li Mei regarding him with a bemused expression. What was that like? She inquired playfully. Huh? Chen Yang replied, feigning ignorance. Stop playing coy. Li Mei shot him a look, then grinned broadly. You lucky fellow. No man has ever touched her there before. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Yang, yet he maintained his facade of confusion, pretending not to comprehend her insinuation. Feng Shui emerged from the woods, her complexion returning to normal, as though nothing untoward had transpired. Chen Yang pondered what she had been doing in the forest, as it seemed he had not dampened her genes at all. After a brief silence, Li Mei seemed to recall something, fixing her gaze on him. Why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you hurry and return the tiger bone home? No rush. We haven't collected the black ginseng yet, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Can you even carry it all? Li Mei shot him a skeptical glance. Besides, there's plenty of black ginseng. It would be wiser to return home and fetch a bamboo basket. You make a compelling point. Chen Yang scratched his head. Then let us return together. I can drive you both home. We don't need your ride. Li Mei retorted with a roll of her eyes. We've gathered plenty of mushrooms and were merely ready to head home. The two of them went to fetch a bucket, which turned out to be quite full of meat mushrooms. Chen Yang's appetite was piqued. These would make a delicious chicken stew, even better than meat. I can spare you a few pieces. After all, they aren't for sale, Li Mei generously offered. Though it was still before noon, their baskets were brimming with bounty. And thus the trio set off on the journey home. Upon reaching the spot where the reishi mushrooms hung, Chen Yang climbed the tree to retrieve them, leaving Li Mei and Feng Shui in a state of astonishment. How fortunate can one be? They mused. Although the reishi's value may not have been high, its large size made it an excellent decorative piece. By the time they returned home, it was just past 9 in the morning. Arriving at his doorstep, Chen Yang turned to Li Mei and Feng Shui. courteously offering, "Would you care to come in for a drink?" "No, my home is not too far," Li Mei replied, casting him a sideways glance, silently pondering if she was unaware of his subtle intentions. Despite her teasing of Chen Yang and Feng Shui in the mountains, she harbored a twinge of envy within her heart and resolved to no longer provide Chen Yang with any opportunities. Feng Shui remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Chen Yang. This single look conveyed a multitude of complex emotions that she herself found difficult to unravel. As they departed, Chen Yang returned home to find Tian Tian absent. He placed the tiger bone back in his room, took a bamboo basket, and set out once more. This time, he was cautious and brought along 2 woven sacks for feed. Should he encounter any further discoveries, he could utilize these as containers. Upon his return to the mountains, Chen Yang descended into the cavern, first placing the black spirit ginseng into the bamboo basket. He was not in haste to exit, however, as he ventured deeper into the cave with his flashlight. Regrettably, no further treasures were revealed on this occasion, although he sensed that the cave harbored more riches. After searching extensively without success, he was compelled to temporarily abandon his quest. He left the woven sacks behind, intending to retrieve the black spirit ginseng before departing. By the time he arrived home, it was already noon, and Tian Tian had prepared lunch. Upon seeing him return, she appeared somewhat displeased. "I told you not to wander off. Why didn't you listen? Look what I found, sister." Chen Yang chuckled, showcasing the black spirit ginseng to her. "What is this?" Tian Tian inquired, astonished. "Search for black spirit ginseng on your phone, and you'll find out," Chen Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Tian Tian momentarily forgot her admonishment and quickly searched on her phone. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, this is so expensive. Isn't it?" Chen Yang smiled. "These black spirit ginseng, once dried, will weigh over 10 pounds. How much do they say it costs online per pound?" 7 to 8,000. Tian Tian exclaimed. "So expensive?" Chen Yang was taken aback. He had known black spirit ginseng was costly, but he had not anticipated it being valued at such an exorbitant rate. This meant that the ginseng he had collected could potentially fetch a sum of around 100,000. However, he could also use it for cultivation, as its medicinal properties were exceptional. In that moment, Chen Yang found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to keep it or dry it for sale. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take half. After all, his immediate goal was to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, and he wouldn't require so much black spirit ginseng. The remainder could be sold for funds to acquire other medicinal herbs in the future. Having made his decision, he fetched some needle and thread from his room, stringing the black spirit ginseng to hang beneath the eaves. Once he had completed this task, Chen Yang asked, "Sister, when will we plant vegetables?" "Perhaps in a couple of days," Tian Tian replied. "This afternoon, I need to water the fields, and once the ground isn't so muddy, we can sow the seeds." "It hasn't rained at all," Chen Yang remarked, glancing at the sky, feeling quite disheartened. If it rained, Tian Tian wouldn't need to water the fields, which would save her considerable effort. Yet, despite his frustration, he realized there was little that could be done about the weather. Thus, Chen Yang said to Tian Tian, "Sister, I'll go this afternoon. You stay at home and rest, don't get sunburned." Such kind words brought a smile of gratitude to Tian Tian's face, though she shook her head in response. "It's best not to. When we watered the fields in spring, you merely dug in one spot with a hoe, and by the time I noticed, you had already created a large pit filled with water. I cannot let you cause any more chaos." Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he could have forgotten such a time in his life. After tidying up the dishes, Tian Tian grabbed a shovel and hoe, preparing to head out. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. She looked up and exclaimed, "Yang Yang, is this your doing? It truly looks like it's going to rain. If only I had such capabilities." Chen Yang glanced at the sky, sensing that the ominous clouds drifting in from the north were not a good sign. He feared that the impending rain could be quite substantial. His greatest concern was the pond in the mountains. If a flash flood occurred, wouldn't the supply of silver knife fish be severed? He hastily snatched the shovel from Tian Tian's hands. "Sister, I must go check on the mountains. Stay put at home." With that, he hurried away, leaving Tian Tian momentarily stunned. "Hey, what madness has seized you?" she exclaimed, quickly returning to the house to fetch a raincoat and umbrella before chasing after him. Chapter 37. The enormous python Tian Tian could not match Chen Yang's speed. By the time she dashed out of the village, he had already vanished from sight. The sky had darkened considerably, and as the torrential rain was about to descend, She stomped her feet in frustration. "You're going to drive me mad." Despite her deep concern, she dared not venture further, uncertain of the rain's ferocity. Entering the mountains could prove to be exceedingly perilous in the event of a flood. Thus, she could only pray for Chen Yang's safety and return home with her worries. The first large raindrop fell just as Chen Yang arrived at the pond. He had previously surveyed the terrain while fishing. This area lay in a depression where streams from the west and north converged, forming the pond. Downstream, there was but a single outlet, where excess water flowed out of the mountains. Should a flood occur, it would have a catastrophic impact on the pond, and if the downstream outlet were swept away, the pond would cease to exist. Although he had contemplated this scenario before, he had never found the time to address it. Now he was left scrambling to rectify the situation. However, he had no choice. To preserve the pond, he must act swiftly. As the saying goes, it is better to divert than to block. The most effective solution was to create a drainage channel, albeit a labor-intensive task. Not daring to waste a moment, Chen Yang braved the rain and made his way upstream to the pond. He began by digging at the pond's edge, lowering the bank's height by several decimeters. He then lifted large boulders from the nearby area, positioning them at the pond's inlet. Though it appeared simple, these rocks weighed between 200 to 300 pounds, making them nearly impossible for an average person to move. Chen Yang constructed a rudimentary dam with the massive stones, uncertain if it would withstand the impending flood. But he resolved to do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. After securing the inlet, he proceeded to the opposite side, repeating the process. By this time, the rain had begun to pour down, drenching him completely. His clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, prompting him to discard them, leaving only his undergarments. In the blink of an eye, the world was enveloped in a curtain of rain, and Chen Yang, a solitary figure, toiled diligently amidst the downpour. Ultimately, it was not exhaustion that led to his cessation of work, but rather the sudden snap of the shovel in his hands, rendering it useless. Gazing at the rudimentary flood diversion channel he had excavated, as well as the stone dam he had constructed, towering over 1 meter high and 2 meters wide, Chen Yang sighed, recognizing that this was the best he could achieve. The rain continued to pour. He turned to retrieve his clothing and proceeded downstream. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from behind him, and an uneasy feeling washed over Chen Yang, prompting him to ascend the hillside without delay. Moments later, 2 torrents of muddy water surged forth from the mountains. Chen Yang decided to remain where he was, finding a large rock upon which to sit, quietly observing the spectacle. The flood roared towards him, swirling with debris and small trees from the mountains, its force formidable. Yet, as the deluge reached the flood outlet, it was momentarily halted by the heavy stone dam, only to redirect and rush away from the pond on either side into the wilderness. Excellent. Chen Yang sprang to his feet, snapping his fingers in triumph. Success. There was no need to rush home. He chose instead to revel in the sight of the 2 torrents racing past in the rain. As the raindrops fell in torrents, the water level of the pond rose, remaining remarkably clear, standing in stark contrast to the murky floodwaters on either side. The torrential downpour lasted a full 2 hours, while the floodwaters took an additional hour to gradually recede. Once the flow calmed, Chen Yang observed that the banks of the pond had been carved into channels, the terrain now significantly lower than the pond's edge, alleviating any future concerns of flooding. With that, he felt reassured and decided to head home. However, after walking a short distance, he spotted something white and round beneath a tree by the riverbank, something rather elongated. What could it be? Curiosity piqued, Chen Yang approached, the sound of the rushing stream accompanying his steps. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in astonishment. Was that a python of such size? The white he had initially seen was the creature's underbelly, and as he drew nearer, he realized it was thicker than his thigh. Although half of its body was obscured by branches, he estimated it measured at least 10 meters in length. In his shock, Chen Yang's mind began to race. This python had been swept down by the flood and was evidently beyond saving. If left here, it would surely begin to rot overnight. A tremendous waste. Python meat was surely edible, wasn't it? This creature must weigh several hundred pounds. With this thought, Chen Yang pushed aside the branches and located the python's tail. Using his trousers as a makeshift rope, he tugged with all his might, finally extracting the serpent's body. The ground was slippery, yet the python's skin was quite resilient, making it surprisingly easy to drag. So Chen Yang continued onward towards the village. By the time he reached the village entrance, the rain had ceased. and the western mountains revealed the lingering glow of the setting sun. Many villagers had emerged, as the flood had swept down numerous trees, providing an abundance of firewood right to their doorsteps. Everyone was busy gathering. However, Tian Tian was preoccupied, standing at the village entrance, gazing anxiously towards the mountains. Worried about Chen Yang's absence, what if something had happened to him? Just as her anxiety peaked, a figure appeared on the horizon. Tian Tian dashed forward, and upon recognizing Chen Yang, she nearly burst into tears of joy. However, upon seeing the object clutched in Chen Yang's hand, she immediately widened her eyes and took 2 steps back, her face draining of color. "Sister, do not fear, it's dead." Chen Yang chuckled. "Why, you know I'm terrified of snakes," Tian Tian stammered, her words faltering. "Sister, why don't you head home first? Once I finish processing it, it won't be frightening anymore," Chen Yang suggested. Some villagers, spotting Chen Yang, initially thought he was dragging a birch tree, but upon realizing it was a massive python, they were sufficiently startled. One particularly timid individual even resorted to cursing. Others deemed Chen Yang quite eccentric for bringing a dead snake home. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chen Yang busied himself, while Tian Tian hid inside the house, not daring to emerge for quite some time. It was only when Chen Yang had nearly finished, having washed away the blood with well water, hung the snake gall under the eaves, and neatly arranged the remaining snake meat, that he called for Tian Tian to come out. Staring at the pristine white chunks of meat, Tian Tian was taken aback. "This is snake meat?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded. "It doesn't look so frightening now, does it?" Tian Tian pursed her lips, and although she did not speak, she offered a slight nod. "I'll go boil some water. We'll cook the meat," Chen Yang exclaimed as he dashed toward the woodshed. Tian Tian silently lamented. This fellow was becoming increasingly bizarre, collecting a dead snake and now intending to consume its flesh. Was it even edible? She considered dissuading him, but upon reflecting on his earlier efforts, she relinquished her concerns. At worst, they could cook the snake meat for Dehei and the others. As the water boiled, Chen Yang added several pieces of snake meat to the pot, seasoning it with ginger, garlic, and scallions to mask any unpleasant odor. Then set it to boil over a fierce flame. Within a few minutes, a distinctive aroma wafted through the kitchen, prompting Tian Tian to wonder aloud. What is that delightful scent? It wasn't just her. The fragrance spread from Chen Yang's home, reaching the nostrils of half the village. Curiosity piqued. Several villagers approached Chen Yang's doorstep, inquiring, "What are you cooking? It smells amazing." "Just boiling some meat," Chen Yang replied cheerfully as he emerged from the kitchen. With hundreds of pounds of meat laid out in the yard, it was visible to all, yet no one thought to associate it with snake meat. Before they could ask further, Chen Yang pulled out the enormous head of the python from the storage room, declaring, "It's the meat from this creature." "Oh my goodness!" Several women gasped, nearly collapsing in shock. Those who had seen Chen Yang dragging the python back finally remembered, their expressions turning blank. "Don't just stand there at the door. There is plenty of meat that won't be consumed alone. Who wants to give it a try?" Chen Yang invited. "You madman, are you trying to deceive us? Is this meat really the source of that aroma?" Someone questioned. "Believe it or not," Chen Yang retorted as he returned to the kitchen, quickly emerging with a basin containing several freshly cooked pieces of snake meat. "Those who wish to taste, come and help yourselves." The villagers exchanged glances, hesitating. Python meat sounded utterly revolting, yet the enticing aroma wafting from the basin was simply irresistible. Typically, when they slaughtered pigs or sheep, the cooking smells were never this appealing. As they observed Chen Yang chopping the meat into pieces, occasionally savoring a bite with an expression of ecstasy, some of the bolder villagers finally found their resolve crumbling. Even a fool dares to indulge, so why should one hesitate? Moreover, the 3 dogs, 2 small and 1 large, squatting beside Chen Yang relished the delectable meat with unabashed delight. It was undoubtedly scrumptious. Thus, the first person stepped forward to taste, followed by a throng entering the courtyard. Moments later, praises erupted from the crowd, exclaiming that the snake meat was indeed exquisite, practically intoxicating with its aroma. Tian Tian was left dumbfounded, yet internally she resisted, harboring no desire to partake. "Chen Yang, you've acquired such an abundance of snake meat. Surely it weighs several hundred pounds. Will it fit in your home?" Some, while savoring the meat, began to contemplate. "It cannot possibly fit. There is far too much." Chen Yang chuckled. "Is there anyone who hasn't had their fill? Feel free to take some home later." This was met with enthusiasm. However, he then added, "But this meat cannot be consumed for free. In a few days, when I plant vegetables, you all must lend a hand. Ah, even a fool has his cunning. Someone laughed. The others joined in the mirth, realizing they had been outwitted. Yet, planting vegetables was hardly strenuous. Living in the same village, they would naturally assist without Chen Yang's prompting. Who could bear to see such a lovely girl as Tian labor alone? Once satiated, the group took home several pieces of snake meat, and at last, Chen Yang's household fell into a serene quietude. Sister, want you try some? Chen Yang inquired. No, Tian shook her head. Though it smells delightful, I still feel a strong aversion. I'm certain I would retch after a single bite. Very well, Chen Yang replied. He had just boiled another pot, satisfying the villagers' appetites, yet a considerable amount of cooked meat remained. Let us not waste this. I shall deliver some to Aunt May. Then go ahead. Tian nodded, retreating to the kitchen to reheat some leftover rice and vegetables. With the snake meat in hand, Chen Yang merrily made his way to Li Mei's house. Unaware of the happenings in the village, Li Mei was busy tidying her home after the rain, as a leak in the roof had soaked many of her belongings. Feng Shui was assisting her, and it was only when Chen Yang entered that the sisters noticed him. What have you brought? Li Mei asked. Typically, the meat of common animals appears dark red when cooked, yet what he held was pristine white, resembling fish meat. But where would one find such a large fish? Chen Yang smiled. I just cooked it. It's still warm. It smells so good. What kind of meat is this? Feng Shui asked. Chen Yang, with a smile, replied, hurry and eat while it's hot. It's a nourishing delicacy. Just as well, he was feeling famished. Li Mei tossed aside her cloth, turning to wash her hands. I'm too tired to cook. Let us eat this instead. Very well, Feng Shui. Despite her curiosity about the meat, found her stomach growling and, enchanted by the aroma, lost interest in further inquiries. Soon, Chen Yang sliced the meat while the two women prepared the tableware. In no time, everything was set. The snake meat, tender yet chewy, burst with flavor upon each bite. Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with delight after her first taste. It's so delicious. Li Mei nodded in agreement, casually dipping her piece in soy sauce. Chen Yang watched with a smile, pondering whether revealing the true nature of the meat would cause them to leap in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he decided it was best to remain silent. After all, one should not be excessively wicked, right? Li Mei and Feng Shui quickly finished their meal. Yet a substantial portion of the meat Chen Yang had brought remained. Not wanting to waste such a fine delicacy, Li Mei meticulously wrapped it in a plastic bag and placed it in the refrigerator. Outside, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Upon tidying up and noticing that Chen Yang had no intention of leaving, Li Mei inquired, do you have something else to attend to? Chen Yang replied, nothing at all. Why? Are you not tired? It's quite late. Shouldn't you head home to sleep? Li Mei shot him an exasperated glance. Oh, it is rather late. Chen Yang realized, then added, Annie, could you walk me home? I have a fear of the dark. Li Mei was almost tempted to give him a light punch. But upon seeing the sparkle in his eyes, she comprehended his intentions. For some inexplicable reason, after consuming that meat, her stomach felt pleasantly warm, accompanied by a subtle flush throughout her body. Now understanding Chen Yang's insinuation, Li Mei bit her lip, her heart racing. Thus, she turned to Feng Shui and said, you should make the bed first. It's quite damp outside after the rain. I'll accompany him to ensure he doesn't fall. All right, be careful, Feng Shui replied, not thinking much of it. As Chen Yang and Li Mei stepped outside, he swiftly bent down and lifted her into his arms. Then, under the cover of night, dashed away. Where are you taking me, you rascal? Li Mei playfully pinched him. You'll find out soon enough. Chen Yang, filled with fervor, sprinted through the darkness. In an instant, he had brought Li Mei to the dilapidated temple on the back mountain. After such a heavy rain, with no one around, this place was the only relatively dry spot left. Is this really where you brought me so quickly? Li Mei exclaimed in astonishment as she surveyed her surroundings. In Chen Yang's embrace, she hadn't seen clearly and felt as though only a minute or two had passed. Chen Yang had no time to respond. Urgency was of the essence. Moments later, enchanting melodies resonated from within the temple. With matters weighing on his mind, and Li Mei apprehensive about Feng Shui growing suspicious from her prolonged absence, they kept their encounter brief. Even so, nearly an hour had elapsed by the time they returned home. Naturally, Feng Shui asked, Sister, why were you gone for so long? Oh, I just sat with Tian for a bit, Li Mei replied. I see, Feng Shui nodded, then added, I'm heading to bed now. I need to return to school early tomorrow. The downpour had disrupted her plans, leaving her no choice but to awaken early the next day. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Chen Yang immediately retrieved the medicinal herbs, combining them with the experience he had just shared with Li Mei, and swiftly entered a state of transcendence. It wasn't until dawn broke the following day that he opened his eyes, filled with elation. He had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, an achievement unlocked. Chapter 39. Collision. Early in the morning, Chen Yang wished not to disturb Tian's peaceful slumber, so he quietly slipped out of the house. Once outside, he leaped into the woods to the south of the village and took flight. Those of a certain age, who were light sleepers, suddenly heard bursts of laughter emanating from the woods, wondering who could be making such foolish noises so early in the day. At this moment, Chen Yang had already exited the confines of Taohua Village, reveling in his newfound strength and speed, his heart swelling with exuberance. Just then, Feng Shui was driving out of the village and happened to see him dart across the road from a distance. She caught only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, fast enough to appear as a person, yet she could not discern any features. Startled, she instinctively swerved the steering wheel. Unfortunately, fate had it that a poplar tree, as thick as a bowl, stood right by the roadside. The car collided forcefully with the tree, causing a loud crash and deploying the airbags within the vehicle. Chen Yang, in high spirits, heard the commotion behind him and turned around, only to be struck by a sudden realization: trouble. Understanding that he may have startled the driver, he hurriedly approached and tapped on the car window, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Feng Shui, dazed from the airbag's impact, lifted her head to gaze outside, their eyes locking in mutual astonishment. "It's you?" Attempting to open the car door, Chen Yang found it locked and unyielding. Feng Shui tried to unlock it, but discovered that the buttons were unresponsive, rendering the interior inaccessible. Smoke began to billow from the front of the car, and the threat of a fire loomed. "Help me!" Feng Shui cried out in fear. Chen Yang, equally alarmed, turned and tried the rear door, but it too was locked. Resolutely, he raised his fist and struck the window with a powerful blow. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass shattered. After a few more strikes, the rear window was cleared. Feng Shui reclined the car seat and, using both her hands and feet, crawled to the back, assisted by Chen Yang, who helped her escape. Once safe, she patted her chest, exclaiming, "You scare me to death." Chen Yang's gaze lingered, observing her trembling form, and he mentally recalled the sensation of carrying her down the mountain previously. A thought crossed his mind, regretting the missed opportunity to touch her, for that would have been the most genuine and visceral sensation. Swallowing hard, he finally asked, "Are you okay, sis?" "I'm fine, just terrified," Feng Shui replied, still shaken. "I didn't know who that was. They zipped past me and startled me." Realizing the implications, she suddenly asked, "Was that you?" "No," Chen Yang quickly denied, fully aware of his incredible speed, which was astonishing indeed. How could he admit to such a feat? Then, as if remembering something, he added, "By the way, I saw a shadow too. It looked like a bear." Feng Shui gasped, instinctively turning to look around, leaning closer to Chen Yang. "Are there bears here?" "Well, it seemed like it," Chen Yang replied, nodding, feeling her nearly press against him, a desire to embrace her stirring within him. Yet, reason prevailed over impulse. He inquired, "Why are you leaving so early?" "It's Monday. I need to get back for class," Feng Shui stated, slapping her thigh in frustration. "What now?" "The car is broken, and I'll miss my first class." Chen Yang thought to himself that it was just one class. Was it worth such urgency? Yet, he recognized that Feng Shui was a responsible and dedicated teacher. Had it been someone less concerned, they might not have thought twice about missing a lesson. Having attended class, there is no guarantee that the instructor will deliver a commendable lecture. Such teachers are not unfamiliar to him. However, seeing Feng Shui in distress, Chen Yang felt compelled to devise a solution, suggesting, "Why not lend me your phone? I can call someone to take you to the county town." "Do you know any drivers?" Feng Shui rummaged through her belongings and produced her phone. "Let me inquire," she said. Chen Yang took the device and dialed Zhang Hua's number. The call was answered promptly, indicating that Zhang had risen early once again. However, he did not recognize the caller, and upon answering, he asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" "It's me, Huazi Chen Yang. Do you know any drivers in the town?" "Someone from my village urgently needs to get to the county town, right now?" "That sounds good. Hurry up then. It's best to arrive before 8. They're in a rush to get to class." After exchanging a few words, Chen Yang hung up and informed Feng Shui, "All right, sister, I found a car. It will arrive shortly." "That's wonderful." Feng Shui beamed, relieved to see that her vehicle was merely emitting some smoke without any signs of catching fire. She then called the insurance company to arrange for the car to be towed for repairs. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a black Jetta approached from the direction of the town. Zhang Hua was in the car, and, upon spotting Chen Yang with a beautiful woman in white, he momentarily froze. Just as he stepped out to inquire, he noticed her slight shake of the head, prompting him to remain silent. Once Feng Shui boarded the vehicle, he turned to Chen Yang and asked, "Brother, who is she? Don't ask too many questions." Chen Yang shot him a glare before inquiring, "How much will it cost to repair the car?" "Let me take a look," Zhang Hua said as he circled Feng Shui's vehicle. After assessing it, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "I estimate it will cost at least 10,000. The front end is quite badly damaged." "Oh, that is not too much." Chen Yang nodded, mentally noting the expense. After all, it was his responsibility, and he could not allow Feng Shui to bear the burden alone. Since Zhang Hua was already there, Chen Yang beckoned, "Come, let us go back home. I have something good for you." "What good thing?" "Just something great. Stop asking so many questions." Chen Yang playfully draped his arm around Zhang Hua's shoulders as they walked towards the village. After Zhang Hua left with his share of provisions, Suyu arrived. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she paused in surprise. "What is wrong?" Chen Yang smiled at her. "You seem different," Suyu observed. "In what way?" Chen Yang queried. Suyu shook her head. "I don't know, but I feel like you're not the same as you were a couple of days ago." Chen Yang thought to himself how perceptive she was. She was the only one to notice a change while others remained oblivious. Could this be related to Suyu's unique constitution? Yet, now was not the time for such musings. She had come to retrieve fish fry, which was a significant matter. Thus, they gathered their tools and set off into the mountains. As they walked, they observed the traces left by the mountain flood, and Suyu expressed her concern. "I hope the water pools in the mountains are all right. If they were washed away, it would be troublesome." "Don't worry, everything is fine." Upon reaching their destination, Suyu beheld the two stone dams and the riverbanks flanking the water pools, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Who did this?" Chen Yang chuckled. "It was me. Who else could it be?" "You did it yourself?" Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can move such a large stone? If you don't believe me, I can move a few more for you to see." Chen Yang wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his hands becoming restless. Suyu felt a wave of tingling sensations and, feeling bashful, said, "Stop it. I've just, Chapter 40. Do as you wish, ah? Chen Yang's face fell. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Seeing his expression, Suyu covered her mouth and laughed. "You silly boy. Is it really that serious?" "Of course it is. I've been thinking about you for several days." Chen Yang's face looked as forlorn as a bitter melon. Suyu replied, "But I haven't been thinking about it either. It's just how it is." "How long do we have to wait?" Chen Yang inquired. "A few days, don't rush," Suyu said, playfully tapping his forehead. "Just bear with it for now." Chen Yang, feeling helpless, turned and walked to the pond, shedding his clothes before diving into the cool water. Once submerged, the flames of desire within him began to wane. He then focused his energy on catching fish fry. It was quite simple, as the young silver knife fish were fond of earthworm roots. As long as he held them, the little fish would swim over eagerly. However, some larger fish posed an obstruction, forcing Chen Yang to wave them away, leaving only the small ones to be gathered in his net. After managing to catch a substantial haul of over 100 fish, he returned to the shore and poured the fry into a bucket. Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "I can't believe you caught so many at once." "Of course. It's only natural," Chen Yang replied proudly, relishing the praise from the woman he adored, a man's greatest accolade. Yet it was not enough. He then asked, "How do you plan to reward me?" "You rascal." Suyu shot him a glare, then lowered her head. "In a few days, you can do as you wish." "You said it." Chen Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had longed to explore new and intriguing cultivation postures, but Suyu had always been too conservative to agree. Now, they could finally indulge. Elated, Chen Yang headed back to the pond with his net, declaring, "I'll catch some more fry." In the end, he captured over 200 fish. Concerned about the fry suffocating due to lack of oxygen, they hurried back to the car without lingering in the mountains. Connecting the electric pump, bubbles began to froth in the bucket, and Suyu finally felt at ease. "I'm going to the fish pond now. Would you like to join me?" "Visiting sounds good," Chen Yang nodded. They then got into the car and departed from Peach Blossom Village. After more than half an hour, they arrived at Dongshan Village. Despite its name suggesting mountainous terrain, the surroundings were completely flat, with not a single hill in sight. To the east of the village lay a vast expanse of fish ponds, each covering several acres, glistening under the sunlight. Are these all ours? Chen Yang inquired. Not at all. Just one belongs to us. The rest belong to others. Su Yu chuckled. I don't have the financial means to acquire all the ponds just yet. No worries. It won't be long before you do. Chen Yang smiled, confident that having reached the 4th level of qi refining, he would soon employ techniques to cultivate fish and grow crops, with money flowing into his pockets like a steady stream. As the car approached the edge of the fish pond, a tin-roofed house came into view. A man emerged from within, greeting, Mr. Su, you've arrived. Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Chen Yang, saying, allow me to introduce you to Uncle Huang from the village. He will be responsible for overseeing our fish pond from now on. Chen Yang smiled and added, we appreciate your efforts, Uncle Huang. He then retrieved 2 buckets of fish fry from the trunk. The silver knife fish displayed remarkable vitality. Despite the bumpy journey, they remained lively in the buckets. Upon releasing them into the pond, Chen Yang instructed Uncle Huang, please refrain from feeding these fish for now. Let them acclimate to their new environment. I'll bring specialized feed shortly. Uncle Huang nodded in agreement. Although he possessed extensive experience in aquaculture, he felt reluctant to voice any objections in front of his employer. At that moment, Su Yu inquired, when will you be able to prepare the feed? Chen Yang chuckled, no need to worry. It will be ready very soon, by tomorrow at the latest. Su Yu beamed, the sooner, the better. A few individuals have been impatiently calling me for fish. Chen Yang assured her, don't fret, it won't be long. At most, 10 days. Uncle Huang was taken aback, glancing at him in disbelief. He had observed the fry. The largest barely the size of a palm. The notion that they could grow in 10 days seemed ludicrous. Raising fish was not akin to inflating a balloon. Such rapid growth was implausible. However, seeing Su Yu's elation, Uncle Huang bit his tongue, deciding to speak with her privately later, pondering whether this young man might be a charlatan to be wary of. Su Yu did not linger by the pond. She intended to drive Chen Yang back. Yet, he expressed a desire to visit the farm first. Let us not return to the village just yet. I want to see what Hua Zi and the others are up to at the farm. Su Yu replied, but I have limited time. I need to return to the hotel soon. Chen Yang reassured her, it's fine. You can head back, and Zhang Hua can give me a ride later. Very well. She conceded, turning the car towards the farm while Chen Yang's gaze fell upon the newly replaced gate, nodding in satisfaction as he stepped into the courtyard. As he approached the house, he overheard voices from within. One pair, are we in? If not, I'm leaving. No, don't go. Chen Yang quipped, are you playing cards? Upon reaching the entrance, he peered inside to find. Indeed, they were. Zhang Hua was absent, yet 3 of his associates sat there, their foreheads adorned with sticky notes, engrossed in an intense game. Upon noticing Chen Yang, they quickly set down their cards, exclaiming, Brother Yang has arrived. Where's Hua Zi? Chen Yang inquired. One of the subordinates replied, our leader isn't here. Hua Ge went out to buy supplies and will return shortly. Chen Yang responded, what did he go to purchase? The young man scratched his head, a cedar, diesel, and plastic film, among other things. Additionally, someone is bringing a few cattle this afternoon. Taken aback by the quantity, Chen Yang asked, will the funds suffice? The young man, clearly unsure, offered a nervous smile. Hua Zi seems to be making significant investments. I hadn't anticipated this step in cattle raising. Chen Yang chuckled, enjoy your game. I will take a stroll. We shall accompany you. The younger brothers were quite perceptive. When the elder brother's superior arrived, it was only fitting that they accompanied him. Thus, under the throng of 3, Chen Yang took a stroll around the back of the farm. The previous rain had covered a vast area, and this side had also benefited, leaving the ground damp and somewhat muddy. It was a pity to see such a large expanse of land left neglected. Chen Yang sighed inwardly, and then contemplated that at this juncture, it was time to explore how to retrieve the spiritual stones located beneath the water pools in the mountains. It was essential to establish a sufficiently powerful feng shui array around this farm, and the presence of spiritual stones was imperative. At that moment, a voice called from the front gate, where is everyone? Come out and unload the goods. Can't you show a bit of initiative? Several younger brothers hurriedly ran over and opened the gate. Shortly after, Zhang Hua drove in on a tricycle, laden with various agricultural supplies. Seeing this, Chen Yang chuckled. You must have spent quite a bit. Is it enough? Ah, Yang Ge, you're here. Zhang Hua greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. Looking for me for something? Chen Yang inquired. Indeed, it's rather significant. Zhang Hua nodded. I managed to secure a substantial sum of money. A substantial sum? Chen Yang was taken aback. Where did you get it? From the credit cooperative. Zhang Hua chuckled. Then continued, I registered our place as a family farm and took the paperwork to apply for a loan. The funds just arrived this morning. Chen Yang was rendered speechless. How much did you borrow? Not too much, 300,000, but it's sufficient. Zhang Hua replied cheerfully. Chen Yang was once again at a loss for words. He thought to himself, is obtaining a loan this easy nowadays? Normally, the process wouldn't be so swift. Zhang Hua smiled and explained, however, my uncle is the credit manager there. Seeing my earnest intentions to accomplish something, he expedited the approval. Is that so? Chen Yang sighed with a wry smile. But why didn't you inform me in advance? This feels rather rushed. Zhang Hua scratched his head sheepishly, but rest assured, Yang Gu, this money will be invested wisely. With such a large farm, how could we not recover 300,000 in 5 years? That is true. Chen Yang nodded, since you have already borrowed it. Let it be. However, it must be agreed that the funds are solely for the farm and cannot be diverted to other investments. Trust me, once the unloading was complete, the hired rotary tiller arrived and turned over all the neglected land within the farm. While work was underway, the newly acquired cattle also arrived. Zhang Hua's younger brothers busily herded the cows into the barn, instantly bringing a lively atmosphere to the farm. In the afternoon, Chen Yang took a brief pause in town on Zhang Hua's tricycle before returning to the village with the newly purchased items. He did not go home, but instead alighted at the far western edge of the village, then set off into the mountains with his belongings. Zhang Hua intended to follow, but was politely declined by Chen Yang, as he felt he did not require assistance. He was sufficient on his own. Most importantly, this excursion was to explore the spiritual stones, whose value was immeasurable, and Chen Yang preferred that even Zhang Hua remained oblivious to their existence. Upon reaching the edge of the water pool, it was already afternoon, and the water temperature had risen considerably. Chen Yang, equipped with his supplies, directly entered the water and soon arrived at the bottom. He had intentionally purchased a foldable entrenching tool, which, although merely a product from the town's hardware store and not from a reputable brand, was surprisingly sturdy. Chen Yang held his breath and diligently excavated beneath the water's surface. With his level of mastery, remaining submerged for a good 10 minutes posed no challenge. However, given the physical exertion involved, he needed to resurface for oxygen every 7 or 8 minutes to continue his labor. Time passed, and when he had dug down nearly a meter into the watery depths, the first spiritual stone appeared. Cradling it in his hand, Chen Yang could distinctly feel the energy emanating from the stone, which was pleasantly warm to the touch. Though he had never had the opportunity to handle one before, he was acutely aware that this egg-sized spiritual stone was indeed quite precious. If fellow cultivators were to discover it, it would undoubtedly incite their covetousness. Thus, upon returning to the surface, he did not hasten to the shore, but instead placed it in a floating bag in the water. As twilight descended, he had unearthed a total of 12 spiritual stones, and with a sense of fulfillment, he finally made his way to the shore. By instinct, Chen Yang sensed that he had nearly exhausted the underwater area. Even if there were a few stones left behind, they would number no more than 1 or 2. As time was pressing, he decided against further digging. Hoisting the bag, he walked home under the moonlight. Tian had already finished dinner, but had saved a portion for him in the pot. As Chen Yang ate, she spoke up. We'll be planting vegetables the day after tomorrow. Oh, very well, Chen Yang replied, feeling confident. He could manage not just the day after tomorrow, but even tomorrow if needed. Where did you go today? Tian inquired. Chen Yang, eyes lowered, replied, I went into town with Su Yu. She rented a fish pond. Oh, was all Tian said thereafter. Sensing a palpable tension in the air, Chen Yang lifted his gaze and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Nothing, really, Tian mumbled, looking down. Just finish your meal, wash up, and go to bed early. With that, she stood and retreated to her room. Chen Yang was puzzled. Clearly, she was preoccupied with something troubling. What had transpired? After finishing his meal, he tidied up the dishes but did not immediately bathe. Instead, he left home to visit Li Mei. In the village, people were accustomed to sleeping once darkness fell, and by now, Li Mei had already prepared her bed, ready to sleep. Upon seeing Chen Yang, she smiled and said, What brings you here? Didn't you eat enough last night? Not at all. Chen Yang shook his head. I wasn't home today. Has anything happened in the village? Li Mei paused, her expression contemplative. It seems nothing significant has occurred. Then, as if recalling something, she added, Oh right, I heard that Zhao Rui came to the village. What did he come for? Chen Yang felt a wave of distaste at the mention of that name. Li Mei shook her head. I wouldn't know. I hardly went out today, just busy repairing the roof. Okay, understood. Chen Yang nodded, turning to leave. Hey, Li Mei called out, rushing after him. But Chen Yang had already reached the entrance. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, exclaiming, that fool. He comes and goes as he pleases. Upon returning home, Chen Yang did not seek out Tian, but instead retreated to his own room. The spiritual stones he had gathered that day lay beneath his bed. He retrieved one and began his cultivation. As dawn broke on the following day, during breakfast, Tian hesitated before asking, Yang, what are your plans for today? Chen Yang replied nonchalantly, nothing much, just staying at home. Tian pursed her lips. Why not go up the mountain to gather some mushrooms? The heavy rain 2 days ago surely brought forth many. All right, Chen Yang nodded, yet he was acutely aware that she intended to distract him deliberately. The reason for this might very well be related to Zhao Rui. Thus, he feigned compliance but had no intention of ascending the mountain. Instead, he chose to wait in the woods across the village. As fate would have it, shortly after 8 o'clock, a car arrived at the doorstep, from which Zhao Rui emerged with 2 others. All 3 were clad in uniforms, swaggering into the courtyard and calling out, Where is everyone? Come out. Tian hastily exited the house, and Zhao Rui scrutinized her with ill intentions. Have you prepared the money? Reluctantly, Tian handed over a paper package. Count it. Zhao Rui tossed it to his companions behind him, and then looked at Tian with a smirk. You really are naive. You could have avoided this fine altogether. Lucky for you, there's money at home. Tian lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. It seems I have fined you too little? Zhao Rui chuckled menacingly, leaning closer to whisper, Do you believe I won't fine you again? Until there's not a single penny left in your home. You. Tian gasped, raising her head. You can't do this. Why can't I? Zhao Rui sneered. As long as you resist, I will keep fining you. Tears welled up in Tian's eyes. This was utterly bullying. At that moment, a cold voice rang from the entrance. Zhao, are you seeking death? Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Rui turned abruptly. You fool, you returned just in time. Yang, don't. Tian panicked. Faced with Zhao Rui, she felt only anxiety, knowing that in broad daylight, he would not dare to do anything too extreme. But Chen Yang was different. His impulsiveness could lead to serious trouble. She had concocted an excuse to send him away this morning precisely to prevent such a confrontation. Yet here he was, unexpectedly back, just as she intended to intervene. Chen Yang charged forward, swinging his fists wildly. There was no strategy or technique. It was merely a chaotic flurry of blows. Zhao Rui was knocked down with the first punch, and he could hardly count how many times he was struck thereafter, leaving his 2 henchmen utterly stunned. Fortunately, Chen Yang pretended to be foolish and only exerted a fraction of his strength, allowing Zhao Rui the chance to cry out for help. Hearing this, the 2 associates rushed in, one on each side, to grab Chen Yang's arms. However, they stumbled immediately, nearly falling to the ground. You scoundrel! Dare to bully my sister again! Chen Yang cursed before delivering a kick to Zhao Rui's backside. Ouch! This is murder. Zhao Rui lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. He was too afraid to rise, knowing that standing up would only invite another round of punishment. The best course of action now was to summon the villagers of Taohua Village. Surely, a larger crowd would be able to restrain Chen Yang. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. For in but a moment, a multitude of individuals arrived at Chen Yang's residence. Among them was Zhao Tianguang, a relative of Zhao Rui. Though he seldom interacted with the Zhao brothers, a man of earnest disposition, he hastened towards them. Oh, Zhao Rui, what possessed you to provoke Chen Yang? Uncle, I did not provoke him. Zhao Rui, looking quite disheveled, was assisted to his feet, his expression one of grievance. He struck me. I never laid a finger on him. Chen Yang, this is not right. How could you resort to violence? I thought you had been improving lately. Zhao Tianguang inquired. Anyone who bullies my sister deserves a beating. Chen Yang's eyes widened in fury as he gestured toward the individual beside Zhao Rui. What is he holding? Is that money for my family? The man under scrutiny trembled, casting a pleading glance at Zhao Rui. Chen Yang's eyes were now ablaze with anger. One could hardly predict his next move. He was aware that the fool before him, armed with evidence, was not worth killing. Yet Zhao Rui, emboldened by his status, maintained his stance, nodding defiantly. Indeed, that is your family's money. So what? It's a fine. A fine. The villagers, largely gathered for mere entertainment, were taken aback by this revelation. The thick bundle of papers seemed to contain a substantial sum, prompting curiosity about the circumstances leading to such a hefty penalty. Recognizing the necessity to clarify the situation before inciting the crowd's ire, Zhao Rui raised his voice. Their family has been harvesting vegetables these past few days, as everyone knows. Upon seeing the villagers nod, he continued, harvesting vegetables is not illegal, but discarding leftover leaves and scraps into the river is punishable. You think you can just impose fines? On what grounds? Chen Yang stepped forward, glaring at him. Startled, Zhao Rui stumbled back 2 paces, nearly collapsing, yet managed to retort, on the grounds that those decaying vegetable scraps pollute the environment. Pollute your grandfather. Chen Yang, exasperated, recognized this as a blatant attempt to bully him, feeling an overwhelming urge to confront Zhao Rui harshly. Just as he prepared to charge forward, a voice echoed from the entrance. What is happening here? The crowd turned to see 2 slender women approaching. Chen Yang paused, recognizing one of them, Feng Shui. Beside her stood a woman clad in a black suit, adorned with glasses and exuding an air of elegance. The villagers, sensing the significance of their presence, parted to create a path. Feng Shui and the bespectacled woman moved to the center of the courtyard before Feng Shui quietly inquired of Chen Yang. What transpired? Chen Yang pointed at Zhao Rui, declaring, this Zhao fellow is bullying others. I am merely enforcing the law. Zhao Rui retorted defiantly. The woman in glasses, unfazed, extended her hand. Let me see your law enforcement credentials. Zhao Rui was taken aback, his eyes darting. I did not bring them. Did you dare to enforce the law without them? The woman scoffed, retrieving a notebook from her shoulder bag. What is your name? What are you? Zhao Rui stammered, bewildered. I am a provincial reporter. My name is Ding Yuan. Zhao Rui was momentarily dumbfounded. The arrival of a reporter was certainly not a good omen. What? Are you afraid? Ding Yuan's cold gaze fixed upon him, her question piercing. Zhao Ruiqiang feigned calmness, saying, what am I afraid of? Forgetting to bring my law enforcement badge is hardly a grave mistake. Ding Yuan responded with a cold smile. Very well, please state your name and position. Your glorious deeds will be published in tomorrow's provincial newspaper. Zhao Rui was taken aback. The provincial newspaper? If his name were to appear there, not only would the town mayor be criticized, but the county head would likely face reprimand as well. Zhao Rui faltered and turned to Tian, saying, you see, today's incident isn't such a big deal. Tian asked, what do you intend to do? Zhao Rui forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. We are all from the same village. Let us forego the fine this time. Just be more cautious in the future. Tian remained silent, glancing at Feng Shui, who also seemed uncertain about how to handle the situation and sought assistance. Feng Shui understood and addressed Zhao Rui. I hope you will keep your word. Don't let us leave only to cause trouble afterward. I must inform you that Tian is my sister. If you bully her, we will not let you off easily. Zhao Rui's face flushed alternatingly with red and white. Being reprimanded in front of so many people was utterly humiliating. However, he had no choice. He truly could not afford to provoke that journalist. Thus, he quickly returned the money and left in disgrace. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Chen Yang laughing from behind. This person truly has a short memory, always returning to the village to embarrass himself. Such a piercing remark left Zhao Rui nearly stumbling, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Clutching the recovered 20,000 yuan, Tian expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Shuijia, no need for such politeness. That fellow merely bullies the weak. Rest assured, he won't dare to act this way again. Feng Shui smiled, taking her hand. Let us discuss this inside. I came here today with a request for you. A request? Tian was perplexed as she followed her into the house. Chen Yang also returned inside, while the villagers, feeling awkward, did not follow, despite their curiosity about the identities of the 2 beautiful women. Allow me to introduce. This is my classmate from high school and university. Feng Shui seated herself with Ding Yuan and, after the introduction, turned to Chen Yang, saying, the main reason for our visit today is to bring Yuan to meet you. Meet me? Why? Chen Yang was bewildered. For a medical consultation. Feng Shui replied with a smile. The last time, your herbal remedy cured the snake venom in my body, so. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Thinking to himself, goodness, how did I become a miracle worker? Who would believe such a thing? Tian was even more confused. Shuijia. That snake venom was just a fluke. My brother cannot treat illnesses. I believe it should be fine. Feng Shui insisted with a smile. Even trying wouldn't hurt. Chapter 43. A personal favor. Faced with the eager gazes of the two women, Tian turned to Chen Yang. How about we give it a try? Sister, I really cannot treat illnesses. Chen Yang was equally helpless, pondering what they were thinking. They've come all this way and have helped us significantly. It would be fine for you to take a look, Tian urged. But Chen Yang was utterly speechless, knowing he could not escape this. He then looked at Ding Yuan. What is wrong with you? The previously cold Ding Yuan suddenly exhibited a hint of shyness. Feng Shui, noticing this, explained for her. It's nothing serious. Her menstrual cycle has been quite irregular lately. Upon hearing this, I took advantage of my free time this morning to bring her over for a visit. Upon hearing this, Tian turned to glance at Chen Yang, thinking to herself, isn't this akin to forcing a duck onto a perch? This young man, how could he possibly comprehend gynecological matters? Yet, unable to voice her thoughts, she simply inquired, can you treat her? Chen Yang remained silent and rose to leave the room. The three women inside were momentarily taken aback, and Tian could only manage a wry smile, saying, my brother can be a bit scatterbrained at times, but for the most part, he is quite lucid. Yes, I understand. Feng Shui nodded in agreement, adding, perhaps he has thought of some folk remedy and is off to gather the necessary ingredients? Tian internally scoffed at the notion, thinking, how could that be? He probably doesn't even know what a menstrual cycle is. To her surprise, moments later, Chen Yang returned, presenting Ding Yuan with something. Eat this. What is it? Ding Yuan asked curiously, taking it and smelling it beneath her nose. Beef jerky. Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Yang nodded, gesturing towards Feng Shui. Yes, she has had it before. It's quite fragrant. What kind of meat is this? Ding Yuan inquired. Chen Yang did not respond, saying only, just consider it as medicine. It will be effective. Indeed, this meat is particularly delicious. I had quite a bit last time, and after eating it, I felt wonderfully warm all over, Feng Shui chimed in. But what exactly is this meat? Ding Yuan scrutinized the jerky closely. Its pale marbling resembled fish, yet it lacked any fishy odor. I truly have no idea, Feng Shui admitted, sticking out her tongue. I was too focused on eating. Ding Yuan shot her a look, clearly at a loss for words. However, she did not probe further and instead took a small bite. Although referred to as jerky, it was not entirely dried, possessing only a slight chewiness. After finishing a piece, Ding Yuan nodded. It's indeed quite tasty. Even more so than any dried meat I've had before. Isn't it? Feng Shui beamed with pride, as if she had cooked it herself, then asked, how do you feel now? Is it possible to feel effects so quickly? Ding Yuan smiled, but her expression suddenly shifted as she placed a hand on her lower abdomen. Oh no, I forgot to bring. I have some. Tian immediately understood and turned to retrieve a package of sanitary pads from the cabinet. I need to go to the restroom to change. Ding Yuan exclaimed in a bit of a panic, rising to head out, with Tian hastily following her. This left only Chen Yang and Feng Shui in the room. You truly are remarkable. It's as if the medicine worked wonders. Chen Yang chuckled softly, nay? It was merely good fortune. He had known all along, having realized when he discovered that python, that its flesh was remarkably nourishing for women. Furthermore, Ding Yuan's condition was not grave. It was merely a result of irregular habits leading to hormonal imbalances and general fatigue. Consuming this snake meat would replenish her energy, naturally leading to an improvement in her condition. After a while, Ding Yuan and Tian returned, but Ding Yuan appeared somewhat bashful, even avoiding eye contact with Chen Yang. Thus, she lowered her head and asked, what is the consultation fee? Chen Yang feigned ignorance. What do you mean by consultation fee? Oh, he is not a doctor. So why would there be a consultation fee? Tian quickly interjected. That simply won't do. This issue has been troubling me for some time, but today, I have finally begun to regain some semblance of normalcy. I must express my gratitude. Ding Yuan remarked. Tian replied, there's really no need. Nevertheless, Ding Yuan produced her wallet, revealing some cash, and she handed over a crisp 100 yuan bill. I'm unsure of the total, so just take it all. Tian hurriedly insisted otherwise, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Are you from the provincial city? Chen Yang suddenly inquired. Yes, I work in the provincial city. I am indeed a journalist, Ding Yuan acknowledged with a nod. Oh, may I have your contact information? In the future, I might need your assistance, Chen Yang smiled. Of course, Ding Yuan readily agreed, adding, feel free to reach out to me for anything. Well, in that case, I want to accept this money. Just return me a favor someday, Chen Yang said. Ding Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to press the money into Tian Tian's hands, only for Feng Shui to interject. All right, let us not continue this back and forth. It's quite unbecoming. Fine then, Ding Yuan conceded, putting the money away. It's almost noon. Let us stay for a meal before leaving, Tian Tian suggested. In truth, it was barely past 9 in the morning. No, I have classes in the afternoon. And Yuan needs to return to the provincial city. We can arrange to meet another day, Feng Shui chuckled. Thus, the two expressed their gratitude once more before exiting. After seeing them off, Chen Yang turned to Tian Tian and said, Sister, I'm quite upset with you. Tian Tian was taken aback for a moment, then understood. I was merely afraid of you causing trouble. In fact, Chen Yang wanted to reveal the truth but hesitated before saying, even when I am reckless, I maintain a sense of restraint. I won't harm anyone. Tian Tian sighed. I'm not concerned about you harming someone. It's that we can't afford to provoke Zhao Rui. If you confront him, his retaliation could be endless. But the fault does not lie with us. Why should we allow them to bully us? Chen Yang retorted with fervor, adding, if anyone dares to bully you, I will confront them. All right, but such incidents should not occur again. Tian Tian smiled, and then asked, how did you know that python meat could cure ailments? I don't know, I just guessed. Chen Yang shook his head, picking up the bamboo basket from the ground. We haven't even begun to forage for mushrooms. Let us go. Hey, Tian Tian called out. But she could not stop him. Rather than foraging for mushrooms, Chen Yang ascended the mountain to dig up some earthworm roots instead. He then had Zhang Hua accompany him to the fish pond, partly to familiarize him with the route and partly to deliver feed. After completing these tasks, he returned home, pondering about Ding Yuan. As a provincial reporter, her identity was immensely valuable. He might indeed require her assistance in the future. Yet, Chen Yang felt a twinge of unease. What if Ding Yuan was associated with Yang Jian? It wouldn't he do to approach her without consulting Feng Shui first? Fortunately, inquiring about Feng Shui was straightforward, given that Li Mei was available. That evening, after having dinner, Chen Yang made an excuse to step out for a stroll and discreetly made his way to Li Mei's home. Little rascal, what do you want to inquire about today? Li Mei greeted him with an eye roll, clearly unimpressed. Chen Yang raised his head to gaze at the ceiling. What are you up to, Aunt? Have you been repairing the roof these past few days? Li Mei replied, what do you think? I'm the only one at home, and there's no one outside to rely on. If I don't do it myself, who will? You must be exhausted, Chen Yang said with a grin as he moved closer. Come here, let me give you a massage. As he spoke, his hands began to work at her chest. Li Mei felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She wanted to push him away but hesitated, so instead, she half-heartedly protested, you rascal, always picking on me. Before she could finish her sentence, her breath quickened. Her face flushed with color, and her gaze became dreamy. Chapter 44. Unmasked after a passionate exchange, Li Mei nestled contentedly in Chen Yang's embrace, a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. Aunt, Feng Shui came by today. I know, she even sat for a while at my place. Why do you ask? Just curious, which school does she teach at? Chen Yang inquired. At the first high school. Didn't you attend there? Li Mei responded. Oh, Chen Yang thought to himself. To avoid stirring jealousy, he refrained from asking further. Later that night, he quietly departed and returned home. The following day marked the time for planting vegetables. After 2 days of drying winds, the soil had lost much of its moisture. The villagers who had promised to assist had mostly arrived. Tian Tian was naturally delighted. Originally, she had anticipated just her and her brother planting the vegetables, but with so many helping hands, the progress would be much quicker. With everyone's assistance, the plot was soon sown. Once this batch of vegetables was harvested, winter would soon arrive. Standing at the edge of the field, Tian Tian reflected, fortunately, we earned some money this year. We won't have to worry during the new year. That is just a small sum. We have plenty more coming in before the year ends. Chen Yang chuckled. Stop dreaming. Tian Tian shot him a sidelong glance, thinking he was being ridiculous. However, Chen Yang was quite serious. If she didn't believe him, she would see the astonished look on her face when he returned home with the money. He had already set up formations around the plot, using 2 spirit stones. He was confident that in a few days, remarkable changes would occur in the land, and the extent of those changes would soon be revealed. As the day passed, dawn broke anew, and Chen Yang left early, boarding a bus to the county town. He was well acquainted with the first high school. Even after several years since graduation, he could find his way with his eyes closed. After changing buses twice, he arrived at the school gates. Gazing through the iron railings at his alma mater, A wave of warmth surged in his heart. Just then, a security guard in uniform emerged from the booth, brandishing a baton. "Hey you, what are you doing? Don't just stand there." "Me?" Chen Yang looked around, puzzled by the lack of anyone else. "Yes, you." The guard, growing impatient, continued. "This is a school, no loitering." Annoyed, Chen Yang thought to himself that the school guards had never spoken so harshly before. Upon hearing his thoughts, the guard's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You dare to insult me?" He charged towards Chen Yang, jabbing the baton at him. "Get lost, do you hear me?" Chen Yang swiftly dodged, just as the guard shouted. Ouch! With a sudden misstep, the security guard lost his balance and tumbled to the ground in a spectacular fall. Ignoring the commotion, Chen Yang strode purposefully toward the entrance. During class hours, the security room was deserted, leaving him free to enter the main building and head towards the teaching block. Alarmed by the audacity of Chen Yang's intrusion, the security guard, accustomed to bullying students, brandished his baton and pursued him, aiming a fierce blow at Chen Yang's head. However, before the weapon could connect, the guard suddenly felt a jolt in his side, rendering him immobile and speechless. Unfazed, Chen Yang proceeded into the teaching building. Upon reaching the second floor, the sound of the dismissal bell echoed through the halls. Students, eager for respite, quickly made their way to the restrooms, and as they passed the playground, they were met with a comical sight. The security guard stood frozen, poised to strike, one leg raised, resembling a lifeless statue. Everyone in the school was familiar with the vice principal's brother-in-law, a man who typically strode around with an air of arrogance. Today, however, he seemed to be engaging in a peculiar form of performance art. As students realized he was unable to move, the spectacle became a source of great amusement, quickly drawing a crowd of teachers and students to the playground. When Chen Yang arrived at the Chinese language research group, only Fang Shui remained in the room. "Fang teacher, is that you?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Just you?" "Yes," Chen Yang replied with a nod. "Fang teacher, I am not entirely devoid of agency." Fang Shui, feeling a bit awkward, quickly laughed and said, "Who said you were foolish?" She then shifted the conversation, asking, "What is happening outside?" "I'm not sure." Chen Yang shook his head. "Do you have some time? I'd like to ask you a few questions." Fang Shui glanced at her watch. "There are only a few minutes until class starts, then I'll wait for you after class." Chen Yang smiled, turning to leave. "Where are you going?" "Why not just wait here?" Fang Shui inquired. "It's not convenient. I'll be at the snack shop outside for a while," Chen Yang replied. Reluctant to encounter any of his former teachers and face questions about his current life. Unaware of his apprehension, Fang Shui hesitated before suggesting, "How about this? Once I finish this class, I won't have much to do. Would you like to join me for lunch?" "Sounds good," Chen Yang nodded. Descending the stairs, the class bell rang, prompting students to disperse, leaving only a few teachers and a school nurse on the playground. The nurse, bewildered by the unfolding events, could only call for an ambulance, utterly perplexed by what had transpired with the security guard. The onlookers remained oblivious to Chen Yang's presence, even as the guard shot him menacing glares, failing to grasp their meaning. With an air of confidence, Chen Yang exited the campus, untroubled by the guard, knowing that the pressure point he had struck would release in due time. After nearly an hour of waiting, Fang Shui finally emerged, elegantly dressed in a tailored outfit that exuded both authority and grace. "Sorry to keep you waiting," she smiled, her eyes bright and crescent-shaped. "What would you like to eat?" Chen Yang asked. "I'm easy. It primarily depends on what you wish to have," she replied. Fang Shui smiled. "Today, I shall treat you." Chen Yang replied. "It's still early, and I am not hungry at all." "Then we shall wait until you are," Fang Shui observed him. "Did you not say you had something to discuss with me?" "Indeed," Chen Yang nodded, primarily regarding Ding Yuan. He continued, "Since you are her classmate, you must know her well, correct?" "Yes," Fang Shui confirmed with a nod. "What about it? Do you fancy her type?" Chen Yang was taken aback by the question, quickly shaking his head. "That is not what I meant." "Oh, I see. It seems I misunderstood," Fang Shui chuckled. "But why are you inquiring about her?" "I simply wish to understand her background in the provincial city," Chen Yang explained. Noticing Fang Shui's expression shift, he hurriedly added, "Please do not misconstrue my intentions. There is a reason behind it. Then tell me, and if you can persuade me, I shall share what I know," Fang Shui replied, nodding. "Very well," Chen Yang sighed. "Allow me to recount a tale." He began narrating a story about past events in the third person, employing aliases for the individuals involved. Once he finished, Fang Shui regarded him in silence before inquiring earnestly, "What you just described, was it not about a classmate, but rather yourself?" Chapter 45. A bit challenging. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned by her question. Why do you say that? It is merely a guess, Feng Shui responded, observing him keenly. While your tone was composed, I could discern the emotional turbulence beneath. Chen Yang felt at a loss, realizing he had been somewhat careless. Is your mental affliction no longer an issue? Feng Shui asked. No, it still intermittently resurfaces, Chen Yang quickly denied, then added, for instance, that day at Aunt May's place when I touched your leg. At this, Feng Shui's face flushed crimson, and she shot him a glare. How can I know if you are not feigning madness? Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, it was not intentional. He swiftly shifted the topic. I am certain I will seek revenge in the future, but I need someone to assist me in the provincial city. Hence, I wish to determine if Ding Yuan is a trustworthy ally. I understand, Feng Shui nodded reassuringly. You should know Ding Yuan's character. She is fiercely opposed to wickedness. Even if she knows that venomous professor you mentioned, she would never associate with such people. That is splendid news. I feel more at ease, Chen Yang remarked. I hope to see her repay that favor soon. Feng Shui found this amusing but quickly probed. How do you plan to enact your revenge? It is difficult to say. The time is not yet ripe, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. But I will ensure they do not escape unscathed. They must bear sufficient consequences. Feng Shui stared at Chen Yang, feeling as if she had just met him anew. By this time, the two had strolled outside the campus for quite a while, gradually reaching the bustling city center. Just as Feng Shui was about to seek a restaurant, her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she paused before answering. Hello? The voice on the other end was quite loud. Teacher Feng, where are you? Are you with that guy? Which guy? Feng Shui responded, somewhat taken aback. Enough of the charade. I have reviewed the surveillance footage, and I saw that individual injure our school's security guard. He then met with you at the school gate and walked away, correct? Feng Shui replied, Principal Zhang, what are you doing? I have already taken leave. This has nothing to do with you. Is that man still there? Tell him not to flee. I have already called the police. I am not fleeing, Chen Yang interjected, taking the phone from Feng Shui. So, Principal Zhang, what is it you wish to discuss? What is this nonsense? Our school's security guard has been severely injured and taken to the hospital. Are you claiming it was not your doing? The voice on the other end demanded. Do you have any evidence? Then go ahead and report it. I shall return to your school immediately. Chen Yang chuckled, hanging up and returning the phone to Feng Shui. It seems I will not be able to enjoy the meal you offered. That security guard truly isn't someone you assaulted? Feng Shui inquired anxiously. Even if it were, they have no evidence, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Let us take a taxi back. If that Zhang fellow truly calls the police, we will have to sort it out. Very well. Observing his calm demeanor, Feng Shui felt reassured. The two took a taxi back to the school, where a portly man accompanied by several teachers stood at the entrance, visibly agitated. Surprisingly, 2 police officers were also present. As Chen Yang and Feng Shui exited the vehicle, the portly man immediately pointed, exclaiming, It's him. Why the excitement? Chen Yang wondered, thinking to himself that he was merely a relative, not a father. The police approached with serious expressions, inquiring about his name and identification number before proceeding with their questioning. They had already reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Chen Yang attacking the guard. However, it was clear that the guard had suddenly become rigid behind him. No matter how they probed, Chen Yang maintained his innocence, leaving the officers at a loss. Chen Yang then posed a question. Since you have seen the footage, what does it imply when that man brandished a rubber baton intending to strike me? The officer was momentarily taken aback. The older officer eventually responded. While there was an aggressive gesture, it did not result in harm to you, so it does not constitute a significant offense. Chen Yang queried further. Oh, so if I had retaliated directly, I would have been in violation of the law? That should not be the case. Then I am not implicated, am I? Chen Yang shrugged. I returned specifically to assist your investigation and even delayed my lunch. The 2 officers realized they had no justification to detain him and watched as Chen Yang turned to leave. Do not let him go, the portly vice principal exclaimed. Witnessing Chen Yang's nonchalant departure, he then loudly declared, Feng Shui, if he leaves, you can forget about having an easy time at school. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang turned back, glaring at him. Are you threatening Teacher Feng? The portly man sneered, am I? Where is your evidence? Is the vice principal truly such a person? Does he not fear bringing shame to the school? Chen Yang smiled and turned to Feng Shui, who simply returned a faint smile. Let us go. I am hungry. After leaving, Chen Yang inquired, are you not concerned that Zhang will make things difficult for you in the future? That. Feng Shui scoffed. He lacks the capability. He is merely indulging in empty threats. Oh, so, you possess quite the background? Guess. Feng Shui playfully smiled and hailed a taxi. Inside the restaurant, as she savored her meal, she earnestly regarded Chen Yang. In retrospect, when you treated Ding Yuan, you were merely feigning ignorance, weren't you? Chen Yang felt a sense of helplessness. It was indeed challenging to deceive someone as astute as her. Thus, he reluctantly nodded. Indeed. Did you not wish to involve her? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Actually, there was no need. Feng Shui began, but Chen Yang interrupted her. It was indeed necessary. You do not comprehend the nature of those individuals. Very well, Feng Shui acquiesced, yet her curiosity about Chen Yang had clearly been piqued, prompting her to ask, "What are your current plans?" "To earn money," Chen Yang stated bluntly. Oh, Feng Shui seemed momentarily distracted, pondering before adding, "With your medical skills. I believe making money should not be difficult. You could earn by curing people's ailments." Chen Yang paused for a moment. That might not be feasible. There are hardly any patients. Of course there are. Feng Shui replied with a smile. I can introduce one to you. Who is it? A relative of yours? Chen Yang inquired. Ugh, my family is perfectly fine. Feng Shui shot him a glance, then continued, It's a friend of my father. Oh, what is his condition? Liver cancer. Can you treat him? Chen Yang felt somewhat speechless. Isn't that starting off with a high degree of difficulty? Feng Shui chuckled. Do you have confidence in your abilities? It is worth a try? Chen Yang nodded. Really? Feng Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. You are not joking, are you? Why would I joke about such matters? Chen Yang replied earnestly. Such things are not to be taken lightly. Oh my, Feng Shui exclaimed with delight. If you can cure Uncle Huang's illness, I will. Chen Yang eagerly looked at her. What will you do? Chapter 46. A true healer. Feng Shui inadvertently let her words slip, and upon noticing Chen Yang's intense gaze, she quickly clarified. What I meant was, I will certainly thank you profusely. Oh, how will you express your gratitude? Chen Yang asked with a smile. Feng Shui pondered for a moment. How about I owe you a personal favor, similar to Ding Yuan? Sure, that sounds good. Chen Yang nodded. Rest assured, the gratitude you deserve will be duly given. My Uncle Huang's family is not lacking in wealth. Is that so? Chen Yang inquired curiously. What business are they involved in? They are in various enterprises, Feng Shui replied, extending her delicate fingers to count them off. Real estate, logistics, and a few gas stations. Wow, they are involved in quite lucrative ventures. Chen Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening, pondering that such a businessman must possess a fortune in the billions. He then wondered aloud, with such wealth, how could they not treat a mere liver cancer? You make it sound like a common cold. It is cancer. Feng Shui looked at him incredulously. Uncle Huang has consulted countless doctors in his quest for treatment, even resorting to various folk remedies. Indeed, it is a case of desperate attempts to seek cures. Chen Yang chuckled. Such haphazard efforts likely exacerbated the situation, didn't they? Yes, Feng Shui nodded. Originally, it was not even in the late stages, after a series of misadventures. The doctor has now said he has at most 1 or 2 months to live. Chen Yang let out a sound of acknowledgement without speaking further. Seeing this, Feng Shui inquired, in this situation, can you still provide treatment? We can give it a try. All right, I will make a call right away, after we finish our meal. I will take you there. As she spoke, Feng Shui took out her mobile phone. But let us not rush. I need to buy some medicinal herbs first. No problem. I will cover the cost of the herbs. After dining, the two left the restaurant and headed straight for the pharmacy, where Chen Yang purchased a variety of common medicinal herbs. The most expensive among them cost just over 500 per pound, and he only requested a couple of ounces. When it came time to settle the bill, Feng Shui was surprised to find that they had only spent a little over 200. Will these herbs really cure liver cancer? How is that possible? Chen Yang shook his head. These are for detoxifying Uncle Huang. We will first regulate his condition and then proceed with treatment. You truly possess some skill, Feng Shui remarked with a smile. Although she was not a medical student, her years of study, especially in the humanities, afforded her some understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Yang's approach was evidently rooted in traditional methods, starkly contrasting with Western medicine, which primarily relies on imaging and pharmaceutical interventions. After making the call, Feng Shui led Chen Yang to the tallest building in the city center. They took the elevator to the top floor, which was the residence of Uncle Huang. Stepping out of the elevator, they faced a solitary door, indicating that this floor housed only one apartment. Chen Yang silently marveled at the spaciousness of the upper level. The lifestyle of the affluent was truly beyond imagination. The door was opened by an older woman, presumably the housekeeper. Under her guidance, Feng Shui and Chen Yang were led to the sickbed of Huang Yukai. He was oxygen-dependent, with a sallow complexion that made him appear to be in his 70s, although he was only 58. Xiao Shui has come. How thoughtful of you to find me a doctor. Huang Yukai spoke in a feeble voice, utterly drained of vitality. Given his condition, it was indeed quite serious. Chen Yang remarked, then handed the prepared herbs to the housekeeper. Please help to brew these. Certainly, the housekeeper responded promptly and went to the kitchen. Chen Yang checked Huang Youcai's pulse and turned to Feng Shui. The situation is not too grave. That's wonderful. Feng Shui, who had initially felt uncertain, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. She immediately said, Uncle Huang, did you hear that? Chen Yang can cure your illness. Good, good. Huang Yukai managed a faint smile. After so many attempts, each filled with hope, yet yielding no results, and with his health steadily declining, his confidence had waned considerably. The housekeeper soon returned with the medicine, having reduced 3 bowls of water to 1, and presented it to Huang Yukai. He could only manage to swallow it with great difficulty, taking several minutes to finish. How long before we see the effects of the medicine? Feng Shui inquired. Soon. We will know shortly, Chen Yang replied with a smile, then addressed the housekeeper. Auntie, we may need your assistance with a bowel movement shortly. Of course, she affirmed. As it was part of her responsibilities to care for Huang Yukai, Chen Yang continued to Feng Shui. The odor in the room might not be pleasant. Let us wait outside. Oh, all right. Thus, the two stepped outside to await the outcome. Half an hour later, the nanny, glistening with sweat on her forehead, opened the door. Mr. Huang, please let the two of you in. Feng Shui stepped inside briskly, only to be astonished to see Huang Yukai sitting up in bed. She exclaimed in disbelief, Is it true, Uncle Huang? You're all right. Not quite yet, but I do feel considerably better. Huang Yukai replied with a smile. Hearing the newfound vigor in his voice, Feng Shui turned to Chen Yang and remarked, You are truly remarkable. Oh, not at all, Chen Yang replied modestly. He then addressed Huang Yukai. We have merely completed the first step by purging the toxins from your body. Now we must focus on addressing the issues with your liver. All right, I will heed the advice of the divine physician. Huang Yukai nodded. What shall I do next? I will draft a list shortly and arrange for someone to procure the necessary herbs. I will return tomorrow evening. That sounds good, as long as it cures my ailment. I am willing to procure even the rarest of ingredients. Chen Yang chuckled at this. That won't be necessary. They are all rather common herbs. While they may be somewhat pricey for the average person, they will certainly not pose a problem for you, Mr. Huang. How long until I am fully recovered? Huang Yukai asked eagerly. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Well, that depends on your recovery, but it should take at least a month. So soon? Huang Yukai was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. You truly are a divine physician. Not quite. I merely have a modicum of understanding. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Do not be so humble. You genuinely deserve the title of divine physician. Feng Shui gazed at him with admiration. Chen Yang savored this feeling, but upon glancing at the time, he quickly said, I should write this list swiftly, otherwise I will miss the last bus back to the village. Taking the bus? Huang Yukai chuckled, turning to the nanny. Have the driver come up, from now on. My vehicle will be solely dedicated to transporting the divine physician. Chen Yang accepted this graciously, as having a dedicated driver would indeed be convenient. After completing the list, he and Feng Shui followed the driver downstairs. However, just as they stepped outside, Feng Shui suddenly called out, Wait for me. Where are you going? Chen Yang inquired as he noticed her turning to leave. Feng Shui merely waved her hand and did not answer. A few minutes later, she returned, holding a box and handing it to Chen Yang. I guess you might not have a mobile phone, so I got this for you. Ah, Chen Yang was taken aback. Glancing between the phone and her, is this really appropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about it. It will make our communication much easier, Feng Shui smiled. However, you will need to get a SIM card yourself. It requires an ID. Thank you. Chen Yang thought to himself that he already owed her for the car repairs, and now he had accepted a phone she purchased. This debt was becoming increasingly convoluted. The money was insignificant, but the sentiment behind it. How could he repay it? Chapter 47. The compassion of a healer. Huang Youcai's car was worth over $1 million, and the comfort of the ride was indeed exquisite. Upon reaching the village entrance, he instructed the driver to halt, then alighted and walked into the village. It was just past 4 in the afternoon. Typically, the village would be bustling with activity, with people gathering under the large poplar tree to chat and play cards. However, today, it was eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight. Chen Yang felt perplexed. Yet he did not dwell on it, striding towards his home. As fate would have it, he encountered Li Mei, who, upon seeing him, exclaimed, "Where on earth have you been? I went out to have some fun. What's the matter?" Chen Yang inquired. "What could possibly be the matter? You should hurry to your fields." Li Mei chuckled, though her demeanor did not suggest any significant trouble. Chen Yang, feeling exasperated, replied, "Auntie, please stop the suspense. What has happened to my fields?" "All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's nothing serious," Li Mei smiled. "It's just that the vegetables you planted yesterday have grown at an astonishing rate overnight. It's quite remarkable." "Astonishing?" Chen Yang's eyes widened in alarm, realizing he must have mismanaged something. He quickly asked, what exactly transpired? Normally, it would take a day for them to sprout, but this morning, Tian went to the fields and found them lush and green. They grew overnight, and everyone has gone to help with the harvest, Li Mei explained. Chen Yang was taken aback. To be able to harvest in just one day was indeed staggering. Reflecting on it, he remembered that he had refined the vegetable seeds and set up formations around the garden, which would undoubtedly accelerate their growth. However, he worried that such rapid growth might not bode well, so without a moment's hesitation, he dashed to his vegetable plot. Upon arrival, he noticed 2 trucks parked at the edge, already filled to capacity. The people in the field were gathering the vegetable leaves, but they were nearing completion. Chen Yang approached one of the trucks, plucked a cabbage leaf, and tasted it. Instantly, he was struck by its rich and sweet flavor. Delicious. This eased his concerns. Then he spotted Tian and hurried over to her. "Sister, what's going on?" "How would I know?" Tian replied, her cheeks flushed. Whether from exertion or joy remained unclear. She then smiled and asked, "Can you guess how much money we made from selling the vegetables today?" "How much?" Chen Yang asked. "Nearly 20,000. Tian said gleefully, winking. "Isn't it amazing?" Overnight, the fields were full of green vegetables. By the time I returned to gather help, they had grown even more. If we had waited longer to harvest, they would have started to flower. "That is quite peculiar," Chen Yang mused, momentarily distracted, thinking that such occurrences should not continue, as they could lead to trouble. His worries were not unfounded, for the news of the extraordinary growth of the vegetables had already spread throughout the town by that very morning. However, Chen Yang remained unaware of this. Upon returning home, he took out his phone and called Zhang Hua, instructing him to remember this number for future contact. The following morning, Zhang Hua called, "Yang Ge. Everything at home is all right, right?" "Yes, everything is fine. Why do you ask?" Chen Yang replied. "My contacts informed me that a certain individual in the town was absent all night and only returned at dawn, likely having gone to Peach Blossom Village," Zhang Hua reported. "Understood," Chen Yang said, ending the call, his brow furrowing. "Have I inadvertently drawn attention?" It was only natural that such an extraordinary event would attract interest. Leaving his home, Chen Yang went to inspect his fields and found that the formations he had set up were still intact, which relieved him. He had concealed them well enough that even those knowledgeable would struggle to detect their presence. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang called Zhang Hua, instructing him to arrange for someone to continue monitoring the situation. Should there be any further developments, he was to notify Chen Yang promptly. As the afternoon unfolded, Huang Youcai's driver arrived at the village entrance to escort Chen Yang back to the county town. Upon reaching the upper floor, Chen Yang noticed a larger gathering than usual, 6 or 7 individuals, both men and women, among whom was Feng Shui. Although the crowd was already aware of Chen Yang's youth, they were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that this was the so-called young divine Dr. Huang Youcai had mentioned. Nonetheless, belief was inevitable. Huang Youcai appeared even more vigorous than the previous day, a testament to the efficacy of a bowl of medicinal soup. All the necessary herbs had been prepared for Chen Yang, awaiting his arrival. After Chen Yang had measured out the required ingredients and instructed the maid to brew the concoction, the attendees began to inquire eagerly, each hoping for a consultation. With no pressing engagements at hand, Chen Yang took the opportunity to check their pulses and prescribed remedies for each. As they prepared to offer him a consultation fee, Chen Yang smiled and said, "There's no need to rush with the payment. It would be prudent to wait until you've taken the medicine and witnessed its effects." "Oh, how considerate of the young divine doctor. Such compassion is commendable. We trust you implicitly. It would be perfectly acceptable to settle the payment now," they insisted, with several urging him to accept their tokens of appreciation. Chen Yang, though initially reluctant, ultimately accepted the red envelopes they offered. Feeling their weight, He was curious about their contents and decided to inspect them later during his return journey. Feng Shui observed with a smile, her heart swelling with delight. Once the medicine was prepared, Huang Yukai took a few sips and inquired expectantly, "How long until I can expect to see results this time?" "Patience, my friend. This concoction is entirely different from yesterday's. If it acted as swiftly as the previous one, you would be transformed into a youthful lad in just a month." Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. Acknowledging his impatience, Huang Yukai nodded in agreement and instructed the maid, "Please bring forth the items I prepared for the young divine doctor." After a brief moment, the maid returned with a tote bag. "This is a small token of my gratitude. Once my health improves further, I shall have more to offer." Huang Yukai presented the bag to Chen Yang. Upon receiving it, Chen Yang found himself momentarily stunned. It contained a substantial bundle of cash, 100,000 yuan. "Is this truly necessary?" Chen Yang asked, astonished. "Not at all. Compared to my life, this is but a trifling sum." Huang Yukai laughed heartily before adding earnestly, "Rest assured, once I am fully recovered, I will repay you handsomely. Do accept it. Uncle Huang isn't lacking in funds." Feng Shui chimed in with a smile. "Very well," Chen Yang replied, suppressing his excitement and nodding in agreement. Internally, he was elated, though he maintained a composed exterior. On the journey back to the village, Chen Yang opened the red envelopes to examine their contents, discovering the smallest amount was 5,000, with others exceeding 10,000. Remarkably, he had returned with a total of 130,000 yuan. While a windfall was certainly a blessing, he pondered how to explain this to Tian Tian. After some deliberation, he instructed the driver to head to the town, making his way to Zhang Hua's residence. The outcome was rather unexpected. There was no one present. Chen Yang made a call, and after a considerable while, it was answered by Zhang Hua, who inquired, "Yang bro, you looking for me?" Chen Yang responded, "Why aren't you in town? Where did you go?" Zhang Hua chuckled, "I just had a fight and am on my way back." Chen Yang, at a loss for words, asked, "With whom? Did you not vow to avoid trouble in the future?" Chapter 48. An accidental glimpse. "I'll be back shortly. We can discuss it then." Zhang Hua ended the call. Chen Yang, feeling helpless, turned to the driver of Huang Yukai and said, "Brother, you can head back. I'll return to the village a bit later." The driver smiled and replied, "No worries. The boss instructed me to take you home, and I can wait." "All right then," Chen Yang said, saying nothing more. A few minutes later, the tricycle roared back into view. Zhang Hua and a few of his companions bore injuries on their faces. Though not severe, they seemed quite pleased. Chen Yang was puzzled. "What happened?" "We beat that guy up." Zhang Hua laughed heartily. "He indeed went to Taohua Village last night." "And then? Did you go straight to confront him?" Chen Yang inquired. "Of course not." Zhang Hua shook his head. "That would be too foolish. First, we sent a newcomer to stir up trouble with him in town, and then we intervened, and it turned into a brawl." After hearing this, Chen Yang was somewhat speechless. Clearly, this was not a particularly clever tactic. However, he refrained from commenting and instead asked, "What about that person? He's quite resilient. He sustained some superficial injuries." Zhang Hua chuckled. "This serves as a minor warning. Let us see if he dares to linger in town and annoy us like a pesky fly. Well, it's done now. Let us leave it at that." Chen Yang nodded and handed him a bag. "Here are 130,000, a portion for everyone as a bonus, and the rest for our operations." "Wow, young bro, where did you get so much money?" Zhang Hua exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the red bills inside. "Don't ask too many questions. I'm heading home now. It's getting late." Chen Yang stepped out and boarded the vehicle parked by the roadside. Zhang Hua and his companions emerged, their eyes widening in disbelief. They had only heard of such a car, but had never had the opportunity to see one. "Goodness, young bro is becoming quite impressive," Zhang Hua exclaimed with delight, then waved his hand. "Let us go inside and divide the money." When Chen Yang returned home, Tian Tian had just finished her bath and had not yet gone to bed. Habitually, she asked, "Where did you go today?" "Just went out for some fun." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Everything all right at home?" "Yes, all good," Tian Tian responded, a bit puzzled, then continued, "Don't wander around tomorrow. I've bought some seeds, and we'll be planting them." "Oh," Chen Yang thought better of his response, swallowing his words. "All right, I want to go out tomorrow." After saying this, he turned and went back to his room, leaving Tian Tian standing at the door. She remained silent for a moment before returning to her own room. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and nearly the entire village of Taohua mobilized, both the able-bodied and those less so. People were eager to witness whether the seeds planted this time would yield an immediate harvest. Only Chen Yang understood that, without his refining, the vegetables would certainly not grow as swiftly. After their busy morning, the siblings managed a hasty meal, primarily because Tian felt a bit fatigued and retreated to her room for a nap. Chen Yang, with nothing pressing to attend to, amused himself by playing with the two little puppies in the courtyard. These lively creatures had grown remarkably fast, standing tall enough to reach Chen Yang's calves. This rapid growth was thanks to the earthworms and silver carp. Ordinarily, it would take at least 2 months for a typical puppy to grow this large. Just as he was enjoying the playful moment, a car pulled up at the entrance. Chen Yang looked up, smiled, and stood to greet. "What brings you here?" "If I didn't come, you wouldn't have sought me out," Suyu replied, her face etched with displeasure as she stepped into the yard. "I've been a bit busy lately." Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly before inquiring, "Did you come alone? Do you need something?" "Nothing in particular, just wandering around." Suyu glanced around. "Where's Tian?" "She's napping." "Oh," Suyu said, her hands clasped behind her back. "Then will you come with me?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Where to?" "I don't know." Suyu appeared somewhat downcast as she continued. "I just wanted you to keep me company for a while." "All right then," Chen Yang acquiesced, following her to the car. As she turned the vehicle around, Suyu drove leisurely out of the village. "What is bothering you? Have you encountered something unpleasant?" Chen Yang asked. "Not really," Suyu replied, her expression blank as she gazed ahead. Chen Yang found himself in a quandary. Typically, when a girl claims nothing is wrong, it signifies the opposite. Yet, he was at a loss for how to further inquire. At that moment, Suyu spoke up. "What have you been up to lately?" "Oh, not much. Just tending to the vegetable garden at home, various chores at the farm, and then there's the fish pond with Suyu," Chen Yang answered. The car was moving quite slowly, and Suyu responded absent-mindedly with a sigh. "Boring." Chen Yang was tempted to discreetly message Suyu to check on her. She had always been cheerful, so what had caused this sudden shift in Suyu's demeanor? After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought and reached out to grasp Suyu's right wrist, her left hand occupied with the steering wheel. Startled, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Just trying to see what's going on with you." Chen Yang smiled, quickly discerning through her pulse that her liver fire was somewhat excessive. "You must be upset with someone, right? If you don't want to share, I want to pry." Suyu remained silent for a while before finally saying, "Indeed. I had a quarrel with my best friend." "What about?" Chen Yang inquired. "Oh, it's nothing significant. She insisted on introducing me to a boyfriend. But I'm not interested, and it upset her." "Really? Is it that straightforward?" Chen Yang replied, somewhat incredulous. "Indeed. It's not that I want to find someone. She keeps pressing me for reasons, claiming the guy has outstanding qualities, but I have no interest." Suyu pouted, exasperated. Chen Yang felt an urge to curse, but restrained himself. Some people are like that. They claim to have your best interests at heart. Yet they only see things from their perspective and fail to empathize. Exactly. This sentiment resonated with Suyu, lifting her spirits. She then shared various anecdotes about her friend, most of which involved venting her frustrations, while Chen Yang listened intently, rarely interjecting. As the car approached the town, he finally inquired, "Where are we headed?" Suyu paused, realizing they had already traveled some distance. I was just out for a casual drive. Perhaps I should take you back to the village?" "No need. I have no pressing matters. I can stay with you a little longer," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Suyu pursed her lips and then pointed ahead. "Great. I want to go hiking." "No problem." Chen Yang nodded. "You said it, so let's go." Suyu's spirits lifted instantly as she pressed the accelerator, and the car zipped forward. The mountain was not far from the town, and 20 minutes later, they arrived at its base. Noticing Suyu's sandals and dress, Chen Yang asked in bemusement, "How do you plan to hike in that attire?" "Who said I was going to wear this?" Suyu retorted, turning to open the trunk, from which she retrieved a pair of sneakers and jeans. Then she instructed Chen Yang, "Be sensible and turn around." "All right," he consented, turning away, only to discover in the rearview mirror the sight of Suyu adjusting her dress. Chapter 49. A fiery spirit unaware of the effect she had. Suyu removed her dress, placing it in the car, and donned her jeans and shoes. Once changed, she turned back and announced, "All set." "Oh." Chen Yang responded without looking back, rubbing his nose, suddenly realizing he had a nosebleed. The earlier scene was too enchanting, but had it truly affected him to this extent? After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Do you have any tissues in the car?" "What's wrong?" Suyu nodded, retrieving a pack of tissues from the vehicle, only to notice the blood on Chen Yang's face. He resembled a character from a film with questionable intentions. "Did you peek at me?" Suyu questioned. "Of course not," Chen Yang said, dabbing at the blood. It's just hot out, and I've been feeling a bit under the weather. Who would believe that? Suyu replied, not genuinely angry but secretly pleased, maintaining a facade of seriousness as she shot him a glare. With that, they turned the page and began their ascent toward the summit. Although the peak was not particularly high, it was steep, and before long, Chen Yang found himself holding Suyu's small hand to help her climb. After a laborious trek, they finally reached the top, and upon taking in the panoramic view, Suyu's mood brightened instantly. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted joyfully into the distance. Her exuberance was infectious, drawing Chen Yang's admiration even further, as he found himself increasingly enchanted by her spirit. Just then, Suyu turned around and caught him smiling at her. What are you grinning about? She asked. It's nothing. Just happy to see you so cheerful, he replied. Who said I'm cheerful? I'm merely feeling a bit better for the moment, Suyu shot back, rolling her eyes before sitting down on a rock. Chen Yang took a seat beside her. Your troubles are not as significant as you think. You'll forget them soon enough. I know, Suyu nodded, gazing into the distance. They are just part of life's journey. I just don't know whom to share them with. I understand, Chen Yang replied. Suyu glanced at him, then said with exasperation, you fool. Hey, Chen Yang retorted, slightly offended. I kindly accompany you on this hike, and you insult me? You really are a fool. Suyu rolled her eyes again. Chen Yang thought to himself, I am not foolish. I merely lack direction. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his arms. Are you still foolish now? Suyu's neck instantly flushed crimson, her face betraying the same hue. Yet, she did not struggle. Instead, she leaned her face against Chen Yang's chest, remaining perfectly still. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Chen Yang found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself, but he held back the urge to proceed further. Unlike Suyu, who had engaged in intimacy with him while in a daze, and unlikely Mei, a widow who had long matured, Suyu was still a young maiden in his eyes. Although he sensed that she might not strongly oppose his advances, he found himself hesitant to proceed. After an indeterminate duration, with the sun dipping in the west, Chen Yang's arm grew numb before Suyu finally lifted her head. Is it already this late? Chen Yang sighed. If we don't descend soon, it will be dark. Indeed, then let us hasten back. Suyu broke free from his embrace and tidied her hair. As they made their way down the mountain, their hands naturally intertwined, yet neither spoke a word. Upon returning to the car, Suyu finally broke the silence. Do you have plans for tomorrow? I should be free, Chen Yang replied, gazing at her. Why do you ask? If you have no plans, come find me in the county, she said. Suyu bit her lip. I wish to reconcile with a friend and, while I am at it, meet that person. What purpose would I serve in that? Chen Yang inquired. Suyu turned to him, her gaze sharp. Are you certain? Chen Yang nodded emphatically. Oh, all right, I will go. Good, 10 o'clock tomorrow, at my building, she said, satisfied, as she started the car. Chen Yang then realized that he was once again playing the role of a boyfriend. Albeit this time, Suyu's feelings were genuine. He pondered the nature of the man she was to meet the following day. The next day, Chen Yang arrived early in the county and had a light breakfast at a CAF beneath Suyu's apartment. When she finally descended, his eyes brightened. Today, Suyu had made a special effort. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail adorned with a large bow, and she wore a lovely pink dress. Noticing her beauty, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he asked, dressed so elegantly, are you trying to dazzle him? Of course not, Suyu blushed. This is for you. Chen Yang's heart swelled with sweetness at her words. They then hopped into her car and headed toward their destination. As they walked along the road, Suyu issued a precautionary note. My friend may be somewhat direct in their speech, so please don't take offense. No worries, it's your friend, I certainly won't mind. Chen Yang chuckled. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant that exuded an air of high-end sophistication from its decor. Since it was still before mealtime, the restaurant was empty and unusually quiet. A man and a woman were already waiting. Upon seeing Suyu enter, they both stood, the woman smiling warmly. Ah, you have finally arrived. Chen Yang cast a fleeting glance at the woman, perceiving her appearance as rather ordinary and her figure somewhat plump. Her darting eyes gave him the impression that she was not of good character. The man accompanying her appeared somewhat better, dressed in a suit and tie, and of considerable height. Upon noticing that Suyu had another man by her side, both of them were momentarily taken aback. The woman then inquired, who is this? My friend, Chen Yang, Suyu replied, feeling a bit shy about directly referring to him as her boyfriend. She proceeded to introduce the woman to Chen Yang. This is my friend, Songrong. Chen Yang nodded in acknowledgement, but did not utter a word. Song Rong's gaze was rather impolite as she scrutinized him. Her eyes filled with a clear hint of disdain. She then introduced the man. This is young Master Huang. The man immediately smiled and greeted. Hello, I'm Huang Wei. Young Master Huang is the wealthiest man in our county. Song Rong added. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, wondering if this was indeed the son of Huang Yukai. However, he had not encountered him during his previous visit for treatment. Let us not exaggerate. That's all my father's business. It has little to do with me, Huang Wei said, his eyes gleaming with pride, though his words were quite modest. Before they could take their seats, Song Rong took it upon herself to suggest. How about you two have a private conversation? Chen Yang, let us go order some dishes first. No need. Suyu interjected promptly. I have other matters to attend to. I just came to take a look and will be leaving shortly. Song Rong was taken aback. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? I've come here and met young Master Huang. Isn't this what you wanted? Suyu smiled and continued. But I truly have things to do and had arranged this with Chen Yang. Song Rong's expression changed upon hearing this. Your actions are making me lose face. This tone irked Chen Yang, prompting him to respond with a smile. She has already shown you considerable respect. Perhaps your greed is what is truly excessive? What did you say? Song Rong glared at Chen Yang. What right do you have to speak here? I am her boyfriend. You are merely a friend. Which means you lack the qualification to remain silent. Chen Yang scoffed. You are forcing my girlfriend into a blind date. What are your true intentions? You're talking nonsense. You doesn't even have a boyfriend. Song Rong shouted. Must you disclose everything to you? Who do you think you are? Chen Yang retorted. Given the circumstances, he saw no need to continue giving her face. Suyu, feeling a bit displeased, found that the last remnants of her friendship were entirely exhausted, and thus coldly stated. Rong, my appearance here is already a concession to you. Insisting that I stay is your wrongdoing. Song Rong was about to respond, but Huang Wei suddenly interjected. Miss Su, is this because of me? No. Suyu shook her head. Regardless of who is here today, I have no interest, as I already have someone I care for. Is that so? Huang Wei smiled, turning to Song Rong. What do you intend to do? Song Rong panicked for a moment, forcing a smile. I apologize, young Master Huang. I will speak with her further. Seeing this, Suyu inquired. What is going on between you two? Nothing, Huang Wei chuckled, taking a seat as though he were eager to observe the unfolding drama. Song Rong approached and took Suyu's hand, pleading, Yo, please, just sit with young Master Huang for a while and chat a bit. The more she insisted, the more suspicious Suyu became, prompting her to pull her hand away. I'm sorry, I have something to attend to. I must leave. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Song Rong standing there, seemingly bereft of her senses. Chen Yang glanced at her, then at Huang Wei, before departing. Once back in the car, noticing Suyu's sullen demeanor, Chen Yang inquired, what is up with Song Rong? I'm not sure, but she seems quite unusual today. Suyu replied, it appears there's some leverage she holds over Huang Wei. Chen Yang contemplated this, then retrieved his phone. I'll look into who this person is. As he spoke, he dialed Feng Shui's number. After a brief pause, the call connected. What is the matter? Feng Shui asked. I need to inquire about someone. Chen Yang chuckled. Do you know Huang Wei? Him? Feng Shui paused. Why do you want to know about him? He's not a good person. It's best to avoid him. Is he the son of Huang Yukai? Chen Yang queried. Yes, Feng Shui confirmed. How do you know him? I just met him earlier. Others introduced him as the richest man in the county, but he denied it, claiming it was all his father's fortune. Chen Yang replied, amused. At least he has some self-awareness. Feng Shui sighed and added, Huang Yukai has long since cast him out. The outside world is unaware of this. Why? Chen Yang asked. Puzzled, Feng Shui hesitated before continuing. He is quite lecherous. Is that so? Chen Yang seemed to grasp the implications, chuckling. Then I shall feign ignorance should I encounter him again. Feng Shui was amused. You're not a woman. Why be afraid? I fear as well. Chen Yang replied with a smile. All right, I want to keep you. I'll see you later. He had to attend to Huang Yukai for treatment today, where he was sure to meet Feng Shui again. After ending the call, Chen Yang turned to Suyu. Song Rong is scouting for prey on behalf of Huang Wei. This fellow may have already seen your photograph. How could this be? Suyu felt a surge of anxiety, not having anticipated Song Rong's behavior towards her. She must owe Huang Wei quite a bit of money, Chen Yang remarked. Truly, one cannot discern a person's heart by merely knowing their face. Suyu patted her chest. I shall never befriend her again. Some individuals indeed require time to understand, Sometimes an exceedingly long time. Chen Yang said meaningfully. By the way, who did you call? Are you meeting someone? Suyu inquired. Oh, just a friend. I'm helping her relative with an ailment and need to check on the condition today, Chen Yang explained. How does your friend know Huang Wei? Suyu pressed further. Chen Yang chuckled. The patient I'm treating is Huang Wei's father. Understanding dawned on Suyu, igniting her curiosity and momentarily overshadowing her earlier distress. Tell me more about it. Shall we discuss it here? Chen Yang scanned the bustling street outside. All right. Let us change locations. Suyu started the car, driving some distance before parking in a restaurant's lot. It was noon, perfect for dining and conversing simultaneously. Chen Yang did not mention Feng Shui's gender, referring to her simply as a friend, and proceeded to recount the situation regarding Huang Yukai. Upon hearing this, Suyu could not help but exclaim, how impressive. You managed to cure such a severe illness? Of course, who do you think I am? I am a divine physician. Chen Yang replied with a proud expression. Suyu rolled her eyes. You get all flustered when someone calls you fat. After lunch, with no particular plans, they decided to heed her suggestion and watch a movie. Thus, they parted ways as evening approached. Although the day lacked any intimate gestures, both Chen Yang and Suyu found it thoroughly enjoyable. Consequently, when they encountered Feng Shui at the Huang household, she curiously inquired, What has got you in such high spirits today? Is that so? Chen Yang responded, Indeed. Feng Shui nodded. It seems like you're in love. What? Is it that obvious? Chen Yang thought to himself, surprised at her perceptiveness. Noticing Chen Yang's expression, Feng Shui's gaze turned serious. You truly are remarkable. Chen Yang nodded. However, it's not quite love yet. It's more of a secret admiration. Oh. Feng Shui paused momentarily. I didn't see you yesterday, and it left me feeling quite uneasy. But the thought of seeing you today instantly lifted my spirits. You have no idea how torturous this morning has been for me. Chen Yang chuckled. Feng Shui was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she quickly lowered her head. What are you talking about? Can't a language teacher understand? Chen Yang smirked and added, In any case, my happiness now is entirely because I saw you. This made Feng Shui's ears turn red, and she playfully chided. Stop talking nonsense, you're so annoying. She turned to leave, leaving Chen Yang with a mischievous grin. He had not anticipated that such a tactic would prove so effective. But wait, why was Feng Shui blushing? It was merely a joke, after all. Was it really necessary to react that way? Surely, she couldn't have developed feelings for him after just a few days of acquaintance. As he pondered this, Huang Yukai's caretaker emerged from the room. Divine physician, Mr. Huang requests your presence. Coming. Chen Yang had no time for further thoughts and followed her inside. Today, Huang Yukai appeared somewhat improved. Upon seeing Chen Yang, he laughed heartily. Sorry to keep you waiting, little divine physician. Please don't call me that. Just call me Xiao Chun. Chen Yang replied with a smile as he seated himself beside the bed to take his pulse. However, his expression soon changed, prompting Huang Yukai to ask, What's wrong? Something feels amiss. Chen Yang furrowed his brow. How could this be? Huang Yukai's face turned tense. What is happening? Has my condition worsened? Not exactly. Chen Yang shook his head, but it's more troublesome than deterioration. What? Huang Yukai's eyes widened. Divine physician, what is going on? What have you eaten in the past 2 days? Chen Yang's demeanor turned serious. Huang Yukai pondered for a moment, looking perplexed. Nothing unusual. Just a normal diet and some fruit. Your liver condition is improving, but your gallbladder and pancreas are showing signs of disease, and at a rapid pace. Chen Yang furrowed his brows, exclaiming, This is poisoning. Poisoning? Huang Yukai was taken aback, hastily inquiring, Is it serious? Of course, it could be lethal. Chen Yang affirmed. Moreover, once the poison takes effect, no one will discern the signs. They will merely believe you succumb to complications. Damn it, who would want to harm me? Huang Yukai exclaimed, his anxiety mounting as he turned to the housekeeper. Speak. Did you poison my food? No, Mr. Huang. The housekeeper was startled and quickly explained. I have served your family for 10 years. You have treated my family so well. How could I possibly harm you? People die for wealth. Huang Yukai retorted, glaring suspiciously. Has someone bribed you? I swear, there is truly nothing, she insisted, tears welling up in her eyes. If I wished you harm, may my family suffer a terrible fate. You are the only one beside me. Who else could it be? Huang Yukai shouted in anger. The housekeeper panicked, feeling unable to articulate her thoughts, but suddenly recalled. I remembered. Your son visited the night before last, bringing a fruit basket. However, you had instructed me not to let him in, so I stopped him at the door. But the fruit basket was brought inside. Was it him? Huang Yukai squinted, pondering before asking, "Do you still have those fruits?" "Yes, they are in the refrigerator." The housekeeper nodded eagerly. "Bring them out. Let the divine doctor examine them." "All right." The housekeeper hurriedly went out and soon returned with the fruit basket, which still contained half of the fruits due to it being previously opened. "Divine doctor, please help us take a look," Huang Yukai said, his expression grave. "But," Chen Yang scratched his head, laughing bitterly, "isn't this inappropriate? If these fruits are indeed poisoned, then your son, he is not my son." Huang Yukai took a deep breath. "I expelled that ungrateful wretch from my home 6 months ago." The housekeeper, with tears brimming in her eyes, pleaded, "Divine doctor, I implore you to check, or I cannot prove my innocence. Since it has already been opened, even if we find poison, it would be difficult to clear your name." Chen Yang sighed. Yet he picked up an orange to sniff it, then grabbed an apple. To his surprise, the apple had a rich flavor, but also carried an elusive, strange taste. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yang discovered an exceedingly tiny pinhole on it. "This is it." Chen Yang raised his head, addressing Huang Yukai and the housekeeper. "To uncover who poisoned it, we must report to the police." "Then let us report," Huang Yukai declared fiercely. The housekeeper nodded repeatedly. "Yes, report it." At that moment, Feng Shui entered from outside, her demeanor entirely composed, her complexion restored. Hearing the account of events, she expressed her astonishment. How could Huang Wei do such a thing? Who knows, perhaps it was for greed. Chen Yang replied with a bitter smile. At that point, Huang Yukai was busy making a phone call. After hanging up, he stated, "I have come to a realization. It must be him. My illness had little hope for recovery. He would soon inherit my fortune." However, that day when the divine doctor arrived, the situation exceeded his expectations, prompting him to send the fruit basket that very night. That scoundrel, with the bedside table within reach. Huang Yukai, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist down, nearly breaking the surface. "Uncle Huang, let's not jump to conclusions just yet. We should wait for the police to uncover the truth," Feng Shui advised. Though she spoke calmly, her understanding of Huang Wei made her instantly suspect him upon hearing Chen Yang's words. Huang Yukai, regaining his composure from his earlier fury, suddenly remembered the poison coursing through his veins and urgently asked, "Divine doctor, can you cure the poison that afflicts me?" "To a certain extent," Chen Yang replied. His words measured. "The optimal solution would be to apprehend the perpetrator, as he likely possesses the antidote. However, should that not be the case, I can attempt an antidote of my own, though dealing with synthetic toxins can be rather intricate." "Antidote," Huang Yukai murmured, then let out a bitter laugh. "It's impossible. Even if we capture Huang Wei, he would never provide me with the antidote." Chen Yang and Feng Shui exchanged glances, both remaining silent. "What use is all this wealth if my son wishes to kill me?" Chen Yang thought to himself. Feng Shui's emotions were even more complex. Despite her disdain for Huang Wei, she could not bear the thought of a father-son conflict. "Perhaps you should try first," she suggested to Chen Yang. "Yes, divine doctor. I implore you. I will pay any price, and I can even bequeath this family business to you." Huang Yukai chimed in. Chen Yang was rendered speechless, pondering that he would soon become the wealthiest man in the county if he accepted. However, he was not motivated by greed. Shaking his head, he replied, "Mr. Huang, you flatter me. My intention in treating your ailment is not for monetary gain. Rest assured, I will find a way to detoxify you." Thank you, thank you." Huang Yukai expressed his gratitude with repeated bows, his emotional state visibly unstable. Not wishing to waste any more time, Chen Yang turned to Feng Shui and said, "The police should arrive shortly. Our presence is not required here. Let us procure some medicinal herbs." "All right, I will take you." Feng Shui nodded in agreement. The two descended the stairs and entered Huang Youcai's vehicle. After visiting several pharmacies, they managed to gather most of the necessary herbs, but one crucial ingredient, the DUNCHNGCO, remained elusive. At that moment, Feng Shui said to Chen Yang, "When my grandfather was alive, he enjoyed collecting rare and peculiar items. He had reishi mushrooms and ginseng. Perhaps he has the elusive you seek. Shall we visit his place? Is that appropriate?" Chen Yang inquired. Feng Shui nodded. "Since my grandfather's passing, my father has not dealt with his belongings. They remain here, and if it can save Uncle Huang, I believe my grandfather would not mind." "Very well, let's go take a look," Chen Yang agreed, then asked, "By the way, where is your grandfather's house?" "Not far, just on the outskirts of the city." "It won't take long," Feng Shui replied. The driver followed her directions, and after approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a large courtyard by the riverside. The area was expansive, but the main gate was firmly locked and numerous surveillance cameras surrounded the premises, making it appear almost like a secret base to an outsider. Feng Shui unlocked the gate and, as they walked inside, remarked, "Since my grandfather's passing, this place has remained unoccupied. We seldom come here." "Oh." Chen Yang observed the relatively clean courtyard and smiled, saying, "This place is quite nice. At least it is tranquil. Indeed, my grandfather cherished the environment here, which is why he chose to live alone." Feng Shui nodded as she opened the door to the house. As the two individuals entered the room, a subtle fragrance enveloped them, prompting Chen Yang to twitch his nose. "What is that scent?" "It's the dragon's saliva fragrance that my grandfather cherished dearly in his lifetime," Feng Shui replied with a smile, stepping further into the interior. Chen Yang followed closely behind, and upon entering, he realized the spaciousness of the room was nearly equivalent to that of his own courtyard. Surrounding them were cabinets filled with an array of items. After surveying the space, Chen Yang remarked, "The old gentleman truly has a passion for collecting." Feng Shui sighed indeed. Just the sheer volume of items in this room kept him from venturing out, fearing they might be stolen. After speaking, she headed straight for the window. "I'll open the window for some fresh air. Feel free to browse around. If you happen to find the heartbreak grass, we can head back." "All right." Chen Yang turned and began meticulously inspecting each cabinet from the left side of the door. To his surprise, the old man's collection was indeed extensive, ranging from peculiar stones to various rare herbs, and even some antiquities. The more Chen Yang explored, the more intrigued he became, entirely dismissing any sense of boredom, thus overlooking Feng Shui. It was only when he approached the cabinets on the window side that he noticed Feng Shui seated at a table, engrossed in a book. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face and rendering her skin as radiant as snow, almost translucent. In that moment, Chen Yang found himself momentarily entranced, staring at her and forgetting to move. Noticing the sudden silence in the room, Feng Shui lifted her head. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang, feeling a dryness in his throat, coughed lightly and said, "You look truly beautiful just now." Feng Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a glance. "Flatterer, where was this charm before?" "I meant it sincerely," Chen Yang insisted. Feng Shui had no retort, merely rolling her eyes before returning her attention to the book. However, her heart raced, and although she recognized the words on the page, their meaning eluded her. Chen Yang moved to the next cabinet and spotted the heartbreak grass through the glass, exclaiming, "I found it." "Really? Let me see what it looks like." Feng Shui rose and joined him. For reasons unknown, Chen Yang caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, prompting him to inhale deeply. "How come you also carry the scent of dragon's saliva?" "Do I?" Feng Shui raised her hand to smell her wrist. "I don't detect it. It's definitely there, I assure you." Chen Yang leaned closer, inhaling near her ear and hair. "It's a delightful scent." Feng Shui felt a rush of warmth surge through her body, as if electricity coursed through her, reaching from her back to her heels. The sensation rendered her weak, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Chen Yang steadied her. "What's wrong? Is your blood sugar low?" "You." Feng Shui felt both embarrassed and irritated. Why was he blowing air near her ear? That area is quite sensitive, you know? Yet, she couldn't voice her feelings, so she shot him a glare. "Stop talking. Where's the heartbreak grass?" "This is it." Chen Yang retrieved a transparent jar from the cabinet, revealing half a jar of dried leaves. "This name sounds rather alarming." "It's poisonous, isn't it?" Feng Shui inquired. "Indeed, it possesses potent toxicity, yet it can harm as well as heal." Chen Yang nodded, approached the table, and opened the jar to retrieve a sheet of white paper. After pouring in a dozen or so blades of grass, he sealed the lid and carefully folded the paper. "Is this enough?" Feng Shui inquired. "It suffices," Chen Yang affirmed with a nod. "Let us be on our way." "All right." Feng Shui refrained from further comments as they exited together. After securely locking the door, Chen Yang remarked, "The old man has collected so many items. Leaving them like this is hardly appropriate. What can we do?" "They could be sold," Feng Shui shrugged, adding, "By the way, if you ever find them useful, feel free to take them anytime." "That simply won't do." Chen Yang quickly gestured dismissively. After all, these are the old man's hard work. With him gone, the items cannot fulfill their intended value. Feng Shui chuckled. Taking them to help others is surely better than leaving them here. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. "We'll discuss it later." The two returned to Huang Youcai's residence, only to find several police officers present. However, their work appeared to be largely concluded as they prepared to depart. Once they left, Feng Shui immediately asked, Uncle Huang, did the police uncover anything? There are no results yet, Huang Yukai replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. They merely checked for fingerprints, conducted detailed inquiries with me and the nanny. And now they will return to conduct tests and investigations. We have no idea when a conclusion will be reached. Oh, Feng Shui, unsure of what to say next, shifted the topic. We have brought back the medicinal herbs. Let us have Chen Yang give them a try. All right, Huang Yukai nodded. Even if they do not cure the poison, we must certainly give them a shot. Do not be so pessimistic, Mr. Huang. I retain some confidence. Chen Yang smiled as he carried the herbs to the kitchen. This time, he would brew the medicine himself, not allowing the nanny to undertake the task. Feng Shui intended to watch, but was politely declined by Chen Yang, who cited the potential for a pungent odor. Once the kitchen door was closed, he retrieved various herbs, first taking the broken heart grass and placing it in his palm. With his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, Chen Yang was now capable of refining the herbs through his techniques, which proved far more effective than mere boiling. After more than half an hour, Chen Yang emerged with a half bowl of dark red medicinal liquid, bringing it to Huang Youcai's bedside. Noting his hesitation, Chen Yang reassured him, do not worry. This is not poison. Drink up. Very well, I trust the divine physician. Huang Yukai nodded, lifting the bowl and gulping it down in several swallows. You will perspire profusely shortly. The toxins will be expelled through your sweat, unlike last time when you experienced diarrhea, Chen Yang explained. Indeed, just a few minutes later, beads of sweat began to form on Huang Youcai's forehead. The air conditioning was running, set to a comfortable 26 degrees, yet he suddenly began to sweat, clearly a result of the medicine's effects. Moments later, Huang Yukai was drenched in perspiration, prompting the nanny to hurriedly bring a towel to assist him, her movements gentle. Before long, the towel was completely soaked. The room was filled with a peculiar scent, neither fragrant nor foul, but rather reminiscent of chemical solutions. The perspiration persisted for over 20 minutes, and Huang Yukai felt his body considerably lighter. He smiled and remarked, a divine physician is indeed extraordinary. Not at all, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. It is solely the efficacy of the medicinal herbs. After waiting a while longer, he took Huang Youcai's pulse and discovered that the toxins within him had been almost entirely expelled. The residual traces would be eliminated through urination and defecation, posing no further threat to his health. Upon hearing this, Huang Yukai was overjoyed and immediately instructed his caretaker to fetch a checkbook. Swiftly, he scribbled a series of numbers and tore off the check, presenting it to Chen Yang. This is 1 million. Not too much. I hope you will graciously accept it. Divine physician. Ah, Mr. Huang, you are too kind, Chen Yang said with a wry smile. I cannot accept this money. Why not? Huang Yukai inquired, perplexed. Feng Shui was equally taken aback, gazing at him with confusion, thinking, why refuse? Aren't you in need of money? Chapter 53. The pinnacle of mastery, a gentleman values wealth obtained through righteous means, Chen Yang replied with a smile. My initial intention in healing others was not for monetary gain. While this amount may seem insignificant to you, I adhere to my principles. Such eloquence transformed the way Feng Shui and Huang Yukai regarded Chen Yang. Their eyes filled with admiration. In these times, it seemed nearly impossible to encounter someone unmoved by a substantial sum. It was truly impressive that such a young divine physician possessed such a lofty mindset. Huang Yukai put down the check and continued, if I were to insist on giving it, it would be rather unrefined. Not necessarily, Chen Yang chuckled. How about this? I will decline the money, and from now on, you shall be my little brother, if you would have me? Huang Yukai asked. Chen Yang glanced at Feng Shui, silently inquiring whether he should agree. If he did, wouldn't that mean she would have to call him uncle? Feng Shui, perceptive as ever, immediately understood the implication of his gaze, rolling her eyes in response. Why are you looking at me? Even if you become sworn brothers with Uncle Huang, it has nothing to do with me. Don't expect me to call you uncle. Oh, is that so? Chen Yang laughed, addressing Huang Yukai. Then I shall simply call you big brother from now on. Excellent. Excellent. Huang Yukai was elated, nearly springing from his bed. It's a pity my health isn't yet restored. Otherwise, I would insist on sharing a drink with you today. I do not drink. Chen Yang shook his head. However, once you have fully recovered, I would be happy to accompany you for a drink. Splendid. Huang Yukai's face radiated joy. It was not until night fell that Chen Yang took his leave. Feng Shui accompanied him downstairs, and, just as they were about to enter the car, she asked, do you have plans for the weekend? Nothing in particular, why? Oh, I was thinking of visiting my cousin this weekend and would like to see you then, Feng Shui softly replied. Sure. Chen Yang nodded and then smiled. However, Aunt May is still unaware of my situation. She seems quite averse to me spending time with you. What should we do about that? Feng Shui inquired. Chen Yang chuckled. If I have the time, I will come to find you. It doesn't necessarily have to be in our village. Sounds good. Feng Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her joy unmistakable. Chen Yang sighed inwardly, pondering, what am I to do? On one hand, there is Su Yu, who is infatuated with me. And now I have Feng Shui as well. Both are exquisite beauties, each impossible to forget. The allure of humanity can indeed be quite burdensome. As the dawn of a new day arrived, Chen Yang promptly called Zhang Hua to inquire about any developments over the past few days. Zhang Hua chuckled, reassuring him. Rest easy, brother Yang. That fellow in town has likely been frightened into leaving for several days. I doubt he will return. However, Chen Yang's sentiments were less optimistic. He immediately responded, be vigilant, everyone. Do not let your guard down. I fear he might seek revenge in the shadows. Does he dare? Zhang Hua laughed. If he were to attempt such a thing, our brothers would not simply subdue him, but would surely leave him utterly incapacitated. Listen to me. Do not become complacent. Chen Yang's tone shifted to one of gravity. If something were to occur, I shall no longer be responsible for you. Come now, brother Yang, I was merely jesting. In truth, our brothers have remained ever vigilant these past few days. Zhang Hua replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Chen Yang nodded, concluding the call. With no pressing matters at hand, he decided to visit the fish pond, curious to see how the silver knife fish had grown in recent days. After a brief phone call, Huang Youcai's driver swiftly arrived at the village entrance. The journey was uneventful, yet upon arriving at the fish pond, Chen Yang noticed the caretaker's house was locked and Uncle Huang was nowhere in sight. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he was not there to seek him out. Peering into the pond, Chen Yang's face lit up with joy. The small fish had now grown to over 30 centimeters. Such growth rate seems unparalleled in the animal kingdom. In just a few days, we shall be ready to cast the nets, he mused. When that time comes, business with Su Yu will undoubtedly flourish, and everything will progress in a favorable direction. Yet, just as Chen Yang reveled in his optimistic predictions for the future, Uncle Huang hurriedly approached from the village. Chen Yang's expression tightened as he noticed the bandages adorning Uncle Huang's face, suggesting he had been injured. As Uncle Huang drew nearer, Chen Yang inquired, what happened? Oh, Shenzong, you have arrived. Why did you not inform me beforehand? Uncle Huang's demeanor today was notably amiable as he offered a wry smile. It's nothing serious. Merely a scuffle with some individuals. Really? Chen Yang was taken aback, thinking to himself that at his age, such impulsiveness was unwarranted. It wasn't my intention to stir trouble, but some folks attempted to steal fish from our pond. Naturally, I could not allow that. I drove them off, but they were quite insistent and ended up fighting. Uncle Huang explained. Did you call the police? Chen Yang asked. No, they were merely village youths. It was not necessary. Uncle Huang shook his head. Their parents have already compensated for the medical expenses. Chen Yang responded with an "oh," and then asked, does Suzong know about this incident? Uncle Huang chuckled awkwardly. I haven't mentioned it. I feared it would worry her. Better left unsaid. She has far too many concerns already, Chen Yang acknowledged. Then reached into his pocket only to find he had no money. I shall bring you some funds later. Consider it a bonus. Please, that is unnecessary. Uncle Huang quickly waved his hands. Initially, I thought you were a fraud, but witnessing the fish in the pond grow as if inflated over the past few days, I now realize your expertise. It is my honor to work for you. Do not say that. I am no sage, Chen Yang chuckled, feeling a sense of comfort within. After a brief moment, he advised Uncle Huang to come fishing in a couple of days and to make the necessary preparations before he took a car straight to the farm. Having a personal driver certainly made travel convenient. The current state of affairs was also quite satisfactory. The land had been thoroughly plowed and winter wheat was sown, which would serve as feed for the cattle in the future. As for the fruit trees, Zhang Hua proposed to uproot the old ones and replace them with new saplings, as the original varieties had become outdated and lost their market value. However, Chen Yang held a different opinion, having previously lacked the time. He now believed he could utilize the old stumps to cultivate new fruits, with the aid of spiritual stones and formations. He was confident that the fruits he nurtured would indeed find a robust market. After a busy half-day, Chen Yang returned home, and the next day marked the arrival of the weekend. Upon waking, he greeted Tian Tian before heading out, leaving her somewhat puzzled. wondering why this young man was so eagerly off to the county town. Chen Yang's excitement was not without reason. He had a feeling that today, when he met Feng Shui, there might be an opportunity for something significant to transpire. While it was unlikely they would immediately cultivate together, he was certain there would be a breakthrough. Upon arriving in the county town, he spotted Feng Shui's vehicle parked by the roadside as he stepped out of his car. "Is it fixed?" he inquired. "Of course, it took several days, which made my commute quite inconvenient," Feng Shui pouted, speaking in a playful tone before asking, "Where are we headed? What do you think?" Chen Yang replied, "I was hoping to find a quiet place without any interruptions, but it depends on your agreement." Feng Shui's face flushed again as she shot him a glare, starting the car and driving off without revealing their destination. Chapter 54. Gaining ground to Chen Yang's surprise. Feng Shui took him to her grandfather's house. Upon reaching the entrance, he asked, "Why are we here?" "I told my father about the previous incident, and he learned that the items left by grandfather saved Uncle Huang. Consequently, he decided to gift everything here to you," Feng Shui explained. "Really?" Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that appropriate? The room is filled with things that may not hold significant value, but they embody the lifetime of effort from that old gentleman. There is nothing inappropriate about it, since you did not accept Uncle Huang's check. Consider these items as a form of compensation," Feng Shui smiled, stepping out of the car. Seeing this, Chen Yang had no choice but to follow her inside once more. "If you like it, you can come and stay in this courtyard often. Just have someone clean it up," Feng Shui added. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Enough with the formalities. Take what you need most first, and you can come back for the rest later," Feng Shui suggested with a smile. "All right." Chen Yang nodded, recalling a few medicinal herbs he had previously admired but had hesitated to mention. Now that they were his, there was no need for politeness. He found a cardboard box, opened the cabinet, and packed nearly all the herbs. Once he had finished organizing, he turned to Feng Shui and said, "All right, let us be on our way. No need to rush." Feng Shui glanced at him and said, "Let us have lunch here today. I'll prepare it for you." Chen Yang was somewhat taken aback. "What? Do you think I'm the sort of person who can't do anything?" Feng Shui raised her brow and continued, "Just wait and see my culinary skills." With that, she returned to the car and opened the trunk. It was then that Chen Yang discovered she had already made preparations. The trunk was filled with vegetables, meat, and 2 boxes of eggs. After taking out the ingredients and putting the medicinal herbs back, the two returned to the courtyard. Although it was still early, Feng Shui decided to start prepping the vegetables so that they could simply stir-fry them at noon. Thus, Chen Yang assisted her, and they happily washed and selected the vegetables together. Time flew by, and at noon, Feng Shui tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen, while Chen Yang strolled around the courtyard. He couldn't help but admire the place. Directly across from the main gate was a river, the water source abundant, and the courtyard spacious enough to plant a dozen fruit trees without issue. Additionally, there was ample space for a chicken coop or duck shed, once established. It would be a genuine rural homestead. Once lunch was ready, Chen Yang and Feng Shui sat across from each other. He took a bite of the scrambled eggs with chives and exclaimed, This is truly delicious. Right? I told you I can cook." Feng Shui beamed, her eyes sparkling with joy. For the rest of the meal, she barely touched her chopsticks, instead watching Chen Yang eat heartily, a satisfied expression on her face. After lunch, Chen Yang let out a contented burp. "This is wonderful." "What do you mean by wonderful?" Feng Shui inquired. "This feeling is simply delightful." Chen Yang smiled. "If only we could do this every day, it would be even better." Feng Shui shot him a sidelong glance. "Dream on." Chen Yang chuckled. "So, what shall we do this afternoon?" Feng Shui shook her head. "I'm not sure. Do you have any ideas?" "I have no clue either," Chen Yang shrugged. "How about watching a movie? Grandpa has a media room. It must have cost a fortune." Feng Shui suggested. "Your grandfather has quite a few hobbies, doesn't he?" Chen Yang replied, both surprised and intrigued. After clearing the table, Feng Shui led him to another room. Upon entering, Chen Yang gasped in awe. It was like a miniature cinema. A massive screen, plush sofas, and surround sound. Grandpa used to enjoy listening to operas. He spent quite a bit to set this up. Feng Shui chuckled as she bent down to rummage through the cabinet. "What film would you like to watch?" "Anything is fine," Chen Yang replied. "Let us watch this one." Most of what Grandpa has are operas, and other genres are quite rare. Feng Shui pulled out a DVD with the title Farewell, My Concubine emblazoned on the cover. Chen Yang had heard of it, but had never seen it. Today was a perfect opportunity to observe. As the film began to play, they settled onto the sofa, sitting at a comfortable distance. Initially, Chen Yang's mind wandered, but before long, He became engrossed in the film's content. Feng Shui was equally captivated. As she became absorbed in the story, she kicked off her shoes and sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching intently. Time passed slowly as the two became engrossed in the plot, completely oblivious to the passage of time. By the end, their positions had shifted, with Feng Shui nestled in Chen Yang's embrace. Chen Yang could hardly recall when he had draped his arm over her shoulders. At that moment, as the credits began to roll, an awkward silence enveloped them. Finally, Chen Yang broke the silence with a soft suggestion. "Shall we watch another one?" Feng Shui's voice was barely above a whisper as she nodded slightly. Chen Yang stood up to casually select another film, starting it without even glancing at the cover. Returning to the sofa, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Feng Shui once more. However, both were so absorbed in their thoughts that they paid no attention to the movie playing before them. After a while, Chen Yang found himself unable to contain his curiosity and turned to glance at Feng Shui. Leaning against his shoulder, her profile was all he could see. Upon sensing his gaze, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Unable to resist, Chen Yang slowly leaned in closer. Though Feng Shui appeared flustered, she made no effort to pull away. As their faces nearly touched, she simply closed her eyes. Thus, it was with ease that Chen Yang pressed his lips against hers. Initially a gentle kiss, it quickly transformed into a passionate embrace, their surroundings forgotten. Moments later, Chen Yang, driven by instinct, reached out to caress Feng Shui's chest, causing her to tense up immediately. After a brief pause, she relaxed, though her breathing had noticeably quickened. Chen Yang was elated. What had been mere speculation was now a fulfilled desire. Yet, even in his joy, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction and a desire to push further. However, the instant he moved his hand, Feng Shui opened her eyes, exclaiming, "No, that's not allowed." "Why not?" Chen Yang was puzzled, having only touched her through the fabric of her clothing. "Just not allowed," Feng Shui replied, lowering her gaze. "I'm all sweaty. It's not pleasant." "Oh, I see." Chen Yang chuckled. "Then perhaps you should take a shower?" "Ugh." Feng Shui was taken aback, glaring at him before hastily adjusting her clothes. "How dare you think that?" "Oh, you misunderstood. I merely suggested a shower, nothing more," Chen Yang clarified. "I don't believe you." Feng Shui shot him a disapproving look. "All men are greedy. Do you think I don't know? You understand quite well, don't you?" Chen Yang smiled at her. Feng Shui quickly replied, "I've heard about it." "Heard about it? Well, that can't be taken as truth. I assure you, I'm not that kind of person," Chen Yang laughed. "That remains to be seen." Feng Shui regarded him with a serious expression. At that moment, their relationship had clearly deepened beyond mere physical contact. Chen Yang relished the intimacy and wrapped his arm around Feng Shui's shoulder. "Then you should take your time to assess." "Stop it. Look at the time." Feng Shui thought he was still trying to take advantage of her and struggled a bit. "Is it really that late?" Chen Yang was taken aback, realizing it was already past 4 o'clock, nearing 5. The film Farewell My Concubine has a runtime of nearly 3 hours. And after a brief moment of intimacy between the two, time seemed to fly by. Realizing that it was getting late, Chen Yang stated, "I must return home." "So must I." Feng Shui nodded, raising her hand to smooth her hair once more. This gesture was particularly alluring, prompting Chen Yang to embrace her tightly and steal another kiss. Feng Shui pretended to strike him, but he swiftly dashed out. During their return to the city, a prolonged silence enveloped them. Eventually, Chen Yang could no longer contain himself. "Why not visit Peach Blossom Village tomorrow?" "No, I have matters to attend to," Feng Shui replied. Chen Yang sighed. "Then it seems we'll have to wait until next week." In truth, Feng Shui felt a pang of reluctance, noticing his disappointment. She pursed her lips and suggested, "Let us discuss it when you take Uncle Huang for a follow-up." "That works. I'll go as soon as I can," Chen Yang replied, a smile curling at the corners of Feng Shui's mouth, her heart brimming with sweetness. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yang boarded Huang Youcai's vehicle, heading straight for Peach Blossom Village. Halfway there, he received a call from Zhang Hua. "Brother Yang, something's wrong." Chen Yang's heart raced. "Calm down, take your time." Zhang Hua explained, "A few brothers in town have been attacked. I'm on my way there now." "Understood. Assess the situation, I will arrive shortly," Chen Yang instructed, adding, "But I will try to remain incognito unless absolutely necessary." "Got it," Zhang Hua replied before hanging up. Chen Yang directed the driver to the town, contemplating his next steps should Yang Jian's men return to provoke trouble. With his current capabilities, was he truly prepared for a direct confrontation? Clearly not. To exact revenge, he needed to dismantle Yang Jian's entire influence, leaving no opportunity for his resurgence. Yet, with the resources at his disposal, he felt inadequate. Letting out a sigh, he turned his gaze out the window, watching the earth shrouded in darkness, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Upon arriving in town, it was completely dark, with lights illuminating every home. Zhanghua's place was no different. Lights illuminated the yard where several young men, bandaged and disheartened, sat. Chen Yang took a glance and dialed Zhanghua. What happened? It was a misunderstanding. They were fighting with people from another village over trivial matters, Zhanghua clarified. What exactly transpired? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat exasperated. Someone came to buy goods, was picky, and insisted on haggling. One of our brothers grew impatient, and an argument ensued. Zhanghua recounted. We must strive to avoid such incidents in the future. Our business is not about making a fortune, but the real profits will come from the farm. Chen Yang advised. Yes, I've already reprimanded them, Zhanghua affirmed. All right, I'm leaving now. Chen Yang did not linger in town. After concluding the call, he returned to Peach Blossom Village. However, upon disembarking, he did not go home, but instead headed straight for the dilapidated temple on the back mountain, carrying medicinal herbs. Contemplating during the journey, Chen Yang realized that Zhanghua and his brothers were merely average fighters, capable of only matching ordinary people. This was untenable. Simply growing stronger himself was insufficient. He needed to elevate everyone's skills as well. Thus, Chen Yang resolved to utilize the resources at hand to concoct some elixirs, aiming to enhance Zhanghua and his companion's physical abilities. As dawn broke, Chen Yang finally returned home. During breakfast, Tian inquired, "What time did you come back last night?" Chen Yang replied, "I forgot. It must have been quite late." "Oh," Tian said, not probing further, sipping her porridge. "A Taoist priest came to the village yesterday and lingered at our doorstep for quite a while." "A Taoist priest?" Chen Yang paused momentarily. "What was he doing?" "According to the villagers, he was a fortune teller, but I found him rather dubious. I never asked for a reading, so what was he loitering around our house for?" Tian remarked. "He didn't enter, did he?" Chen Yang felt a sudden unease and added, "If any stranger tries to come into our home, let the He and Xiao He bite him. Don't worry, he didn't come in. He just wandered around for a bit before leaving. He might just be a fraud." Tian reassured him. Chen Yang chuckled and resumed eating, yet a sense of something amiss lingered in his mind. Had a fortune teller ever visited the village before? The appearance of such a peculiar individual at this time might herald trouble. After breakfast, Chen Yang set out to stroll around the village. Soon, he learned from the townsfolk that the Taoist priest had departed, though his whereabouts remained unknown. Chen Yang felt a slight relief but maintained his vigilance, thinking that since he had no pressing engagements today, he would investigate whether that fellow was hiding nearby. Originally, he intended to deliver medicine to Zhanghua, but he changed his mind and called to ask him to come and collect it instead, explaining the usage of the pills. Upon hearing that the pills could enhance physical strength, Zhanghua's eyes lit up as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He carefully tucked them into his pocket and asked, "Yang Go, will I be able to uproot willows after taking these?" "What are you thinking? You'd need over 1,000 pounds of strength for that. These pills aren't magical elixirs." Chen Yang rolled his eyes and continued, "Make sure to tell your brothers that while these pills can boost your physical abilities, they must not misuse their strength to bully others." "I understand, don't worry," Zhanghua promised, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. After his departure, Chen Yang ascended the mountain. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing of interest and thus felt relieved to head home. Yet, unexpectedly, before he reached his doorstep, he spotted someone loitering in front of his house. The figure was clad in a blue robe, hair tied up, and holding a whisk. What the heck? Chen Yang thought, realizing the situation was far from over. He hurried over and demanded, "Who are you?" "The humble Taoist." The priest was taken aback, just about to introduce himself when Chen Yang swiftly kicked him, sending him stumbling several paces back. "What are you doing?" the Taoist exclaimed in shock and anger. "With those shifty eyes, I'm going to teach you a lesson," Chen Yang shouted, raising his fist and preparing to charge. Seeing this, the Taoist turned and fled, shouting, "Help! This guy has gone mad." Chen Yang chased him for a few steps before halting, then shouted, "Get lost! If you loiter around my doorstep again, I swear I'll make you pay." Having driven away the Taoist, he turned back to find Tian exiting the house. Chen Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, sister. I've sent that man packing." Tian, perplexed, replied, "That person is quite strange. Why has he returned? Perhaps he is just a lunatic." Chen Yang chuckled. Though such words were uttered, He was acutely aware that the matter at hand was far from simple. The peace he had momentarily found was once again unsettled. Chapter 56. Acquisition of the fish pond. At this juncture, the Taoist had already departed from Taohua Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, he produced his phone. I encountered him. The lad seemed a bit dazed, and before I could utter a word, he struck me. He is undoubtedly unhinged. What are your thoughts? Inquired the other party. The Taoist grimaced and replied, let us change operatives. He has already recognized me, and if I were to return, I would surely be assaulted again. That fellow possesses considerable strength. Understood, came the succinct reply from the other end, followed by the call disconnecting. 2 days later, Chen Yang embarked on a journey to the fish pond. He had previously coordinated with Su Yu, and upon his arrival, she was already engaged in conversation with Uncle Huang. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Su Yu's face lit up with joy as she approached him with a smile. We can commence the harvesting now. Excellent, Chen Yang responded, equally elated. In merely a few days, the silver knife fish had matured enough to grace the dining table. After sharing a smile, he said to Su Yu, let us proceed as planned. We shall retain a few for breeding purposes and take the rest. Yes, I have already arranged for assistants to arrive shortly, Su Yu nodded. Then surveyed the surrounding fish ponds, lamenting, if only we had sufficient funds now. I would truly desire to acquire all of these. How much would it cost to fully contract the entire area? Chen Yang inquired. Su Yu replied, it would require at least over $1 million. And we would also need to replace some equipment. For a year? Chen Yang asked. Indeed, Su Yu nodded, then sighed. However, it's no matter. We can take our time. By next year, we should be able to secure the entire venture. No need to wait until next year, Chen Yang chuckled. You handle the negotiations for the contract. I will find a way to secure the funding. Where will you procure the money? Su Yu queried. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Leave it to me. Chen Yang replied with a smile, turning back to his vehicle. He placed a call to Huang Yukai, who answered with a hearty laugh. Divine Doctor, I am in splendid form today. Do not rush to go out just yet. It would be wise to recuperate a bit longer, Chen Yang advised, pausing before continuing. Brother Huang, I call because I have a request to make. Huang Youcai's tone turned slightly irritable. Speak plainly. What is it? We are brothers. There is no need for formality. Here is the situation, Chen Yang explained. To which Huang Yukai promptly responded, no problem. If you are venturing into business, how could I not support you? Have your driver return. I will issue you a check immediately. There's no urgency. The negotiations are not yet finalized. There are quite a few fish ponds, and they all belong to individuals. Chen Yang chuckled. I estimate it will take several days to secure them. Are you referring to the fish ponds in Dongshan Village? Huang Yukai asked. Precisely, Chen Yang confirmed. Very well, do not proceed with the negotiations. I will handle this matter for you. Huang Yukai declared before abruptly ending the call, leaving Chen Yang somewhat bewildered, pondering the peculiar turn of events. Soon after, individuals and vehicles arrived at the fish pond, and the harvesting process commenced without delay. After a flurry of activity, they retained the largest 20 or so fish for breeding, loading the remainder onto the vehicle. Just as they were about to depart, a black sedan pulled up beside the pond. A man in a suit exited and approached Chen Yang. Greetings, I am Sun Wei, sent by Mr. Huang to assist in the negotiations for the acquisition of the fish pond. Acquisition? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. There seems to be a misunderstanding. We merely intend to lease and pay rent. General Huang remarked that renting was not a sustainable solution and often led to dependency on others. It would be far better to acquire ownership, as it would grant us the freedom to act without hindrance in the future. Sun Wei chuckled. Chen Yang responded with a soft acknowledgement, but the initial investment is rather substantial. Not to worry, General Huang assured, no matter the cost, it can be managed. Sun Wei smiled and continued, I have already spoken with the village chief here, and we have resolved a significant portion of the matter. The remaining discussions will be handled by me, so Mr. Chen, you may await further news. Chen Yang was astonished. The efficiency was remarkable. Su Yu was equally stunned. And once Sun Wei departed, she inquired, who is this General Huang he mentioned? Huang Yukai? You must have heard of him, Chen Yang replied. Is it really him? Su Yu's eyes widened. Of course, I know him, but why is he assisting us? Well, Chen Yang chuckled. I didn't have the chance to tell you earlier. I only met him a few days ago. He then recounted the story of treating Huang Yukai, adding, there was so much going on, I forgot to mention it. Goodness. It's truly remarkable how you've befriended the wealthiest man in the county. Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. Chen Yang shrugged. He insisted on that, and I couldn't refuse. Impressive. Su Yu applauded, glancing at the surrounding fish ponds. With such a vast area of fish ponds, our yield of silver knife fish will surely multiply. Yield is inconsequential. The real issue is that with so many fish, your hotel will struggle to keep up. Chen Yang remarked. That is not a problem. There is a market. It's just that previously we couldn't supply enough. Su Yu smiled. A while ago, someone inquired about it, but regrettably, at that time, my own hotel couldn't meet its needs, let alone have surplus to sell. What was that person's profession? Chen Yang asked. They specialize in aquatic products. You can rest assured, I am quite familiar with him, and he has extensive distribution channels. Su Yu replied. Oh, is he male or female? Chen Yang inquired. Su Yu paused, looking at him with a playful gaze. What? Are you feeling jealous? Not at all, just curious. He retorted. I don't believe you. Su Yu rolled her eyes, then leaned in closer, lowering her voice. My relative has already left. Oh. Chen Yang's eyes lit up, noticing no one around. He too lowered his voice. Aren't you in a hurry to return to the hotel? Su Yu was speechless. The fish would soon be delivered, and the hotel would undoubtedly be quite busy. How could she not be present? Before she could respond, Chen Yang quickly suggested, Xiao Yu is there. Let her keep an eye on things. After all, she doesn't need to get her hands dirty. That's true. Su Yu hesitated, but what excuse do I have? No need for an excuse. We have business to discuss regarding the fish ponds. Chen Yang smiled. All right, I'll mention it now. Su Yu took out her phone. Chen Yang thought to himself, Xiao Yu, today will be a bit of a burden for you. I promise to make it up to you later. At that moment, Su Yu, who was diligently working at the hotel, suddenly sneezed twice and murmured in confusion, Who is talking about me behind my back? Just then, she received a call from Su Yu. After concluding the conversation, Su Yu hung up the phone and cast a swift glance at Chen Yang. What's next? Get in the car, let's go. Chen Yang opened the car door, and Su Yu promptly entered, after which they departed from the fish pond. The journey was silent, and soon they arrived at the woods from their last visit, stopping deep within. Before the engine could even be turned off, Chen Yang sealed Su Yu's lips with his own. The two embraced in a passionate kiss, lingering in each other's warmth. Having been apart for nearly a week, they naturally felt the intoxicating thrill of a brief separation akin to a newlywed reunion. However, just as Chen Yang was about to unfasten their garments, an unexpected phone ring shattered the moment. Reluctant to answer, he glanced at the caller ID and, upon realizing it was Tian, he promptly picked up. Sister, what is the matter? Yang, where are you? We have guests at home, Tian replied. I'm outside. Who's visiting? The deputy mayor from our town said he wants to see you. What? Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering the reason for the visit but refraining from asking further. I'll head back soon. If the deputy mayor is busy, we can talk later. Okay, I'll let him know. Tian ended the call. Su Yu, who had been listening nearby, inquired, what is going on? Not sure. Why would he specifically seek me out? Everyone in the surrounding villages knows I'm just a fool. Chen Yang muttered. Perhaps you should go see him. I happen to know a few people from your town. I might have crossed paths with the deputy mayor. Su Yu suggested. All right, Chen Yang nodded. The fervor that had filled the air moments ago had completely dissipated. Su Yu drove back to the main road, and before long, they reached the village. A vehicle parked at the entrance indicated that the deputy mayor had not yet departed. They exited the car and entered the courtyard, where they found two individuals seated in the shade, sipping water. Ah, you're back. A middle-aged man rose with a cheerful smile, but his expression shifted in surprise upon seeing Su Yu behind Chen Yang. Miss Su, what brings you here? I was already with Chen Yang. Su Yu replied with a smile before asking, what brings Deputy Mayor Wang here? Is this a visit for an inspection? Not at all. Wang Chuanbing said with a wry smile. I heard there was quite an incident in Taohua Village recently, so I came to take a look. What incident? Su Yu inquired. They planted vegetables one day, and by the next, they were sprouting all over the place. Isn't that astonishing? Wang Chuanbing chuckled. Oh, that's incredibly fast. Su Yu exclaimed, feigning surprise. She was well aware that those vegetables were delivered to her hotel. However, in front of Wang Chuanbing, she could only pretend ignorance. Thus, I came today to uncover what transpired, but Tian couldn't clarify, so I figured Chen Yang must know. Wang Chuanbing remarked. Chen Yang remained silent, seemingly detached. Yet he was closely observing Wang Chuanbing's expressions. When Wang Chuanbing turned his gaze toward him, Chen Yang scratched his head. What do you expect me to know? How did your vegetables grow overnight? Wang Chuanbing questioned. Chen Yang's eyes widened. How would I know? You should ask the vegetables. Wang Chuanbing was momentarily taken aback. at a loss for words. Mayor Wang, my brother is not very sharp. He can be a bit muddled at times, so please don't take offense, Tian hurriedly remarked. Is that so? He seemed perfectly normal just now, Wang Chuanbing replied, a hint of confusion evident on his face as he turned to Suyu. What business did you have with him? Suyu responded, I purchased a few fish ponds over in Dongshan Village and invited Chen Yang to assist with the harvest today. Oh, Wang Chuanbing's gaze flickered. Then he smiled at Chen Yang. It appears this young man has some skills. Are you interested in fish farming? Not at all. Chen Yang replied. I have no expertise in that area. Wang Chuanbing waved his hand dismissively and continued with a smile. Actually, I aim to promote vegetable cultivation throughout the town. I thought you might possess some unique methods to expedite their growth. Did Mayor Yu not mention this to you? Suyu asked, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. I had discussed it with him previously. I will be responsible for the vegetable planting project moving forward. What? When did this happen? Wang Chuanbing asked, taken aback. Just a little while ago, Suyu replied with a smile. Perhaps I missed it while attending a training session in the county, Wang Chuanbing said, somewhat bewildered. He then chuckled. In that case, I need not worry, shall we? Let us go? Tian attempted to persuade them to stay, but the two men nonetheless departed in their vehicle. Suyu cast a glance at Chen Yang before turning to Tian. I must return as well. They're quite busy at the hotel. Why not eat something first? It won't take long, Tian suggested. No, perhaps another day, Suyu replied with a smile as she turned and exited to her vehicle. Chen Yang watched her leave before asking, Sister, what did the deputy mayor discuss with you? Just what I mentioned earlier. He seems quite knowledgeable and interested in vegetable cultivation. She answered. Ah, well, it's a shame we can't be of much assistance, Chen Yang chuckled. Sister, I'm hungry. All right, I'll start preparing the meal, Tian said, not pondering further as she headed to the kitchen. Chen Yang took out his phone and sent a text to Suyu, asking her to investigate the background of the deputy mayor named Wang. If his intentions were truly agricultural, then it would be acceptable. It wasn't until evening that Suyu replied. The message was quite straightforward. This deputy mayor is in the town for grassroots training and arrived 3 months ago, having previously worked in the provincial capital. Upon reading the message, Chen Yang squinted. Indeed, something seemed amiss. Wang Chuanbing's presence appeared normal at first glance. Yet when pieced together with several incidents, his arrival felt rather abrupt. Chen Yang sensed that his recent changes had alerted Yang Jian. Otherwise, there would be no need to alter tactics and continue monitoring him discreetly. Let us see what scheme you intend to employ this time. Chen Yang scoffed as he glanced at the next message from Suyu. I'm at the village entrance. Do you want to come over? Chen Yang was taken aback, quickly typing a reply. On my way. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the house. In the brief moment Tian turned around, he was already gone, leaving her to sigh in exasperation. When will this fellow ever act normally? Arriving at the village entrance, Chen Yang indeed spotted Suyu's car and hastened to open the door. Without further ado, the vehicle made a U-turn and returned to the woods they had previously visited. As twilight gradually descended, the car remained unlit, enveloped in a distinctive, intimate ambience. The two shared yet another kiss, having simultaneously silenced their mobile devices. At that moment, Chen Yang's hands grew restless, while Suyu's breathing became increasingly heavy. Should anyone pass by, they would witness a vehicle nestled within the woods, its body bobbing up and down, testing the resilience of its suspension. After an extended period, the car finally settled, ceasing its movements. After a brief respite, Suyu picked up her phone, only to be startled by the time. It was already 10 in the evening. Is something pressing for you to return? Chen Yang inquired. Today, silver pomfret has been abundantly supplied, and I still have no idea about the sales figures, Suyu replied, contemplating whether to call Suyu for an update, but ultimately deciding against it. She then asked, is there an issue with Director Wang? I'm not certain, but it doesn't matter, Chen Yang replied, resting his hands behind his head. We'll tackle whatever comes our way. Oh, you seem rather confident now, Suyu teased, playfully flicking his nose. Circumstances compel one to grow. Chen Yang chuckled, turning to face her. What do you think of the new position we unlocked today? Disgusting. Suyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully poked him. Disgusting? Well then, I have another new position we could try. Chen Yang grinned mischievously and lunged forward. Chapter 58. Climbing the mountain with a beauty. By the time Suyu departed, it was already the early hours of the morning. Chen Yang had initially considered spending the night in the car, given the considerable energy she had expended. However, Suyu insisted she was fine and was determined to return home, so he relented. Upon arriving home, he awaited a message from Su Yu confirming her safe arrival. Once he received it, he settled into a meditative position to begin his training. The following day marked another visit to Huang Yukai to assess his condition. Chen Yang opted to arrive at noon, only to find that Feng Shui was absent. However, after completing the examination, it became evident that Huang Youcai's health was steadily improving. Just as they were engaged in conversation, Feng Shui made her entrance. Upon first seeing Chen Yang, her gaze was filled with reproach. Once they descended the stairs, she remarked, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "Indeed, what's the matter?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Didn't you say you would come if I visited Brother Huang? I merely arrived early to compel you to take leave." Feng Shui shot him a disapproving glance. "If I keep taking leave, that fatso will have an excuse to dock my pay." "Oh, really?" Chen Yang said, realization dawning upon him. "Then let me compensate you. Whatever he deducts, I'll cover it tenfold. Give it a rest." Feng Shui shook her head. "I'm not in it for the money." "Has he been giving you trouble lately?" "Not particularly. He is not foolish enough to make his malice overt," she replied with a smile. "Things have been quiet for now, but that may change soon." "Understood," Chen Yang nodded. With time, if he resorts to underhanded tactics, others won't necessarily connect it to the previous incident. "Indeed. That's quite likely," Feng Shui concurred, then frowned. "Why do we keep discussing him? Just the thought of his face is repugnant." "All right, let's not dwell on it." Chen Yang chuckled. "Where shall we go? Since we are here, it's up to you." Feng Shui started the car. "Let me see which hotel nearby is decent." Chen Yang pulled out his phone, only to immediately sense a piercing gaze beside him. "Don't be ridiculous. Who said anything about going to a hotel?" Chen Yang grinned mischievously. "I thought we could go anywhere, but it seems there are conditions." "Exactly." Feng Shui nodded. "I'm not that easygoing." "What a coincidence, neither am I." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Then let us just wander about, preferably in quieter places." Feng Shui remained silent as she drove out of the underground parking lot. The journey was quiet. Chen Yang watched the scenery change as they gradually approached the outskirts. He then asked, "Where are we headed?" "Hiking," Feng Shui replied. Glancing at the road ahead, "Have you heard of Phoenix Mountain?" "Of course, but I've never been," Chen Yang nodded. "It's a scenic spot, right?" "Yes," Feng Shui confirmed. "I visited it many years ago and have quite a vivid impression of it." "Was it fun?" "It was all right. The mountain is steep and difficult to climb." Feng Shui nodded. "But once you reach the top, the view is spectacular." "I look forward to experiencing that," Chen Yang smiled. "If it's hard to climb, I can always carry you up." At this suggestion, Feng Shui recalled their previous adventures in the mountains and pouted, "Don't make grand claims. Carrying someone up a mountain is not the same as walking on flat ground." "I know, but to me, it feels the same." "Stubborn." As they chatted, the car soon drove into the mountains and entered a parking lot. Not far away was the ticket booth, where Feng Shui bought tickets before they proceeded through the mountain gates. "See that? That's the main peak." Feng Shui pointed. "Goodness, it is quite lofty," Chen Yang exclaimed. Then added, "There aren't any paths, are there?" "There are. This paved road in the scenic area leads up the mountain, but it takes quite a long detour. If you wish to take a shortcut, there's a steep mountain path." "No worries. Let's take the mountain path." "You said it." Feng Shui laughed, taking his hand. "But don't end up crying from exhaustion. Don't underestimate me." They held hands, veering away from the main road and swiftly headed towards the main peak along a narrow path. After walking for about 10 minutes, Feng Shui began to feel a bit breathless, while Chen Yang remained unfazed, his breathing calm. Noticing her fatigue, he suggested, "Why don't I carry you?" "All right. As long as you're not tired," Feng Shui nodded. Chen Yang smiled, squatted down, and lifted her onto his back. "Now, experience my extraordinary stamina." With that, he strode boldly up the steep slope. Relishing the soft sensation against his back, Chen Yang was in high spirits, his strides vigorous. Gradually, Feng Shui's expression turned to one of astonishment. How could he not be tired carrying nearly 100 pounds up such a steep path? After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you all right? Please don't push yourself too hard." "Who is pushing?" Chen Yang was at a loss for words. "Did you not notice that I'm not even sweating? What if you lack sweat glands? Are you insulting me like a dog?" Annoyed, Chen Yang playfully grasped Feng Shui's backside, eliciting a startled gasp from her, prompting her to beg for mercy. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the summit. The area was modest in size, inaccessible to vehicles. They had to leave their car below and ascend the steps on foot. It was afternoon, and the mountain was devoid of tourists, with only a handful of people scattered about. As her feet touched the ground, Feng Shui quickly glanced at Chen Yang's face, then pressed against his chest to listen to his heartbeat, finally feeling reassured. Curiously, she asked, "You're quite remarkable. How did you cultivate such stamina?" "It's a secret." Chen Yang chuckled, turning to admire the breathtaking scenery surrounding them. The majestic mountains and the distant county town sprawled out before him, offering an expansive view. Following the thin, winding road, he could even discern the direction of Peach Blossom Village. However, due to the mountainous terrain, the village itself remained out of sight. Feng Shui, having exerted no effort in her ascent, appeared relaxed and smiled as she remarked, "Isn't this place splendid?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded, surveying the area. "It would be even better without anyone else around." Feng Shui was momentarily taken aback before she comprehended his meaning, and then she responded with a hint of exasperation. "You truly are something else." Despite being a language teacher, she found herself at a loss for words to retort. Chen Yang plopped down onto the ground, gazing toward the east. "Can we see the provincial city from here?" Feng Shui sat beside him and shook her head. "It's too far. It's impossible to see." A gentle breeze tousled her long hair, and her fair visage appeared particularly enchanting at that moment. Chen Yang found himself momentarily mesmerized, his earlier thoughts dissipating. And he lazily inquired, "Are you tired?" Feng Shui shook her head. "I rested on your back, so I'm not tired at all." "Oh, then do your feet hurt? Would you like me to massage them?" Feng Shui rolled her eyes, thinking to herself how he dared to say such things. Chapter 59. Filled with deep affection seeing Chen Yang's expectant gaze, Feng Shui felt a pang of reluctance, so she turned to glance around. "There are so many people here." "How many?" "3 or 4. Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "That is still not appropriate," Feng Shui pouted. "It's fine. They won't see us." Chen Yang grinned as he lifted her leg and rested it on his lap. This position resembled a princess carry, albeit with both seated on the ground. Embracing Feng Shui's slender calf, Chen Yang suppressed his excitement and slowly removed her shoes. Her white socks emerged, accentuating her dainty feet. Chen Yang instinctively swallowed hard. Upon noticing, Feng Shui's cheeks flushed, and she turned to scold him. "How can you not mind the smell?" "It doesn't smell at all," Chen Yang replied, momentarily stunned, as he took hold of her foot. The mere touch made Feng Shui's body quiver slightly. As Chen Yang applied gentle pressure while kneading her foot, she bit her lip, striving to stifle any sound. This sight was one Chen Yang could never tire of. While massaging, he secretly infused his energy into the soles of Feng Shui's feet. As she settled into the moment, a warm sensation coursed through her entire body, enveloping her in comfort. Alas, the current position was somewhat awkward. How delightful it would have been to be on a sofa. Of course, a bed would have been even better. In a short span of time, Feng Shui began to tremble intensely, her eyes tightly shut, and her breathing grew increasingly hurried. Chen Yang found it amusing. She was rather sensitive, wasn't she? Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her. Feng Shui, resembling a docile doll, remained motionless in his embrace, allowing Chen Yang to indulge in her sweetness. Were it not for the other tourists nearby, Chen Yang would have been tempted to explore beneath her clothing. Given Feng Shui's current state, she would certainly lack the strength to resist. Yet, with others around, he relinquished that thought. After a considerable time, they parted, and Feng Shui opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Yang with profound affection. Their eyes met, brimming with emotion. Eventually, it was Feng Shui who, feeling shy under his gaze, lowered her long eyelashes. "You naughty boy." Chen Yang chuckled, understanding this was not a reprimand, but rather a playful display of affection. "Isn't it getting late? Shouldn't we head back?" Feng Shui asked softly. Indeed, the sun was nearly setting. Chen Yang looked up and realized how swiftly time had passed. He hurriedly helped Feng Shui put on her shoes, then took her hand and helped her stand. "I'll carry you down the mountain." "No, that's too dangerous," Feng Shui replied, gesturing behind her. "Let us go down this way. We can catch the sightseeing bus at the parking lot." "Oh, that works too," Chen Yang agreed, and they descended the mountain hand in hand. While riding the bus, Feng Shui naturally leaned against Chen Yang's shoulder, taking in the scenery along the way. Both understood that once they returned to the county, they would part ways, making them cherish these moments even more. However, the more they savored it, the faster time seemed to fly. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at the foot of Huang Youcai's house. Noticing the reluctance in Chen Yang's eyes, Feng Shui softly said, "In just 2 days. It will be the weekend. We can see each other again." "You're right. 2 days isn't long," Chen Yang nodded. "Shall we go hiking again this weekend? Let's find a completely deserted spot." "You and your ideas." Feng Shui playfully tapped his forehead with a finger before turning to board the vehicle. See you this weekend. Yes. Chen Yang waved goodbye as he watched her leave. Upon returning to the village, Chen Yang walked home under the moonlight. Hearing the noise, Tian emerged from her room. Yang, why have you been up so early and late these past few days? Too much on my plate. Chen Yang replied with a smile before asking, is everything all right at home? Nothing much. Tian observed him closely. What have you been busy with? Oh, just some trivial matters. Chen Yang scratched his head, reluctant to lie, but unsure how to tell the truth without revealing too much. Fortunately, Tian did not press further. Smiling as she asked, have you eaten dinner yet? I saved some for you. Oh, I'll go eat now. Chen Yang quickly turned and headed for the kitchen. Lifting the pot lid, he found 2 plates of dumplings and a dish of stir-fried vegetables. He served them onto the table and began to devour his meal ravenously. At that moment, Tian also stepped out of the room, quietly observing him eat. What is up, sister? Is something wrong? Chen Yang sensed something and inquired. Tian nodded, saying, Saturday marks our mother's Memorial Day. You mustn't wander off then. Oh, Chen Yang replied. All right, we shall go together to pay our respects. Tian sighed softly. I still don't know about our father. Sister, don't say that. He will be fine. Chen Yang interrupted her, continuing, I will find him eventually. But worrying incessantly won't help us now. Let's focus on living well first. All right, I shall heed your words. Tian nodded. Realizing that Chen Yang had mostly remained clear-headed during this time, bringing significant change to their family. Unbeknownst to her, she had already come to regard Chen Yang as the pillar of their household. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Chen Yang stood up and said, Sister, you should rest early. I have a few matters to attend to. You're going out? Tian rose, her face a picture of surprise. Yes, there are a few things I need to handle, and I will take Taohua with me. Chen Yang smiled. No need to wait for me. Just be careful. Don't get into trouble out there at night, Tian advised earnestly. Chen Yang acknowledged her concern and called to the 2 dogs by his side. Taohua, come with me. Xiaohei, stay here to guard. Remarkably, they understood him. Although Xiaohei whimpered a few times, it remained by Tian's side and did not follow. Taohua, on the other hand, was quite pleased, bouncing along as it accompanied Chen Yang out the door. Under the moonlight, the man and his dog ventured into the mountains. Chen Yang had initially intended to enter the mountains at a later time, but after hearing Tian's words, he suddenly felt that he could no longer procrastinate. A sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to swiftly inspect the cave that had been revealed after the collapse. Although he had already examined it thoroughly last time, Chen Yang felt he had overlooked something, convinced that there were treasures yet to be discovered. Thus, he brought Taohua along, hoping it might assist him in uncovering hidden gems. Upon reaching the destination in the mountains, Chen Yang led Taohua back into the cave. The temperature remained somewhat low, but fortunately, his physique had adapted, and he felt no adverse effects. Chen Yang switched on his flashlight and scanned the surroundings before instructing Taohua, go ahead and see what peculiarities lie within. Taohua, upon hearing this, dashed into the darkness, with Chen Yang following closely behind. Within minutes, he heard Taohua barking excitedly from within the cave. Had it truly found something? Chen Yang's heart leapt with joy as he quickened his pace, heading straight for the innermost part of the cave. Chapter 60. Unearthing a treasure. Chen Yang soon discovered a jubilant Taohua seated at the deepest part of the cave. Approaching, he crouched down and remarked, there's nothing here. Yet, Taohua lowered its head and began to dig eagerly. The cave floor was comprised of both rock and soil, and the spot where it was digging was quite soft, quickly yielding a small pit. Chen Yang was puzzled, wondering what could possibly lie beneath. Taohua continued to dig diligently, while Chen Yang squatted beside it, observing. After a considerable time, a deep pit measuring half a meter had been excavated, yet still, nothing had emerged. Shall we take a break? Chen Yang asked. The result was that Taohua seemed oblivious, digging with even greater fervor. Observing this, Chen Yang simply sat down, resting his chin on his hands as he watched the excavation. After a while, something unusual finally emerged from the pit. When Chen Yang shone his flashlight upon it, the muddy object surprisingly reflected a glimmer of gold. What on earth is this? Taohua halted its digging, lifting its head to gaze intently at him, as if to convey that the sought-after treasure had been found. Lowering his flashlight, Chen Yang reached in with both hands, parting the surrounding soil to find a firm grip, and tugged at the object until he finally extracted the irregular stone. Goodness, it was heavy. Chen Yang picked up the flashlight again, scrutinizing the object, and his eyes widened in astonishment. This was an entire piece of gold. Filled with curiosity, he quickly wiped off the dirt, revealing vast expanses of golden hue. My heavens, such a large gold nugget. This is a doghead gold. Chen Yang, utterly astonished, lifted the gold nugget to weigh it in his arms, estimating it to be at least 30 or 40 pounds. He then stood there, dumbfounded. How much could this be worth? With no time to ponder further, Chen Yang stripped off his outer garment to wrap the doghead gold, cradling it in his arms, and declared to Dehei, "Now we're counting on you. There will be a substantial reward when we return." Dehei, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, grinning widely. Wasting no time, Chen Yang set off with the doghead gold, and the duo swiftly made their way back to the valley. Having previously been short on funds, he had managed to earn some money, but had also spent quite a bit. Now, with this doghead gold in hand, Chen Yang was certain it would be worth a considerable sum, and once sold, it would enable him to accomplish many things. With a joyful heart, he hurried home, clutching the gold nugget. Tian was already asleep, having locked the door from within, but was groggily awakened by Chen Yang's call, confirming it was him outside. She opened the door, rubbing her eyes. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back tonight?" "Changed my mind," Chen Yang replied with a smile, closing the door and adding, "Sister, look what I found." "What is it?" Tian, now fully awake, inquired, gazing at the round object in his arms. "Turn on the light. I'll fetch some water." Chen Yang chuckled, placing the item on the ground before going to fetch a basin of clean water. Once opened and rinsed, the gold nugget, slightly smaller than a volleyball, revealed its true form. Tian was taken aback, looking up at Chen Yang. "Is this gold?" "Of course." Chen Yang nodded. "This piece weighs dozens of pounds. How much do you think it could sell for?" "I don't know," Tian replied, still in shock. Her mind blank. "I roughly calculated it. Even at a low estimate, it could fetch several million." Chen Yang exclaimed. "Ah." Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. "That much money?" "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded with pride. "And that's just a rough estimate. It might be even higher." "My goodness. How could we spend so much money?" Tian looked utterly bewildered. "If we want to spend it, we certainly can," Chen Yang replied with a smile. Then added, "Let us keep this gold nugget in your room for now. Tomorrow, I'll figure out how to sell it." "Oh, then I surely won't be able to sleep tonight," Tian said, her face filled with distress. "Dear sister, you must learn to adapt. Our family's wealth will only grow, and you cannot afford to forego sleep every day," Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Tian glanced at him and replied, "As long as we have enough money, that's all that matters. Having too much could be a burden." Before she could finish her thought, Chen Yang interrupted. "When has there ever been a time when one had enough? There are countless places where we shall need to spend." "Really?" Tian asked, puzzled. "What do you wish to purchase?" "Our house is in dire need of renovation. I'm considering a complete overhaul. As for the rest, I haven't fully decided. But I know the money from selling this gold will not suffice." Tian was left bewildered by his words. "Enough about that. It's getting late, and I need to return to sleep," Chen Yang said as he stood up to leave. However, Tian firmly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "No, I can't sleep alone. And you must stay awake too." "What? You want me to keep you company?" Chen Yang's heart raced. Tian lowered her gaze, admitting, "I just don't want to be alone." Chen Yang was at a loss for words, contemplating an excuse to leave, only to hear Tian softly murmur, "Do you dislike me?" "Of course not," he replied hastily, fearing her discontent. "If it helps, I will stay with you." Tian lifted her gaze, satisfied, and commanded, "Turn off the lights." "Oh," Chen Yang responded, resigned, and switched off the light, then lay down beside her. Hesitating for a moment, he refrained from using the previous method of calming her by pressing her sleep point, and instead gently suggested, "Sister, we were once merely modestly wealthy. Once we sell the gold, we will have ample funds. What do you think we should acquire?" "I haven't considered it. Life is quite pleasant as it is, enough to eat and wear. What more could we need?" Tian replied. "All right then, I shall ponder it myself," Chen Yang thought, harboring ideas that were still somewhat unformed, believing it prudent to discuss them with Su Yu the following day, as she was a seasoned merchant with many insights. With that resolved, Chen Yang closed his eyes, preparing to drift off to sleep. Yet, Tian lay awake, staring at the ceiling, her mind swirling with intricate thoughts. If they truly amassed such wealth, Chen Yang would likely become busier, making it more difficult to see him in the future. Turning onto her side, She gazed at him with her large eyes. The room was dim, but the moonlight streamed in, illuminating the bed, allowing her to see Chen Yang's profile clearly. To her surprise, he appeared to be asleep. Feeling a mix of disbelief and unfairness, she quietly inched closer and pinched his nose. Chen Yang murmured, groggily opening his eyes. Sister, what are you doing? I've told you. I can't sleep, and neither can you. Tian retorted in annoyance. With no choice, Chen Yang conceded. Then I want sleep. Let us converse. I don't wish to talk. She shot back, turning away. This was just one of the ways a girl could express her displeasure. Chen Yang understood this all too well. Under the moonlight, Tian's arms appeared particularly fair, and he found himself entranced, unable to resist reaching out. When his hand wrapped around her waist, Tian shivered slightly, but remained silent. After a moment of stillness, Chen Yang made no further move, causing her to feel a twinge of irritation. With a gentle grasp of his hand, Tian hesitated for a moment before placing it against her chest. Chapter 61, The Supportive Partner. The fabric of Tian's thin tank top was so sheer that Chen Yang could scarcely feel any material, as if it were merely a second skin. Consequently, every contour was palpable, and the softness was irresistibly enticing. Chen Yang felt a surge of desire, struggling to contain himself. Tian sensed the shift in his demeanor. While she felt a secret joy, a hint of anxiety also crept in. Chen Yang was even more anxious, pondering what to do. His hand dared not stir. Yet this was his sister. Had it been anyone else, he would have acted without hesitation. However, with Tian, he truly could not bring himself to proceed. The two remained in this stalemate for a while until Chen Yang pretended to fall asleep, emitting a soft snore. Tian clearly paused, glancing at him. After perhaps convincing herself that he was indeed asleep, she pouted and gently pushed his hand aside. Chen Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking he had successfully evaded the situation. Yet, he wondered if she was upset. After a brief moment, he heard faint snoring beside him. It dawned on him that Tian had fallen asleep. He sighed in complete relief, grateful that she was not angry. The following morning, Chen Yang dialed Su Yu's number. When the line connected, she laughed. Did you know I'm coming to the village? Huh, you're coming? Chen Yang was taken aback. What is the occasion? You didn't know? Su Yu seemed surprised, then asked, why did you call me? I had something to ask you, but never mind. We can discuss it when you arrive. Chen Yang ended the call. Within 10 minutes, Su Yu parked her car at the entrance and stepped out. Clad in athletic wear with her hair pulled back high, she exuded a sharp and capable aura. Upon entering, Chen Yang inquired, what brings you here so early? The fish pond situation is resolved. It's time to consider the next steps. Su Yu smiled. I'm here to discuss the land rental with the villagers. So soon? We can't afford to delay. Originally, I intended to wait until winter, but with the deputy town head's appearance, I felt we couldn't postpone any longer. What if he truly schemes against us? You are indeed prudent. Chen Yang chuckled, noticing Tian had not yet emerged. Lowering his voice, he continued, truly my supportive partner. Go on. Su Yu shot him a playful glare. What did you want to discuss on the phone? Let us talk inside. As he turned to head back to his room, Tian emerged, beaming at Su Yu. Good morning, Miss Su. Oh, I've told you not to call me that. Su Yu feigned annoyance, though her face was lit with a smile. Once inside, Chen Yang presented a piece of gold. What do you think this could sell for? Huh. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. She reached out to touch it, her astonishment evident as she looked up. Where did you find such a large gold nugget? I picked it up in the mountains, Chen Yang shrugged. Su Yu was left speechless, marveling at his extraordinary luck. How many times have I ventured into the mountains without ever encountering gold? However, considering it was Chen Yang who made the discovery, it hardly seems extraordinary. He inquired, how heavy is it? I do not know, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. I have yet to weigh it. How can one ascertain the price without knowing the weight? Su Yu retorted, speechless. Yet, upon reflection, she added, but indeed, for such a sizable gold nugget, weight alone cannot determine its value. What do you mean? Both Chen Yang and Tian were perplexed. You see, regardless of who purchases this, they will not melt it down. The best approach is to display it at home. Su Yu chuckled. As a decoration? Chen Yang blinked in confusion. Isn't that rather absurd? Not at all. Su Yu shook her head. Those truly affluent individuals do not concern themselves with the market price of gold. Having such a magnificent natural gold piece on display is, in fact, a symbol of one's status and identity. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered, then laughed. It seems I have an idea of whom this gold nugget should be sold to. Huang Yukai? Suyu instantly guessed. Indeed, I believe he would be quite interested. Chen Yang nodded. Yes, that sounds about right. Suyu affirmed, in the past. I saw a wealthy merchant in the county with a gold nugget the size of a fist displayed on his desk, encased in a transparent cover. Someone as wealthy as Huang Yukai would surely appreciate it. Excellent. I shall call him immediately, Chen Yang declared, retrieving his phone and stepping outside. Upon connecting the call, Huang Yukai's cheerful voice resonated. Brother, I've missed you, but we just saw each other yesterday. Chen Yang chuckled. If I were to miss you so soon, you should be wary. Huh, I assure you, I have no such inclinations. Don't frighten me. Huang Yukai chuckled in return. I reached out because I have a matter to discuss. Would you be interested in a gold nugget? Chen Yang inquired. Oh, Huang Yutsai's tone shifted noticeably. How large is it? What is its weight? Rather substantial. I estimate it to be around 40 to 50 pounds, Chen Yang replied. What? 40 to 50 pounds? Huang Yutsai's voice escalated by 2 octaves. Approximately. I haven't weighed it, Chen Yang clarified. Where is it? Huang Yutsai's voice was now urgent. It's at my home. If you're interested, I can bring it over. No need. I'll come to you. Huang Yukai replied before abruptly hanging up, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned by his urgency. However, it mattered little. Huang Yutsai's health had improved significantly, and a brief stroll downstairs would pose no issue, as long as he did not overexert himself. Moreover, his driver was well acquainted with Chen Yang's residence, making the visit quite convenient. Upon hearing that Huang Yukai was on his way, Suyu smiled at Chen Yang. This bodes well. He surely cannot offer anything less than a few million. Indeed, I feel somewhat embarrassed to ask for such an amount, especially since we are like brothers, Chen Yang admitted with a smile. That is an entirely different matter. Even siblings keep their accounts straight. Suyu laughed. After glancing at the time, she remarked, You should remain at home while I discuss land acquisition matters with the villagers. I will accompany you. I am familiar with every household, Tian chimed in. I think the same. Suyu smiled as she took his hand, and together they departed, leaving Chen Yang to await Huang Yukai at home. After a little over half an hour, a car pulled up at the doorstep. Upon entering the courtyard, Huang Yukai frowned slightly and remarked, Brother, your home environment is rather ordinary. There's no need for pleasantries. Just say it's humble. Chen Yang chuckled. It's quite normal. My family was once very poor. Now, things are different. Huang Yukai sighed and continued, How about this? I have a construction company, and there are plenty of teams under me. I'll arrange for someone to come and renovate this place, maybe even build a 2-story house. Chapter 62. Trouble breeds trouble. Chen Yang was taken aback and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Please, don't trouble yourself with this. What are you being so polite for? Huang Yukai dismissed him with a wave, his demeanor commanding. They are idle anyway. I'll have the design department whip up a plan for you. If you like it, we'll get started. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. With this arrangement, he could save at least 200,000 to 300,000. Goodness. It seemed he was accumulating quite a debt of gratitude. Huang Yukai then blinked and asked, Brother, what about the gold you mentioned? Oh, I completely forgot. Chen Yang slapped his thigh and quickly replied, It's inside. Let us go take a look. All right. Huang Yukai followed eagerly into the house. Upon seeing the large nugget of gold, his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, that is quite a chunk. Is it really that big? Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling indifferent. Brother, this is gold, not some broken rock from the river. Huang Yukai turned to him and chuckled. Let me tell you, this nugget of gold, while not the largest in the world, certainly ranks among the top few. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered, realizing that gold is typically panned from sand, and the largest pieces are not usually very substantial. Understanding this, he said to Huang Yukai, Since you like it, I'll just give it to you. What are you talking about? Huang Yukai shot him a glare. If it's a gift, then I want to take it. He added with a grin, Of course. I like it, but I'm not taking it for myself. I intend to give it to someone. Chen Yang paused, intrigued. Oh, who are you giving it to? An old friend of mine from the provincial capital. You don't know him. Huang Yukai smiled. When the opportunity arises, I'll introduce you to him. At these words, Chen Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. What is your friend's surname? Zhang, why do you ask? Huang Yukai replied, puzzled. Just a casual inquiry. Chen Yang smiled. Huang Yukai, not giving it much thought, instructed his secretary to bring in his bag. He then retrieved a checkbook from inside and said, You must accept this. If you refuse, we can no longer be brothers. Chen Yang was left with no choice but to smile and say, Well then, thank you in advance. Before he could finish his sentence, he was stunned by the number on the check. 10 million? Yes, what's wrong? Huang Yukai asked, confused. Why is it so much? Chen Yang's eyes widened. This gold, once melted down, would only be worth a few million at most, right? Once melted, it truly wouldn't be worth much. Huang Yukai replied with a wry smile. Yet, even as mere decor, it hardly warrants such an exorbitant price, does it? Alas, I declare its worth. Huang Yukai stepped forward, attempting to lift the gold ingot, but upon trying, he found it too burdensome. He chuckled, saying, Brother, could you assist me in placing it in the car? Of course. Chen Yang casually slipped the check into his pocket and then hoisted the gold ingot. Once it was secured in the vehicle, Huang Yukai joined him, saying, I shan't linger. My brother. You're leaving already? Chen Yang was taken aback. Not even a moment for a drink? Another time. I shall return this first. And when the design department finishes the draft, I'll deliver it to you. Huang Yukai laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. After he departed, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. 10 million, right in his pocket. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined possessing such wealth. Truly, the only remedy for woes is sudden affluence. Gazing back at his yard, Chen Yang mused, since they insisted on rebuilding his house, why not proceed? The savings could be used to purchase some medicinal herbs. Su Yu and Tian Tian returned after a prolonged absence, nearly approaching noon. Noticing the unusual expressions on their faces, Chen Yang inquired, What troubles you? Su Yu sighed, We've nearly concluded our discussions, but there's a snag with the Zhao family. Him? Chen Yang wondered. That fellow is as inert as a corpse. What chaos could he possibly incite? I happened to arrive when Zhao Rui was present. It seems he returned to the village upon hearing the news. Su Yu fanned herself in exasperation. He cheerfully informed me that the land would not be leased out. Not just the Zhao families, but several other households with the surname Zhao as well. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang comprehended the underlying mischief. Truly, a troublesome individual. Was he not? I know not, Su Yu continued. But Zhao Rui was exceedingly polite this time, candidly stating that his family only intends to cultivate grains, eschewing all else. Su Yu expressed her frustration, adding, however, the lands of these families are not contiguous, which means our vegetable plots will be fragmented, complicating future management. Chen Yang chuckled. It was evident that they were playing dirty. However, he felt no anger, nor did he share Su Yu's urgency, responding with a smile, no matter. If they choose not to cooperate, they shall soon regret it. But, Su Yu was about to retort when Tian Tian interrupted. Do you not grasp Chen Yang's intent? Once we harvest the vegetables and profit, those families will surely regret following Zhao Rui's counsel, and even Zhao Laosan will find himself blaming his elder brother, who bears a grudge against wealth. Indeed, Su Yu's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, Why didn't I think of that? You overthink things, Tian Tian laughed. Indeed. Su Yu nodded. Let us proceed thus. When harvest season arrives next year, we shall tantalize them. No need to wait until next year. Chen Yang shook his head. It is merely a few months. We have ample time. He then added, Since we have a free afternoon, let us procure the seeds now. And in a couple of days, we shall sow them. Su Yu pursed her lips, but said nothing further. After lunch, she drove Chen Yang to the county town. This time, there are numerous seeds to purchase, and the agricultural supply store in town may not have such an abundance of stock. It would be wiser to head directly to the county. Chen Yang primarily sought leafy vegetable seeds, opting not to buy varieties like cucumbers or tomatoes. Such fruit-bearing plants are challenging to manage, requiring pollination, which is rather cumbersome, not to mention their slower growth rate compared to leafy greens. What he urgently needs is speed, aiming to humiliate Zhao Rui in the shortest possible time. After procuring the seeds, Chen Yang did not wait for Su Yu to escort him. Instead, he hailed a taxi back to Taohua Village. In the following days, he sequestered himself in his room, diligently refining the seeds. This engrossed him until the next day when Li Mei, seeking company, visited and began discussing the latest village gossip. These were trivial matters, mere chit-chat about the lives of the villagers. Chen Yang initially paid little attention, but when Li Mei mentioned Zhao Rui, he promptly rose and approached Tian Tian's room. At that moment, he overheard Li Mei whispering, I've heard that the one surnamed Zhao has brought back a woman, and she has not left Zhao Laosan's house for days. Perhaps she has already departed? Tian speculated. Impossible, Li Mei countered. Zhao Rui has been unusually frequent in the village lately. He has never been this diligent before. Li Mei continued. I suspect he is secretly keeping a mistress in the village. Chapter 63. Not human. Li Mei and Tian Tian conversed quietly within the room, entirely unaware that Chen Yang stood outside, stunned. Zhao Rui, it seems, is indulging in the art of keeping a concealed sweetheart? Remembering how this individual had deliberately caused trouble for Su Yu, Chen Yang thought to himself, well, this is indeed a piece of leverage delivered right to my doorstep. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated to his room. It was not until nightfall that Chen Yang emerged, hastily consuming a few bites of food before informing Tian Tian. Sister, the seeds are all prepared and can be sown at any time. Good, Tian Tian nodded, then cautiously inquired, this time, will they sprout by the next day? Not likely. Chen Yang scratched his head. It cannot be that miraculous every time. Oh, Tian Tian appeared a bit disappointed. I thought you might know. I'm no deity. I don't even comprehend how it happened the last time. Chen Yang chuckled. Tian Tian gazed at him thoughtfully, her expression revealing no doubts, which prompted her to smile. That's true. Initially, she had harbored doubts about the possibility of their vegetables growing overnight. Surely there must have been a reason. The most likely explanation was that Chen Yang had performed some extraordinary act. However, as the second planting did not yield such rapid results, Tian Tian gradually dismissed that notion. Now, her question was merely casual, and upon hearing Chen Yang's reasonable response, she chose not to pursue the matter further. After dinner, taking advantage of the darkness, Chen Yang departed from home. By this time, the residents of Taohua Village were mostly preparing for sleep. Some households had already extinguished their lights, while a few still remained illuminated, among them Zhao Laosan's home. Chen Yang approached the entrance, peering into the courtyard, only to find the curtains drawn, obscuring any view of the interior. With a glance around to ensure no one was watching, he deftly vaulted into the yard. With a gentle approach to the window, Chen Yang was startled by the sound of a woman's infatuated laughter emanating from within the room. Indeed, Aunt May's words had proved to be true. Chen Yang widened his eyes, thinking to himself, Zhao Rui, you truly are despicable. Leaving aside other matters, Zhao Laosan had only recently returned home from the hospital. Now rendered incapable of self-care, yet you dare to indulge in merriment with a woman in his house. Is this how one behaves? After listening for a while, the conversation between Zhao Rui and the woman grew increasingly nauseating, sending shivers down Chen Yang's spine. Yet, the more he listened, the more his curiosity piqued. What could Zhao Laosan be doing? Surely, he wouldn't just lie there, watching his elder brother flirt with a mistress. After searching around the window without finding a single gap, Chen Yang felt a pang of disappointment, lamenting the lost opportunity to witness the scene. Not willing to give up, he glanced towards the alleyway on the east side of the house and suddenly had an idea. The back window. Traditional houses in the village typically featured a back window for ventilation. Stealthily, he made his way to the rear, where the light indeed shone more brightly. Chen Yang leaned closer, quietly lifting his head. What he saw next left him astounded. The back window, although covered with a curtain, had been blown by the wind, revealing a wide gap. He could clearly see a couple tangled together on the bed. At the other end of the bed, Zhao Laosan lay straight, his eyes wide open. Staring at them, Chen Yang was left speechless. Zhao Rui truly was inhuman. Zhao Laosan had not become a vegetable. How could you engage in such behavior right in front of him? And who was that woman? Due to Zhao Rui's obstructing view, Chen Yang had yet to see her face, only noting her fair skin and ample figure. Just as he pondered her identity, Zhao Rui let out a couple of loud cries, and then crawled up. In an instant, Chen Yang caught sight of the woman's face and his eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This isn't Zhao Rui's mistress. It's Zhao Laosan's wife. Unbelievable. Zhao Rui, you are not merely inhuman. You are a beast. Chen Yang had heard rumors before turning into a fool that Zhao Laosan spent his days idle and gluttonous, causing endless strife with his wife, who nearly left him. Although a divorce never materialized, she seldom cared for him, returning to her family every few days. After Zhao Laosan's sudden paralysis, she had completely vanished. Yet, the woman Zhao Rui brought back, as mentioned by Li Mei, turned out to be her? What on earth was going on? Chen Yang felt a series of exclamations bubbling within him. At that moment, Zhao Rui lay contentedly on the bed, his hands roaming the woman in his embrace, as if Zhao Laosan at the foot of the bed were non-existent. Chen Yang thought to himself, you beast. You are even less than human. Having his phone on him, he took it out and switched to recording mode, capturing the scene before him. Although this moment was quite repulsive, it could serve as evidence and prove to be of great use in the future. After recording for 2 minutes, Chen Yang struggled to suppress his nausea. Feeling that it was about time, he discreetly tucked away his phone and departed, unnoticed by Zhao Rui and the woman. The following day, Su Yu arrived early in the village, bringing along two substantial agricultural machines. One was a harvester for clearing straw, while the other was for sowing vegetable seeds. The villagers had not left their land idle. Some cultivated various legumes, others planted corn, and still others sowed diverse grains. When Su Yu discussed the contracted fees, she had already included the cost of the seedlings. Thus the crops that yielded little grain were disregarded by the villagers. As the harvester roared to life, the first transformation of Taohua Village commenced. According to Su Yu's plan, growing vegetables was merely the beginning. With subsequent projects including livestock farming and orchards to follow, it would not be long before this place transformed into a veritable paradise. The fields were bustling with activity. Yet at the doorstep of Zhao Laosan's home, Zhao Rui stood with his arms crossed, observing from a distance, his expression dark and brooding. After a moment, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Brother, that woman has actually begun to take action. What are your thoughts?" The voice on the other end inquired. Zhao Rui clicked his tongue. "Clearly, I cannot confront her openly. She now has the support of Mayor Qi. If I stir up trouble, I shall surely face repercussions. Instead, I shall resort to subtler tactics." There was a brief silence on the line. "And how do you propose to execute this?" "It will be much easier to employ underhanded methods. They intend to grow vegetables, correct? I will procure some herbicide and, under the cover of darkness, spread it across their fields." Zhao Rui chuckled. "With so much land, how much herbicide do you intend to buy? Won't they be able to detect it?" The voice sighed. "You, like your brother, possess little foresight. What do you suggest?" Zhao Rui pressed. "I have a superior plan. Come to the town shortly, and we shall discuss it in person." "All right." Zhao Rui ended the call, casting a glance at the fields, squinting as he mused. "Let them revel for now. In a few days, I shall relish their despair." Chen Yang remained oblivious to all this, yet although he was physically present in the fields, his gaze frequently strayed towards the village, only to catch sight of Zhao Rui's vehicle departing towards the village entrance. "That scoundrel has left?" Chen Yang pondered. "While things are bustling here, he suddenly departs. He must be plotting something nefarious. I cannot allow this. I must act first." Chapter 64. This is his retribution. Zhao Rui's home was in the town, a fact Chen Yang was well aware of. Initially, he had intended to keep the video from last night for a future opportunity. However, he had a change of heart. This morning, Zhao Rui had been watching him intently from the doorway, and now, with his sudden departure, it was conceivable that he was scheming. Chen Yang could not permit Zhao Rui to stab him in the back at such a critical moment. Therefore, he moved to a secluded area and dialed Zhang Hua's number. As Zhao Rui drove back to the town and parked his car, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was his wife calling, he answered with disdain. "What do you want? Where are you?" came the gruff voice from the other end. Zhao Rui's wife, named Wang Yanli, was ironically named. Her appearance bore no resemblance to the elegance her name suggested. The woman was robustly built, her temperament as fiery as her reputation as a notorious shrew in town. Zhao Rui typically harbored a sense of trepidation towards her, and upon hearing her voice, he felt a twinge of anxiety, swallowing hard as he stammered. "I'm at work." "Fine. Just wait there." Wang Yanli abruptly ended the call. What was going on? Zhao Rui was perplexed, yet a sense of impending doom washed over him. He mused that he had not done anything particularly wrong lately. Surely, she couldn't know about the few matters he had kept from her. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to remain where he was. He feared that if things escalated, it would reflect poorly on him with the town government. Thus, he chose to wait at the entrance. A few minutes later, Wang Yanli arrived on her electric bike. Upon seeing her expression, Zhao Rui's heart sank. What was that look? Was she ready to kill? As his wife stormed toward him, he instinctively took a couple of steps back, asking, "What is wrong with you?" "What is wrong with me?" Wang Yanli closed the distance without uttering another word and swung her hand. The sharp crack of impact echoed as Zhao Rui spun on the spot, his face swelling instantly. Dazed and bewildered, he covered his face, a mix of shock and anger surging within him. "What are you doing? Don't you realize where we are?" "I don't care where we are." Wang Yanli, with formidable strength, delivered another resounding slap. The clarity of the strikes was unmistakable, drawing the attention of onlookers from across the street and within the town government. Curious bystanders emerged to witness the unfolding drama, and soon they beheld the town's security chief being publicly humiliated by his own wife. Several individuals rushed to intervene, but alas, they could not separate Wang Yanli, who effortlessly tossed one aside as if they were a mere child. You beast, flirting with my sister-in-law. You are not human. You deserve this for your infidelity. Zhao Laosan hasn't even been laid to rest, and you dare to engage in such disgraceful behavior. You truly deserve to die. Wang Yanli berated him while delivering slaps, and the crowd began to grasp the situation. On the day Zhao Laosan met his fate, the townsfolk had already formed their opinions about him, and hearing of Zhao Rui's actions, they whispered among themselves, concluding that he was far worse than his brother. At that moment, Zhao Rui, overwhelmed and disoriented, lay crumpled on the ground, utterly incapable of resistance. Yet Wang Yanli remained unsatisfied, gripping his collar with one hand. She continued to unleash her fury, the sound of her blows relentless. Meanwhile, several figures emerged from the town government yard, led by the town's chief, Qi Jinsong. Upon witnessing the chaos outside, he bellowed, "Stop this at once." Yet Wang Yanli appeared to be deaf to his command, continuing her assault. Growing impatient, Qi Jinsong turned to his subordinates, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for someone to be killed?" With the chief's fury igniting their resolve, the group hastily rushed forward. 7 or 8 individuals managed to restrain Wang Yanli after considerable effort. Seeing Zhao Rui in a state of utter distress, Qi Jinsong hastily ordered for him to be taken to the hospital, then turned his attention to Wang Yanli. "What is the meaning of this? Why the ferocity? Do you intend to kill him? I want this beast dead." Wang Yanli gasped, breaking free from their grasp, brandishing her phone. "You all should see what he has done." In a sudden flurry, a crowd gathered around. Qi Jinsong, noticing the commotion, swiftly seized the phone and exclaimed, "What is all this fuss about? Disperse." The onlookers were mostly residents of the town, with some government staff intrigued but hesitant to approach directly. Upon witnessing the mayor's intervention, the residents dared not overstep and chuckled as they dispersed, having gleaned enough information. It was likely that Wang Yanli possessed irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, why would she brandish her phone? Qi Jinsong glanced at the video before abruptly shutting it off, finding it too shocking. He then turned his gaze to Wang Chuanbing, asking, "What do you think your subordinate is up to?" "It has nothing to do with me. He was already part of the security team when I arrived." Wang Chuanbing replied innocently, wearing a wry smile. Qi Jinsong narrowed his eyes. "I've heard you two have been getting quite close lately." Wang Chuanbing shrugged. "Not at all. It's merely routine work communication. I haven't even set foot in Zhao Rui's house. Immediately relieve Zhao Rui of all duties and terminate his employment," Qi Jinsong declared, his face darkened, before turning back towards the courtyard. The others followed suit, while Wang Yanli was taken away by the police station personnel. Wang Chuanbing lingered at the doorway for a moment, furrowing his brow. He had just arranged to meet Zhao Rui to discuss matters. How could this have happened? Why had Wang Yanli rushed to this place? After a brief contemplation, he proceeded towards the police station. Meanwhile, on Chen Yang's side, the gardening work had only just commenced. The harvester was clearing the field, followed closely by the seeder dispersing vegetable seeds, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. The phone rang, and upon answering, Chen Yang inquired, "What is the situation?" "Zhao Rui has been sent to the hospital," Zhang Hua chuckled. "That kid almost didn't make it." "Oh, and then what?" Chen Yang asked, his tone indifferent. Zhang Hua continued, "His wife was taken to the police station. The one named Wang seemed a bit dazed, likely unsure of what to do next, so she just followed them." "All right, understood," Chen Yang smiled. "I'll come by your place to discuss it tonight." "Got it." "Yang Gu." Zhang Hua hung up. Although Zhao Rui's incident unfolded in the town, by noon, the people of Taohua Village had already heard the news. During lunch at home, Tian recounted the events to Chen Yang and Suyu. "Isn't this a case of retribution?" Suyu remarked, frowning. "Absolutely. He is worse than a beast." Tian added, "I just heard from someone in the village that Zhao Laosan's wife got wind of the news and has already fled." "And what about Zhao Laosan?" Suyu asked. "Who cares about him?" "That's unclear." Tian shook her head. "That guy has bullied the neighbors for so many years. Surely no one will look after him. He probably won't even get a meal delivered. Surely he won't starve to death at home." Suyu mused, glancing at Chen Yang. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Chen Yang replied. Suyu shot him a look, thinking to herself that he was just playing dumb. Observing this, Chen Yang chuckled. "Rest assured, Zhao Laosan won't be without care. Who would take care of him?" Both Tian and Suyu asked in unison. "Don't forget, there are the Zhao brothers. There's still Zhao Le. Indeed, there's another one. Tian seemed to suddenly recall something and promptly remarked. But he hasn't returned in years, has he? He must come back this time. Chen Yang chuckled. In his memory, Zhao Lao was a tall and slender man, always wearing a smile that suggested a good temperament. However, among the Zhao brothers, he was the most nefarious. This lad had apparently been mingling with a group in the county town around 7 or 8 years ago, and during a scuffle, he accidentally killed someone, resulting in a prison sentence. It was said that he was released after only 2 or 3 years, yet he had not set foot in Taohua Village since then. The reasons for which remained unknown. Now that Zhao Laoda and Zhao Lao San had encountered troubles, leaving the family in disarray, Chen Yang felt certain he would return. Even if he had no intention of doing so, the town would need to contact him, as he was the only capable relative left of Zhao Lao San. After lunch, Su Yu and Tian retreated to their room for a brief nap, as they still had to continue planting vegetables in the afternoon. Chen Yang, feeling neither fatigued nor drowsy, leisurely sat in the courtyard playing with the dog. Once he completed his tasks for the day and twilight began to settle, he made his way to the town. Zhang Hua was already waiting, and upon seeing Chen Yang arrive, he promptly switched on the induction cooker and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Yang is here. Please, take a seat. We're just waiting for you to start the meal. Are we having hot pot?" Chen Yang observed the table laden with meats and vegetables, featuring a dual-flavored pot in the center, and smiled. Quite a feast. Joyous occasions uplift the spirit, Zhang Hua replied, visibly delighted, as he opened a bottle of white liquor and immediately poured a glass for Chen Yang. He quickly waved his hand. "You all enjoy. I'm not interested in that." "Well then, if Brother Yang won't drink, we shall." Zhang Hua didn't insist further, and everyone poured themselves a glass. During the meal, he informed Chen Yang that Zhao Rui had suffered a concussion, which was rather severe. His wife, Wang Yanli, had been detained for intentional injury. However, Chen Yang was not concerned with these matters. Upon hearing this, he inquired, "What about Wang Chuanbing's behavior? He looks like a lost dog, utterly at a loss without his accomplices." Zhang Hua laughed. "That indicates he indeed has issues." Chen Yang nodded. "Now that his recently acquired aid is gone, anyone would be floundering." "Indeed, Brother Yang, you should have seen it. A deputy town head exiting the hospital as if he had lost his soul. It was quite amusing." Zhang Hua chuckled. "Don't laugh too heartily just yet. Tell me, has the police station not come knocking?" Chen Yang asked. "Come here? Why would they?" Zhang Hua laughed. "Perhaps they are investigating the source of that video?" Chen Yang regarded him intently. "How did you send it to Zhao Rui's wife?" "Ah." Zhang Hua's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling. "I logged in using someone else's account, then entered the neighborhood group in the town, and added her." "Oh, quite meticulous," Chen Yang responded, somewhat surprised, realizing that the excuses he had prepared for the journey were now unnecessary. He smiled. "Very well done. But how did you obtain that other person's account?" "This is quite simple. I have done this before." Zhang Hua abruptly swallowed his words halfway. "All right, Yang Gu, rest assured, this matter won't trace back to me. Even if it does, what can be done? I cannot betray you. I merely worry about you getting implicated." Chen Yang chuckled and chose not to press further. After all, Zhang Hua had turned over a new leaf, and he was indifferent to his past misdeeds. Dinner was a joyous affair, with the group finishing every dish on the table. When there was nothing left to eat, one of Zhang Hua's underlings hurried to the supermarket to fetch some preserved vegetables and peanuts. Upon returning and placing the items down, the underling exclaimed, "Guess who I saw at the supermarket entrance?" "Who?" Zhang Hua, having had a few drinks, had a rosy complexion. "Jiang Yu." "Oh, what was she doing?" Zhang Hua inquired again. "Shopping, of course. She even asked me what I was up to." "And what did you say?" Zhang Hua's eyes widened, filled with anxiety. "I told her that Brother Hua was home working out, and had forgotten to eat dinner." The underling replied with a grin. "Very sensible." Zhang Hua sighed in relief. "If you had said I was drinking, that would have been disastrous." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A round-faced woman strode in, her expression as cold as ice. "This is what you call working out." She pointed at the mess on the table. "No, sister. Please let me explain." Zhang Hua hurriedly stood up. "Explain what? What did you promise me a few days ago?" "Yes, I did promise not to drink again. But today Yang Gu is here, so I just had a drink." Zhang Hua's face resembled that of a bitter melon as he spoke softly. This scene was reminiscent of a teacher reprimanding a primary school student. Chen Yang found it amusing and wondered who Jiang Yu was. What was their relationship? Could she be the girl Zhang Hua was pursuing? However, the next moment, Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Still making excuses? Our mother left us early, and I have been looking after you, yet you have never given me a moment's peace." She then turned her ire towards Chen Yang. "And you? Why have I never seen you before? Where did you come from, punk?" Chen Yang thought to himself, "What does this have to do with me?" It suddenly dawned on him that Zhang Hua had a half-sister, and she must be the one. No wonder her surname was Jiang. "Sister, you are mistaken. I am not. Who are you calling sister?" Jiang Yu glared, hands on her hips. "I warn you, keep your distance from my brother. He has learned his lesson and will no longer associate with those unsavory characters." Chen Yang was utterly speechless and turned to Zhang Hua. "Aren't you going to say something?" I. Zhang Hua, head bowed like a mouse before a cat, found himself at a loss for words. In desperation, Chen Yang had to explain himself. "I am not a punk. I am Zhang Hua's classmate. We were the best of friends, and we just ran into each other recently." "What is your name?" Jiang Yu squinted her eyes, suspicion etched on her face. Chen Yang. He thought that by revealing his name, she would surely calm down. However, to his dismay, Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh. "You really have the audacity to fabricate stories." With that, she raised her hand and swung it directly towards him. In the realm of chi refinement, how could Chen Yang, at the 4th level, possibly be struck by her? He slightly shifted his body to evade the blow and, perplexed, remarked, "What do you mean by fabricating?" "I am indeed Chen Yang. Just a few days ago, I heard that Chen Yang had been reduced to a fool." Jiang Yu scoffed. "Do you think I returned without having done anything? You have inquired about me?" Chen Yang, somewhat bewildered, glanced back at Zhang Hua and warned, "If you remain silent, I shall kick you out." "Sister, he is indeed Chen Yang, my bro Yang." Zhang Hua raised his head, as if summoning courage. "I am currently allied with bro Yang." Chen Yang thought to himself that it would have been better for him to remain silent. The way he spoke made it seem as though he were the leader of a gang. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Yu preparing to strike again, prompting him to swiftly retreat to the doorway. He then exclaimed in anger, "What is wrong with you, woman? Why do you constantly resort to violence? Do you truly believe I am easy to bully?" Chapter 66. "I must make you cry, then let me see just how hard you are to bully." Jiang Yu, in a fit of anger, launched a kick. Chen Yang dodged once more, but did not retaliate. Hitting a woman was beyond his principles. Even if she were unreasonable, he could not bring himself to do it. As he evaded, Jiang Yu entered a mocking mode. "Coward, is it not that you are hard to bully? You can only dodge, huh? There are plenty of rat holes here. Why not hide in one?" Chen Yang felt a surge of genuine anger, especially upon witnessing Zhang Hua's pathetic demeanor. He nodded in determination. "Very well, you have forced my hand. What are you going to do?" Jiang Yu kicked at him again. Bang! Chen Yang seized her ankle and gently twisted it. Jiang Yu's reflexes were quick. Sensing the pressure on her ankle, she swiftly planted her other foot on the ground, propelling herself into the air. She then executed a horizontal spin of 360 degrees, effortlessly neutralizing Chen Yang's strength. Oh, they both exclaimed simultaneously. Chen Yang was taken aback by Jiang Yu's formidable skills, and Jiang Yu was astonished by his strength. Locking eyes, she withdrew her disdain and asked solemnly, "Shall we step outside for a contest?" "Sure." Chen Yang was equally unwilling to hold back. Given his cultivation level, dealing with the woman before him would be a trivial matter. However, the confines of the room were too cramped for him to unleash his full potential. Her suggestion to move outdoors was precisely what he desired. After voicing his agreement, Chen Yang turned and strode into the courtyard. Jiang Yu followed suit. While Zhang Hua's subordinates exchanged uncertain glances, their gazes converging on his face. Their meaning was clear. What should they do now? Zhang Hua, however, merely smirked and winked at them. "What does that mean, boss?" One of the subordinates asked, puzzled. "You're so dense." Zhang Hua shot him a glare. "Say nothing, just watch, and you'll understand." "Oh, understood." The subordinate remained somewhat confused, but dared not ask further. Thus, the group stood at the doorway, bemusedly observing the standoff between Chen Yang and Jiang Yu, uncertain of what would transpire next. At this moment, Jiang Yu, with an air of arrogance, beckoned Chen Yang with her fingers. "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll even let you take 3 moves first." Chen Yang, filled with indignation, thought to himself, "Were it not for your connection with Zhang Hua, I would surely deliver a few sharp slaps to your backside. I have encountered arrogance before, but never have I seen anyone as audacious as you. Without further ado, since you've challenged me to 3 moves, very well." Chen Yang remained silent, slightly nodding, and then sprang into action. Jiang Yu barely had time to register the blur before Chen Yang vanished from sight. Suddenly, his voice echoed in her ears. Do you comprehend the outcome of my strike? What the hell? How did you end up behind me? Jiang Yu was taken aback and let out a curse. Spare me the chatter, do you yield? Chen Yang inquired. I refuse to yield. Jiang Yu bellowed, turning to strike. But to her astonishment, there was no trace of Chen Yang behind her. What on earth? Jiang Yu was bewildered, glancing back again, yet still found him absent. It wasn't just her. Zhang Hua and the others also instantly lost sight of him, as if he had vanished into thin air. Looking for me. Chen Yang's voice resonated above them. Holy cow, Yanggu, how did you get up there? Zhang Hua looked up in shock, realizing Chen Yang was perched on the rooftop. The house was quite tall, with the roof at least 4 meters above the ground. A normal person would require a ladder to ascend, and that would take some time. Yet, it seemed Chen Yang had reached the top in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu, equally stunned, pointed at Chen Yang and angrily demanded, What are you doing up there? I ask you, do you yield? Chen Yang coolly replied, I refuse. Jiang Yu was as stubborn as a mule. Chen Yang, exasperated, retorted, You're forcing me to make you cry, aren't you? Come on if you dare. Jiang Yu squared her stance. Chen Yang glanced at Zhang Hua. Your sister is something else. With that, he vanished again, reappearing behind Jiang Yu, and delivered a sharp slap. Smack. The sound was crisp and full of elasticity. Ah! Jiang Yu yelped as she felt the sting on her backside, jumping up in pain and instinctively rubbing it. However, upon turning around, Chen Yang was nowhere to be seen again, and just as she relaxed her grip, another slap landed on her already stinging rear. Ouch! This time, Jiang Yu was genuinely frightened. Those slaps carried significant force. Yet Chen Yang showed no signs of stopping, raising his hand for another strike. This time, the impact was even greater, prompting Jiang Yu to cry out, her eyes welling with tears. At this moment, she could only perceive fleeting shadows, unable to pinpoint Chen Yang, leaving her defenseless. As another slap loomed, Jiang Yu had no choice but to relent, urgently exclaiming, Stop! I yield, I yield. Smack! Another slap followed. Jiang Yu felt as if half of her backside had gone numb, and without a doubt, it was swelling. The combination of pain, fear, and an inexplicable sense of grievance overwhelmed her, and she finally broke down in tears. I promised to make you cry, and I shall deliver. Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua and the younger members stood in stunned silence. One of the younger members leaned in and whispered, Boss, will we be able to move like Yanggu in the future? Zhang Hua replied, I don't know, but if I could move that quickly, I'd do anything. The younger member nodded in agreement. Incredible. I would even gladly sacrifice a few years of my life for that. It's just too fierce. In the midst of the courtyard, Jiang Yu wept inconsolably, causing Chen Yang's anger to dissipate. Yet, once his fury subsided, he became acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. It is far simpler to provoke tears than to soothe them. With a clever idea, Chen Yang turned to Zhang Hua and said, I leave this to you. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he pivoted and departed. Hey, Yanggu. Zhang Hua's words were left unspoken as Chen Yang vanished from sight. Huagu, what should we do? His younger companion inquired. Fear not. This can be managed, Zhang Hua replied, raising an eyebrow as he approached Jiang Yu. Sister, cease your weeping. Your face has become a sight akin to a calico cat. Leave me be, Jiang Yu retorted, wiping away her tears. Zhang Hua, now seemingly unperturbed by her ire, grinned and said, Was that truly Chen Yang earlier? He is no mere ruffian. You ought to believe that now. Jiang Yu dabbed her eyes and glared at him. How is his skill so formidable? Is he stronger than I am? That, I cannot say. You must inquire with him, Zhang Hua chuckled. How about you return home for now? Tomorrow, I shall escort you to Taohua Village to find Yanggu. Very well. Jiang Yu nodded and turned to leave. Once she was gone, Zhang Hua was filled with exuberance, akin to someone who had struck the lottery. Finally, this formidable sister would not seek him out for trouble. She had a new target. Huagu, why are you so happy? Did your sister get beaten? His younger companions were bewildered. You know nothing. Zhang Hua shot them a glare. With her temperament, unafraid of heaven or earth, she has finally met her match. Does that not warrant joy? His companions were left speechless. Zhang Hua looked at them and exclaimed, Why are you standing around? Return inside and continue drinking. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had returned to the village and deliberately glanced towards Zhao Laosan's home. To his surprise, a light was on. Zhao Laosan is immobile. Who could have turned on the light? Chapter 67. You, young man, are quite mischievous. Has Zhao Lair returned? Chen Yang pondered, finding it unlikely. How could he have returned so swiftly? With a sense of curiosity, Chen Yang circled around to the back of Zhao Laosan's residence. He quietly scaled the courtyard wall and arrived at the backyard, peering through the rear window. Indeed, there were people inside, and not just one. The duo, an elderly man and a young boy, were unfamiliar to him. The elder was applying something to Zhao Laosan, while the younger held a tray beside him. Chen Yang deduced that they were tending to Zhao Laosan's ailments. Intriguing, from whence did these two come? Chen Yang mused. Considering that Zhao Laosan's nerve damage should render recovery improbable, yet these two were diligently applying some substance to him. Could there be a secret remedy at play? Given Chen Yang's understanding of medicine, he knew he could not cure Zhao Laosan. After contemplating for a moment, he chose not to disturb the individuals inside and quietly departed. Some matters do not require relentless pursuit. When the time is right, the answers will reveal themselves. The next day, just as Chen Yang finished breakfast, a tricycle pulled up at his door. Upon seeing the occupants, he immediately rose to his feet. What brings you here? It was none other than Zhang Hua and Jiang Yu. Yang Gu, I have brought my sister to apologize to you, Zhang Hua said with a smile. Chen Yang was rendered speechless, pondering the absurdity of the situation. A glance at Zhang Hua's beaming face suddenly enlightened him. It became clear that he was being handed a troublesome burden. You little rascal, he thought. Realizing this, he cast a sidelong glance at the silently observing Jiang Yu and addressed Zhang Hua. What is there to apologize for? I've already forgotten about yesterday. That won't do. An apology is a must. Zhang Hua responded cheerfully. Enough. Chen Yang raised a hand to halt him. You seem to have plenty of free time lately, don't you? Well, not much going on. Zhang Hua scratched his head, bewildered. Perfect then. I plan to plant fruit trees in the village. You and your friends can come over and dig holes for me. 100 a day? What? So many? Zhang Hua was taken aback. Chen Yang glared. If you don't finish, you won't eat. Brother, you might as well kill us. Zhang Hua protested, nearly leaping in shock. Chen Yang chuckled. You started it. Stop bickering. I genuinely came to apologize. Jiang Yu stepped forward, addressing Chen Yang. My master once said, defying a superior is a grave sin. Chen Yang looked at her, noting her significantly toned-down demeanor compared to before. He nodded. All right, I accept your apology. You may return now. I want tea leave. Jiang Yu insisted, her eyes wide. I want to stay and learn martial arts from you. Chen Yang fell silent and turned to Zhang Hua. Go dig those holes. Brother. Zhang Hua nearly cried. I want tea learned for free. I can pay tuition. Jiang Yu added. Oh. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you wealthy? Somewhat. Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Hua quickly interjected. My sister is indeed quite affluent. Chen Yang felt a stir of interest. Jiang Yu, noticing his intrigue, proposed. How about this? I will learn martial arts from you and pay 10,000 every month, with meals separate. Does that work? Chen Yang pretended to hesitate, though internally he was elated. 10,000 a month was no small sum. However, Jiang Yu quickly countered, then make it 20,000. Deal. Chen Yang agreed without a moment's hesitation. I'll return to pack my things and move in, Jiang Yu declared, turning to ride away on her tricycle. Hey. Chen Yang was astonished, unable to call after her in time as he watched her depart. Turning back to Zhang Hua, he couldn't contain his delight and embraced him. What's the deal with your sister? Ow ow. Brother, let me explain. Zhang Hua pleaded while trying to wriggle free. My sister has practiced martial arts since childhood and has a terrible temper. Ever since she returned home, my life has been utterly miserable. Where does she get her money? Chen Yang inquired. Her master gives it to her, Zhang Hua replied. And who is her master? I have no idea. She never mentioned it. Even if she did, I wouldn't know him. Chen Yang sighed, releasing his grip. You really are something else. When you can't handle her, you just send her my way. From what I gather, she intends to live with me. Of course. She's renting a place in town. Where else would she stay? Zhang Hua scratched his head and smiled. Don't worry, Brother Yang. My sister has a temper, but you can handle her. She won't cause you any trouble once she's here. Besides, she's quite skilled in martial arts, so she'll have someone looking after her, won't she? Indeed. Chen Yang nodded, though he still found it perplexing. Since Jiang Yu had a master and had trained for many years, why had she suddenly returned? He inquired about it, but Zhang Hua couldn't provide an answer, admitting he hadn't dared to ask when she came back. With that, Chen Yang thought it best to wait and asked Jiang Yu later. He then instructed Zhang Hua, stay vigilant in town, especially regarding the Zhao brothers. If you hear anything, don't forget to inform me. Got it. Zhang Hua nodded, then curiously asked, but Zhao Laoda can't cause any trouble in the short term. And Zhao Lisan is practically useless. Why are you concerned? You don't know? Chen Yang began, explaining the situation. Zhang Hua, somewhat puzzled, mused. Could it be Zhao Liras doing? It's hard to say. I can't inquire about it either. Chen Yang replied with a shrug. This whole matter feels odd. Keep your eyes peeled, and I'll be able to hear about any news in the village promptly. Rest assured, Brother Yang. After over an hour, Jiang Yu returned. Her tricycle cart containing nothing but a large suitcase. Tian, having been out earlier, was now aware that a guest was arriving and would be staying for a few days. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she greeted her with a warm smile. Welcome. I'm Chen Yang's sister. Tian, right? Nice to meet you, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. In her current demeanor, appearing harmless and innocent. Both Chen Yang and Zhang Hua exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Yu, unfazed, carried her suitcase and followed Tian into the house, leaving the two men in silence, exchanging looks of confusion. Finally, Zhang Hua broke the silence, asking, Brother, should we dig the tree pit? No need. Chen Yang shook his head, then continued. In the next couple of days, I'll earn some money for you. Ask the brothers to help me gather some herbs. A few herbs? No need for you to pay. I'll buy them. Zhang Hua patted his chest confidently. That's not enough? Chen Yang chuckled. I'll transfer 5 million to you first. How much? Zhang Hua, thinking he misheard, widened his eyes in disbelief. 5 million. What's wrong? Chen Yang looked at him. If that runs out, I can send you another 2 or 3 million. Holy cow. Zhang Hua stepped back, looking at him in shock. Brother Yang, when did you win the lottery? What lottery? Chen Yang shot him a glare. It's money I earned myself. How did you earn that? Zhang Hua asked, bewildered. That's millions, not just a few hundred. Don't worry about it. My wealth will only grow, and I won't let you down. Chen Yang reassured him with a smile. Zhang Hua nodded. All right, I'll have the brothers inquire about it. I'll make sure you get plenty of herbs. He then lowered his voice, adding, also, don't worry about my attitude. If you can marry my sister, I have no objections. Get lost. Chen Yang playfully kicked him. Fortunately, Zhang Hua had consumed the elixir he provided, significantly enhancing his resilience to pain. Thus he felt little discomfort. After he departed, Chen Yang returned to his room and overheard Jiang Yu exclaiming, Sister, Chen Yang slapped me several times yesterday. Look here, it's still swollen. The door was not properly shut, and through the gap, Chen Yang caught a glimpse of Jiang Yu, her back turned, her pants slightly lowered. This woman, is she actually reporting me? Approaching the door, he peered through the opening and discovered that Jiang Yu's backside was still red and swollen, prompting a mischievous grin to spread across his face. Wasn't he this self-inflicted? Tian, upon seeing Jiang Yu's injury, sighed and remarked, My brother can be rather heavy-handed. I'll have a word with him later. Jiang Yu replied, That's unnecessary. It's my own fault for being so impulsive. Chen Yang thought to himself. At least she acknowledges that. But wait, something feels off. Suddenly, Chen Yang's intuition kicked in, given his understanding of Jiang Yu. Why had she become so sensible all of a sudden? Especially in front of Tian, she was acting like an obedient little girl. Could there be an ulterior motive? Just as he was pondering this, he heard Jiang Yu's voice from inside. Sister, Chen Yang isn't too much of a problem, is he? Oh. Tian hesitated for a moment before responding with a wry smile. He can be a bit dim-witted at times, but he has improved recently. Oh, is he rather lecherous? Jiang Yu inquired. No, not really, Tian stammered. Why do you ask? Jiang Yu retorted. If he weren't lecherous, why would he be hiding outside the door, peeking at my backside? Goodness. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang dashed back into his room. Simultaneously, the door to Tian's room creaked open, and she said, No. Chen Yang isn't outside. Oh, I must have misheard, Jiang Yu laughed. Chen Yang sighed in relief within his room, realizing that this woman was not easy to handle. While she couldn't best him in a fight, she was quite clever. However, now that she was settled in, with her belongings unpacked, what could he do? Chen Yang sighed, thinking to himself, let it be, whatever will be, will be. If she provokes me again, I'll just spank her. Jiang Yu staying at Chen's house naturally meant she shared a room with Tian, relieving Chen Yang from having to accompany Tian anymore. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. While Tian was preparing lunch, Siyu called, informing him that the arrangements for the fish pond had nearly been finalized, though she was unaware of how much Huang Yukai had spent to acquire all the ponds. This was not an issue. He could undoubtedly find out, and as long as they had a rough estimate, it would suffice. Chen Yang chuckled and replied to Siyu, Once our silver knife fish are ready for mass market, repaying the debt will be a breeze. Indeed. Suyu responded with a smile, continuing, I want to be going to the village for a while. Uncle Huang can oversee the ponds. If anything arises, could you check on it for me? What is going on? Do you have something to attend to? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Suyu explained, I need to manage the hotel. Yu has taken leave, so I'm the only one keeping an eye on things. Leave? What happened to her? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that he hadn't heard from Suyu in several days. She caught a cold and is receiving N4 at the hospital, Suyu said. Oh, understood. Chen Yang nodded. Then it seems I must trouble you. It's nothing. It's my own business. Why speak of trouble? Suyu replied with a smile. After a brief conversation, Chen Yang hung up the phone and immediately called Huang Youcai's driver. Suyu has caught a cold and didn't inform me? I must go check on her. After more than half an hour, the driver arrived at his doorstep. Chen Yang rose to leave, and Jiang Yu immediately stood up. Where are you going? I want to go too. No need. Stay here and keep my sister company. I will be back soon. Chen Yang quickened his pace, and upon entering the car, instructed the driver, hurry. The driver, slightly bewildered, promptly turned the car around and pressed down on the accelerator. Jiang Yu managed to chase them to the gate, watching the car speed away, stomping her foot in frustration. Chen Yang, catching sight of this through the rear window, chuckled, You think you can compete with me? On the way to the county town, Chen Yang dialed Suyu's number. When the call connected, her voice sounded weak and nasally. Hello? You certainly know how to handle things. Catching a cold and not telling me? Chen Yang feigned annoyance. It's just a minor ailment, Suyu replied with a light laugh. What minor ailment? Your voice sounds so feeble. Which hospital are you at? Chen Yang inquired. Just the community hospital downstairs. Wait for me. I will be there shortly. In a little over 10 minutes, Chen Yang reached the hospital entrance. Upon finding Suyu, his heart ached at her appearance. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion flushed, and she lacked vitality. He hurried to her side, crouching beside the bed. How did this happen? Catching a cold in this weather? I don't know. I just suddenly felt unwell, and that night I developed a fever. Suyu gazed at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. Why did you come all this way? If I don't come, how much more discomfort will you endure? Chen Yang smiled gently, reaching beneath the blanket. Suyu lay on the single hospital bed, covered with a thin blanket, and when she felt his hand, she froze momentarily. Don't worry. I'm not here to take advantage of you. He chuckled, checking her pulse. After a moment, concern etched his brow. What is it? Suyu asked. This seems a bit serious. Chen Yang withdrew his hand, feeling her forehead. You still have a fever. The doctor said a few more days of anti-inflammatory injections should suffice. Suyu replied softly. That won't do. That could be harmful. Chen Yang stood up decisively. Wait for me. I will be right back. He turned and left, leaving Suyu lying there in a daze. 20 minutes later, Chen Yang returned with a bag and promptly removed the 4 from her hand. You have developed myocarditis. If we don't act quickly, it could lead to serious complications. His expression was grave. Come, I will take you home to recuperate. Seeing his serious demeanor, Suyu understood the gravity of the situation and nodded silently. Upon returning upstairs and finding the house empty, Chen Yang asked, Where is Andy? The caretaker took her to the park. All right, let's go to your room. 2 individuals entered the room, and Chen Yang closed the door behind them. Do not overthink this. I genuinely aim to help you heal, he declared. Huh. Suyu paused momentarily, bewildered. Chen Yang scratched his head. What I mean is, to treat you, it's necessary to remove your upper garments. Chapter 69. A breathtaking scene. Suyu was momentarily stunned, her complexion swiftly turning crimson as she lowered her gaze. Chen Yang anticipated this reaction and chuckled. Do not be afraid. I truly wish to assist in your healing. Suyu raised her head, although her cheeks were flushed. She exhibited no signs of anxiety as she unbuttoned her garment. Chen Yang feigned calmness, yet his heart raced uncontrollably within him. The room fell into an eerie silence, and the atmosphere became palpably intimate. As Suyu shed her outerwear, she revealed a delicate white bra and then turned away. Chen Yang watched as she unclasped it from behind, the sheer fabric cascading lightly down her arms. What should I do next? Suyu inquired softly, taking a deep breath. Chen Yang instructed, You should lie down first, and then I will apply the medication. Oh, Suyu complied, slowly reclining on the bed, her arms shielding her chest, her face a deep shade of red. Chen Yang prepared the medicinal components, extracting the active ingredients, then turned to her. Should you lift your arms? With her eyes closed, Suyu gently asked, Do I need to? Chen Yang nodded, Yes. I must apply the medication over your heart to facilitate its absorption through the skin for optimal efficacy. Very well. Suyu inhaled deeply, tightly closing her eyes, and gradually released her grip. In that moment, Chen Yang beheld a sight that no man could ever tire of. Yet, he felt embarrassed to gaze too intently. Swiftly placing the medication against Suyu's chest. Both were quite tense, particularly Suyu, whose blush deepened. Chen Yang, too, felt the weight of embarrassment but persevered, slowly activating the medicinal properties. Surprisingly, Suyu found his hand to be warm. Soon after, a refreshing sensation swept through her chest. Within mere minutes, the discomfort that had plagued her dissipated entirely. After a while, Chen Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand. All done. Oh, Suyu remained motionless, her eyes still closed. Observing her stillness, Chen Yang asked in confusion, "What is wrong?" "It's nothing." Suyu peeked at him furtively. Then, with a flushed face, said, "You've seen everything." "Ah, well, this was all for your treatment," Chen Yang stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. "Honestly, your myocarditis has developed. If we do not act swiftly, serious complications may arise." "I understand." Suyu nodded, gathering her clothing and donning it before him. Noticing Chen Yang staring at her like a fool, she scolded playfully, "You silly, stop looking." "Oh." Chen Yang quickly turned away, presenting his back to her. "Now that I am dressed, what is there to avoid?" Suyu rolled her eyes at him and then rose. "Is this sufficient? No further treatment is necessary, right?" Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Actually, it would be prudent to undergo another treatment session to solidify the effects. "Enough already. You've used all the medication I purchased," she retorted. Suyu pouted her lips. So-called treatment once more is merely a tactic to gain an advantage. "Isn't it?" Chen Yang, caught in the act, felt a flush rise to his cheeks. "No, truly. It is for consolidation. What if it relapses unexpectedly?" "Is that so?" Suyu observed the crimson hue spreading across his ears, a smile curving her lips. "Then how about you treat me again tomorrow?" "Of course." Chen Yang nodded vigorously. Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed from the door. Suyu's mother and the housekeeper returned from their stroll in the park. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Yulan expressed her pleasant surprise. "Oh, what a rare guest." "Auntie, please don't say that." Chen Yang quickly rose, thinking to himself that their timing was impeccable. After briefly explaining his purpose for visiting, he intended to take his leave, but Yulan insisted he stay for dinner. Ultimately, with no choice left, Chen Yang acquiesced. After the meal, he took his leave. With nothing pressing at hand, he made his way to the fish pond. Since he had promised Suyu to keep a closer watch here, he couldn't go back on his word. Additionally, the seedlings of the silver knife fish were somewhat insufficient, so he needed to devise a plan. By the time he returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. Tian and Zhang Yu were present, both in the midst of dinner. Yang, you're back just in time. The food is still warm, let me get you a plate." Tian said as she rose to head to the kitchen. Chen Yang sat down and noticed Zhang Yu staring intently at him, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong?" "You've been out all day," Zhang Yu remarked. "Yes, a lot to take care of." Chen Yang nodded, picking up his chopsticks. Zhang Yu pressed further. "When will you teach me martial arts?" "No need to rush. I don't yet know your foundation. We must clarify that first." Chen Yang replied with a smile. "So when do you plan to clarify?" Zhang Yu persisted. "After dinner, perhaps." Chen Yang felt a bit uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze, knowing that without a definitive answer, she would continue her inquiries. Satisfied at last, Zhang Yu nodded and ceased her staring. "All right." After the meal, the night deepened. Fearing mosquitoes, Tian had retreated to her room. "What have you learned before?" Chen Yang had never taught anyone martial arts, but keeping in mind the tuition fees, he felt the need to put on a show. "You want to see my basics, right?" Zhang Yu looked at him. "That's simple. I can demonstrate a set of punches for you." "That works." Chen Yang nodded, pulling a stool beside him. Zhang Yu moved to the center of the yard, assumed a starting stance, and then, with a gentle push off her toes, commenced a series of punches. Surprisingly, her movements were precise and authoritative, each punch cutting through the air. Chen Yang watched, captivated, and upon her completion, nodded in approval. "Very good, indeed. What styles do you know?" Zhang Yu inquired. "I didn't intend to teach you any punching techniques." Chen Yang chuckled. "Certainly not swordplay or weaponry." "Then what will you teach me?" Zhang Yu asked, her face tinged with confusion. Chen Yang responded. "Has your master ever mentioned that sheer strength can conquer myriad techniques?" "Yes, they have. What do you ask?" "I plan to enhance your strength." Chen Yang gazed at her and mused that with sufficient strength, mastering any martial art would pose no issue. I certainly do not want that. Jiang Yu retorted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Why not? Chen Yang queried, taken aback by her vehement rejection. As a girl, it would be quite unappealing to develop a muscular physique. Jiang Yu asserted earnestly. Oh, is that the reason? Chen Yang chuckled. How vain of you, acknowledging your femininity. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu shot back, hands on her hips, her voice rising in indignation. With your temperament, you hardly seem like a girl. Chen Yang laughed softly. All right, I didn't mean to provoke you. It was merely a casual remark. Besides, rest assured, my methods won't turn you into a muscular Barbie. What methods do you have that will enhance my strength without adding muscle? Jiang Yu inquired. That, for now, is a secret. Chen Yang smiled. Well, that's enough for today. It's time to shower and rest. Is that it for my lesson? Jiang Yu was bewildered. Chapter 70. Treatment in the car. Indeed, it's just the first lesson. There's no need to rush, Chen Yang replied, looking at Jiang Yu. Every endeavor requires a gradual approach, progressing from the simple to the complex. Jiang Yu was speechless, perceiving him as nothing short of a charlatan. She glared at him. Fine, I shall see how you plan to enhance my strength. If I see no results in a month, I shall not pay. Rest assured, you will be convinced to pay willingly. Chen Yang laughed. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke early, washed up, and while preparing breakfast for Tian, awaited Chen Yang's rise. After finishing breakfast, she still hadn't seen him. So she marched to his room and knocked on the door. Get up, lazy pig. There was no response, and upon pushing the door, it swung open. Entering the room without finding him, Jiang Yu realized that Chen Yang was not simply sleeping in. He had already left. You always go out without me, she exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot as she turned back to the courtyard. What's wrong? Tian asked, noticing her agitated demeanor. I wanted to ask him about martial arts, but he left without a word. Jiang Yu fumed. Oh, Yang often does that. I've grown accustomed to it. Tian smiled. Let us eat first. He may return shortly. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had already arrived in the county town. It was not that he had intentionally risen early. Rather, Su Yu's illness had improved, and he intended to return to work that day. However, Chen Yang was eager to provide her with further treatment, prompting his early departure. Since He Yulan was at home, treatment would be inconvenient, so upon meeting Su Yu, Chen Yang suggested they find a hotel room. To his surprise, she declined, feeling embarrassed about the implications of a man and woman visiting a hotel together so early in the morning. Eventually, with no other options, Chen Yang proposed that they could conduct the treatment in the car instead. He instructed the driver to take them to the underground parking lot and then dismissed him. Once the driver had left, Chen Yang retrieved the necessary medicinal materials and turned to Su Yu. Would you prefer to sit in the front seat or the back? Su Yu appeared perplexed. How can we conduct treatment in the front seat? Chen Yang. It's simple. Just adjust the passenger seat, and it can lie flat. Is that so? Su Yu asked, slightly taken aback. How do you know that? Chen Yang hesitated for a moment. I saw it on television. What's it to you? Oh, nothing, just curious. Su Yu did not elaborate further. She reached for the switch to recline the seat, but struggled to locate it. With a sigh, Chen Yang exited the car, moved to her side, opened the door, and crouched down to find it. The electric switch was rather convenient, albeit a bit slow. Once the seat was nearly flat, he closed the door and returned to the driver's seat. The garage was enveloped in darkness, and the car was eerily quiet. Su Yu was evidently less tense than the previous day. Without Chen Yang's prompting, she casually removed her top and unfastened her buttons. However, as she lay down, she instinctively covered herself with her arm, feeling shy about fully exposing herself. After preparing the medicine, Chen Yang turned to her. All set, let's begin. This being the second time, Su Yu felt less constrained and gradually moved her arm aside. Yet, as soon as Chen Yang leaned closer, she could hear the rapid thumping of her heart. This guy, Su Yu thought, how come he's even more nervous than I am? Amused by the thought, a smile crept onto her lips. Their relationship had already grown quite intimate, and after these two encounters, she silently accepted that Chen Yang was her boyfriend. However, certain matters were not for a girl to initiate. Su Yu was uncertain about the kind of confession she desired. Perhaps it was unnecessary, as they both understood each other well enough. She was aware that Chen Yang liked her, and that was sufficient. This session of treatment lasted considerably longer than the previous one, and eventually, Su Yu opened her eyes and looked at Chen Yang. The medicine must be all used up by now, right? No, there's still a little left. Chen Yang replied with a serious demeanor. Come on, your hands are all dry. Do you think I can't tell? Su Yu shot him a glare. Haven't you had enough? Chen Yang immediately turned awkward. Suyu was not truly upset once he withdrew his hand. She got up to put her clothes back on and checked the time. Ah, it's already 9 o'clock. I'm going to be late for work. What is the big deal if you arrive a bit late at your sister's hotel? Chen Yang chuckled. That won't do. Suyu tidied the seat and then pushed open the car door. I have to hurry to work. All right then. Chen Yang noticed her genuine urgency and got out of the car. After Suyu left, he didn't rush home. Instead, he headed to the first hospital. He had heard that there were many shops selling medicinal herbs outside the hospital, so he planned to take advantage of his free time today to explore. If he found suitable herbs, he would buy some for Jiangyu. To his surprise, there were 3 traditional Chinese medicine shops on that street. After visiting each, he indeed made significant gains. When he finally departed, Chen Yang held a large plastic bag filled with assorted medicinal herbs. He then called for a driver to take him back to the village, returning home just in time for lunch. Tian was in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Jiangyu sat idly in the shade, lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen Yang return, she sprang up with excitement. Where have you been? Out shopping, Chen Yang replied, displaying the plastic bag in his hand. Jiangyu leaned in to take a look, only to wrinkle her nose in distaste. What is this? It reeks of medicine. It's a good thing. Chen Yang chuckled, then added, after dinner, you should boil some water. We're preparing for a bath this afternoon. What? Together with you? Jiangyu was taken aback. Chen Yang almost stumbled, turning to look at her in confusion. What are you thinking? Why would I bathe with you? So I'll be bathing alone? Jiangyu glared at him. But I don't want to bathe. Whether you want to or not, you will. Chen Yang retorted, exasperated. Otherwise, did I buy these medicinal herbs for nothing? Are you saying this will enhance my strength? Jiangyu's understanding dawned upon her. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, her interest piqued, and she hurried into the kitchen to prepare the water. During dinner, she incessantly asked questions, prompting Chen Yang to put down his chopsticks. If you don't let me eat, I want to give you a bath this afternoon. All right, I won't ask anymore. Jiangyu finally fell silent, bowing her head to eat. After finishing and clearing the dishes, a large pot of hot water was ready. Chen Yang brought over a large tub for bathing, placed the medicinal herbs inside, and began filling it with water. Jiangyu observed from the side, unable to restrain her curiosity. This is reminiscent of ancient dramas. Are you going to help me cultivate or something? Well, if that's the case, would you mind? Chen Yang inquired. What is there to mind? You're just trying to help me. Jiangyu replied confidently. Indeed, you're right. Chen Yang nodded. Then I shall assist you with your cultivation shortly. Chapter 71. A desire to bathe together. Chen Yang had no such intentions initially, but upon hearing Jiangyu treat the matter lightly, mischievous thoughts began to stir within him. This girl was rather bold. How could she allow a man to be present while she bathed? Yet, she seemed completely unbothered. If that were the case, why not indulge his eyes? Moreover, Jiangyu possessed a curvaceous figure with fair skin, undoubtedly a sight to behold. Once the bathing water was prepared, Chen Yang stepped aside, announcing, "It's ready, you may enter." All right, Jiangyu nodded, approaching the tub and glancing at him. Locking eyes, Chen Yang asked, "What are you looking at? You don't expect to watch me undress, do you?" Jiangyu widened her eyes in disbelief. "Please, I'm not foolish." Chen Yang, speechless, turned away. After some rustling, he heard the splashing of water, followed by Jiangyu's voice. "Okay, I'm in." Turning around again, Chen Yang saw her submerged, with only her neck above the water's surface. To his surprise, Jiangyu had even laid a towel across the edge of the tub. This completely obstructed his view, rendering the underwater beauty invisible. Jiangyu, with a calm expression, gazed at Chen Yang. "Why are you in a daze? Didn't you say you would assist me?" Chen Yang, resigned, thought to himself that he had indeed been outsmarted. This girl was certainly no fool. Her naivety was merely a facade. In truth, there was no need for any cultivation, as Jiangyu's dantian had not been opened, making it impossible for her to channel energy. Yet, given the circumstances, Chen Yang felt compelled to put on a show. He approached the edge of the tub and said to Jiangyu, "I originally intended to apply pressure to several acupoints, but it is inconvenient due to the distinction between genders. Therefore, I can only attend to the area above the neck. Enough with the chatter, hurry up." This bath is truly delightful. Jiangyu's expression, however, reflected her impatience beneath the swirling steam. Chen Yang rolled his eyes behind her and then placed his hands on her shoulders. After a few casual presses, he withdrew his hands. "All done. You may enjoy your soak. Just call me when the water gets cold, and I'll have my sister come to refill it." "How long should I soak?" Jiangyu inquired. "The longer, the better. Ideally, for the entire afternoon. Before leaving, Chen Yang reminded her, "These herbs cost me a fortune, so do not waste them." Oh. Jiang Yu expressed some skepticism but hesitated to voice her concerns. As soon as Chen Yang stepped outside, he noticed 2 cars parked at his doorstep, one of which belonged to Huang Yukai. Moments later, he saw Huang cheerfully exiting his vehicle. "Brother, I'm back. Welcome. Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. "I did, but you were busy preparing this and that at home. It seemed too much of a hassle." Huang Yukai chuckled before asking, "Is it convenient?" "I'm still fine." Chen Yang paused before adding, "It's just that someone is soaking in the room over there. Nothing else is going on." "Oh." Huang Yukai blinked. "Who is it?" "Didn't he see that coming? You're quite inquisitive, brother." Chen Yang sighed. "It's just a friend of mine." "A girlfriend?" Huang Yukai brightened. "Then I must meet her. At least I should bring a gift." "No, it's a misunderstanding. She's just a regular friend." Chen Yang thought to himself, "Please don't complicate matters. I wouldn't want a girlfriend like Jiang Yu." "All right then, let us take a look at the site." Huang Yukai turned, beckoning to the other vehicle. 2 men and a woman emerged, equipped with measuring tapes and notepads. After Huang Yukai introduced them, Chen Yang learned they were professionals and said to the trio, "Thank you for your efforts." "Mr. Chen, no need for formalities. This is our duty," one of them replied. As they began their measurements, Huang Yukai remarked, "Brother, once they finish taking the data, the design plan can be generated on the spot, but it will take some time. What do you think?" "Oh, what do you mean?" Chen Yang was puzzled, unsure of Huang's intentions. "The gold nugget I haven't sent to the provincial city yet. But friends in the county have alerted me." Huang Yukai smiled. "Logically speaking, such a large chunk of gold cannot exist alone. So the location where you found the nugget should be part of a vein, and it's highly likely to be a rich deposit." "Oh, so you're suggesting that you want to mine for gold?" Chen Yang asked. "That's not feasible." Huang Yukai shook his head. "Currently, individuals lack the qualifications for gold mining. It requires a specialized enterprise." "Oh, then what are you planning?" Chen Yang was increasingly bewildered. "What I mean is, you should find a way to purchase the surrounding mountains and forests." Huang Yukai looked at him. "This way, when the time comes to establish a gold mine, the properties you own will become valuable." "Oh, I see," Chen Yang said, immediately smiling. "It's no wonder you can make a fortune. Your way of thinking is far superior to mine." "Such wisdom indeed." Huang Yukai chuckled. "Let us not linger in conversation here. Let us go inside and sit down. I shall prepare some tea." "No, I currently abstain from tobacco and alcohol, and I do not drink tea either." Huang Yukai quickly waved his hand and then added, "Brother, if you have no objections, how about we take a stroll in the mountains? With your condition, it is unwise to exert yourself too much," Chen Yang cautioned. "Just a casual wander. No need to venture far. We can return if we feel tired," Huang Yukai replied with a smile. "Very well," Chen Yang nodded. And the two departed from the house, heading straight into the mountains. Not far from the village, perhaps 100 or 80 meters away, Huang Yukai found a large stone to sit upon, gazing at the surrounding forest and exclaiming, "This place has splendid scenery." Indeed, one becomes desensitized after a while. "Yet for outsiders, it remains quite enchanting," Chen Yang remarked. "When I grow old, I shall build a house here. We can be neighbors then." Huang Yukai laughed. Chen Yang chuckled in response. "Why build a house? You can simply reside with me. Do you really wish to stand on ceremony?" "That cannot be. I mainly fear being a bother to you." Huang Yukai laughed heartily, then glanced around before his expression sobered. "Actually, brother, I did not come merely to wander. I sought a secluded spot to discuss some matters with you." "Oh, what matters?" Chen Yang felt puzzled, wondering what could be so significant that it required such a setting. "Do you have any enemies in the provincial city?" Huang Yukai inquired. "Why do you say that?" Chen Yang was taken aback, refraining from providing a direct response and instead posing a counter-question. "Let me put it this way. I learned this morning that someone in the county is discreetly investigating you." Huang Yukai said, observing him closely. "I am unfamiliar with this individual, but I have heard he is from the provincial city and possesses considerable influence." Chen Yang responded with a simple, "Oh? What is he investigating about me?" "All information pertaining to you." Huang Yukai narrowed his eyes. "Especially your social circle and your close associations." At this juncture, he patted Chen Yang's shoulder. "Brother, permit me to ask, whom have you offended?" Chapter 72. Overconfidence is foolishness. "I have offended no one," Chen Yang said with a bitter smile, unwilling to divulge the situation with Yang Jian. He continued, "I appreciate your concern, but rest assured, I shall be fine." "Do not be overly confident." Huang Yukai shook his head. "Excessive confidence borders on folly. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Chen Yang smiled and casually inquired, who is conducting such a thorough investigation on me? Song Kai, Huang Yukai replied. He is around 35 or 36 years old. When he first arrived in our county, he was unremarkable, yet within half a year, he opened 6 chain supermarkets, driving away customers from the nearby competitors. That demonstrates some skill, Chen Yang nodded. Skill? Hardly. He merely leverages his wealth to sell goods at lower prices than others. Huang Yukai chuckled. Back then, with 6 supermarkets, I had to incur losses of around 100,000 every day. What was the point of that? Chen Yang, puzzled, inquired. You wouldn't understand. Huang Yukai exhaled deeply. First, we attract customers and squeeze out the competition. Once customers have no other choices and are accustomed to shopping with us, the prices will rise. By then, all previous losses will be recouped, and profits will only increase. Goodness, who comes up with such schemes? It seems rather insidious. Chen Yang remarked, dumbfounded. Capital is driven by profit. Nothing is beyond its reach, Huang Yukai replied with a smile. Chen Yang chose not to probe further, deciding that remembering a name was sufficient. After a brief conversation, they returned home. At that moment, the designer was busy at the computer, stating that the effect renderings would be ready in just a few minutes. Jiang Yu was still soaking in the bath, accompanied by Tian Tian. Chen Yang then brought a thermos and poured Huang Yukai a cup of hot water. Shortly after, the printer in the car spat out several sheets of paper, which a staff member delivered to the table. Mr. Huang, Mr. Chen, please take a look at these. Such efficiency. Chen Yang laughed as he received the documents. The first rendering immediately captured his admiration, a 2-story duplex villa. However, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? One must be bold when the occasion calls for it. Huang Yukai smiled. Your money is clean. What is there to worry about? People, you see, have one eye that is flirtatious, flattering the wealthy, while the other is contemptuous, looking down on those less fortunate. Do you understand? Chen Yang nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, brother. If you like this, then let us proceed with it. I'll cover the house, appliances, and furniture. Huang Yukai waved his hand decisively, making the decision for Chen Yang. How can I accept that? Chen Yang laughed. Come on, don't be so formal. We're brothers, aren't we? Upon hearing him mention this again, Chen Yang quickly waved his hands in surrender. All right, I promise. That's enough. Now that's more like it. Huang Yukai chuckled. After sitting for a while longer, he suggested it was time to leave, realizing he had been out for too long and needed rest. After seeing Huang Yukai off, Chen Yang looked at the renderings in his hand, thinking to himself, once this house is built, who in Peach Blossom Village would dare to look down on me? By then, Sister Tian Tian would be able to walk proudly in the village. At this moment, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Tian Tian emerged from her room. Yang, shall you ask me to ask how much longer you'll be soaking? Her hands and feet are all wrinkled. All right, you can come out now, Chen Yang replied. Jiang Yu quickly dressed and stormed out, scolding him. You must have done this on purpose. I almost turned into a prune. Chen Yang laughed. Well, nothing happened, did it? Do we have to wait until someone drowns to consider it a problem? Jiang Yu pretended to hit him, but was distracted by the renderings in his hand. Her attention immediately captured. What is this? My new house's effect rendering. Construction starts in a couple of days. Chen Yang explained. So beautiful. Jiang Yu snatched it from him, studying it closely. How much will it cost to build? Chen Yang replied, no cost. It's a gift. You must be joking. No one would believe that. Jiang Yu shot him a glare and turned to leave, only to halt abruptly. Once this house is completed, will I finally have my own room? Well, that depends on whether you still reside here, Chen Yang replied, speechless as he gazed at her. Do you intend to continue studying martial arts at my home indefinitely? Jiang Yu curled her lips dismissively. Perhaps so. I must learn until I can best you. At this rate, it seems you may never leave, Chen Yang remarked as he stood up and strode back into the house. Jiang Yu made a face behind him. Humph, just you wait. I won't be deterred. The following morning, Chen Yang rose early as usual, tidied up, and stepped outside. To his astonishment, he found Jiang Yu seated in the courtyard. Up so early? If I don't rise early, how can I catch you? Jiang Yu retorted, rising to her feet. You're heading out again, aren't you? Yes, what of it? Chen Yang looked at her with some confusion. I'm coming too, Jiang Yu declared, lifting her chin with an air of entitlement. Chen Yang chuckled bitterly. I'm off to handle some matters. Why would you tag along? That's irrelevant. I'm going with you, and Sister Tian Tian has approved. Jiang Yu shot him a defiant look. Fine, then I shall take you with me. Once in the car, Chen Yang turned to her. I have serious business to attend to today. You'd best keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. Understood, no need to worry. Jiang Yu replied, her face betraying impatience. Upon arriving in the county town, the driver dropped them off at the entrance of a supermarket. Although it was barely past 7 in the morning, the establishment was already bustling with activity, with elderly patrons streaming inside. Chen Yang and Jiang Yu followed the crowd, soon discovering that the supermarket was quite spacious, brimming with a diverse array of goods. The fresh produce section was particularly lively, teeming with customers. Why are they all crowding over there? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. They must be having a special promotion, Chen Yang deduced, noting the predominance of elderly shoppers in that area. They certainly don't miss a chance to save a few coins, Jiang Yu remarked disdainfully. Initially, they had no intention of joining the throng, but just then, a voice from the fresh produce section called out, everyone, please line up. No one will receive anything today if you don't. What does that mean? Is it free? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Seems so. Chen Yang pointed toward a large sign ahead. It states clearly that today, they are giving away salmon. Wow! Jiang Yu exclaimed upon seeing the sign, which clearly stated, today only, 200 grams of fresh salmon, limited to 99 portions. After muttering an expletive, Jiang Yu continued, is the owner out of his mind? Salmon isn't cheap, and he is giving away so many portions. I also find it rather insane, Chen Yang nodded. It would be intriguing to meet the owner and see what affliction he might have. At this point, he mused inwardly, this Song Kai is no ordinary person. A visitor from the provincial capital, possessing such wealth. I wonder if he is truly affiliated with Yangjian. Chapter 73. The breakthrough found. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, feeling that it seemed unlikely. If he were indeed targeting Chen Yang, such an investment would be excessive, even if Song Kai were associated with Yangjian. His primary objective for coming to this county surely wasn't Chen Yang. Chen Yang was acutely aware that he held little value in the eyes of others. Acknowledging this reality did not bring him any relief. Instead, it only deepened his perplexity. What exactly was Song Kai up to? Hey, why are you daydreaming? Shall we queue up for some salmon? Jiang Yu inquired. No need. I fear you might be outpaced by those elderly folks, Chen Yang chuckled. If you wish to indulge, we can simply purchase it. Oh, you seem to have quite a bit of money. Do you even know how much that stuff costs per pound? Jiang Yu scoffed. Not a clue, but that's inconsequential. I can afford it regardless. Chen Yang strode purposefully toward the fresh produce section, contemplating that Sister Tian had yet to experience such exquisite seafood, and today was the perfect opportunity to bring some home. As he selected the seafood, his mind wandered. Regardless of the circumstances, he had come today and must find a way to meet Song Kai. Not only did he wish to see him, but it would be even better if he could glean insights into why he was being investigated. However, he understood that this was a nearly unattainable goal unless he could find someone familiar with him. With a rather substantial purchase, Chen Yang fetched a shopping cart and aimlessly wandered through the supermarket. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Yu had disappeared. Not concerned about losing her, he continued on his way. In the condiment aisle, he recalled that it was usually Sister Tian who bought oil, salt, and vinegar from the market, and she tended to opt for the cheaper options. Thus, he deliberately selected some pricier items to toss into the cart. Upon turning around, he unexpectedly encountered two people. Upon seeing him, they smiled. Chen Yang, is that you? Ah, Auntie, are you shopping too? Chen Yang greeted He Yulan with a smile. Indeed. I took a stroll in the park and thought I'd come over to pick up some groceries. He Yulan replied cheerfully. Are you here alone? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. Noting that Jiang Yu was absent. You have quite the haul. Here, let me give you a discount coupon. He Yulan offered enthusiastically, pulling out a large piece of colorful paper the size of a movie ticket. Oh, no thank you. Auntie, Chen Yang quickly declined. Come on, take it. This isn't just any coupon. It's a 30 off. He Yulan insisted, pressing it into his hands. Such a substantial discount? Chen Yang glanced at it, noticing it stated internal use only, and asked, where did this come from? Shouldn't it be for employees? Indeed. How fortuitous. Our housekeeper is from the same village as the supermarket owner's housekeeper. Otherwise, we wouldn't have access to such a deal. Oh, I see now, Chen Yang realized. A spark of inspiration igniting within him. He committed this information to memory and expressed his gratitude to He Yulan and the housekeeper, arranging to visit her home for dinner another day. Once they parted ways, Chen Yang did not linger, heading straight to the checkout with his acquisitions. Just as he was queuing, Jiang Yu returned to his side. Why didn't you wait for me? You were the one who wandered off, weren't you? Chen Yang observed her, noting she was carrying 2 large bags, the packaging suggesting they contained blankets. "What is this for?" he inquired. "For Sister Tian Tian," she replied. "Oh, how thoughtful." Chen Yang chuckled. "Let us settle the bill together." "No way. I made the purchase, so I shall pay." Jiang Yu shot him a glance. After completing the transaction, Chen Yang requested several bags to neatly pack his purchases before he departed. Since there were no pressing matters for the day and he had acquired a considerable amount of items, he opted to take a ride home directly. There had been a breakthrough regarding Song Kai's situation, but there was no urgency at the moment. He could return to Su Yu's residence later to discreetly inquire with the little maid. Upon arriving home, Tian Tian emerged from within, exclaiming, "You returned just in time. I was about to call." "What is the matter, sister?" Chen Yang inquired. "The vegetables we planted are ready for harvest. Su Yu has already arranged for transportation and personnel, and they are en route to the village now." Tian Tian smiled, adding, "She mentioned that there was no need to inform you, but I thought you should see it. The vegetables in the fields are thriving splendidly." "Is that so?" Chen Yang grinned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this all thanks to my efforts?" However, the scale of this endeavor was rather vast. Even though the seeds had been refined, the enhancement from the formation had somewhat diminished. Consequently, the seeds planted this time did not sprout and grow overnight as they had previously. Nevertheless, the pace was still swift, and within a few days, the harvest would commence, allowing those who leased their land to him to quickly receive their first share of profits. When the land was rented, Su Yu had mentioned that, in addition to the rent, once the crops were harvested, the villagers would receive an extra distribution. It was precisely this advantageous condition that led the villagers to readily agree. However, none of them anticipated that they would be able to reap financial rewards within just a few days. The thought of the villagers' astonished and jubilant expressions filled Chen Yang with delight. At 10 in the morning, several trucks arrived at the fields, followed by a bus filled with workers coming to assist with the harvest. Given the extensive planting area, Su Yu had specifically hired laborers from the county's labor market. In no time, the fields were bustling with activity. Initially, the villagers were unaware of the situation, but upon hearing the news of the impending harvest, they hurriedly made their way to the fields. Chen Yang, Tian Tian, and Jiang Yu also arrived. As they surveyed the lush green vegetables spread across the fields, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Are all of these yours?" "Pretty much," Chen Yang nodded. Jiang Yu clicked her tongue in awe. "No wonder you dared to purchase seafood for hundreds per pound. This land is your assurance. Who are you looking down upon?" Chen Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. "Call me fat, and you'll get a rebuttal." Jiang Yu shot back with a playful glare. At that moment, Tian Tian interjected with a laugh, "Yang Yang, don't exaggerate. At this rate, we could plant several more batches of greens, which would accumulate to quite a sum." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Let us consider a 7-day cycle. There is plenty of time before the freeze sets in. We could manage to plant another 6 or 7 batches." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yu asked, her eyes wide with confusion. "A cycle refers to the time from planting to harvest," Tian Tian explained. "Are you joking?" Jiang Yu was bewildered, exclaiming, "Sister, please don't tell me these vegetables were planted a week ago." Tian Tian shook her head, replying, "No, that's not the case. I thought so too. It couldn't possibly be that fast." Before Jiang Yu could finish her sentence, Tian Tian continued, "These were planted 3 days ago. But preparing the land and other tasks also require time." Jiang Yu was left speechless, glancing between Tian Tian and Chen Yang. "You two must be joking. This can't be real." Chapter 74. This defies logic. Chen Yang glanced at Jiang Yu and remarked, "Who is joking with you? If you don't believe me, just ask the other villagers." Jiang Yu, slightly annoyed, shot him a sidelong glance and turned to head towards the field. She began inquiring with anyone she could find, and after questioning several people, she returned even more perplexed, for everyone confirmed that the vegetables had indeed been planted just a few days prior. "This is unbelievable," Jiang Yu exclaimed, looking at Chen Yang. "What on earth did you do?" "What do you mean, what did I do?" "This is my secret technique," Chen Yang replied with a smile. The harvesting work was bustling, as the workers had arrived late, resulting in a shortened lunch break. They quickly resumed their tasks after eating. By afternoon, some individuals received news and arrived at Taohua Village. The first to arrive was Wang Chuanbing, who, upon getting out of the car, stood at the village entrance, lost in thought. Subsequently, another vehicle drove into the village, but the occupants did not disembark. Instead, they merely rolled down the window to glance in their direction. Chen Yang noticed them, but did not pay much attention, as he had too much work to do and needed to finish before dark. Just then, Zhao Tianguang approached awkwardly, saying, just call me Yang Yang. There's no need for formalities. Chen Yang, puzzled, replied, What's wrong, Uncle Zhao? From now on, I should be calling you Chen Zong, Zhao Tianguang said, his expression awkward. I wanted to discuss something with you. Chen Yang understood immediately. Zhao Rui and a few of his relatives had stubbornly refused to rent land, resulting in the most fertile areas of the village not being consolidated, making vegetable cultivation quite troublesome. Now, seeing how quickly and well the vegetables were growing, other families were reaping the benefits while those who followed Zhao Rui's lead were left empty-handed. One could only imagine the bitterness they felt. Chen Yang smiled. Uncle Zhao, you need not elaborate. I grasp your meaning. Yes, it's all because of that Zhao Rui fellow. Zhao Tianguang nodded. I understand. Back then, it was a matter of face. We are all from the same village, after all. Besides those three, everyone else is quite decent. Here's what we'll do. If Mr. Su has time later, he can come to your households to finalize the contracts. Zhao Tianguang's face lit up with joy. Oh, that would be wonderful. I always knew that as a child. Chen Zong was kind-hearted. And now you are even more benevolent, not holding grudges against us simpletons. Please, Uncle Zhao, don't say that. Chen Yang quickly replied. Just assure everyone to wait at home. I still have work to attend to. I'll help you. Zhao Tianguang said without hesitation, lifting vegetables to load onto the truck. Many villagers joined in to assist, all engaged in voluntary labor, yet they worked with great enthusiasm, as if it were their own business. In truth, if one were to calculate meticulously, due to the profit-sharing arrangement, the villagers could indeed be considered stakeholders in this vegetable plot. As the sun began its descent in the western sky around 6 in the evening, the harvesting was finally completed. Truck after truck, laden with fresh greens, departed from Peach Blossom Village, with the villagers watching until they vanished from sight before returning home. Although the payment for the vegetables would take a few more days, Suyu had already provided a rough estimate for everyone, suggesting that each household would receive approximately 500 to 600 yuan. While this may not seem substantial, the frequency of income was noteworthy. 500 or 600 yuan within just a few days. How much would it accumulate by winter? No one was foolish. They all understood the arithmetic involved. Chen Yang, the turnover machine will arrive tomorrow, and the new seeds are in my vehicle. I will deliver them home shortly, Suyu remarked. Understood, Chen Yang nodded. Then voiced a question that had been lingering in his mind all afternoon. With such a large quantity of vegetables, selling this batch may be easy. But what about the next one? What about those that follow? Fear not. They will sell, Suyu replied with a smile. There's no need to worry about distribution. Just await your payment. Where exactly do they end up? Chen Yang inquired, still curious. A portion goes to supermarkets in the city, such as Yongli and Xingtai, while the remainder is sent to the wholesale market, destined for street-side vegetable shops, Suyu said, her smile as refreshing as spring. Do not underestimate the consumption capability of our county. These vegetables will surely be sold within 24 hours. Oh, then I can rest assured, Chen Yang nodded. By the way, do you know the owner of Yongli Supermarket? Not personally, Suyu chuckled. The owner of this chain supermarket is quite low-key. I only know their purchasing manager. Well, that's sufficient, as long as the payments are prompt. Chen Yang replied with a grin. To alleviate Suyu's concerns, he refrained from mentioning that the supermarket owner had been discreetly investigating him. As the hour grew late, after Suyu departed, Chen Yang turned to head home. However, as soon as he entered the courtyard, he spotted a somewhat unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable man. Do you not remember me? The man smiled. I am Zhao Jiang. Oh. Chen Yang suddenly realized, the pieces falling into place. It was the second son of the Zhao family. The vehicle that had remained parked in the village today must have belonged to him. With a smile, he asked, Are you looking for me? Having arrived at your home, who else would I seek? Zhao Jiang chuckled. I've heard about the village matters. Previously, my elder brother and younger brother had quite a few conflicts with you. Chen Yang smiled, but remained silent. Thus, Zhao Jiang continued. Now that my elder brother is hospitalized and my younger brother is incapacitated, let bygones be bygones. I never took it to heart. No need for such formalities, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Very well, Zhao Jiang nodded. In that case, would it be agreeable if I rented out my few acres of land to you? I am unable to return from the county, and my younger brother intends to move to the city. Is that so? Chen Yang pondered for a moment. All right, that sounds good. Thank you. Zhao Jiang pulled out a business card from his pocket. Here is my contact information. Call me when you need to finalize the contract. Certainly. Chen Yang accepted the card, glancing at it with an impassive expression. However, once Zhao Jiang departed, a frown creased his brow. The deputy general manager of Yonli Trading Company, Limited? Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, realizing that this trading company must be the parent of those chain supermarkets. This matter requires thorough investigation. Chen Yang did not return to his room. Instead, he retrieved his phone and stepped out of the house. Only after reaching the outskirts of the village did he call Huang Yukai. As he inquired, his suspicions were indeed confirmed, leading Chen Yang to a startling realization. The true investigator of his affairs might not be Song Kai, but rather Zhao Jiang. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became. Zhao Jiang appeared cordial, yet he was not a virtuous individual in his youth. Intriguing. Chen Yang chuckled softly and returned home. Dinner was prepared, and as Jiang Yu sat down, she immediately asked, "How did you manage that dish? Do you wish to bolster your strength tonight?" Chen Yang remained silent, and instead posed a question to her. Of course. Why? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Chen Yang picked up his chopsticks, stating, "If you want it, then refrain from chatter and eat." Chapter 75. Gowen Kun. The following morning, the rototiller roared to life, busily working the fields. This time, the vast expanse of land was transformed into a vegetable garden. Although the contract had yet to be signed, a verbal agreement was in place. So the hired machinery promptly leveled all the plots at once. Chen Yang stood at the edge of the field, observing. It was not his responsibility. Yet watching the machinery at work filled him with immense satisfaction. After all, he had nothing else to do. Before long, his phone rang around 8 o'clock. Noticing it was Zhang Hua calling, Chen Yang answered, "What is the matter?" "Yang, I have something to discuss. Can you come over? Can't you just say it?" You should come in person. It's quite significant and requires your direct oversight." "All right then." Chen Yang nodded, pondering what could possibly be so urgent. Why couldn't it be conveyed over the phone? After hanging up, he prepared to head to the town, only to be followed closely by Jiang Yu. "Where are you going?" "To Zhang Hua's." "I'm coming too." Chen Yang replied, "There's no vehicle today. I plan to walk to town." Reluctantly, he turned back and asked, "Are you sure?" Jiang Yu tilted her head. "What is there to be unsure about?" "Fine. I walk fast, so just keep up." Chen Yang chuckled and headed towards the village entrance. Jiang Yu smirked, thinking to herself, "Underestimate me? Unless you can fly. You want to shake me off." Upon reaching the village entrance, she watched in astonishment as Chen Yang suddenly quickened his pace. He appeared to be walking, yet each stride spanned 2 to 3 meters. "Whoa!" Jiang Yu exclaimed, immediately sprinting to catch up. Unfortunately, within mere seconds, Chen Yang had distanced himself by several hundred meters, disappearing from sight. "I refuse to believe it." Jiang Yu's stubbornness flared, and she gritted her teeth, running straight toward the town. Arriving at Zhang Hua's place, several of his underlings promptly stood, offering seats and pouring water. "What is so urgent that you needed me to come?" Chen Yang inquired as he settled down. Zhang Hua smiled and gestured to his subordinates. "You explain it." "Oh, my younger brother feels a bit constrained." "Yes, that's the situation. A few days ago, Yang mentioned his desire to procure medicinal herbs, so I asked my family to inquire, and it turns out that my great-uncle supposedly has several varieties of fine herbs." Chen Yang inquired, "And then? Have you asked if they are for sale?" "I went to ask, and the old man, nearly 80 years old, was quite pleased to see me. However, as soon as the topic of medicinal herbs came up, he turned hostile and kicked me out." The younger brother recounted. "Why?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "If they aren't selling, why the urgency?" He wanted to save some money. The price he offered was far too low. Zhang Hua chuckled. "When I returned, I got scolded, and now he dares not go back. So you mean I should negotiate myself?" Chen Yang understood. Zhang Hua laughed awkwardly. "That's precisely it. We truly do not dare to set a price for Yang, fearing we might offer too much and cause you distress." Chen Yang fell silent. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he asked, "Where is your great-uncle's home?" "Not far, 11 miles north of the town, in Gumen Village." "All right." Chen Yang looked at Zhang Hua. "Then ride with me to see it." "No need. I bought a second-hand Jetta. Let's drive." Zhang Hua replied with a grin. "Oh, the car outside is yours." Chen Yang realized, "I thought it was some discarded scrap metal. The condition isn't great, but the crucial part is its durability. It drives smoothly," Zhang Hua remarked. As they stepped outside, preparing to head to Gumen Village, a breathless figure appeared at the door. "Jiang Yu." "Sister, what happened?" Zhang Hua exclaimed, wide-eyed. Jiang Yu panted heavily, unable to articulate her words, merely pointing at Chen Yang. "She insisted on following me, but she couldn't keep up. It looks like she ran the whole way. Chen Yang chuckled. Zhanghua, after a moment of speechlessness, couldn't resist teasing. Sister, are you planning to train for a marathon? Get lost. Jiang Yu managed a single expletive. Her breath still uneven. Zhanghua grinned and turned back. Quick, get my sister a bottle of water, you lackey. After gulping down an entire bottle, Jiang Yu finally regained some composure and asked, where are you going? To Gumen Village, Zhanghua replied. I'm going too, Jiang Yu declared with determination. Then let's go, but this time we're driving. No need to prepare for a full marathon, Chen Yang laughed. As Zhanghua opened the car door, Jiang Yu was astonished. This car can drive? Of course, hop in. Yang, you sit in the passenger seat, Zhanghua said. Once everyone was inside, he turned the key. The car shuddered a bit before roaring to life. He then shifted gears and released the handbrake, but the engine stalled abruptly. Damn it, I shifted incorrectly. Zhanghua scratched his head and restarted the engine. Chen Yang felt exasperated, thinking, am I going to end up stranded on the road? Does this guy even have a license? Restarting the car, Zhanghua shifted back to first gear and cautiously pressed the accelerator, and finally, the vehicle lurched into motion. Remarkably, once they were on the road, the ride proved rather comfortable. Aside from the occasional clattering noise, which seemed to stem from a loose part, everything else was satisfactory. However, Chen Yang had grown accustomed to the luxurious leather seats of Huang Youcai's vehicle, and the passenger seat felt rather uncomfortable, prompting him to inquire, how much did you purchase this car for? Not expensive, just 3,000, replied Zhanghua. What? 3,000? You can't even buy a motorcycle for that. Jiang Yu chimed in from the back seat. You really ought to invest in something better, Chen Yang remarked, eyeing Zhanghua with exasperation. We aren't short on funds. Zhanghua responded as he drove. I need to hone my skills before buying a new one. It would be such a pity if I scratched the paint. Both Chen Yang and Jiang Yu straightened in their seats. You don't have a driver's license yet? They exclaimed in unison. Don't worry, I do, Zhanghua replied, lifting the sun visor to reveal a brand new driver's license. I just received it yesterday. It's still warm. Good grief, Chen Yang muttered, glancing at the date, which indeed confirmed it was from the previous day. After cursing lightly, he turned to Zhanghua. Drive slowly. We're not in a hurry. Just aim to arrive before noon. Zhanghua retorted. Come on, even walking wouldn't take until noon. My driving skills are decent. No sooner had he spoken than he received a slap on the forehead. Jiang Yu leaned forward to deliver the hit before settling back with her arms crossed. Listen to him. Take it slow. Ideally, stick to first gear. Zhanghua remained silent, but discreetly shifted into second gear. Thus, the aging Jetta cruised along the rural road, with a few electric bikes overtaking them, their riders glancing back in confusion at the vehicle's leisurely pace. After more than 20 minutes, they reached Gumen Village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Chen Yang instructed Zhanghua to stop, having noticed a deep ditch by the roadside, fearing they might tumble in. Exiting the vehicle, the trio walked into the village, and with a bit of inquiry, they soon located the home of their great-uncle. However, upon arriving at the entrance, they were taken aback by what hung on the wall of the west wing, and simultaneously exclaimed, What the heck? Chapter 76. Rare and unattainable. This was a quintessential farmhouse, with the yard's surface made of compacted earth, lacking even bricks. To their astonishment, a bloodied wolf's head was displayed on the wall of the west wing. The bloodstains were still fresh, indicating that the creature had been slain not long ago, possibly just the day before. What exactly does our great-uncle do? Chen Yang inquired. Zhanghua scratched his head. I didn't ask. I only heard he's nearly 80. Can someone that age still be so fierce? Fierce doesn't quite cover it. Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. This wolf appears to be a protected species. How can he hang its head out in the open without fear of repercussions? Perhaps he is too old to care. Zhanghua chuckled awkwardly, calling out towards the main house. Is anyone home? There was no response from within. After calling again, the door finally opened, revealing an elderly man with dark skin. His face was lined with wrinkles, his hair snow white, yet he stood tall and commanding, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Who are you looking for? The old man boomed, his voice resonating like thunder. Great uncle, I'm a friend of Zhuzi. He visited you a couple of days ago and, I heard, caused you some trouble. I'm here to offer my apologies on his behalf, Zhanghua stated. Chen Yang listened in disbelief, thinking to himself how absurd it was to come empty-handed when offering apologies. You could at least have brought a box of walnuts or something. Promptly, he followed up with a query. By the way, do you sell any medicinal herbs from your hometown? The price is negotiable. The elderly man glanced at the three young individuals at the door, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Come inside, and we can discuss it." The trio then pushed open the fence gate and stepped into the courtyard. Upon entering the house with the elder, Zhang Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow. Deer antlers and deer penises." Chen Yang shot him a glance and said, "Perhaps you should wait outside in the courtyard?" Zhang Hua immediately fell silent. Observing the items displayed on the shelves within the room, Chen Yang couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Old man, are you a hunter?" "More or less," the elder replied. Nodding, "During the farming off-season, I spend a few days hunting in the mountains." He offered the three a plastic stool and then inquired, "Are you looking to purchase medicinal herbs?" "Yes," Chen Yang responded affirmatively. "Rest assured, as long as the herbs are of good quality, the price is not an issue." The elder turned and walked into the adjacent room. Moments later, he returned with a rather large plastic bag. After unfastening it, he revealed another layer of cowhide paper. And beneath that, yet another layer of plastic. Once all layers were removed, the elder smiled and asked, "Do you know what this is?" He unveiled three rather desiccated items, one of which was covered in fine fur. Zhang Hua and Jiang Yu exchanged confused glances, completely unaware of what they were looking at. Chen Yang picked up one piece and sniffed it. "This musk is quite good. Indeed, you have an eye for quality," the elder praised, nodding in approval. Chen Yang examined the other two pieces closely, uncertain, and asked, "Dog treasure?" "Close," the elder replied. "But it is not dog treasure, it is wolf." "Oh," Chen Yang exclaimed in realization, his expression shifting to one of amazement. "Finding this is indeed a stroke of luck. You have quite the knowledge." The elder regarded him with admiration before turning and heading back to the other room. "Brother Yang, are these three dried items valuable?" Zhang Hua whispered. Chen Yang nodded. "Just this piece of wolf treasure could buy 100 of the Jetta you drive." "How much is that?" Zhang Hua asked, raising his fingers in calculation. Then gasped, 300,000? "Not just that," Chen Yang chuckled. "These items are rare and hard to come by." After a moment, he inquired, "By the way, how much was that pillar planning to pay the old man for his medicinal herbs?" Zhang Hua responded awkwardly when he came. He told the old man that they were like relatives and offered 1,000 to take them, just to give him face. Chen Yang was left speechless. Not getting beaten up is a bargain. I said the same, and I even took the time to educate them. Respecting elders is important, and they deserve a kick for that, Zhang Hua added. The elder had been gone for a bit longer this time, leaving the three feeling rather bored, especially Jiang Yu, who stood up and headed straight for the cabinet. "Don't touch anything. Those are all good things," Chen Yang cautioned. "Why should I listen to you?" Jiang Yu shot him a look, and upon noticing a large glass jar nearby, filled with a hodgepodge of what appeared to be medicinal liquor, she grabbed a cup and poured herself a small glass. "Hey, sister, don't drink that recklessly." Zhang Hua's warning went unheeded as Jiang Yu tilted her head back and downed it, smacking her lips. "Not much flavor," she remarked before pouring herself another glass. The cup was not large, holding merely a couple of taels when filled. After downing 2 cups, Jiang Yu's face visibly flushed a charming shade of red. Zhang Hua looked at Chen Yang, exasperated. "Brother, aren't you going to manage her? Can I really control her?" Chen Yang shrugged. "She shouldn't even be here in the first place." Zhang Hua sighed helplessly. "Sister, stop drinking or you'll overindulge. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Jiang Yu shot him a glare and poured herself another drink. Just as she finished, an elderly man entered the room holding a long object and, after sniffing the air, turned to Jiang Yu. "Did you drink my wine?" Let me taste it," Jiang Yu said casually, adding, "It's rather mediocre." The old man set down his cloth bag. "How much have you had?" "Only 3 cups. Why are you so anxious?" Jiang Yu pouted. "I usually only dare to drink 1 cup a day, splitting it into 2 portions. You, young lady, truly lack awareness of your limits." The old man stepped forward and snatched the cup from her hand. "Let us see what fate has in store for you." "What do you mean, Uncle Sanjiao? Is my sister going to be all right?" Zhang Hua stood up anxiously. "It's hard to say," the old man shook his head. 3 cups of that wine. Even a tiger would struggle. What a joke. Do you take me for a fool?" Jiang Yu, indignant, rose to her feet, but before she could finish her retort, she suddenly fell forward. Fortunately, Chen Yang was quick enough to catch her. Otherwise, she would have hit the ground head first, likely breaking her nose. At that moment, Jiang Yu had already lost consciousness. Zhang Hua was in a panic, ready to rush out to drive her to the hospital. However, Chen Yang checked Jiang Yu's pulse and reassured him. "There's no need. She's merely overwhelmed by the alcohol. She'll be fine." "Really?" Zhang Hua asked, still skeptical. Chen Yang raised his head. Do you doubt me? Oh, good. That's a relief. Zhang Hua sighed in relief. The old man then regarded Chen Yang with a knowing look. Young man, you probably have no idea what I infused my wine with, do you? If you did, you might not speak so confidently. I know. There are at least 4 poisonous substances in that wine, Chen Yang replied. Oh, the old man paused, pulling up a stool to sit beside him. Impressive, young man. Now tell me, what is wrong with this girl? It's a clash. Chen Yang smiled. Women's bodies are yin by nature. Ideally, yin and yang should complement each other, but this medicinal wine contains an excess of yin elements. Indeed, indeed. The old man beamed with delight. If that's the case, entrusting my family's legacy to you seems like a wise choice. Chapter 77. What do you intend to do with me? Family legacy? Chen Yang was taken aback. What do you mean? This, the old man said, picking up the long object from the ground, unwrapping the outer layer of cloth to reveal a dark, vine-like object. What is this? Chen Yang's eyes widened, his heart racing. Noticing his change in expression, the old man was momentarily taken aback. You can tell what it is with just one look? If I'm not mistaken, this should be Thunder God Vine, Chen Yang stated. And then, the old man's gaze intensified. Is it struck by lightning as well? Chen Yang inquired. Ha ha ha. The elderly man chuckled heartily, expressing his delight. Truly, you have a discerning eye. I seldom showcase this Thunder Vine, and even those who are knowledgeable often fail to recognize its uniqueness. Yet here you are, so young, possessing such remarkable insight. Are you considering selling this Thunder Vine? Chen Yang inquired, striving to suppress his excitement. Not for sale, the elder replied, shaking his head, but then continued. However, I can offer it to you as a gift. Excuse me? Chen Yang was taken aback. You mean you wish to give it to me? Indeed, the old man chuckled. I am giving it to you, free of charge. That cannot be. Such a precious item. Chen Yang began, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. At my age, what use would money serve? Am I to buy a house in the city or seek a new companion? Chen Yang found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in the elder's words. The man had spent his life in the mountains, and at such an advanced age, what would he need money for? But then he reconsidered. You could leave it for your children. They are long gone. My partner departed 5 years ago, leaving me all alone, the elder replied with a wry smile. A fine sword for a worthy hero. It is rare to find someone who appreciates its value. Take it with you. As Chen Yang watched the old man extend the Thunder Vine towards him, he hesitated, uncertain whether to accept. But Zhang Hua was quick to act, reaching out to take it instead. I'll hold on to it for you, Brother Yang. Thank you, uncle. Not at all. The elder responded with a smile. You may also take the musk and wolf treasure. Chen Yang was astonished. This was an extraordinary windfall. While the musk was of lesser significance, the Thunder Vine was a priceless treasure, beyond any measure of worth. After a moment's thought, he earnestly said to the elder, I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. Since money holds little value for you, I shall concoct some elixirs, and you must accept them. You can brew elixirs? The elder was taken aback, then nodded. Very well, I shall certainly accept. Agreed, it is settled, Chen Yang affirmed. Zhang Hua, realizing they were preparing to leave, quickly asked, What about my sister? She will be fine. I will attend to her on the way back. It will actually benefit her. Chen Yang replied with a smile. We can simply escort her to the vehicle. Then I can rest easy. Zhang Hua sighed with relief, then added indignantly, Once she awakens, I shall give her a proper scolding for meddling with things. Would you dare to reprimand her? Chen Yang chuckled. Zhang Hua rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Brother Yang, you could scold her on my behalf. Chen Yang smiled, but said nothing. After bidding farewell to the elder, he allowed Zhang Hua to carry Jiang Yu. Such tasks were more fitting for a younger brother. Jiang Yu remained blissfully unaware in her slumber. Once they placed her in the car, as Chen Yang intended to return to the front seat, Zhang Hua quickly interjected, Brother, you should sit in the back to keep an eye on my sister. She is sleeping so soundly. What need is there for supervision? Chen Yang pondered, perplexed. I fear she might tumble from the back seat during a sudden stop. Zhang Hua explained. After considering this, Chen Yang reluctantly took a seat in the back, recognizing the wisdom in his friend's concern. Jiang Yu sprawled across the seat, leaving no space for Chen Yang to sit. Reluctantly, he lifted her legs, settling down and placing them upon himself. Thus, Zhang Hua turned the vehicle around, heading towards the town. The drive was leisurely, the car swaying gently as they approached their destination. Suddenly, Jiang Yu murmured something, though Chen Yang could not discern her words and leaned down to inquire, Are you awake? It seemed she did not hear him, Her body twisted slightly, as if uncomfortable. Then, her legs broke free from Chen Yang, and she began to curl up on the seat with her eyes closed. Amused, Chen Yang wondered what she was doing. In the next moment, Jiang Yu sat up, turned her head towards him, and collapsed into his embrace. Chen Yang was left speechless, pondering if this was her way of finding comfort. Zhang Hua, catching the scene in the rearview mirror, silently chuckled as he drove to the entrance. Turning back to Chen Yang, he suggested, "How about you two stay in the car for a while? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Yang glared at him. "I need to sober her up quickly. Stop chattering and help me carry her inside." "All right, fine." Zhang Hua ceased his banter and hastily exited the vehicle. The two worked together to bring Jiang Yu back into the house. The younger brothers watched in bewilderment, unable to fathom what had transpired. How could they return with someone so inebriated after such a short outing? Get out, get out." Zhang Hua shooed away the onlookers and turned to Chen Yang, asking, "Should I step outside?" "Better not." Chen Yang shot him a look. "Your presence is necessary for clarity in this situation. Don't worry. I won't overthink it if I'm not here." Zhang Hua chuckled. "Less chatter. Remove her shoes." Chen Yang sighed, thinking how carefree this man was, as if handing over his sister was a trivial matter. While Jiang Yu was indeed attractive, he had no interest in pursuing a woman like her, especially not his friend's sister. After removing her shoes, he laid her horizontally on the bed, checked her pulse, and informed Zhang Hua, "I will need to apply pressure to several acupoints to facilitate the circulation of the medicinal liquor within her body. Please remain silent." "Understood." Zhang Hua responded with a gesture as if zipping his lips. Chen Yang focused, grasping Jiang Yu's wrist. The potency of the medicinal liquor was considerable, fortunately. Her constitution was relatively strong. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have suffered severe consequences. Yet, this very strength provided Jiang Yu with an opportunity to harness the medicinal energy to open her dantian. If successful, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. As time ticked away, Chen Yang urged the medicinal force within Jiang Yu, channeling his spiritual energy to make an impact. He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while Zhang Hua, though eager to speak, refrained. Instead, he fetched a towel, thinking it permissible to assist Chen Yang by wiping his sweat in silence. However, as he leaned closer, an invisible force surged forth, as if a powerful barrier repelled him. Unprepared, Zhang Hua stumbled backward, losing his balance and landing on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu gradually opened her eyes, finally perceiving Chen Yang standing before her. Yu Guangzhong and Zhang Hua sat on the ground, astonished. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chen Yang, her voice laced with anger. "What do you intend to do to me?" Upon noticing Jiang Yu had regained consciousness, Chen Yang released her and queried, "What do you mean, what? What are you doing?" Jiang Yu sprang upright, her feet hitting the floor as she raised her hand. "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhang Hua hurriedly scrambled to his feet, exclaiming, "Yang Gu is trying to save you. Why would you strike him?" At least her spirit appeared unbroken. Chen Yang regarded Jiang Yu with a smile, advising, "Take it easy. You possess the strength you desire now. In the future, avoid striking indiscriminately. It could lead to calamity." "What do you mean?" Jiang Yu asked, bewildered, suddenly recalling that she had consumed a bit of alcohol earlier, after which her memory went blank. She glanced around, discovering they were in Zhang Hua's residence, and inquired, "When did I return?" "It's been a while," Zhang Hua replied, observing her. "How are you feeling? What do you expect?" "It was merely a little drink. It's not as if I could drink myself to death." Jiang Yu shot him a glance before pushing him away. "Move aside. I need to use the restroom." As she shoved him, Zhang Hua stumbled sideways and collided with the wall. "Wow." Jiang Yu stared at her arm in disbelief, momentarily stunned. Chen Yang, exasperated, remarked, "I suddenly regret helping you. I shouldn't have." Zhang Hua grimaced in pain. "Sister, are you attempting to commit fratricide?" "I didn't even use much force." Jiang Yu was dazed and turned to Chen Yang, asking, "What is happening?" Sighing, Chen Yang replied, "Please sit down. Don't break anything else." The matter was not complicated and could be summarized in a few sentences. However, Jiang Yu sat there in a daze, appearing as though she had lost her soul. "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhang Hua inquired. "My master once said that opening the dantian is a feat as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person. Yet I accomplished it due to 3 cups of wine." Jiang Yu murmured, "That is also thanks to Yang Gu. Without him, you'd still be as if in a deep slumber." Zhang Hua began, but upon encountering Jiang Yu's piercing gaze, he swallowed his words. "Regardless, this is your opportunity. Each element is indispensable. Chen Yang remarked, not wishing to take undue credit, smiling as he spoke. Then I must thank you, Jiang Yu said, looking at him earnestly. From now on, you shall be my benefactor. Zhang Hua, grinning widely, suddenly narrowed his eyes at hearing the term benefactor, filled with exasperation. Jiang Yu, oblivious, would have certainly retaliated had she noticed. Chen Yang chuckled softly. There's no need for such formalities regarding benefactors. He then turned to Zhang Hua, saying, all right. I need to head home now. Oh, all right. I'll see you off. Zhang Hua nodded enthusiastically, rubbing his shoulder as he exited. Once in the car, he couldn't help but ask, brother, how much are those herbs the old man gave worth? Hard to say, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Is it worth $1 million? Zhang Hua pressed on, unwilling to let the matter go. Why are you asking about that? If it were worth so much, I reckon we should have Zhuzi visit him more often. That would be quite a significant favor, Zhang Hua remarked. Chen Yang unexpectedly cast a glance at him, exclaiming, I never imagined you could be so thoughtful. Of course, Zhang Hua nodded in agreement. One must be grateful. He has provided you with such valuable gifts. And we cannot merely offer a few herbs in return, can we? That makes sense. Chen Yang pondered for a moment. Then let us do this. Have Zhuzi visit regularly, at least twice a month, and bring along a few more people to assist with any chores around the house. All right, Zhang Hua readily agreed. Upon returning to the village, Chen Yang retrieved several herbs from the trunk. Jiang Yu, puzzled, inquired, what is that peculiar plant? I've never seen it before. You were quite inebriated at the time. Zhang Hua chuckled. This is called thunder vine, and it has even been struck by lightning. Impressive, isn't it? You know nothing. Chen Yang laughed, so tell me, what makes it so remarkable? Zhang Hua hesitated, then awkwardly chuckled. I only know what you've told me, Yang Gu. Spare me your nonsense. I'm not interested in hearing it, Chen Yang retorted with a roll of his eyes. He turned to see Jiang Yu in a daze and asked, what's wrong? Are you selling this thundervine? Jiang Yu queried. Huh. Both Chen Yang and Zhang Hua were taken aback. Are you selling it? Jiang Yu gazed intently into Chen Yang's eyes. I'll take half for 5 million. Chen Yang was stunned. Zhang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, do you have that much money? Go away. Jiang Yu shot him a glare, fixating her gaze back on Chen Yang. Are you selling it or not? What do you need it for? This is highly toxic. Chen Yang asked. That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you're selling it. Jiang Yu replied. You're becoming a broken record. To be frank, this thunder vine is of immense benefit to me, and I want to sell it. Chen Yang asserted. Jiang Yu fell silent, but her large eyes darted around before she turned and headed straight back into the house. Zhang Hua and Chen Yang exchanged bewildered glances, each puzzled for different reasons. Chen Yang was curious about how Jiang Yu recognized the thunder vine and why she was so eager to purchase it. As for Zhang Hua, he was fixated on Jiang Yu's offer of 5 million, wondering why she had never mentioned her wealth to him, fearing he might ask her for money. Chen Yang placed the herbs in his room and, upon turning to leave, remembered that Tian was not home. He speculated she might be in the fields and said to Zhang Hua, you can head back now and drop me off at the village entrance. Oh, sure. Zhang Hua nodded. What are you up to, Yang Gu? There are people working in the fields. I'm going to check on them. I'm coming too. Jiang Yu emerged from the house, her nature as a follower unchanged. Then let us go, Chen Yang agreed. But Yang Gu, what if someone steals the herbs? They're worth over 10 million, Zhang Hua remarked. Where on earth did you get that figure? Chen Yang asked, bewildered. Zhang Hua responded with a look of utter certainty. My sister just said that half would fetch 5 million, so the entire thundervine must be worth 10 million, right? You truly are a mathematical genius, Chen Yang replied, exasperated. Don't worry, I've secured the herbs. They won't be lost. All right then, Zhang Hua said, saying no more as he opened the door and got into the car. Upon reaching the village entrance, Chen Yang and Jiang Yu alighted from the vehicle and proceeded directly to the field. Indeed, Tian was present. Upon noticing their arrival, she quickly approached and inquired, what have you been up to? We made a trip to the town, Chen Yang replied with a smile, observing the tilling machine still diligently at work. Having completed about 2/3 of its task, he remarked, you're quite speedy. At this rate, we can sow the seeds by tomorrow. Let us allow it to dry for a day, Tian suggested. I overheard someone say it's beneficial for the soil. Who said that? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. I don't know him. He was just an old man passing by, Tian smiled. He mentioned that the land also needs to recuperate. It cannot be continuously planted with vegetables and grains. It requires a chance to rest. Oh, Chen Yang frowned upon hearing this. An unfamiliar old man? Where did he come from? Chapter 79, Wang Defa. Chen Yang curiously inquired, "Where did that old man go?" "He headed south." Claiming he was going to the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, Tian replied, pointing in that direction. "I noticed that his hair and beard were completely white. He must be at least 80, yet he can still climb the mountains." "That is not too surprising," Chen Yang chuckled. "But this elder likely isn't from the vicinity." "Is he?" "No," Tian confirmed. "I've never seen him before. He should be from a different village." "What did the old man look like?" Jiang Yu asked. "What do you mean by specifics?" Tian seemed confused. Jiang Yu elaborated. "I mean, did he have any distinctive features? What were his eyes like? How about his eyebrows? Was his nose flat?" Chen Yang found her inquiries somewhat absurd. Why the detailed questioning? Just let it be. Jiang Yu shot him a glare. Tian pondered briefly. He didn't seem particularly remarkable, but his eyebrows were rather long, extending past the corners of his eyes, and his nose was indeed somewhat flat. "Then I know who it is." Jiang Yu nodded and, having spoken, headed southward. "Hey, where are you going?" Chen Yang called out. "To find my master." Jiang Yu replied without looking back. Chen Yang was taken aback, then realized why she was so intent on clarifying the details. However, it struck him as odd. Wasn't he her master from the south? When had he arrived without informing his own disciple? Watching as Jiang Yu disappeared into the distance, Chen Yang hesitated but ultimately chose not to follow. Instead, he turned to Tian and said, "Sister, it appears we have guests coming. I think you should head back and prepare." "Are you saying that Ye's master is the old man we just saw?" "Yes, that is likely him." "All right then. We have fresh vegetables at home. I'll go tidy up." After Tian departed, Chen Yang noticed Jiang Yu had reached the foot of the mountain and vanished into the woods. He could only shake his head in resignation. This master-disciple duo seemed rather unpredictable. Chen Yang, disinclined to pursue, remained in the field, knowing that the elderly man and the young girl would return eventually. Sure enough, about an hour later, two figures appeared at the mountain's base. Soon, Chen Yang could discern the old man's features. To his surprise, the elder's hair and beard were entirely white, particularly his long white eyebrows, which imparted an ethereal, immortal quality. The old man exuded vitality, walking with a briskness that belied his age. "Chen Yang, this is my master," Jiang Yu introduced. Chen Yang pondered to himself, "What am I?" Then, nonetheless, he maintained a facade of politeness, promptly greeting the elder with a smile. "Good day, sir." "What, sir? I have only just entered my prime." The elder raised an eyebrow and inquired further, "Are you Chen Yang?" "Yes. I hear you possess considerable fighting skills." "Well, I manage," Chen Yang replied, casting a glance at Jiang Yu, thinking to himself how quick-tongued she was. The elder nodded. "Very well, let us engage in a contest." With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Chen Yang was utterly speechless. No wonder Jiang Yu was so fierce. Her master was of the same ilk, who engages in brawls by the fields. Moreover, at such an advanced age, what if someone were to get injured? "Dear elder, there is no need for a contest. I am still quite young and lack the qualifications. Unlike your esteemed self, with your high moral standing, how could I dare to spar with you?" Chen Yang chuckled. His words bore an undertone of flattery, and the elder, upon hearing this, appeared quite pleased. "That makes sense. Master, he has Thundervine at home." Jiang Yu suddenly interjected. "What?" The elder was taken aback. "Thundervine, and it was struck by lightning." Jiang Yu continued. The elder's voice cracked. He then turned to Chen Yang, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this true?" Chen Yang shot Jiang Yu a glare, inwardly lamenting how troublesome she was. Had he known, he would never have allowed her to visit his home. Yet, Jiang Yu seemed unperturbed, rolling her eyes and adding, "That's nothing. He also possesses spirit stones." By heavens! The elder almost lost his balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. "How do you know this?" Chen Yang supported the elder while shooting a bewildered look at Jiang Yu. "Humph. I discovered it on the very first day I came to your house," Jiang Yu declared proudly. "Did you think you could keep it hidden? I can sense these things." Chen Yang was at a loss for words, wishing he could immediately call Zhang Hua to take this bothersome woman away. "Master," Jiang Yu attempted to say more, but Chen Yang quickly intervened. "Stop. Are you trying to make him so excited that he might have a stroke?" The elder waved his hands repeatedly. "Enough, enough. There's too much good news. I can hardly bear it. I'm seeing stars." "That's just your blood pressure rising," Chen Yang sighed with a wry smile. "Shall I assist you home?" "Indeed, we must go." "We must." The elder nodded eagerly. On the way back, Chen Yang learned the elder's name, Wang Defa. At first hearing, he thought it was an insult. However, upon reflection, Considering the elder's age, it was likely his parents had little education, resulting in a name that would later become a homophone in English. Upon arriving home, Wang Defa had already regained his composure, surveying the small courtyard and nodding, quite ordinary. Chen Yang had become immune to such remarks. Both master and disciple shared a similar lack of boundaries, so he let them say whatever they wished. Surprisingly, after sitting down, Wang Defa did not inquire further about the spirit stones or thunder vine. Instead, he leisurely sipped the tea that Tian Tian had brought. Chen Yang realized he could not evade the topic any longer, so he remained silent, waiting for the elder to speak first. After a contest of patience, he ultimately lost and could not resist inquiring, "Old sir, what brings you alone to Peach Blossom Village?" Wang Defa set down his teacup, cast a sidelong glance at him, and leisurely replied, "Who told you I came by myself?" Both Chen Yang and Zhang Yu were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yu then asked, "Who else is here?" Wang Defa replied, "Your senior brother, Dayangzi, and your senior sister, Dapio, have also arrived." Chen Yang was perplexed. "Are there 2 people or 4? 2, he clarified. Zhang Yu looked at him and continued, "Master, where are they?" "They are waiting for me in the nearby town," Wang Defa stated as he lifted his teacup. "I'll call them," Zhang Yu exclaimed, pulling out her phone while simultaneously calling out to Tian Tian in the kitchen, "Sister, make more food. There are 2 more guests." Chen Yang watched her in silence, thinking to himself, "Did you even ask me first? Is this your house?" Suddenly, he felt as if he was losing his agency in the situation. Just as he pondered this, his phone chimed with a new message. Upon opening it, he smacked his forehead in realization. "It's Saturday. Feng Shui is off today. Have you been so busy that you forgot to contact me?" Quickly, he replied, "I've been a bit occupied, but I'm free now. I'll head to the county town right away." Soon, another message from Feng Shui arrived. "No need. I've just arrived at my cousin S house. I'll come find you shortly." Reading the message, Chen Yang was instantly bewildered. It seems things are about to get lively at home. Chapter 80. The dragons meet. Chen Yang's mind momentarily short-circuited. Then he stood up and addressed Wang Defa. "Old sir, please excuse me for a moment." "Oh, feel free," Wang Defa nodded, sipping his tea. Zhang Yu, unusually, did not insist on accompanying him, and Chen Yang hurried out, heading straight to Li Mei's house. Upon arrival, he indeed found Feng Shui's car parked outside. The 2 sisters were inside conversing. Li Mei noticed Chen Yang's arrival and remarked, "Oh, isn't this the busy one? What brings you here all of a sudden?" From her tone and expression, it was clear that her displeasure stemmed from his absence in recent days. Yet, in front of Feng Shui, Chen Yang refrained from saying too much, merely laughing it off. "I came to invite Aunt May to my home for dinner. We have some guests." "Who?" Li Mei inquired. "People you don't know. They're from out of town." Li Mei scoffed. "Then I want to go. You have guests at your home. Why should I intrude?" Initially, she intended to take Feng Shui to Chen Yang's house. But hearing that there were guests, she immediately dismissed the idea. Feng Shui felt the same way. Since they were unfamiliar faces, it would be awkward to dine together. Thus, she said to Chen Yang, "If you don't need any help, my cousin and I want to go." "Don't," Chen Yang urged, trying to be courteous. But both women firmly refused, insisting they wouldn't attend. Consequently, he had no choice but to leave alone. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a large black luxury vehicle approaching from the village head. As Chen Yang reached his doorstep, the car came to a halt, and a young couple gracefully alighted from it. The man appeared to be in his 30s, while the woman seemed to be in her late 20s, both possessing striking looks that made them seem like a perfect pair. At that moment, Zhang Yu rushed out of the courtyard and leaped into the embrace of the woman, exclaiming, "Senior sister, I have missed you so much." The 2 embraced while Chen Yang exchanged glances with the man beside him, both momentarily at a loss for words. "You must be the senior brother?" Chen Yang inquired. "Indeed, you are Chen Yang?" The man confirmed. "Yes, please come in." Chen Yang promptly invited them into the courtyard. The usually tranquil courtyard suddenly buzzed with activity. Yet, even now, Chen Yang remained unaware of why Wang Defa had brought his 2 disciples to Taohua Village. As the sun began its descent, Tian Tian prepared a feast, and Chen Yang along with Zhang Yu assisted in serving the dishes on the table. There were stir-fried dishes, stews, and salads, all replete with flavor and aroma. In particular, the pot of thick, white python meat soup in the center emanated an alluring fragrance. Wang Defa was taken aback when the dishes were placed on the table. Once everyone was seated, and it was his turn to pick up his chopsticks, he hesitated before sampling a piece of snake meat. "Well, I never expected you to have this." he remarked, looking at Chen Yang. Do you know what this is? Chen Yang inquired. How could I not know? Wang Defa took a bite and savored it, saying, it's not fresh enough. It must have been frozen for a few days. What kind of meat is this? Jiang Yu asked. It's the flesh of a flood dragon, Wang Defa replied nonchalantly. What? Chen Yang was taken aback. That can't be right. It's clearly python. You must be mistaken, Wang Defa insisted. At my age, I can certainly distinguish between a python and a flood dragon. If that's how you see it, I won't argue with you, Chen Yang chuckled. As long as it's edible, that's all that matters. Not just edible, this is a rare delicacy. Wang Defa regarded him intently. Everyone do try it. This trip has truly been worthwhile. The group eagerly dug in, enjoying the dishes and praising Tian's culinary skills, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Just as they were relishing their meal, a white SUV came to a halt at the entrance. Chen Yang was taken aback, wondering who it could be. He had never seen this vehicle before and assumed it belonged to someone he did not recognize. At that moment, the rear door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses stepped out, carrying a briefcase as he approached the gate. Excuse me, is this the residence of Chen Yang? He inquired. Yes, who are you? Jiang Yu stood up to ask. The man in the suit smiled. My name is Song Kai. I own several supermarkets in the county. Chen Yang's heart raced. He hadn't sought him out, yet here he was looking for him. Remaining silent, Jiang Yu promptly asked, What can I do for you? I would like to discuss a business deal with Chen Yang, Song Kai replied, his gaze fixed on Chen Yang's face, clearly recognizing him. Given the circumstances, Chen Yang had no choice but to rise. What business? Shall we discuss it in the car? Song Kai suggested with a smile. You have guests here. It might be inconvenient to talk. What could possibly be inconvenient? Wang Defa interjected. Is it something illicit? Not at all, Song Kai smiled, unfazed by the elder's directness. I merely wish to avoid disturbing everyone. Disturbing us is not an issue. Just tell us what kind of business you wish to discuss with Chen Yang, Wang Defa pressed. This is a procurement contract. You may take a look. Song Kai retrieved a document from his briefcase, consisting of several pages. Chen Yang glanced down briefly before addressing him. Mr. Song, as you are aware, I have guests at home, so shall we discuss this matter later? Of course. That is no problem, Song Kai nodded in agreement. Zhao Jiang has already left you his contact information. You may reach out to him later. Very well. Then I shall not disturb you further. With that, Song Kai turned and entered his vehicle. After his departure, Chen Yang returned to the table, his brow furrowed. What is the matter? That individual seemed to harbor ill intentions, Wang Defa inquired. Chen Yang looked up. How do you know that, sir? It's evident. He feigned an air of decorum, but in my many years, I have encountered more individuals than he has had meals. The moment he stepped out of the car, he surveyed us thoroughly, his mind racing with speculations about our identities. Wang Defa chuckled. I sensed it too. His seemingly humble demeanor was merely a fade. Jiang Yu remarked. Chen Yang chuckled. Then tell me, if he harbored malicious intent, why would he engage in business with me? The issue likely lies within this contract. Wang Defa responded, glancing at his apprentice. Dayangzi, show him. Understood, master. Jiang Yu's elder brother, Chu Yang, accepted the contract from Chen Yang, studying it closely. Indeed, this contract contains a significant pitfall. What do you mean? Chen Yang inquired, directing his gaze to the area he indicated. If Party B fails to deliver goods on time, they must compensate Party a tenfold the value of the goods. He was not foolish. Upon seeing this, he grasped the implication immediately. If Song Kai intended to purchase 100,000 worth of vegetables from him, but due to unforeseen circumstances on Chen Yang's part, he was unable to deliver on time, he would owe them 1 million. 100 or 800,000 was not a concern for him, but 1 or 2 million. The compensation could escalate into the tens of millions. Chen Yang clicked his tongue. This fellow is quite cunning. I wonder if this Song fellow harbors a grudge against you. Wang Defa queried. Well, Chen Yang shook his head with a wry smile. I certainly bear no ill will towards him, but his associates may be another matter. Chapter 81. What are his intentions? Chen Yang did not intend to delve deeper, and after a brief smile, he continued, let us set this matter aside for now and enjoy our meal. Wang Defa regarded him and chuckled. Very well, let us dine. After dinner, just as the sun began to set, casting its golden rays upon the earth, the mountains surrounding Peach Blossom Village transformed into a tapestry of orange and red hues. Wang Defa sat in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea. Chen Yang sought an excuse to leave his home once more, making his way to Li Mei's residence. What brings you here again? Li Mei inquired, somewhat surprised. I came to inquire about something from Sister Shui. Chen Yang replied, turning to Feng Shui. Sister, regarding the matter I spoke of last time, it is time to commence. You mean Ding Yuan? Yes, Chen Yang nodded. However, this time I wish to gather information about the supermarket owner in our county, named Song Kai. It is said that he hails from the provincial capital and has rapidly established 6 chain stores, achieving considerable success. Thus, I seek to understand his background. Feng Shui nodded slightly. All right, I will inquire for you. That would be splendid. If not, it matters not, Chen Yang replied with a smile, turning to Li Mei, Aunt. I shall take my leave. Hey you. Li Mei's words trailed off as Chen Yang had already exited the door. This fellow. Li Mei found herself at a loss for words, then suddenly remembered something and looked towards Feng Shui. When did you two become so familiar? Feng Shui paused momentarily, then chuckled. I forgot to mention he assisted one of my elders with a medical issue a while back, so we've interacted a bit more. Oh, this young man has truly gained some skills, Li Mei remarked in surprise. What ailment did he treat? Liver cancer, Feng Shui replied while typing a message. What? Li Mei's eyes widened. Chen Yang can treat cancer? He didn't end up making things worse, did he? Sister, what are you saying? Feng Shui retorted, raising her head. He cured the patient with just a few medications. Although the recovery isn't complete, it's merely a matter of time. Li Mei was bewildered. Was this truly the Chen Yang she knew? A half-witted lad suddenly possessing such capabilities? Upon returning home, Wang Defa beckoned Chen Yang over. Come, sit. Chen Yang wondered if they would discuss the Thunder God Vine yet again. However, once seated, Wang Defa retrieved a black plastic bag from beside him. This is for you. What is it? Chen Yang opened the bag, and his eyes widened in disbelief. This is 100,000 yuan. Take it for now. I may be staying with you for a few days. Consider it meal expenses, Wang Defa chuckled. That is too generous. Chen Yang placed the bag beside him, smiling surely. This is excessive. Wang Defa laughed. This amount is nothing to me. Very well then. Chen Yang had no intention of insisting otherwise, merely offering a polite refusal. Afterward, Wang Defa did not mention the Thunder God Vine, instead engaging in light conversation, leaving Chen Yang filled with curiosity. Was the old man forgetful, or was there another reason? As night fell, Chen Yang's phone chimed with a message from Feng Shui. He glanced down, then stood up. You should rest early. I have some matters to attend to. Quite busy, are you? Go ahead. I don't require your attention here. If you're tired, just sleep in the caravan, Wang Defa replied. Initially, Tian had fretted over accommodating so many guests, but it turned out they had their arrangements, and the caravan could comfortably house 6 people. Upon arriving at Li Mei's doorstep, Chen Yang found Feng Shui waiting for him. The previous message had indicated she had gathered some information but preferred to discuss it in person, as typing was cumbersome. Noticing she was alone, Chen Yang inquired, Why didn't Aunt May come out with you? I didn't let her, Feng Shui responded, looking at him with a smile. The guests at your home are female. Aren't they? Ah, not just them. There are males as well, Chen Yang replied with a grin. Feng Shui quickly seized the opportunity. Oh, no wonder you made a point to drop hints. There really are females, huh? Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words, scratching his head. Don't overthink it. They're just ordinary friends. I'm not overthinking. I'm merely asking, Feng Shui chuckled. Shall we take a stroll around the village? We can talk as we walk. Sure, he agreed. Chen Yang nodded. The moonlight tonight is quite beautiful. As they strolled, Feng Shui remarked. Ding Yuan helped inquire about some background on Song Kai, and indeed, we learned a few things. Is that so? Does he have any connection to Yangjian? Chen Yang inquired. It seems not. Feng Shui shook her head. This individual is originally from our county. He merely ventured to the provincial capital a few years ago to seek opportunities and returned home to invest after earning some money. I see, Chen Yang responded with a smile. That clarifies my thoughts. His investigation into me and his intentions to deceive stem from Zhao Jiang. Feng Shui, intrigued, asked. And who is that? He is from our village. Chen Yang briefly explained his grievances with the Zhao brothers and mentioned Song Kai's visit regarding a contract earlier that day. Feng Shui frowned upon hearing this. Isn't this a bit too obvious? They might think I am a fool, easier to deceive. Chen Yang chuckled. Then why not refrain from doing business with him? Feng Shui smiled back. Then they wouldn't be able to trick you. No, business must be conducted. However, it remains uncertain who will deceive whom. Chen Yang sneered. I must devise a plan to ensure that Song Kai is left with nothing. Feng Shui, curious, asked. How do you intend to do that? I haven't figured it out yet. Feng Shui looked at him in disbelief. Can we not joke around? Although I am not well versed in business, I understand that bringing down a businessman is no simple task. For me, it is not difficult. Chen Yang smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I do not engage in battles without confidence. He then gazed at her. Let us not dwell on that. It's been a few days since we last met. Did you miss me? Under the moonlight, Feng Shui's cheeks slightly flushed. Oh, what is there to miss? It's only been a few days. Really not. Chen Yang leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear, but I miss you dearly. Feng Shui felt a shiver run through her body, her breath quickening. The village was eerily quiet at night, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon them, and in such an atmosphere, Chen Yang found it hard to resist. He wrapped his arm around Feng Shui's shoulder. I know a place at the back mountain. The surroundings are pleasant, and we won't be disturbed there. Feng Shui discerned his implication. What do you intend to do? I want to. Chen Yang nodded affirmatively. Ah, Feng Shui exclaimed, flustered, lightly pinching him. How shameless. I've been out for a while. If I don't return soon, do you believe my cousin will search the entire village for me? Oh, right. Chen Yang recalled Li Mei, and his excitement waned significantly. This woman would indeed dare to call out for Feng Shui if she didn't return home soon. Reluctantly, he nodded. All right, let us find another opportunity tomorrow. Feng Shui remained silent, looked up at him, and quickly nodded. Oh, there is hope. Chen Yang exclaimed in delight. Chapter 82. The old man's endeavors. While the intentions were noble, the capricious nature of life often complicates matters. As Chen Yang had just risen in the morning, he received a call from Su Yu, who was on her way to Peach Blossom Village. Upon inquiry, he learned that she had already negotiated the contracting of the mountain forest project with the town and was set to demarcate the contract area today. This was a matter that had been previously discussed by the two individuals, as mere cultivation of vegetables would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Chen Yang aspired to a comprehensive and multidimensional approach to farming and aquaculture, aiming to invigorate the entirety of Peach Blossom Village. This endeavor was of paramount importance. Thus, postponing the agreement with Feng Shui was unavoidable. Wang Defa had initiated his efforts quite early, practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard as dawn broke. Upon seeing Chen Yang emerge, he inquired with a smile, I heard you on the phone. Do you have something to attend to today? Indeed. I have finalized a matter today, and henceforth, both the front and back mountains will be under my stewardship, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Excellent, Wang Defa nodded. Do you require assistance? My apprentices are idling about and could lend a hand. Chen Yang hesitated. I wouldn't want to impose. What's there to feel shy about? Wang Defa chuckled, calling out to the RV, Dai Yangzi, you all get up. Today, you will assist Chen Yang with his tasks. Unable to decline such hospitality. And considering that Chu Yang and the others indeed had no pressing matters, Chen Yang accepted after a few polite refusals. Su Yu had also brought a few people along. And once they arrived, the group ascended the mountain together. However, prior to this, Chen Yang sent a message to Feng Shui, informing her of his commitments for the day. Feng Shui, being reasonable, understood the importance of the matter and did not express any discontent. After spending a significant part of the day marking the boundaries of his contracted area, Chen Yang returned to the village only to find that Feng Shui's car was no longer at Li Mei's house. This indicated that she had already returned to the county, and he would not see her again until the following Saturday. Su Yu also did not linger, as she needed to return to procure various items. Thus she too returned to the county. Upon returning home, Tian served the meal that had been prepared in advance, and with everyone feeling famished, they promptly sat down to eat heartily. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Wang Defa posed a question. Have you devised a strategy for dealing with that Song Kai from yesterday? I have some ideas, though they are not fully formed yet, Chen Yang chuckled. I intend to sign that contract with him. Oh, Wang Defa was taken aback. Knowing it's a trap, you still wish to proceed? Only by stepping into the trap can I prove that he truly intends to deceive me. Chen Yang chuckled mischievously. I never initiate a fight. Intriguing, very intriguing. Wang Defa regarded him. And what happens after you sign the contract? I will simply supply him with goods, Chen Yang shrugged. If he wishes to harm me, he will likely try to sabotage my crops and demand compensation. At that point, I will first pay him a sum, then immediately retaliate. I have previously stated that if he seeks to ensnare me, I shall ensure he is left with nothing. Wang Defa mused. While I adhere to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked, how do you plan to counterattack? I haven't fully considered that yet. Chen Yang shook his head. What if I were to set fire to his supermarket? Wang Defa looked at him incredulously. Do not jest. Such actions are beneath us. I was merely joking. Chen Yang laughed. Though I did contemplate it, it would undoubtedly harm the innocent, and must not be done. I do have an idea. Jiang Yu's senior sister, a striking beauty, suddenly spoke up. She had been quite reticent since her arrival at Chen Yang's home. Initially, he had even thought her mute. It was only during the meal that she introduced herself, revealing that she was indeed not. The moniker Big Beauty was bestowed upon her by Wang Defa. Yet the esteemed senior sister is actually named Wei Zhuxi. As she finally spoke, Chen Yang immediately inquired, "What idea do you have?" Wei Zhuxi responded, "You could open another store across from the supermarket and engage in a price war with them." Chen Yang, upon hearing this, opened his mouth in surprise, then offered a wry smile. "I have considered that, but with my current capital, I cannot possibly compete with them. Even half a supermarket would require tens of millions. Wouldn't it? Not necessarily." Wei Zhuxi shook her head. "My family operates supermarkets, and in places like county towns, the investment for a medium-sized supermarket is only a few million. Moreover, even if you sell at lower prices, you are not giving it away for free. You can still recoup some costs. Ultimately, you would only be losing a few tens of thousands daily to the customers. Furthermore, not all products must be sold at a loss. You could sell your own homegrown fruits and vegetables at a slightly higher price, as their quality speaks for itself. Our primary focus should be on attracting customers. If we draw them in, the opposite supermarket will falter within a month." Chen Yang was taken aback, contemplating the depth of her knowledge. However, he hesitated, thinking about his financial limitations. Just as he was about to express his concerns, Wang Defa interjected, "If we are going to do this, let us aim high and open a large supermarket." "Excuse me?" Chen Yang was bewildered. "You plan to fund this? Why? Do you doubt my ability to finance it?" Wang Defa shot him a sidelong glance. "A couple of 100 million is hardly a concern for me." Stunned, Chen Yang turned to Jiang Yu. "What exactly does our master do?" "What do you mean our master?" "He is my master," Jiang Yu retorted, raising her chin and casting him a disapproving glance. "Do you think the title King of Jiangnan is just for show? The King of Jiangnan?" Chen Yang was completely bewildered. "There are still princes in this day and age. What are you talking about?" Wang Defa glared at him. "That is simply an abbreviation for the Wang family of Jiangnan." "Oh, that makes sense." Chen Yang scratched his head, recalling that during his university days, he had heard of the Wang family of Jiangnan. Although it hadn't left a significant impression on him since it felt unrelated to his life. "Big Beauty, let us proceed as you suggested. This matter is entrusted to you and Daong, and it must be executed flawlessly," Wang Defa declared. "Understood, Master," Wei Zhuxi nodded. Chen Yang remained silent, realizing he had incurred a debt of gratitude. As Wang Defa had refrained from mentioning the Thunder Vine, he could no longer feign ignorance. Thus, he ventured, "Old man, your assistance is invaluable, and I find myself without means to repay you." "About the Thunder Vine." Unexpectedly, Wang Defa waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not discuss that. I have an interest in it, but I do not truly desire it. It is better for you to keep it for your own use." Chen Yang paused in astonishment. "What about the spirit stones?" "I have those as well. I just didn't expect you to have found them too." Wang Defa smiled at him. "You little rascal, do you think I am interested in keeping them solely for your treasures? Then what is the reason?" Chen Yang was utterly perplexed. Such disdain for others. "As an elder, I have seen much and experienced even more. Could I possibly linger in your abode over such trivial matters?" Wang Defa could only gaze at him in silence. Chen Yang managed a dry chuckle. It seems my perspective is rather limited." Wang Defa nodded. "To speak frankly, I have come to Taohua Village in search of someone." "Who are you looking for?" Chen Yang inquired, perplexed. Wang Defa, with a face full of wrinkles from smiling, replied, "Why, it is you. Isn't that rather vague?" Chen Yang retorted, "You have found me. Yet you haven't revealed your intentions." "In truth, I had no specific agenda, merely wishing to observe the unique qualities you possess." Wang Defa paused, then continued, "What is it that makes you special?" "I do not understand." Chen Yang shook his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. "You did not know me before." "Indeed, I did not," Wang Defa acknowledged with a nod, then added with a grin, "But I have a senior apprentice who possesses divination skills." "So I was foretold?" "Quite close," Wang Defa chuckled. "After his divination, he informed me, and fortuitously, Jiang Yu was here as well, so I brought along Daangzi and the others." "Is that feasible?" Chen Yang expressed skepticism. "Perhaps you could ask him to divine for me?" "What do you wish to inquire about?" Wang Defa asked. Chen Yang took a deep breath. "I would like to know the whereabouts of my father." "Certainly." Wang Defa replied immediately. "Really?" Chen Yang's eyes widened. "If we can locate my father, I would be willing to offer anything to that master." "That is unnecessary." Wang Defa shook his head, My senior apprentice charges merely 1 coin for divination. He seeks nothing more. Is that all? Indeed, to forego payment would disrupt tradition, yet he does not rely on divination for profit, so he only accepts a token fee. Wang Defa smiled. However, it is important to note that divination also depends on fate. It cannot be performed at any time. Why is that? Chen Yang asked. Wang Defa explained, divination is akin to peering into the mysteries of heaven. Can it be done indiscriminately? Oh, that makes sense, Chen Yang realized, deciding not to rush. He said to the elder, please remember this for me, and when the time is right, I would appreciate his assistance. Very well. Wang Defa nodded. You are quite an impressive young man. You have a connection with my disciple. From now on, we are akin to family. Should you require assistance, I will gladly help. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang found the word somewhat peculiar. A connection with Jiangyu? What kind of connection could it be? Whatever the nature. I hope it is not romantic. As evening fell, and everyone retired for the night, Chen Yang returned to his room and retrieved the medicinal herbs, including the lei gong vine. This matter had already been delayed for several days. It was time to hasten the preparation of the elixir. Although Chen Yang was quite satisfied with his current cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, who wouldn't wish to ascend further? The following day was designated for planting, and Chen Yang attended the event. Upon seeing him, Li Mei exclaimed, "Oh, what happened to you? Did you not sleep last night?" Indeed, due to his all-night alchemical endeavors, Chen Yang's eyes bore the telltale signs of fatigue. Yet Li Mei remained oblivious, and with a teasing smile inquired, "I heard that 2 young ladies have come to your home. What transpired last night?" Chen Yang, rendered speechless, retorted, "Aunt Mei, must you indulge in such wild conjectures?" Li Mei pouted, "Humph. Your demeanor reveals that you certainly engaged in some mischief last night, and yet you deny it. Do you not believe me?" Chen Yang gazed at her and proposed, "Shall we engage in some mischief ourselves? Then you shall discern whether I speak falsely." His words caused Li Mei's cheeks to flush and her heart to race, prompting her to playfully spit at him. However, upon noticing that no one was paying attention to their exchange, she quickly declared, "I must take my leave. You can come by later." "Very well." Chen Yang chuckled in response. The past few days had indeed left him somewhat irritable, and he was in need of an outlet. The two departed in succession, unnoticed by most, save for Jiangyu, who regarded Chen Yang's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. After tending to the crops, the work of clearing the mountains commenced. Several excavators and a dozen earth-moving trucks entered the site, beginning the transformation of the barren slopes surrounding the village. Chen Yang, too, was busy, as it was time to harvest the silver knife fish from the pond. Once these tasks were completed, for days had swiftly passed, and the weekend was upon them. On Friday afternoon, after finishing his immediate responsibilities, Chen Yang summoned Huang Youcai's driver and made his way directly to the county town. He arrived at the school gate before the high school had dismissed, standing outside the wall once more, peering in. This time, however, no security personnel approached to shoo him away. In truth, he recognized that the same guard was on duty as before. But now that individual did not even spare him a glance, evidently having learned his lesson from their previous encounter. Chen Yang, uninterested in the guard, gazed longingly towards the teaching building, awaiting Feng Shui's departure. At long last, Feng Shui emerged, donned in a flowing white dress, and proceeded to drive out of the school grounds. Once in the car, Chen Yang eagerly asked, "What would you like to eat?" "Anything is fine," Feng Shui replied. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Both cold and spicy dishes are acceptable, correct?" "Indeed," Feng Shui nodded, then suddenly realized, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You seem rather perceptive." "What do you mean by on purpose?" Chen Yang feigned innocence. "Humph." Feng Shui shot him a disapproving look before starting the engine and driving away. Chen Yang naturally took her small hand. "Where shall we go after our meal?" "Home," she stated. "To your home?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "Is that appropriate?" "If it's not convenient, you can return to your own house," she replied. "That won't do, after waiting so long for you to have some free time." "I have no intention of going home tonight," Chen Yang asserted with a grin. "So you plan to stay at my house?" Feng Shui glanced at him. "I have no objections," Chen Yang chuckled. "But my father would likely have a strong opinion on the matter." Chen Yang fell silent. "Didn't you previously mention that you lived alone?" Feng Shui nodded. "Yes, but he unexpectedly returned and won't leave until Monday." Chen Yang appeared incredulous. "You must be doing this on purpose." Feng Shui's lips curled into a smile. "If you don't believe me, come home with me and see for yourself." Chen Yang immediately shook his head. "Forget it. I believe you." "So easily intimidated?" Feng Shui laughed. "What is there to fear about my father? You wouldn't understand." Chen Yang sighed. If he were to learn of our relationship, he would surely regard me as an adversary. Not at all. My father is quite reasonable, she countered. That depends on the circumstances. Chen Yang forced a smile, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance of having his beloved daughter abducted by others. Who wouldn't feel disheartened in such a predicament? Feng Shui chuckled softly. It does seem to be the case. By this time, they had arrived at the city center. She maneuvered the car into an underground parking lot, and together they ascended to the upper floors. This locale represented the most vibrant commercial hub of the county, with dining options on the 4th floor and a cinema on the 6th. Many young couples frequented this place for dates, enjoying a seamless experience of dining followed by a film. Chen Yang and Feng Shui were no exception. After a meal, they watched a comedy. And it wasn't until after 10 in the evening that they made their way downstairs. As they approached the car, Feng Shui glanced at Chen Yang, who in turn looked at her. What are your plans now? She inquired. I suppose I should first take you home, and then I'll find a hotel to stay at for the night, replied Chen Yang. Feng Shui regarded him thoughtfully, pursing her lips. Actually, my father isn't home. Huh? Chen Yang's eyes widened in surprise. So you were deceiving me earlier? Not exactly deception, just a little test, Feng Shui retorted. If you knew that visiting my home at night was off limits, and yet still expressed interest in dining and watching a movie with me, it would imply that your thoughts were solely focused on certain matters. What matters? Chen Yang asked, his curiosity piqued. Feng Shui blushed, shot him an exasperated look, and then entered the car. Noticing that Chen Yang remained stationary, she rolled down the window. What are you daydreaming about? Are you coming in or not? Coming, he replied with a sheepish grin, quickly taking his place in the passenger seat. The journey was silent, and they soon arrived at their destination, taking the elevator upstairs. Upon entering the house and confirming that it was indeed empty, Chen Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Please, make yourself comfortable while I tidy up, Feng Shui said before disappearing into her room. Chen Yang's heart raced with curiosity. What was she going to tidy up? Change clothes? Take a shower? While lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Feng Shui's voice from inside. All right, you can sleep in the guest room tonight. Chen Yang was taken aback and approached the door. What about you? I'll sleep in the master bedroom, she replied as she brushed past him. It's getting late. You should rest early. Chen Yang was left in a state of bewilderment, watching her close the door behind her, enveloped in silence. Is this some kind of joke? He thought, utterly speechless. After standing there in a daze for a moment, he turned to head back to the guest room, only to hear the door open again. Turning back, he saw her in a delicate nightgown, preparing to take a shower. Their eyes met, and Feng Shui asked, Why aren't you asleep yet? Chen Yang stammered, unable to articulate the truth, that he wished to share the bed with her. Instead, he forced a chuckle. I'll be there shortly. Good night. As Feng Shui entered the bathroom, the sound of running water soon filled the air. Chen Yang sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself that this was undoubtedly intentional. Though he longed to assert himself, he felt it inappropriate, so he resignedly trudged into the guest room. Lying down and staring at the ceiling, sleep eluded him entirely. He straining to hear any sounds from outside. After a considerable while, the bathroom door swung open. Then he heard the sound of the room door opening and closing again. Well, that was a fleeting hope. Chen Yang sighed in resignation, preparing to turn off the lights and succumb to sleep. However, at that moment, the phone rang, signaling a new message. Upon opening it, he sat up abruptly. My door is unlocked. It was from Feng Shui. Even a fool could discern its meaning. And Chen Yang was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from his bed and made a beeline for Feng Shui's room. He pushed open the door. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet he could still discern her slender figure lying motionless on the bed. Just as he was about to search for the light switch, Feng Shui's soft voice interrupted. Don't turn on the light. Chen Yang withdrew his hand and gently closed the door behind him. The room was now filled solely with the rhythmic beating of their hearts. He paused for a moment, ensuring he was not dreaming, and then cautiously climbed onto the bed. Given the circumstances, there was no need for formality. Chen Yang quickly reached out and embraced Feng Shui's shoulders. She shivered slightly before nestling into his arms. The ensuing moments were filled with warm and affectionate exchanges. The next morning, Chen Yang awoke from his dreams, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. The previous night's experiences had been truly rewarding. Sensing the vitality within him, he vaguely felt on the verge of a breakthrough to the 5th level, which delighted him immensely. More importantly, his connection with Feng Shui had blossomed naturally, providing him with profound satisfaction. Life is such What more could one desire? Just as he was savoring this bliss, Feng Shui entered. Lazy pig, get up, breakfast is ready. Coming. Chen Yang sprang from his bed and dashed to the dining area. Breakfast was quite simple: rice porridge, a boiled egg, and a small plate of pickled vegetables. Chen Yang relished it, while Feng Shui watched him with a gentle smile. Following the events of the previous night, the distance between them had dwindled to mere nothingness. They were now in a state of sweet intimacy. However, before they could finish their meal, a call from Zhang Hua interrupted them. Chen Yang frowned upon seeing the caller ID. This guy never calls with good news. Nevertheless, he answered promptly, "What is up? Yang, where have you been? I heard you didn't come home last night." "What? Why should I report my whereabouts to you?" Chen Yang replied, exasperated. "And what do you mean by didn't come home? I'm not in school anymore." "That's not what I meant. I was just asking." Zhang Hua chuckled nervously. "I came home this morning looking for you, and my sister mentioned it. I was bringing you some medicinal herbs." Chen Yang's eyes brightened at this. "What good stuff did I receive now?" "Well, it's not exactly extraordinary, just some ordinary herbs with a bit of age." "Oh, just leave them at my place then. Is there anything else?" Hearing his tone, Chen Yang furrowed his brow. "What is going on? Just say it." Zhang Hua chuckled awkwardly. "I have a younger brother who wants to ask you for a favor, but if you're busy, we can discuss it later." "Stop beating around the bush," Chen Yang thought, bewildered by Zhang Hua's unusual demeanor. "Are you really not busy? Aren't you with your sister-in-law?" Zhang Hua inquired cautiously. "Huh." Chen Yang was taken aback, pondering why he would ask that. In a state of confusion, Zhang Hua chuckled awkwardly and remarked, "Well, this morning, a brother from the farm mentioned that he saw you dining with a beautiful young lady last night, and then you both went to watch a movie. Is that so?" Chen Yang thought to himself, the county town truly is small. One can easily encounter acquaintances without realizing it. Now he understood what Zhang Hua was implying and said, "Stop with the trivialities. Quickly tell me what is wrong with your younger brother and why he is seeking me out." "His father is unwell. He has visited several hospitals without a diagnosis and wants to ask you for help." "Yang," Zhang Hua replied. "You could have mentioned that earlier. It would have saved us both this rambling." Chen Yang retorted, slightly exasperated. "Where does he live? Give me the address, and I will head over right away." "All right. I'll send it to you immediately." Zhang Hua sounded evidently pleased. This was to be expected. Having Chen Yang's favor enhanced his standing among his younger brothers. After hanging up, Chen Yang turned to Feng Shui and said, "A brother is asking for my assistance. I must go." Feng Shui smiled and replied, "I am not the clingy type. You have things to attend to, and I wouldn't dream of holding you back. Thank you for your understanding." Chen Yang expressed his appreciation and continued, "I'll take a look and return shortly." "Are you certain?" Feng Shui inquired, gazing at him with a smile. "My father will be home by 10 o'clock this morning. This time it's for real." Chen Yang recoiled slightly. "Ah, then perhaps we shall meet again later." Given the events of the previous night, it was no simple matter of taking someone's daughter away. Soon, he received the address from Zhang Hua, bid farewell to Feng Shui, and descended the stairs. This time, he opted not to call Huang Yukai's driver, but instead hailed a taxi and headed straight for the destination. Upon arrival, he spotted Zhang Hua's battered Jetta, trailing black smoke as it wobbled toward him. Watching as Zhang Hua and a young man got out, Chen Yang sighed. "After this, you should accompany me to the county. This car simply cannot be kept any longer. You must replace it with a better one." Chapter 85. The steering wheel fell off. Zhang Hua was quite surprised. "Are we changing cars already? I have only practiced for a few days." Chen Yang shot him a glare. "That doesn't matter. I fear that one day this car will fall apart while driving." Zhang Hua protested, "But what if the new car gets scratched? My heart would ache." "You spent the money. Why should I be concerned? It must be replaced." Chen Yang dismissed him, turning to the young man. "What's wrong with your father?" The young man wore a troubled expression. "He has persistent bruising on his body, which has developed into sores over time, and after visiting every hospital in the county, no one knows what's wrong." "Oh, let us go and take a look at him." Chen Yang, having grasped the general condition, instructed him to lead the way, heading directly to their home. The village was not large, consisting of only 30 to 40 households, and they swiftly arrived at one of them. Upon entering, Chen Yang spotted a middle-aged man lying on the bed, clad only in a pair of briefs. His skin was marred with patches of blue and purple, a rather unsettling sight. "Dad, this is the doctor I found for you." The young man, named Li Rue, introduced Chen Yang to his father. After assessing the condition, Chen Yang had a rough idea of the issue, and after taking his pulse, he was further enlightened. Thus, he inquired, "Uncle, how long have you been suffering from this ailment?" Li Rui's father forced a smile, saying, "In recent years, it has been a constant struggle. Each episode takes nearly a month to resolve, leaving me too apprehensive to step outside. Before these symptoms manifested, had you taken any medication?" Chen Yang inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Li Rui's father replied, "I believe I did, some dental pain medication. What was its name? I'm not certain. The village doctor concocted it, comprising 3 types, all packaged by him." "Understood," Chen Yang chuckled. Turning to Li Rui, "Your father's ailment is quite uncomplicated. It is merely an allergic reaction. If I am not mistaken, the dental medication likely contains hormonal components. While most individuals do not exhibit allergic symptoms, there are exceptions. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Li Rui clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "That scoundrel! My father always consults him first when he falls ill, yet he claims he cannot treat it. What a charade!" "Not necessarily. Such allergies are relatively rare, and it is understandable that a rural doctor may not be familiar with them," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Have your father discontinue that medication and begin taking some antihistamines." "How long until my father recovers?" Li Rui asked. "With medication, he should improve in about 10 days. If you wish for a quicker recovery, he ought to forage for some herbal remedies for external application." "Brother Yang, there's an event at Rui Zi's home in a couple of days. If we can hasten his recovery, we should make every effort," Zhang Hua remarked. "All right, I shall venture into the mountains to gather some herbs," Chen Yang decided, feeling that since he was already there, he might as well assist fully. "Rui Zi, you stay here. I will accompany Brother Yang." Zhang Hua followed Chen Yang out. The mountains loomed ahead, separated by a small river and a stretch of farmland. As they ascended, Chen Yang asked, "What event is taking place at Rui Zi's home?" "It marks the first anniversary of his mother's passing, and relatives will be gathering. Rui Zi's father must host them," Zhang Hua explained. Chen Yang expressed surprise. She must have been quite young, then, to have passed at such an early age. "Indeed," Zhang Hua sighed. His aunt was only 46, seemingly in good health, but one day, while riding her electric bike, she suddenly collapsed by the roadside. And by the time she was discovered, it was too late. "What was the cause?" Chen Yang inquired. Zhang Hua replied, "According to Rui Zi, it was likely a cerebral hemorrhage." "Likely?" Chen Yang paused. "Isn't that a rather vague assumption? In rural areas, when someone dies, the immediate concern is to arrange the funeral. Few have the time or inclination to investigate the cause of death thoroughly. Whatever the doctor claims is simply accepted," Zhang Hua explained. "I see," Chen Yang reflected, acknowledging that while understanding the cause of death is desirable, it often requires an autopsy, a procedure that the common folk typically resist. After reaching the foot of the mountain, he refrained from further questioning and soon found several necessary herbs to return to Li Rui's home. Once back, they crushed the herbs, extracted the juice, and filtered out the impurities. Together, the 3 of them began applying the mixture to Li Rui's father. In no time, he was entirely coated in green, resembling a diminutive version of the Hulk. After wrapping his body with gauze, Chen Yang said to Li Rui's father, "Uncle, dismantle the gauze at this time tonight. By then, scabs will form on your body, and everything will be fine." "That would be splendid. Thank you, thank you," Li Rui's father responded, visibly agitated. "There's no need for thanks. Just refrain from using dubious medications in the future," Chen Yang advised. "Yes, I will certainly do that." Li Rui's father nodded, then sighed. "If only I had met you sooner, Rui's mother might not have perished." "Excuse me?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" It was said that Rui's mother died of a cerebral hemorrhage, but Chen Yang suspected that there was more to the story regarding the medication she had taken. "She had no history of high blood pressure," Li Rui's father explained. "During that time, she often complained of dizziness. Lacking medical knowledge, I went to the village doctor and bought some medication, yet after just 2 days of taking it, she was gone." "Is that so?" Chen Yang was stunned. "Do you still have the medication you bought back then?" Li Rui's father shook his head. "It's long gone. I don't even know what happened to it. I remember it being on the shelf during the funeral, but later it just vanished." Chen Yang's expression shifted. The more he pondered, the more troubled he became. It was not unusual for someone in their 40s to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage, especially in an era where diets were richer and blood conditions were deteriorating among younger populations. However, according to Li Rui's father, his wife had been in good health with normal blood pressure. How could she have suffered a cerebral hemorrhage? Coupled with the missing medication, something was decidedly amiss. "What's wrong, Yanggu?" Zhang Hua inquired, noticing Chen Yang's silence. "This matter," Chen Yang hesitated before shaking his head. It's nothing. We should head to the county. Oh, all right. Zhang Hua nodded, not thinking much of it, and stood up. Li Rui stayed at home. And after the two departed the village, Chen Yang remarked, I have a suspicion about the village doctor. Let's not mention this to Li Rui just yet. We should discreetly investigate. Are you suggesting that Rui's mother may have been murdered? Zhang Hua asked. That is a possibility, Chen Yang affirmed with a nod. Understood. I will send someone to look into this. If it turns out to be true. Zhang Hua tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I will make that scoundrel pay. In his excitement, however, he heard a loud crack as the steering wheel came off. Chen Yang exchanged a bewildered glance with him, both exclaiming in shock. Zhang Hua was left dazed, completely at a loss for what to do. Chen Yang had never driven before and was equally unsure. As the two inexperienced individuals floundered, the old Jetta veered straight into a roadside ditch. Fortunately, the ditch was shallow, only about half a meter deep, and the car wedged itself in, immovable. Grasping the overhead handle, Chen Yang glanced at the shaken Zhang Hua and said, Perhaps we should abandon this car? Chapter 86. Quack Dr. Zhang Hua managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Yang Gu, this isn't my fault. Who could have known the steering wheel would be so fragile? Still adjusting to your newfound strength? I see. Chen Yang chuckled. Ah, understood, Zhang Hua nodded. Let us leave the car here. We'll walk to the county. Chen Yang waved his hand and set off towards the county town. What are you going to the county for? Zhang Hua inquired as he hurried to catch up. I'm going to buy a new vehicle. After all, you're going to be Mr. Zhang. You can't be seen driving a tricycle, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Mr. Zhang? What do you mean? Zhang Hua clearly did not understand. However, Chen Yang chose not to elaborate and instead draped his arm around Zhang Hua's shoulder. How long has it been since we've walked and talked like this? It seems like quite a while. Zhang Hua pondered. The last time was probably in the second semester of high school, right? You used to love singing that song. Friends walk together through life. Chen Yang sang a line, then chuckled. You fool. The first two words are the title. Oh, right. What comes next? Just go away. The two laughed and strolled along the country path, reminiscent of their youthful days. Upon returning to the main road, they soon encountered an empty taxi, which Chen Yang hailed, directing it straight to the dealership. He had already considered this during their previous conversation, planning to purchase a robust pickup truck for Zhang Hua. The earlier mention of Mr. Zhang was not a jest. In the future, he intended to buy him a luxury car as well. But for now, a pickup was the practical choice. Ultimately, Chen Yang settled on a Shanghai Cannon. The salesperson continually promoted installment payments, emphasizing their affordability, but Chen Yang had no patience for such chatter. He produced his bank card and handed it over. Add an extra 1,000 on top of the total for your trouble. I want the vehicle now, in full. Certainly. Please hold on. The salesperson's demeanor transformed dramatically as he took the bank card, no longer mentioning the installments. Zhang Hua watched, astonished. Is it really that simple? Brother Yang? Why wouldn't it be? Chen Yang chuckled. In this world, everyone is eager for profit. They push so hard for sales because it's all about the money. If I provide them what they desire, isn't that much more straightforward? Zhang Hua gave him a thumbs up. Brother Yang, you're impressive. The subsequent process went smoothly, the paperwork completed, and the brand new vehicle soon emerged from the warehouse. However, once inside, both were taken aback. Zhang Hua, trained in manual transmission, found himself unable to operate the automatic vehicle. Chen Yang, exasperated, tapped his forehead. Let us hire a driver to take it back to town, and then you can take your time learning. Oh, that works, Zhang Hua nodded. Ultimately, a driver returned the vehicle home, where a throng of younger acquaintances rushed over, their expressions revealing their admiration for the imposing pickup truck. You start figuring it out. Don't forget about Rui's situation. I'm heading home, Chen Yang remarked. Zhang Hua, brimming with joy, immediately offered, Brother Yang, let me walk you. No, I'll walk back. It's safer. Chen Yang hastily waved him off and departed. Upon returning home, he found Wang Defa's RV and its owner absent. However, Jiang Yu was present. She approached him swiftly, gazing intently upwards. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Yang teased, touching his nose. Do I have something on my face? I think you look rather dapper. Where did you go last night? Jiang Yu scrutinized him. Why must I report to you about my whereabouts? Chen Yang laughed and turned to enter his room. Jiang Yu stomped her foot in frustration, yet felt powerless against him. As the afternoon wore on, Chen Yang received a phone call from Zhang Hua. Brother Yang, I've inquired about Rui's situation. It turns out their village's doctor, Wang Xiang, has quite a dubious reputation. He was previously reported for selling counterfeit medicine. Chen Yang frowned upon hearing this. What happened next? He inquired. Strangely enough, nothing came of it. Perhaps they couldn't find any evidence of the counterfeit drugs? Zhang Hua replied with a bitter smile. However, when I connect this with Rue Zi's mother's issues, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. I share your sentiments. Do you have any further news? Not at the moment. Just as Zhang Hua finished speaking, a voice from a younger associate interrupted. Boss, it's not good. There's been an incident with Li Rue. What? Zhang Hua's voice rose an octave. What happened? The young associate replied. He was attacked and is being rushed to the hospital. Chen Yang listened intently, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Hua, don't panic. Wait for me in the town. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, he swiftly exited his house. By the time Zhang Yu realized he was gone, he had already reached the village entrance. This fellow is in quite a rush. One wonders what has him so frantic. Once out of the village, Chen Yang seemed to have activated a turbo mode, speeding toward the town. Upon arrival, Zhang Hua and several associates were already waiting, even with a few in the back seat. No need for so many. 3 should stay behind, and the rest can guard the house, Chen Yang commanded before taking the passenger seat. As the others exited the vehicle, Zhang Hua, with a serious expression, started the engine, heading straight for Li Rue's home. This time, Chen Yang was not concerned about Zhang Hua's driving skills, allowing him to accelerate to 100 kilometers per hour without hesitation. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. A few individuals disembarked and hurried to the roadside clinic. There were bloodstains at the entrance, while inside, the sounds of laughter echoed. Damn it, they dared to laugh after attacking my brother? Zhang Hua's eyes reddened. Earlier, when he called Chen Yang, the young associate had clarified the situation. Li Rue had gone to confront Wang Xiang, only to be assaulted by several of Wang's cronies, who took advantage of their numbers. Fortunately, Li Rue's injuries were not severe. He merely sustained a cut on his head that bled a little. The villagers had taken him to the hospital for a bandage. Nevertheless, Zhang Hua could not bear it and was determined to seek justice for Li Rue. Just as he was about to storm inside, Chen Yang held him back. Calm down, leave this to me. With that, he stepped forward and pushed open the clinic door. Inside were 6 individuals, one wearing glasses while the others were burly men, their expressions indicating they were not of good character. What do you want? The bespectacled man asked. Are you Wang Xiang? Chen Yang inquired. Yes, what is it? Wang Xiang replied with a stern face. Chen Yang continued. Did you attack Li Rue? Indeed. Wang Xiang nodded. What of it? Are you here to stand up for him? The moment this was asked, the burly men erupted in laughter. Chen Yang, slender in frame and less robust than Li Rue, appeared to be overestimating his capabilities. Amidst their mocking, Chen Yang calmly asked, Why did you strike him? Because he slandered me, claiming I am a quack. Wang Xiang shrugged. Isn't that just baseless accusations? Aren't you? Chen Yang stepped into the room and glanced around the clinic, which was utterly filthy and chaotic. Against the wall were 2 single beds, presumably for patients receiving 4 drips, yet the white sheets had turned a grimy gray, leaving one to wonder how long it had been since they were last washed. In a place devoid of even the scent of disinfectant, how could the doctor not be a quack? Chapter 87. A heinous crime. Wang Xiang detected Chen Yang's provocation and narrowed his eyes, saying, Kid, let me remind you, don't seek trouble for no reason. Isn't that why I'm here? Chen Yang replied, hands behind his back, grinning at the group. Shall we take turns? Or all at once? Oh my, this kid is truly arrogant. A burly man beside Wang Xiang could no longer contain himself and lunged forward. The others followed suit, rushing towards Chen Yang with fists and kicks. However, to everyone's surprise, before their blows could reach him, they seemed to be repelled by an invisible force. Ouch! Ah, that hurts. In that brief moment of interruption, no one could discern how Chen Yang had acted. Yet, the burly men lay sprawled on the ground, faces contorted in pain, crying out for help. Wang Xiang, who had been gleefully smiling just a second ago, was now left dumbfounded. He had thought that with his brothers, subduing this scrawny kid would be effortless, yet the situation had flipped entirely. As he stood there in shock, Chen Yang ignored him and walked straight to the medicine cabinet. Though Wang Xiang's clinic was small, it was adequately equipped, yet the sanitary conditions were deplorable. The cabinet had dozens of drawers, an old design that must have been at least 100 to 180 years old. Chen Yang casually opened one drawer, examined the herbs inside, then moved on to the next. Wang Xiang was bewildered. What are you doing? What do you think? Chen Yang sneered, pinching a handful of dried grass leaves from one drawer. The label on this drawer says Chai Hu. But what have you actually placed here? Chai. Chai who? Wang Xiang replied, wide-eyed and defiantly. Humph. Chen Yang squinted. It seems you truly have something to hide. As he spoke, he swiftly moved next to Wang Xiang and pressed a vital point on his chest. Wang Xiang's face turned pale, and he slumped to the ground, his body trembling violently. What you are experiencing now is merely a fraction of my strength. When I grant you the chance to speak, if you do not tell the truth, you shall taste the full force of my power. Chen Yang pulled up a chair and sat down, eyeing the other burly men. Stop pretending. Get up. The men exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, and reluctantly climbed to their feet. What is your relationship with him? Chen Yang inquired. We're just ordinary friends, stammered a man with prominent triangular eyes. No sooner had he spoken than he cried out and collapsed to the ground, trembling like Wang Xiang, drenched in cold sweat. Despite the agony etched on their faces, they could not utter a single sound, regardless of how wide they opened their mouths. Chen Yang remained still, merely picking up a peanut from the table and tossing it, striking the man at a vital point. The others stood in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. At that moment, Chen Yang turned to the burly man across from him. You speak. The man trembled, blinking vigorously. We are sworn brothers. Then it follows that you are fully aware of how many people Wang Xiang has deceived with counterfeit drugs? Chen Yang inquired. The burly man shuddered, internally conflicted. To be truthful, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. If he remained silent, his fate would be sealed immediately. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Chen Yang called out to the door. Huazi, bring everyone in and bind them. Understood. Zhang Hua rushed into the clinic with his men, pouncing like wolves. Simultaneously, he asked, Brother Yang, should we send them to the police after tying them up? No need to rush, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head and glancing at Wang Xiang. This fellow hasn't confessed completely yet. With that, he tossed another peanut. Wang Xiang relaxed, his body slackening as he exhaled deeply. Chen Yang observed him with a knowing smile. I will ask you once more, how many deceitful acts have you committed previously? Wang Xiang's composure had shattered. He struggled to articulate the torment he had just endured. Moreover, Chen Yang's methods were terrifyingly effective. How had he found himself entangled with such a formidable adversary? As Chen Yang narrowed his eyes, Wang Xiang, in fear, immediately began to speak. I will tell you everything. Excellent. Chen Yang nodded, turning to Zhang Hua. Take these individuals to the back and interrogate them separately. We will compare their accounts upon your return. If there are discrepancies, this fellow will have a hard time today. Understood. Zhang Hua responded, lifting the man with the triangular eyes, while the others took the rest to the back. Wang Xiang, now as pale as a sheet, pleaded, Brother, I can give you some money. Just let me go. Did you ever spare others? Chen Yang retorted, emphasizing his words. Start from the beginning. Wang Xiang quivered and nodded eagerly. All right. Fear had gripped him, and he recounted in detail the misdeeds he had committed over the years. Chen Yang recorded everything on his phone. Simultaneously, he rose to follow Wang Xiang's confession, locating the counterfeit drugs he had hidden. The counterfeit materials in the Chinese medicine cabinet were merely the tip of the iceberg. The majority of Wang Xiang's stash consisted of Western medicine. These were typically capsules or tablets, easily disguised in different bottles, making them virtually indistinguishable to the average person. Wang Xiang was not a fool. Although he admitted to much, he remained silent regarding the matter of Li Rui's mother. Chen Yang recognized his lingering hope for leniency and silently scoffed. Having confessed so much, withholding the truth is futile. With the evidence of his ledger and the counterfeit drugs in hand, it was already clear that the ailments of Li Rui's parents were the result of this charlatan's malpractice. He bore no grudge against Li Rui's family. Selling counterfeit drugs was solely a means of making money. Chen Yang's anger intensified as he listened, for the sake of a mere few dozen dollars in profit. This one cared not for human life. Originally, he contemplated reporting the matter to the authorities, seeking justice through legal means. However, a profound sense of vengeance surged within him. At that moment, Zhang Hua rushed in from behind, exclaiming, Yang Gu. Upon seeing his expression, Chen Yang inquired with curiosity, what is the matter? Let us discuss this outside. Zhang Hua suggested, gazing deeply into his eyes. All right. Chen Yang nodded and stood up, and the two made their way to the entrance of the clinic. Yang Gu, we have underestimated the situation. Wang Xiang and his accomplices are involved in far more than merely selling counterfeit medicine. What else is there? Chen Yang asked, puzzled. Zhang Hua paused briefly, then inhaled deeply. They are also trafficking opium. What? Chen Yang was taken aback, immediately questioning. Is it a significant amount? Yes, Zhang Hua affirmed, nodding. According to that triangular-eyed informant, they have cultivated over 1,000 poppy plants this year alone, extracting several kilograms of opium from them. Wow, Chen Yang exclaimed, dumbfounded. They certainly have audacity. Yang, I believe we should promptly alert the authorities. This matter is far too serious. Zhang Hua urged. Indeed. I initially thought that selling counterfeit medicine wasn't a capital offense and considered administering some private justice to Wang Xiang. But now that's unnecessary. Chen Yang nodded, a smile breaking across his face. This time he is doomed. Chapter 88. A series of twists and turns. Zhang Hua and the others swiftly discovered the concealed opium in the backyard of Wang Xiang's clinic. A substantial bag filled with a dark, viscous substance. Chen Yang identified it as high-purity opium. Consequently, they immediately contacted the police, who arrived in a flurry. The remaining proceedings were straightforward. Wang Xiang and his associates were taken in for questioning, and Zhang Hua accompanied them to the police station. This was at Chen Yang's suggestion. Although he was initially the one who stepped forward, it was more prudent for Zhang Hua to represent them during the official investigation. Once everyone had departed, Chen Yang paid a visit to Li Rui's home, recounting the events to the father and son. Upon hearing the details, Li Rui knelt before him, exclaiming, "Thanks to you, Yang, I would have never known that my mother was actually murdered. Get up, what are you doing?" Chen Yang quickly helped him to his feet. Though the deceased cannot return, Wang Xiang will undoubtedly face adequate punishment, which serves as a form of closure for your mother. Yes, I understand, Li Rui nodded, his face filled with gratitude. Yang, from now on, you are my elder brother. I would willingly risk everything for you. Let us not go that far. Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively. Enjoying good food and drink with me is acceptable, but let us leave the rest aside. After spending some time at the Li residence, he awaited the arrival of Huang Youcai's driver to return to town. Zhang Hua returned in the evening, entering with a smile and declaring, "Yang, I have good news." "What is it?" Chen Yang asked, noticing his exuberance. "I, along with my brothers, have earned accolades." Zhang Hua beamed. "You won't believe it. The opium we found today constitutes the largest drug case in the county, even drawing attention from the provincial authorities. The investigating officers told me that while engaging in a brawl is inappropriate, given our discovery of such a significant case, we would be exempt from penalties. And there is a possibility of receiving a reward." "Yes, that occurred to me as well," Chen Yang replied. Chen Yang nodded, expressing his concern. "This is exactly what I feared. I cannot reveal myself just yet, and must leave it to you to bear the burden." Zhang Hua chuckled. "I understand. Even if there are no merits to be gained, I must still step forward." "All right, it's good that everything is fine," Chen Yang replied as he stood up. "It's getting late. I must return home." "Come on, brother Yang. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us have a drink tonight," Zhang Hua insisted. "Could you please inform Jiang Yu?" Chen Yang inquired. "I didn't return home last night, and she was a bit upset. I should at least update her on my whereabouts today." Zhang Hua hesitated, scratching his head. "On second thought, let us skip that. I fear she might come looking for me." Chen Yang chuckled and turned to leave. Upon arriving home, the sky was completely dark. In the courtyard, only the elderly man was leisurely sipping tea. "Old man, you're still awake? Why sleep so early?" Chen Yang inquired with a smile. Wang Defa glanced at him. "Have you had a busy day?" "Not too bad," Chen Yang replied, taking the teacup Wang Defa offered and draining it in one go. "I had to stand up for a friend, which led to quite a few complications." "Is that so? Do share." Wang Defa seemed intrigued. "All right," Chen Yang nodded, starting with the skin ailment of Li Rui's father. After he finished, Wang Defa chuckled. "What a convoluted tale." "Indeed. Who would have thought that a purveyor of counterfeit medicine would have such audacity?" Chen Yang laughed. "This matter is far from simple," Wang Defa remarked, eyeing him intently. "The police need to invest significant effort to investigate thoroughly. Mere involvement from Wang Xiang and his group cannot orchestrate such a grand scheme." "Are you suggesting they have backing?" Chen Yang questioned. "That is unequivocally the case. You are well aware of our country's stringent regulations regarding narcotics," Wang Defa affirmed. "Wang Xiang and his associates possess the capability to clandestinely cultivate and extract, but what about their distribution? Who will facilitate their sales? A robust and covert sales network is essential." Chen Yang's realization dawned. Indeed, it appears there are quite a few individuals lurking in the shadows. "It depends on whether the police can apprehend them," Wang Defa chuckled. "Also, Remember to advise your comrades to be wary of retaliation. Understood. Thank you for the warning. Old man. Chen Yang promptly took out his phone. Upon calling, he discovered that Zhang Hua and the others were already indulging in drinks. Fortunately, he hadn't overindulged. Upon hearing Chen Yang's caution, he immediately responded, "Got it. Thank you for the heads up, Brother Yang." Though he promised to heed the advice. Trouble still arose that very night. At 4 in the morning, as Chen Yang was practicing, preparing to break through to the 5th level, his phone rang. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, Chen Yang hesitated but eventually answered, "Who is this?" "Brother Yang, it's me." The frantic voice on the other end belonged to Li Rue. "Something has happened to Hua Gu and the others." "What's wrong?" Chen Yang instantly stood up. "There's a fire. The entire courtyard has been engulfed in flames. Thankfully, everyone is mostly all right, but they have all sustained injuries." "Where is everyone?" Chen Yang felt a slight relief. Upon learning that Zhang Hua and the others had been taken to the county hospital, he hurriedly left his house. However, as he reached the entrance, he noticed Wang Defa's RV suddenly illuminating with lights. Xu Yang opened the car door and said, "Get in." Chen Yang appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon entering the vehicle, he noticed Wang Defa had also joined them. "That ringtone of yours is deafening. The moment I heard it, I knew something was amiss." Wang Defa chuckled. "Where are we headed? The county?" "Yes," Chen Yang nodded. "Zhang Hua and the others have encountered trouble. I must check on them." Wang Defa did not inquire further. "Dai Yangzi, drive," he instructed. "All right." Xu Yang started the RV, heading straight for the county. As they neared their destination, the sky gradually lightened. Upon arrival at the hospital's emergency department, Chen Yang spotted Zhang Hua and his companions. All 5 of them, including Zhang Hua, were wrapped in bandages, lying on hospital beds. Li Rue, seemingly unscathed, was bustling about, handling various formalities. Chen Yang approached Zhang Hua and asked, "What happened?" "Fortune smiled upon us." Zhang Hua replied with a wry smile. One of the brothers woke up in the middle of the night to use the restroom and caught a whiff of a strong gasoline odor. He then spotted someone fleeing from outside the yard and immediately roused us. Zhang Hua sighed, "But we were a bit late. That person had already set the place ablaze." And flames soared 2 to 3 meters high around the yard. Fortunately, our newly purchased vehicle was parked inside, so I led everyone to escape in it. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. "But how did you end up injured?" "Once we got outside, we realized there were others waiting, charging at us with knives." Zhang Hua chuckled. "But we are not to be trifled with." Without hesitation, we confronted them. "Is that so?" Chen Yang glanced at the others. Despite their bandaged bodies, their spirits seemed relatively high, indicating their injuries were not severe. He then inquired, "What about the assailants?" "One of them sustained several stab wounds, but was dragged away by another. We did not pursue them." "Understood," Chen Yang acknowledged, then asked, "How are your injuries?" "What did the doctor say?" "No worries, just superficial wounds," Zhang Hua replied with a smile, but then grimaced, "It's a pity about my house. Everything was reduced to ashes." "At a time like this, you're still lamenting material possessions?" Chen Yang scolded him playfully. "Rest assured, we won't let this injustice go unanswered. We will find the arsonist sooner or later." "Yes, and we shall demand double the compensation." Zhang Hua agreed. "Brother Yang, I don't want to stay in the hospital. Can we go home?" Chen Yang contemplated for a moment. "All right, once everything is settled, everyone will come with me back to Taohua Village." The injuries of Zhang Hua and the others were manageable on their own, and their recovery would undoubtedly be swifter than that in the hospital. At that moment, Li Rue, who was about to arrange for their hospitalization, overheard and promptly returned to ask, "Brother Hua, is it a matter of insufficient funds?" "I can help. What are you thinking?" "It's not about the money." Zhang Hua shot him a look. "With Brother Yang here, why would we need to be treated here?" "Oh right," Li Rue finally realized, sheepishly smiling. On the way back to Taohua Village, Chen Yang pondered for a long time, still uncertain about the identity of the arsonist. If it were Wang Xiang's associates behind it, the retaliation seemed rather swift. Thus, he leaned towards the notion that it was someone dispatched by Yang Jian. After all, this individual had been relatively subdued lately. After their man was chased off from the town, there had been little activity since. Regrettably, the arsonist remains at large. Had we managed to apprehend even one, Chen Yang would have found a way to extract a confession. The journey home was marked by silence, and upon arriving, Chen Yang hastened into the mountains, swiftly gathering a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. While he was tending to the wounds of those around him, several trucks rolled into the village, heading directly to his residence. Leading the convoy was Huang Youcai's luxurious vehicle. Upon seeing him disembark, Chen Yang, puzzled, inquired, "Brother, what brings you here?" "We're here to build your house." Huang Yukai replied with a smile. "Is it happening so soon?" Chen Yang was taken aback. "I haven't even prepared yet." "What preparation is needed?" "Just discard the old and replace it with the new." Huang Yukai waved his hand grandly, and over 20 individuals emerged from the trucks. "Well, everyone should take a moment to rest. Though the items at home are in disarray, we cannot simply discard them." Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "I need to sort through things with my sister." "Very well, let us set up temporary housing first." Huang Yukai chuckled. When rebuilding a house, one must have a place to temporarily reside, and his thoughtfulness was evident. He arranged for the installation of a temporary structure and tents in the open space at the entrance. Wang Defa, already aware of Chen Yang's plans to rebuild, recognized Huang Yukai and struck up a conversation with him. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Tian busied themselves sorting through their belongings, only to discover, upon careful examination, that they possessed far more than they had realized. Zhang Hua and the others offered to assist, but given their injuries, Chen Yang firmly declined their help. Tian, being particularly frugal, was reluctant to part with anything of value, ultimately resorting to relocating all the items to the tent. After a morning filled with activity, they finally managed to clear out the main house. As for the side room, they couldn't bear to discard anything, so the workers collectively took it upon themselves to carry everything outside. Subsequently, an excavator arrived to demolish the nearly 30-year-old house, causing Tian to shed tears. The workers accelerated their efforts, while Huang Yukai and Wang Defa, having little to do, sat beneath the tent, enjoying tea and engaging in light conversation. Noticing that Chen Yang was unoccupied, the elderly gentleman beckoned him over, saying, "Now that Mr. Huang's people are here, you need not worry. Come and have some tea. Please, don't address me so formally. Just call me Xiao Huang." Huang Yukai interjected hastily. As Chen Yang sat down to sip some water, Huang Yukai immediately inquired, "Brother, I heard about yesterday's events. I just inquired through a contact, and it seems the police have made no progress. Even if they do, they won't be able to divulge much." Chen Yang sighed. "Until the case is solved, they can't reveal too much information." "Indeed, my contact conveyed the same sentiment." Huang Yukai replied with a wry smile. "However, the perpetrator cannot evade capture. They will be apprehended." "I share your belief," Chen Yang nodded. "But this matter is not of immediate concern. I am contemplating discussing business with that person surnamed Song." "That contract of yours is clearly a trap," Huang Yukai exclaimed. "Thus, I suggest avoiding negotiations altogether. There is no reason to willingly fall into a pit. We should confront him directly." "That seems rather inappropriate," Chen Yang chuckled. "Such an approach lacks justification." "That can easily be arranged," Huang Yukai replied. Huang Yukai chuckled. "Just start with Zhao Lalu. The one surnamed Song is undoubtedly targeting you because of him." "Oh," Chen Yang paused. "Do you have evidence, my brother?" "Sort of," Huang Yukai nodded. "I had someone inquire before. Zhao Lalu had been in prison, and later he ended up working for Song Kai. Normally, for someone like him, finding a job after being released would be quite difficult, so why did Song Kai take him in?" "Why indeed?" Chen Yang asked. "I learned just a couple of days ago that Zhao Lalu met a fellow inmate in prison, who happens to be Song Kai's brother." "Is that so?" Chen Yang enlightened. While it was still unclear why they were treating Zhao Lalu so favorably, especially promoting him to a vice president position, there was certainly something amiss. Huang Yukai squinted. "So, don't wait for them to strike. It's unnecessary." "Exactly, and this time my disciple is the one stepping forward. It doesn't concern you, so don't overthink it," Wang Defa laughed. "All right then." Chen Yang nodded. "I prefer not to worry about too many matters. Handling one issue at a time will suffice." Indeed, both Wang Defa and Huang Yukai chuckled in unison. "I am profoundly grateful to both of you," Chen Yang expressed, his eyes filled with emotion. "You are my benefactors." "What nonsense!" Huang Yukai shot him a glare. "Without you, I would have been nearly cremated by now." Wang Defa smiled silently, observing Chen Yang. Noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, Chen Yang inquired, "Old man, why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing. Just wait until you're through this busy period." Wang Defa smiled, rising to gaze at the construction site across from them. "Xiao Huang, when will this house be completed?" Huang Yukai replied. "It will take at least a few days, and once built, renovations will also require time. You won't be able to move in for at least half a month." "That seems quite lengthy." Wang Defa nodded and turned to Chen Yang. "Since there isn't anything major going on, take this time to enhance your skills." "Oh," Chen Yang thought to himself, wondering what was going on with such a blatant hint about events half a month later. However, Since the old man didn't intend to elaborate, he opted not to pursue the matter further, burying his curiosity within. In the evening, as the workers finished their shifts, the tent was brightly lit and quite lively. Zhang Hua and others, still nursing their injuries and with Jiang Yu present, naturally refrained from drinking alcohol, resorting instead to beverages as substitutes. Amidst the merriment, a car arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing the person stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Yang stood up with a smile. "Oh, isn't that Director Zhao?" The newcomer was none other than Zhao Jiang, the second of the Zhao brothers. "It's quite lively here. Are you rebuilding the house?" Indeed, the previous structure was too dilapidated. It was time for an overhaul. Chen Yang nodded. "Director Zhao, do you have business here?" "I'm back to take a look," Zhao Jiang replied with a smile. "Moreover, I wanted to inquire about the cooperation matter. Our Director Song came personally to discuss it with you. Yet there has been no news until now." "Oh, I completely forgot." Chen Yang laughed. Zhao Jiang was left speechless, his gaze scanning Chen Yang's face in confusion. In his perception, Chen Yang remained a rather foolish fellow, not particularly sharp-witted. Hearing him say this now further corroborated the point. Zhao Jiang sighed and turned to Tian Tian. "Chen Yang cannot be the one to make decisions, can he?" "Indeed." Tian Tian nodded. "Though my brother may not be the brightest, he is mostly lucid. In this case." Zhao Jiang found himself at a loss and could only address Chen Yang. "Now that I am here, are you interested in this collaboration?" "Absolutely," Chen Yang replied with a nod. "However, the contract needs some amendments." "Oh," Zhao Jiang was taken aback. "What changes do you propose?" "I am dissatisfied with the original price. It cannot be based on seasonal rates. I demand a tenfold increase," Chen Yang declared. "Pardon?" Zhao Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "I said, if the seasonal price is 2 yuan per jean, then you must pay me 20 during the purchase," Chen Yang asserted. "You," Zhao Jiang's temper flared. "What nonsense is this?" Chen Yang met his gaze. "I am not jesting. This is the price for my vegetables. If you do not wish to proceed, then so be it. I am not worried about selling them." Zhao Jiang fell silent, locking eyes with him. After a while, he finally nodded. "Very well, I will discuss this with General Song." With that, he turned and walked away. Chen Yang had initially wanted to inquire about Zhao Laoda's current situation, but he swallowed his words back down. This fellow certainly played his part well, appearing quite refined. Zhang Hua snorted disdainfully, but one can tell he is not a good person just by looking into his eyes. They are filled with malice. He harbors resentment against Chen Yang. Wang Defa chimed in. Zhang Hua continued. "Brother Yang, I suggest we deal with him directly." "How?" Chen Yang turned to him. "Should we beat him into submission?" "Ah, that won't do." Zhang Hua shook his head. "That would not be to our advantage." Chen Yang chuckled. "Well, think of a better plan then. Leave it to me." Zhang Hua patted his chest confidently. That evening, Huang Yukai returned to the county town, and Zhang Hua and the others camped outside. By the next day, after most of their injuries had healed, Chen Yang accompanied them to the town. "My car, my house." Upon seeing the front of his new car smashed and the yard in disarray, Zhang Hua nearly burst into tears. "That's enough." Chen Yang smiled and turned to Li Rue. "What did the police station in the town say?" Li Rue replied, "They have yet to identify the arsonist or the assailant." This was all within Chen Yang's expectations, and he nodded. "All right, let us leave the house as it is for now. There is no rush to rebuild. The car can be repaired in the county town." "What about us?" Zhang Hua asked. "You can help out at my house," Chen Yang replied. "Your skills are still developing, and I can assist everyone in improving." "Wonderful," Zhang Hua beamed. "Then this minor loss is inconsequential. It is worth it." After sending the car for repairs and tidying up the house, they returned to Taohua Village. Since Chen Yang had no need for the house, he decided to venture into the mountains to gather some medicinal herbs. However, just as he stepped outside, he heard footsteps behind him. "What are you up to now?" Without turning around, he knew it was the ever-following Jiang Yu. Chen Yang turned to face her. "I'm going to gather herbs in the mountains. What's it to you?" "I want to go too," Jiang Yu replied eagerly. "Why? Aren't you supposed to help my sister with cooking?" "No need. We have enough hands. I just want to go play in the mountains." Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, noticing Wang Defa beaming at them, and reluctantly nodded. "All right, let us go." Jiang Yu immediately brightened, skipping joyfully towards the west of the village. With a sense of resignation, Chen Yang followed suit. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Jiang Yu remained silent, humming a cheerful tune, as if embarking on a delightful autumn excursion. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Yang inquired, "What has you so elated? Are you not happy to be entering the mountains?" Jiang Yu retorted, "Well, it's fine." Chen Yang shrugged. I've roamed these mountains since childhood, so there's nothing particularly novel about it. But there are delicious things to eat here. Jiang Yu exclaimed with a smile, suddenly pointing. What is that over there? So red? Just wild fruits, Chen Yang replied. I'm going to pick a few to taste. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Yu dashed off. Chen Yang, too late to stop her, thought to himself, go ahead and try, you might regret it later. He knew all too well that those enticing red fruits, while visually appealing, were exceedingly sour, even when fully ripe. Sure enough, moments later, he heard Jiang Yu's disapproving sounds from beneath the tree, followed by her returning with a grimace. My tongue is all numb. Not all wild fruits are palatable, Chen Yang chuckled. Jiang Yu shot him an indignant look. You knew, didn't you? Why didn't you stop me? I feared you wouldn't believe me if I warned you, Chen Yang shrugged, bending down to pluck a red fruit from the grass nearby. This one is quite tasty. Would you care to try it? Jiang Yu regarded him with suspicion. No way. Unless you eat it first. All right then. Chen Yang nodded, popping the fruit into his mouth and revealing a look of sheer delight. It's truly sweet. Seeing his genuine enjoyment, Jiang Yu squatted down to part the grass and found a similar fruit. Before taking a bite, she inhaled its fragrant aroma, and upon tasting its sweet and sour flavor, her worries dissipated, and she devoured the whole fruit. With her eyes crescent-shaped in joy, Jiang Yu asked, what kind of fruit is this? It's delicious. I'm not entirely sure what it's called, but it's quite common in the fields during my childhood. It's only good when fully ripe, Chen Yang explained with a smile. I'll pick a few more to take back for everyone to try. Jiang Yu crouched down, searching through the underbrush. In less than a minute, she exclaimed in surprise and reached deep into the weeds, catching a snake. Chen Yang asked, so, is this snake edible? Oblivious to his expression, Jiang Yu proudly held the snake's head, allowing its body to coil around her arm. It's too small. There's hardly any meat, she replied. Chen Yang thought to himself how wild she was. Most would be terrified at the sight of a snake, yet she boldly grabbed one. Upon hearing it was inedible, Jiang Yu tossed the snake aside and asked, are there any other tasty things in these mountains? Indeed. Chen Yang nodded. Follow me. I'll take you to find some delicious treats. Chapter 91. So big quickly, what other delights await? Jiang Yu inquired eagerly as they walked. You'll find out when we get there. Chen Yang teased her and boldly strode into the mountains. He had no intention of bringing Jiang Yu along to catch silver-knife fish, as that place held cherished memories shared with Su Yu, and he did not wish to mix them with anyone else. Thus, he headed directly towards a northern ravine. After walking several hundred meters, a remarkably prominent tree appeared at the foot of the mountain. Its trunk was exceptionally thick, and the crown above resembled a grand canopy, resembling a colossal green mushroom from afar. Jiang Yu's gaze was instantly captivated by the tree, prompting her to inquire, what is that? That is the place I intend to take you, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Is there something delicious up there? Jiang Yu asked skeptically. You will find out when we arrive. Chen Yang continued to tease, which earned him an eye roll from her. Soon, they reached the base of the tree. Jiang Yu looked up, her expression turning to confusion as she exclaimed, there's nothing there. Chen Yang observed her beside him, suddenly finding the scene somewhat endearing, reminiscent of a little panda. He took out his phone and snapped a photo before saying, who said there's something delicious in the tree? Huh. Jiang Yu lowered her head. Then where is it? Right here, Chen Yang pointed to the ground. Jiang Yu stared in bewilderment at some dark green objects on the ground that resembled a type of fruit, albeit with slightly rotting skins. Chen Yang picked one up, found two stones, one to rest it on, and the other to use as a hammer, and smashed the fruit open. The white flesh inside emerged, and Jiang Yu's eyes brightened in realization. Oh, this is a walnut? Actually, it's called a mountain walnut, Chen Yang clarified, carefully handing her a piece of the white flesh. Give it a try. Jiang Yu grew cautious again. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Yang replied helplessly, popping a piece into his mouth and chewing. It's truly delicious. I want some. Jiang Yu immediately reached out her hand. However, the shell of the mountain walnut was quite hard, and the flesh inside was limited. After several more strikes, Chen Yang managed to extract a piece about the size of an almond. Upon tasting it, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in delight. This is tasty. It's highly nutritious. But the shell is just too tough. Chen Yang chuckled. When I was young, there wasn't much to eat, and these were considered treasures. People would come every year to gather them, leaving not a single one behind. But now, with an abundance of fruits available, no one seems to crave these anymore. Yet, I can never forget the taste of my childhood. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Yu. If we take these mountain walnuts home and save them for the new year, the kernels will dry out, making them even sweeter. Oh, Jiangyu did not respond, busying herself with cracking more walnuts. After she had smashed open a pile of kernels and stuffed them into her cheeks, making her look like a squirrel, she mumbled, "You actually miss your parents, don't you?" Chen Yang chuckled. "Not really, just reminiscing about my childhood." "Really?" Jiangyu looked at him earnestly. "Why would I lie?" Chen Yang replied, rising to collect the mountain walnuts scattered on the ground. Jiangyu smiled and joined him, and soon they had gathered a substantial amount. "By the way, I almost forgot why I came into the mountains." Chen Yang stood up, saying, "You continue gathering. I must see if there are any herbs nearby." "Go ahead," Jiangyu replied, her attention fixated on the scattered walnuts, not even lifting her head. Chen Yang had no intention of venturing far. He merely circled the walnut tree and successfully found several herbs he needed. Suddenly, a buzzing sound caught his attention from ahead. As he moved closer, he discovered a massive beehive perched on a cliff. It was at least a meter long and several dozen centimeters wide, thick and clearly brimming with honey. What a treasure! Chen Yang's eyes sparkled as he placed the herbs on the ground and began contemplating how to procure the hive. There was a method, but the challenge lay in transporting such a large object. Turning back, he saw Jiangyu still collecting walnuts and called out loudly, "Stop gathering. There's something even better over here." Jiangyu looked up. "What is it?" "Come quickly." Chen Yang bent down to gather some grass, while also picking up dry twigs. When Jiangyu approached and saw the enormous beehive on the cliff, her eyes widened in astonishment. "My goodness, it's huge." Indeed, it was quite large. Chen Yang nodded. "I plan to smoke the bees away and then cut down half of the hive, but we need a bucket to carry it. Otherwise, we'll lose at least half of it on the way back, which would be a shame." "I'll go back to get one," Jiangyu exclaimed, turning around without hesitation, "and bring a few woven bags to collect the walnuts." Chen Yang shouted after her. "No problem." Jiangyu dashed off towards the mountain's edge. Meanwhile, Chen Yang fashioned a simple torch, using dry branches and fresh leaves. Once the flames ignited, a plume of blue smoke began to rise. He placed the torch beneath the beehive, and the thick smoke quickly drove away many of the bees. By the time Jiangyu returned with the items, only a few bees lingered near the hive. Watching him climb the cliff, Jiangyu asked, puzzled, "Why don't you take the entire beehive? Why leave half of it?" "To leave them some food," Chen Yang replied, turning back. "Oh," Jiangyu realized, "you're quite considerate." Chen Yang remained silent, a bucket hanging from his waist and a machete in hand, as he cautiously approached the beehive. He was no expert in this endeavor, and the task proved somewhat strenuous. However, his physical strength prevailed, and after some time, he finally managed to detach a large piece of the hive. Golden honey oozed out, causing Jiangyu to wince. "Oh dear, be careful. So much is spilling out." "I've been quite careful, haven't I?" Chen Yang replied with a helpless smile, securing the bucket and slowly descending. Upon reaching the ground, Jiangyu gazed at the bucket filled with honey, inhaling its rich aroma, and could not resist swallowing. "You should try some," Chen Yang suggested, slicing off a small piece of the hive, which was filled with transparent honey, a sight that could make anyone's mouth water. Jiangyu, not one to be polite, took it and bit down, her eyes instantly transforming into crescent moons, so sweet. Witnessing her joy brought Chen Yang even more happiness than tasting the honey himself. Subsequently, she took a piece and placed it in her mouth. The sweet flavor was undeniably delightful. Jiangyu, not satisfied with just one piece, cut another with a hatchet, resulting in honey smeared at the corners of her lips. Chen Yang was no better off. As they ate, they exchanged glances, both finding the situation rather amusing. "So delicious. I wish for another piece," Jiangyu exclaimed, licking her fingers. Chen Yang replied, "Too much will make you cough." "Indeed," Jiangyu said, gazing at him, "Stay still. Let me wipe the honey from the corner of your mouth." As she spoke, she tiptoed closer to Chen Yang. Chapter 92. Helping you lick it off. As they drew nearer, Chen Yang's heart raced. "What is happening? It would be a shame to wipe it away. Let me help you lick it off." "Huh?" Chen Yang's eyes widened, and before he could react, Jiangyu's petite lips were nearly touching his. He stood frozen, unable to move. Jiangyu licked carefully and attentively, her big eyes gazing at Chen Yang with a gentle glimmer. It was their first encounter in such proximity. Chen Yang pondered how this wild and headstrong girl had suddenly become so tender. Although it wasn't quite a kiss, such an intimate gesture was not something just any girl would freely offer. Perhaps it was Jiangyu's nature that rendered her indifferent to such conventions? Lost in thought, the honey at the corner of his mouth had vanished, and Jiangyu stepped back, looking at him. "All done." Chen Yang momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Yu, however, said nothing further and bent to pick up the water bucket. There are still many walnuts over there. Hurry and gather them. Understood. Chen Yang nodded and quickly set off. Eventually, they filled 2 large bags with walnuts. Chen Yang used a branch as a yoke, resting it on his shoulder, while Jiang Yu carried the honey, and together they headed home. The journey was silent, and upon their return, Jiang Yu began distributing walnuts and honey to everyone, including the workers installing the steel structure of the house. Wang Defa, with a beaming smile from the honey, remarked to Chen Yang, "Your mountain truly is blessed with extraordinary talent and treasures." Indeed, Chen Yang nodded. It's merely that these treasures have not been properly excavated and remain buried. Then let us develop them properly. Wang Defa chuckled. Chen Yang agreed. Certainly, it won't be long now. In the following period, the home was lively with the comings and goings of workers, and soon the house's structure was completed. Next came the more intricate interior decoration. From the outside, the house had already taken shape. The grand, new 2-story building stood out prominently, almost like a crane among chickens in Taohua Village. During this time, not only locals, but also visitors from neighboring villages came to admire it, seemingly treating Chen Yang's home as a tourist attraction. As the crowd grew, various human natures were revealed. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, and some even made disparaging remarks. Although Chen Yang remained oblivious to it, Tian overheard some gossip in the village, suggesting that the funds for building their home came from a wealthy benefactor, insinuating that it was money from a patron. Although she seemed unfazed on the surface, Tian felt quite unsettled within. That evening, after tidying up the dining table, Chen Yang approached her and inquired, "Sister, why do you seem a bit down these past few days?" "Huh, not at all." Tian forced a smile. "I'm perfectly fine. Stop pretending. I can see through it." Chen Yang replied with a gentle laugh. "What is really bothering you?" "Nothing at all." Tian lowered her head and softly said, "Our house is nearly finished. I should be overjoyed, not unhappy." "All right then." Chen Yang chuckled and chose not to press further. After nightfall, he made his way to Li Mei's home. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Li Mei's eyes sparkled with delight. "Well, what a rare visitor. Aunt Mei, I need to ask you something." Chen Yang, in no mood for jest, continued, "My sister has been feeling rather down lately. Do you know why?" "Well," Li Mei hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure." Noticing her evasive gaze, Chen Yang sensed she was withholding the truth. He pressed on, "What is it, Aunt Mei? Are you worried I might cause a scene if I find out?" Li Mei did not respond but sighed. "Oh, just don't inquire further. It's merely idle gossip from some folks. Tian isn't that petty. And it will blow over soon." "What exactly happened?" The more she refrained from answering, the more Chen Yang yearned to know. Seeing his expression, Li Mei realized she could no longer remain silent, and sighed. "People in the village are secretly spreading rumors that the funds for your house are dubious, suggesting that a wealthy man has taken an interest in Tian. "Who said that?" Chen Yang's eyes widened in outrage. "I'll silence them. You see, I knew you'd get worked up." Li Mei shot him a disapproving glance. "People will talk as they please. Your earnings are clean, and they are simply envious. It's acceptable to speak about me, but not about my sister." Chen Yang's eyes widened further. "Who exactly?" Li Mei stamped her foot in frustration. "Oh, don't push me. If you keep this up, I'll tell Tian, and she'll give you a piece of her mind. I know you mean well. Aunt Mei, how about this? I promise I won't make a fuss, as long as I know who is bad-mouthing my sister. Is that acceptable?" "Really?" Li Mei scrutinized him. "You promise not to stir up trouble?" "I promise." Chen Yang nodded earnestly. "Very well then." Li Mei took a deep breath. "It's no one other than Wang Dachuan's wife, who lives next door." "Her?" Chen Yang was taken aback, envisioning a short, stout, middle-aged woman. Although they lived next to each other, a village path separated their homes, and with Wang Dachuan often away, his wife was a recluse, leading to minimal interaction between the families. However, Chen Yang never anticipated that this seemingly taciturn woman, who barely registered in the village, could harbor such malice. He couldn't help but ask, "What is her issue?" "My sister has done nothing to offend her." "That remains unclear. Perhaps, being so close, she feels discomfort watching your house rise day by day," Li Mei replied with a wry smile. "But don't take it to heart. Women love to gossip. I often discuss others behind their backs too. That's not the same." Chen Yang squinted his eyes and remarked, "Discussing others is not the same as slandering them." He sighed. "You promised me you wouldn't stir up trouble with Wang Dachuan's wife." Li Mei, her expression wary, replied, "Don't act foolishly. Tian will be upset." Rest assured, I have given my word and will not go back on it. Chen Yang smiled and turned to leave. Are you leaving just like that? Li Mei hurried after him. Won't you stay a little longer? I will return later. Chen Yang glanced back at her. Make sure to thank you properly tonight. You rascal. Li Mei's eyes sparkled with mirth, her heart suddenly aflame. Yet, Chen Yang did not pause for a moment and hurried back home. Although he had promised Li Mei that he would not create any trouble, he had not pledged not to arrange for someone else to handle it. Upon reaching home, Chen Yang immediately sought out Zhang Hua and recounted the events at the village's edge. How dare they speak ill of my sister Tian Tian? Zhang Hua exclaimed, clenching his fists. Don't worry, brother, leave this to me. I will take care of that woman. Calm down. Chen Yang shot him a glare. I am sharing this with you not to recruit you as a thug. Then what does Yang Gu mean? Zhang Hua asked, puzzled. If we don't rough her up, I want to be able to swallow my anger. Violence will not resolve the issue. Chen Yang shook his head. I believe Wang Dachuan's wife is not inherently malicious. The rumors are likely orchestrated by someone else, so I need you to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 93. The Fierce Battle in the Office. After listening to Chen Yang, Zhang Hua nodded. Understood, I will handle this. He added, but Yang Gu, if it turns out no one instigated her, and she is indeed spewing slander herself, don't stop me from dealing with her. That would not be your place. Chen Yang chuckled. I will take care of it myself. Then I will assist you. Zhang Hua replied. That's appreciated, but it's truly unnecessary. Chen Yang looked at him. I do not strike women. I have other means to address her. As night fell, Zhang Hua made a call to discreetly gather information about Wang Dachuan's wife. In a small town, where familial ties were intertwined, one could easily inquire among a few residents to learn the complete situation regarding the woman. At that moment, Chen Yang had already arrived at Li Mei's home, and once the lights were turned off, the two became one in the darkness. The next morning, during breakfast, Chen Yang noticed Zhang Hua giving him furtive glances, signaling that he had uncovered something. After the meal, he feigned a casual stroll to the village in trance and inquired, what is the update? Yang Gu, you were right. The woman is indeed being manipulated by someone. Zhang Hua grinned, then asked, can you guess who? Chen Yang furrowed his brow. Zhao Jiang? Zhang Hua, who had intended to tease him, was taken aback. How did you know? Just a guess. Chen Yang smiled. How is this fellow connected to Wang Dachuan's wife? As it happened, one of his subordinates hailed from the same village as the woman. Zhang Hua chuckled. That guy called home last night and learned that a man visited her parents' house a few days ago, bringing a large assortment of gifts. And then you deduced that it was Zhao Jiang? Chen Yang inquired. Not necessarily. Zhang Hua shook his head. In recent days, that woman's parents have been boasting around the village, claiming their son-in-law has become quite accomplished, now serving as a store manager in the county with a monthly income of 8 or 9,000. Not only that, but his boss holds him in high regard and has even visited them. Understanding dawned upon Chen Yang. He had only known that Wang Dachuan had been working in the county but was unaware of the specifics. It turned out he was indeed employed at Song Kai's supermarket. Perhaps Zhao Jiang had arranged this for him? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as he had finally found the excuse or justification he had been seeking. With a smile directed at Zhang Hua, he remarked, well, since that's the case, debts have their rightful owners. Wang Dachuan's wife can be put on hold for now. Brother, how do you plan to deal with Zhao Jiang? Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired. Certainly not in the manner you envision, Chen Yang replied, patting his shoulder. Resorting to violence to resolve issues is a last resort. Not going to beat him. Zhang Hua was taken aback. That's hardly satisfying. You need to amend that mindset, Chen Yang observed. Otherwise, you'll remain a small-time leader for life. Oh, Zhang Hua nodded thoughtfully. I understand now, Brother Yang. I will definitely change. Good, Chen Yang smiled. Then let us leave this to you. Arrange for 2 fresh faces, brothers who are sharp-minded. They should monitor Zhao Jiang for a few days, and I will cover all necessary expenses. No need, it won't cost much. Zhang Hua grinned. We have plenty in our accounts. Just the other day, General Su transferred 200,000 to me. Chen Yang was taken aback. Why is that? Zhang Hua was also surprised. Didn't she tell you? I don't recall. Checking his phone, Chen Yang soon discovered that Suyu had sent him a message 2 days prior regarding the transfer to Zhang Hua, which was the share from the Silver Knife Fish earnings. All right, I just found out, Chen Yang sighed, realizing he had been too busy these past few days to pay attention to her. So much so that 20,000 had become a trivial matter for Brother Yang. Zhang Hua chuckled and added, but don't worry, I'll keep track of the accounts for you. Good, Chen Yang nodded. Now, let us see just how capable Zhao Jiang truly is. All right, Zhang Hua exclaimed before departing to arrange the next steps of their plan. Chen Yang remained, sitting on a large stone at the village entrance, and dialed Su Yu's number. Hello? What made you think of me all of a sudden? Su Yu's cheerful voice came through the line. Hearing her voice warmed Chen Yang's heart, evoking a wave of longing that filled every corner of his being. Taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, I suddenly found myself missing you. There was a brief silence on the other end before Su Yu softly replied, I miss you too. Shall I come to see you? Chen Yang asked. Yes. Su Yu simply responded with one word, yet it was more than enough. After hanging up, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming impatience surge within him. He yearned to see her immediately. Calling for the driver Huang Yukai felt like a waste of time. And asking Zhang Hua to take him to the county was also impractical, so he chose to walk out of the village and then sprinted away. Upon arriving at Su Yu's hotel, Chen Yang ascended directly to her office. Pushing the door open, he found Su Yu organizing the documents on her desk. She looked up and, upon seeing him, exclaimed, Why are you here so soon? I was eager to see you. Chen Yang replied with a smile as he stepped closer and enveloped her in an embrace. Wait a moment, let me close the door. Su Yu gently extricated herself and hurried to shut the door. No sooner had she turned around than Chen Yang was already behind her, pulling her into his arms once more. Feeling the strength of his embrace, Su Yu was instantly filled with a profound sense of safety. After a brief embrace, it was unclear who initiated it, but soon their lips met in a passionate kiss. After what felt like an eternity, a knock on the door jolted them from their intimate reverie. I'll go out first, you can leave later, Su Yu said as she quickly tidied her clothes and stepped outside. Chen Yang reclined on the bed in the lounge, savoring the surge of energy within him. He was tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 5th level of qi refinement. The conversation outside was short-lived, and soon the sound of a closing door ushered in silence. After donning his clothes, Chen Yang emerged to find Su Yu deeply engrossed in her work. He approached and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Why are you working so hard? He inquired. It's not really hard work. I just have a lot on my plate. Su Yu replied softly, smiling. It's all for the purpose of making money for you. Thank you, Chen Yang said, lowering his head to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Your words are more than enough for me. Su Yu smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. All right, I still have much to do. You should head back. Then I won't disturb you, he nodded. However, I have nothing pressing to attend to, so I'll take a stroll and return to see you later. Sounds good, Su Yu responded, a knowing smile gracing her lips as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Chapter 94. A pleasurable experience. Upon leaving the hotel, Chen Yang first called Zhang Hua, then hailed a taxi to the nearest Huixin supermarket. The efficiency of his accomplice was commendable. Arrangements had already been made for surveillance on Zhaojiang. Chen Yang swiftly located them at their designated spot, one of whom was quite familiar, Li Rue. Brother Yang, you've arrived. Li Rue greeted him with enthusiasm. How is it going? Are you bored? Chen Yang inquired. The two were stationed in a sparse standard room on the 2nd floor of a guest house opposite the supermarket, equipped with little more than a broken television. Not at all. We cannot afford to be negligent with the tasks you assigned, and we are determined to keep a close watch on that, Zhao, Li Rue assured him with a grin. That's good to hear, Chen Yang nodded. Has he shown up for work yet? He has, Li Rue confirmed. However, we are still trying to find out where his office is located. No rush, Chen Yang smiled reassuringly. You want to be able to escape. Your current mission is simply to ascertain Zhao Zhang's daily routine and where he resides. Additionally, do not let him catch wind of your presence. Rest assured, Brother Yang. We will not mess this up, Li Rue promised earnestly. Satisfied, Chen Yang did not linger long and left after imparting a few more instructions. With nothing much to occupy his time, he decided to stroll along the street, hoping to find a traditional Chinese medicine shop to explore for herbal remedies. However, not far from his departure, he heard someone call out from the roadside. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing here? Zhang Yu approached him, asking. I haven't had the chance to ask you. You disappeared after running out, so you came to the city, huh? Yes. I'm here to attend to some matters, Chen Yang nodded. What about you? I came with my senior brothers and sisters. They are busy with the supermarket affairs. Zhang Yu pointed behind her. This is one of the stores that will open soon. Chen Yang looked up to discover that the building beside the road was an office tower, towering over 10 stories high. Workers were busy on the 2nd and 3rd floors, dismantling the previous advertisements. He inquired, how is the interior coming along? They're renovating. I found it too noisy, so I stepped out. And I didn't expect to run into you. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, before asking, "So what exactly are you here for?" "Nothing much," Chen Yang chuckled, then diverted the conversation. "When are you returning to the village?" Jiang Yu pouted, "I don't know. How about I return with you?" Chen Yang thought to himself, "I still have matters to attend to. I can't take you along like a shadow." Just as he was about to suggest she go back alone, Jiang Yu suddenly said, "By the way, I want to buy a few clothes for Sister Tian Tian. Shall we go shopping?" "You on your own." Chen Yang's sentence was cut short as Jiang Yu linked her arm with his, forcibly pulling him along. Resigned, he had no choice but to follow her to a nearby mall. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was different from other girls. She wasn't overly chatty while shopping. Once she spotted something she liked, she purchased it without hesitation, and in less than half an hour, she had acquired 7 or 8 outfits. Naturally, Chen Yang became the one to carry the bags, both hands full. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu savored a cup of milk tea, leisurely walking and browsing. Suddenly, from a distance, someone shouted, "Help! Please, someone help!" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu rushed towards the commotion, and Chen Yang immediately followed suit. At the entrance of a boutique, a crowd had gathered, peering inside. Jiang Yu pushed through the throng and asked, "What is going on?" "Our boss suddenly collapsed. It seems she has no pulse." A girl resembling a store employee exclaimed, panic etched across her face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu turned to Chen Yang. "Hurry up." Chen Yang, though speechless, quickly set down the bags and approached. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was pale and unconscious, yet her beauty remained undeniable. However, this was not the moment for admiration. Chen Yang grasped her wrist to check her pulse, only to confirm there was indeed none. Once the heart ceases to pump blood, the brain suffers from oxygen deprivation, leading to irreversible consequences, ranging from brain damage to outright death. Chen Yang was uncertain how long the woman had been in this state or if the golden window for resuscitation had passed. Nevertheless, he knew he had to act. He placed his hands together and pressed down on her chest, beginning cardiopulmonary resuscitation. As he performed the CPR, he channeled his internal energy into her meridians to enhance the efficacy of his efforts. After more than 20 seconds, the woman suddenly convulsed and exhaled a breath. She was alive. Her life was not meant to be extinguished. "Fortunately, I encountered that young man." The people at the entrance began to murmur among themselves. The woman's complexion quickly regained its color, yet she still appeared somewhat weak, lying down without rising. "It's nothing serious, but you should visit the hospital when you have the time. There seems to be an issue with your heart, which could flare up again if not addressed," Chen Yang remarked as he prepared to take his leave. However, the woman gently parted her lips. "Please, wait a moment." "What is it?" Chen Yang turned back to inquire. With the assistance of a staff member, the woman sat up and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." She then instructed the staff, "Go to the cash register and bring all the cash." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang hastily waved his hand. "No need. It was merely a small effort on my part. That one tea due, had it not been for you, I might have perished. This favor must be repaid." The woman's resolve was unwavering as she slowly rose. It was then that Chen Yang noticed her commendable figure. She had a beautiful face and an alluring silhouette, though clad in a long dress. Her long, slender legs were still quite evident. The staff soon returned with a substantial amount of cash, which she held in her hands, likely totaling at least 20 or 30,000. "This is all I have. Please don't find it lacking." The woman extended the money towards him. Chen Yang sighed with a wry smile. "Really, it's unnecessary. And there is no need to offer so much. This is my heartfelt gesture. I insist you accept it." The woman held her hand out, gazing intently at him. "Let me hold it for you. He is too shy." Jiang Yu interjected, taking the money from Chen Yang. The woman smiled faintly and then asked, "By the way, how did you know I had a heart issue?" "Well, I possess some knowledge of medicine. I detected it when I took your pulse earlier," Chen Yang replied. "I see." The woman acknowledged, nodding. "You are quite impressive. I visited a doctor before, and he couldn't even diagnose it without tests. By the way, my name is Morong Rong. And you?" I'm Chen Yang. "I'm Jiang Yu." Morong Rong smiled. "If you two aren't busy, why not stay a while longer in the shop? I'd like to treat you to some tea." "Sounds good." Without waiting for Chen Yang to decline, Jiang Yu readily agreed. As Morong Rong turned to prepare the tea, Chen Yang remarked, "You are quite generous. It's all for you." Jiang Yu shot him a glare, then lowered her voice, narrowing her eyes. "So, how was it?" "The sensation was quite nice, wasn't it?" "What sensation?" Chen Yang feigned ignorance. "Cut the act. I saw you pressing on her, and I wanted to touch it myself." Chen Yang was truly at a loss for words. "You girl, come sit, both of you." Morong Rong's head peeked out from the inner compartment. Coming, Jiang Yu replied, beaming as she dashed over. Sister, you are truly beautiful. You are quite lovely as well. Morong Rong responded with a smile. Chen Yang mused that while she was indeed attractive, she was rather too carefree for his liking. How exhausting. Upon entering the compartment, they discovered a cozy little lounge furnished with a single bed, a sofa, and a tea table. At that moment, Morong Rong had already brewed the tea, steam rising from the cups, filling the air with a delightful blend of floral and tea aromas that was quite pleasant. You are exceedingly gracious. Chen Yang smiled lightly, seated himself, and took a sip from his teacup. Jiang Yu also took a sip and remarked, if you ask me, you might as well be a good person to the end. There's no need for Sister Morong to go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Morong Rong turned to Chen Yang and inquired, can you cure my illness? He is indeed quite remarkable. Jiang Yu interjected, not really, I merely possess some medical knowledge. Chen Yang replied with a hint of helplessness, then could you please help me? Morong Rong pursed her lips, my condition is somewhat complex. I've been to the provincial hospital, and the doctor said surgery is necessary. The costs are not a concern, but post-surgery, I would need to rest for quite some time, and my shop cannot run without me. If there is a way to treat it with medication alone, I would prefer that. Chen Yang nodded in understanding. Indeed, surgery would consume too much time. I can prepare some medicine to help you. Really? Morong Rong's eyes sparkled with hope. That would be wonderful. If you can cure my illness, I can offer you 200,000. Wow, are you that wealthy, sister? Jiang Yu exclaimed, her eyes widening. Chen Yang glanced at her, thinking to himself that 200,000 was trivial for her. It's not that I am particularly wealthy. Compared to health, what is money? Morong Rong chuckled lightly. That is true, Jiang Yu nodded, turning to Chen Yang. What are you waiting for? Hurry and treat her. Chen Yang looked at her speechlessly. Sister, I need medicine. There is none here. Then go buy some. Jiang Yu urged, giving him a gentle push. Hurry. I'll wait for you. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yang stood up and said to Morong Rong, I'll go find a pharmacy. Thank you so much. We will wait for you. Morong Rong expressed her gratitude earnestly. As Chen Yang walked out of the shopping mall, he recalled the adrenaline rush he felt during the emergency earlier. Indeed, as Jiang Yu had said, his skill had been exceptional. Unfortunately, in his haste to save a life, he hadn't fully savored the experience. Once outside, he asked a passerby for directions and soon located a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Within 10 minutes, he emerged with the necessary herbs and returned to Morong Rong's boutique. After explaining the usage and dosage of the medicine, he continued, when you've taken half of these, I will return to perform acupuncture, and your ailment will be cured. Really? Morong Rong's eyes widened, her disbelief evident. Yes, rest assured, your condition is not severe. Chen Yang reassured her with a smile. That is fantastic. Morong Rong's eyes brimmed with joy. She had thought merely alleviating her condition would be a success, never imagining it could actually be cured. This realization could save her immeasurable time and effort. She quickly added, how should I thank you? No need for thanks. Chen Yang shook his head. Healing others is a duty that requires no reward. Then let me express my gratitude after I've taken the medicine for a few days. Morong Rong smiled, exchanging contact information with him. As noon approached, she wished to invite him to lunch, but Chen Yang politely declined. With Jiang Yu tagging along, it would be inappropriate for him to seek out Su Yu. Descending the stairs, they hailed a taxi, embarking on their journey home. Not long into their ride, Jiang Yu eagerly opened the conversation. Do you know how old Sister Morong is? Chen Yang replied, I have no idea, I didn't ask, and it's not of my concern. She is 36, but she hardly looks it, does she? Jiang Yu continued, unfazed. Then what do you think makes her so wealthy? Why the silence? Jiang Yu nudged him playfully with her elbow. Talking to you is rather dull. In fact, she invests in businesses, all funded by her husband. Ah, Chen Yang responded absently, his mind occupied with thoughts of how to surmount that last bit of progress to achieve the 5th level of qi refining. Seeking Su Yu was out of the question. Perhaps he could approach Li Mei? Yet, that seemed unfeasible as she was currently unavailable. It appeared that resorting to medicinal assistance was his only viable option. He sighed, hoping it would prove effective. Noticing that Jiang Yu had suddenly fallen silent, he turned to glance at her, only to find her gazing back. What is on your mind? He asked. Nothing much. What were you saying? I mentioned that Sister Rong's business funds come from her husband. Jiang Yu retorted, casting him an exasperated look. But judging by her demeanor, it seems their relationship isn't very strong. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Why are you so invested in gossip? What is it to you? She is so beautiful and wealthy, yet her life appears unfulfilled. How tragic. Jiang Yu lamented. Chen Yang chuckled ruefully, pondering the flawed logic. Beauty and wealth do not guarantee happiness. The pair lapsed into silence, returning to Peach Blossom Village without further conversation. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu hurried off to find Tian Tian with her clothes, while Chen Yang searched in vain for Zhang Hua. Ultimately, he resorted to making a phone call. He learned that Zhang Hua had gone to the county to pick up a vehicle and deliver some items to Li Rui and the others. Their injuries had mostly healed. And with no pressing matters in Peach Blossom Village, Zhang Hua planned to return with the car and stay at the farm. The house in town had been destroyed, and there was no immediate necessity to rebuild, as it served little purpose to remain there. After the call, Chen Yang noticed a message notification and opened it. It was from Su Yu, stating that she was nearing the village entrance. He was taken aback. After messaging her from the county about his sudden return to the village, he hadn't anticipated her following him here. What a fortunate coincidence. Elated, Chen Yang hurried to the village head. After a few minutes, Su Yu's car appeared. What brings you here? Chen Yang inquired as he got into the vehicle. What do you think? Su Yu shot him a playful glance, her eyes shimmering. Ah, I see. You must not have had enough to eat this morning. Chen Yang chuckled mischievously. Chapter 96. I wish to train with you around 4 in the afternoon. Su Yu drove back to the county. After bidding her farewell, Chen Yang settled cross-legged in the forest, immediately channeling the spiritual energy within him. It wasn't until dusk that he finally opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of relief. He had successfully achieved a breakthrough. Yet, Chen Yang began to grow somewhat avaricious, pondering when he might transcend the realm of qi refinement and ascend to greater heights. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful, for he had only just breached the 5th level, and each subsequent tier would demand increasingly more effort and resources. Upon returning home, he found that everyone had already dined. But Tian Tian had left some food for him in the pot. As Chen Yang settled down and took a bite, Wang Defa, with a grin, inquired, from your demeanor, it seems your cultivation has progressed again? Chen Yang was taken aback. You can tell. I lack such prowess. I merely sensed a change in your aura and made an educated guess. Wang Defa chuckled. Your insight is indeed remarkable. Chen Yang nodded. I have indeed advanced a level. Impressive. Wang Defa exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your progress is nothing short of genius. In my youth, my master spent a lifetime barely reaching the 1st level of qi refinement, extending his life by just a few years. With your trajectory, the future is boundless. Chen Yang smiled in response. You flatter me. How did you advance so swiftly? Jiang Yu pouted, having opened her dantian with Chen Yang's assistance. She had made little progress in recent days. Thus, upon hearing of Chen Yang's advancement, a twinge of jealousy stirred within her. Noticing her expression, Chen Yang understood her feelings but, constrained by the nature of his cultivation method, could only chuckle. I truly do not know. Perhaps, as the old man said, it is because I am a genius. Humph. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced. In truth, if you are willing, I could assist you, Wang Defa suggested. Chen Yang was taken aback and then offered a wry smile. But, that might not be appropriate. There is no inappropriateness. Wang Defa shook his head. Just speak with her. You'll see. Chen Yang was momentarily speechless, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. What are you dawdling for? Speak up. Jiang Yu urged impatiently. You two converse. I will lie down in the tent for a while, Wang Defa declared, rising to leave. Chen Yang was puzzled, wondering if the old man was aware of his cultivation method. Was this avoidance too conspicuous? With only the two of them remaining, and seeing Jiang Yu's wide-eyed stare, Chen Yang resignedly smiled. All right. Since you insist I reveal it. Come on, quit dragging it out. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes at him. I practice. Chen Yang lowered his voice, attempting to convey succinctly what he could. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and then she looked at him, exclaiming, how unscrupulous. Chen Yang's brow furrowed in confusion. Who have you been cultivating with? Jiang Yu asked. At this, Chen Yang was momentarily stumped. He had not considered this angle, and now faced with the question, he truly did not know how to respond. Jiang Yu had encountered Su Yu and was acquainted with Li Mei. He could not possibly admit to any intimate relations with them. After a brief hesitation, Chen Yang chuckled. I primarily rely on my own talent and the assistance of medicinal herbs. I have not yet employed any dual cultivation techniques. Do you expect me to believe that? Jiang Yu shot back, her eyes narrowing, before she pouted, Fine, don't tell me. I'm not interested in who you're entangled with. After concluding their conversation, Chen Yang heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that the inquiries had ceased. As night deepened, he stealthily emerged from his tent, intending to take a stroll in the mountains. Recent events had been overwhelming, and it had been a while since he checked on the growth of the earth dragon roots. According to his plan, he aimed to harvest them in the coming days and transplant them at his doorstep to expand his cultivation area. Just as he took a few steps, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Jiang Yu. "You're not asleep?" he asked. "I was, but when I heard you getting up, I woke up," Jiang Yu replied, her eyes sparkling under the moonlight as she clasped her hands behind her back. "Where are you going?" Chen Yang replied, "Just wandering about." "I'll go too," Jiang Yu exclaimed, echoing his thoughts as if it were a mantra. "All right," Chen Yang acquiesced with a nod, and the two set off into the mountains under the moonlight. Remarkably, Jiang Yu remained unusually silent, not uttering another word. It wasn't until they reached the hollow where the earth dragon roots were located that she curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" "Digging for treasures," Chen Yang replied, lifting his head. "The delectable earth dragon roots you've been raving about were unearthed from here." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Yu's interest piqued, and she promptly squatted beside him to dig as well. Before long, a pile of earth dragon roots had accumulated at their feet. "That should suffice. We can't take them all," Chen Yang remarked, brushing the dirt off his hands. Jiang Yu glanced at him and asked, "Are we going back now?" "Yes. There's nothing else to do," Chen Yang replied. "But I don't want to go back yet." Jiang Yu pouted, her expression discontented. "What is the point of not going back?" Chen Yang questioned, perplexed. "There's nothing to see at this late hour, and I have no further plans." "I don't care. I just don't want to go back," Jiang Yu insisted, her toe tapping restlessly against the ground. Chen Yang scratched his head, utterly baffled by her intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, "What do you really want? Why not just say it?" Jiang Yu remained silent. Frustrated, Chen Yang said, "If you want to speak, I'm leaving." "You." Jiang Yu's anger flared as she stamped her foot vehemently. "You're so dense." "What?" Chen Yang was confused. "Who said that?" "I'm as clever as a monkey." "Then how come you don't understand what I mean?" Jiang Yu shot him a glare, her face flushing as she lowered her head and whispered, "I want to practice with you." "What?" Chen Yang barely caught the last two words, as she had spoken them so indistinctly. "This is infuriating." Jiang Yu huffed, stamping her foot again. "I want to practice martial arts with you." Chen Yang was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He sought clarification, and Jiang Yu, determined, repeated herself loudly before asking, "So, do you agree or not?" "Well, this isn't just about my consent, is it?" Chen Yang scratched his head. "You're Huazi's sister. How could I do that?" "Come on, I am myself, and he is he," Jiang Yu retorted, her eyes wide with determination. "Besides, I don't need you to bear any responsibility. You can seek other women for cultivation later on. I just want to become stronger." Chen Yang gazed at her in disbelief. "Isn't it enough that you're already quite capable? Why do you seek even greater strength?" "Of course, the stronger, the better," she declared. Jiang Yu pouted, expressing her desire to transcend to the highest realm and ascend directly if given the chance. "Stop joking," Chen Yang sighed, thinking to himself how simplistic that notion was. At that moment, Jiang Yu stepped closer, raising her delicate face to ask earnestly, "Hurry up and tell me. Do you agree or not?" Chapter 97. Inappropriate attire. Faced with Jiang Yu's relentless questioning, Chen Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. The urgency in her voice escalated. "Are you still a man or not? Rambling on like this?" Chen Yang, feeling somewhat offended, retorted, "If that's the case, then I certainly don't agree." "Humph." Jiang Yu shot him a glare. "Then prove it to me." "So it was a challenge, was it?" Chen Yang chuckled. "Well, consider me intrigued." With that, he reached out, pulling her into an embrace. Jiang Yu's breath quickened, her previous bravado evaporating in an instant, replaced by a hint of fluster in her eyes. Yet, having reached this point, there was little choice but to let things unfold naturally. Chen Yang merely held her for a moment before saying, "This desolate wilderness won't do. Even if you wish to cultivate with me, we need to find a more suitable location." Jiang Yu nestled against his chest and whispered, "Then take me. I'm unfamiliar with this place." "Very well," Chen Yang thought ahead, taking her hand. "Follow me." Under the moonlight, they departed, taking a turn at the village's edge and heading straight to the dilapidated temple on the back mountain. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke to find Chen Yang gazing at her, and her face flushed instantly. "Congratulations," Chen Yang smiled. "What?" Jiang Yu blinked in confusion before feeling a surge of vibrant energy within her dantian. Her eyes widened in astonishment. It actually worked. Of course. Do you think I fabricated this technique just to mislead you? Chen Yang chuckled. You have successfully broken through to the first level of qi refinement. With the addition of medicinal aid and further training, you can continue to enhance your abilities. That's wonderful. Jiang Yu sprang to her feet, only to realize she was still unclothed and quickly crouched down. You, turn around. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. Not only had he seen her last night, but they had also been intimate, so why the sudden shyness? Nonetheless, he complied, turning away and listening to the rustling sounds behind him until Jiang Yu declared it was safe to turn back. Now dressed, she promptly stated, I want to test my newfound strength. You should hurry home. We shouldn't be seen returning together. That would be inappropriate. Oh, you considered that too. Impressive. Chen Yang nodded. Make sure to return home early. Upon reaching home, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and Tian was also awake, washing up. Spotting Chen Yang, she did not dwell on it, merely pointing to the thermos beside her, indicating that there was hot water inside. Chen Yang smiled, taking his toothbrush and beginning his morning routine. One cannot deny the significant gains Jiang Yu had made from the previous night, and he too had reaped considerable benefits. After all, Jiang Yu had a solid foundation, and this was her first experience. The advantages gained from their mutual cultivation far surpassed those he had received from Li Mei and Su Yu. The primary reason lay in the fact that both women remained at the level of ordinary individuals. To derive further benefits from them in the future, it would be essential to elevate their constitutions, transforming them into cultivators. However, there is no urgency in this matter. There will be ample time in the future. Jiang Yu returned during breakfast, her face aglow and her demeanor exuberant, as if she had won a lottery. Although she said nothing, Wang Defa, upon observing his disciple's appearance, instantly discerned that something significant had transpired. He cast a knowing glance at Chen Yang, without uttering a word. That single look rendered Chen Yang somewhat flustered, his countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, the old man seemed to understand and refrained from addressing the matter directly, allowing Chen Yang's anxious heart to settle quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, and the interior decoration of the house was completed. Huang Yukai had arranged for a group of workers to come to the home to begin installing various pieces of furniture and appliances, bringing with them a full set of household necessities. From large items like refrigerators and televisions to smaller items such as curtains and towels, everything one could possibly need was provided. This was not merely a product of Huang Youcai's meticulous nature, but rather the result of his subordinates' thoughtful planning. While the household bustled with activity, Chen Yang received a call from Murong Rong, reminding him that she had already consumed half of the prescribed medication. Thus, he planned to visit the county town later that afternoon. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu, usually his shadow, opted not to accompany him this time. With her newfound elevation in cultivation, this fiercely martial young lady was solely inclined to practice, losing all interest in shopping excursions. Chen Yang thought this was for the best, and so he departed alone. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, he made his way directly to Murong Rong's boutique. She was already waiting, adorned in a fitted beige long dress that accentuated her slender figure, radiating the allure of a mature woman. However, being only their second meeting, Murong Rong appeared somewhat reserved. Greeting Chen Yang with a smile, Dr. Chen, you have come. Please, do not call me that. Chen Yang quickly interjected, waving his hand. Just call me by my name. That would be inappropriate. How about I refer to you as Mr. Chen instead? Murong Rong smiled. Today, I appreciate your effort in coming again, she continued. It's no trouble, it is my duty, Chen Yang replied with a smile. How have you been feeling these past few days? After taking the first dose of the medication, I feel significantly better, Murong Rong replied with a smile. In these last couple of days, I believe my condition has improved considerably, and I no longer feel fatigued. That's good to hear, Chen Yang nodded. Let me check your pulse once more. Certainly. Please come to the lounge, Murong Rong replied, nodding. She turned to the staff and instructed, keep an eye on the store. Do not disturb me and Mr. Chen unless necessary. Understood, boss. Once they reached the lounge at the back, they sat down, and Murong Rong placed her hand upon the table. Her fingers were delicate and fair, with slightly flushed palms, indicative of her good health. Chen Yang thought it was the most exquisite hand he had ever seen, and he gently placed 2 fingers on her wrist, his gaze lingering. Murong Rong regarded him quietly, her eyes reflecting both respect and anticipation, eager for the good news she hoped to receive. After a moment, Chen Yang released her hand and nodded, saying, Your recovery is better than I anticipated. indicating that your constitution is quite robust. To be candid, I was a dancer in my youth, having trained in dance since childhood. So my physical condition has always been commendable, Murong Rong confessed with a smile. That explains it. No wonder your figure is so remarkable, Chen Yang remarked. Chen Yang smiled softly, and then remarked, however, your heart still exhibits some issues. Relying solely on medication is insufficient. I understand, Murong Rong nodded. What other treatments are necessary? Chen Yang appeared slightly embarrassed, his face unexpectedly flushed. We need to employ acupuncture for treatment. Acupuncture? Murong Rong was momentarily taken aback. Her complexion also turning rosy, as if she comprehended something profound. The two exchanged a silent glance, and she could not help but inquire, so, does that mean I cannot wear any clothing? Indeed, Chen Yang, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head and admitted, that is correct. Chapter 98. Healing the beautiful woman Murong Rong fell momentarily speechless, but after a brief silence, she smiled brightly. That is perfectly fine. You are the doctor, and I am the patient. The last time I had an ultrasound in the provincial city, the doctor was also male. I cannot refuse an examination for such a reason. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, my primary concern was that you might overthink it, assuming I had ulterior motives. Not at all. Murong Rong waved her hand dismissively. I trust your character, Mr. Chen. Chen Yang remained silent, contemplating that his character could only be deemed average, certainly not commendable. Shall we begin now? Murong Rong inquired. Chen Yang nodded. Yes, we can proceed, but the treatment will require some time, and we must maintain focus. That is fine. There won't be many customers in the shop this afternoon, and even if there are, we have staff available. Murong Rong stood and approached the door, promptly locking it. Noticing this, Chen Yang produced a set of silver needles he always carried. The atmosphere in the lounge suddenly became somewhat intimate, as Murong Rong had already loosened the waistband of her long dress. Chen Yang turned away, his heart racing with anxiety. In terms of appearance, Murong Rong was on par with Su Yutian, yet she possessed a unique charm, mature and intelligent with a hint of an elder sister's aura. This was a type he had never encountered before. Now, he was about to behold the second most private part of her body. How could he not feel nervous? After a brief moment, Chen Yang heard Murong Rong settle onto the single bed, slowly reclining. The mattress emitted a slight creak before falling silent. Moments later, he caught her delicate voice, barely audible. All right, I am ready. Chen Yang responded with a soft "oh," and gradually turned his head, only to be met with an extraordinary sight. Murong Rong's upper body was unclothed, one arm crossing over her chest, partially obscuring the exquisite view. Yet this only heightened its allure. Especially her porcelain skin and elongated arms. She was truly a masterpiece of creation. Chen Yang felt warmth rising to his nostrils, silently thinking, when she moves her arm, will I not be overwhelmed with blood? This is unacceptable. It would be too embarrassing. Thus, he quickly took a deep breath, allowing his vital energy to circulate within him, thereby suppressing the tumult of emotions within his heart. He then retrieved the silver needles and gently addressed Murong Rong, who had her eyes tightly shut. Do not be anxious. I will first insert a few needles into the nearby acupoints. Murong Rong's complexion was as crimson as blood. Although her eyes were closed, her profound shyness was unmistakable. As several silver needles were inserted, Chen Yang's mood returned to normal, his gaze sharpening with concentration. However, as the final two acupoints approached, he softly spoke, Your hand must be moved away. Murong Rong remained silent, yet her complexion deepened in hue. After a brief hesitation, she furrowed her brow as if steeling herself, and withdrew her arm. Chen Yang's gaze instinctively fell upon the pivotal point, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be that she had never borne a child? Of course, such a matter was best left unspoken. He refocused his attention, meticulously securing the remaining two needles. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Chen Yang shifted his gaze. All done. You may remove them in half an hour. Murong Rong softly acknowledged with a hum. Saying nothing further, her eyes remaining shut. With the silver needles in place, her hand could no longer be repositioned, leaving her to lie still in quiet anticipation. Chen Yang thought it inappropriate to stare, yet he found himself unable to resist a furtive glance. He discovered that Murong Rong still had her eyes closed, which allowed him to gaze with a sense of boldness. In such a scenario, the more he looked, the more captivated he became, leading his mind to wander into other realms of thought. As a youth with a taste for the pleasures of life, how could he possibly restrain himself? However, He knew he must not overstep boundaries, so he sighed inwardly and turned away, refraining from further observation. Why prolong the torment? Time passed slowly, each second stretching into what felt like hours. Eventually, Chen Yang began to remove the needles, and when the last one was withdrawn, Morong Rong finally opened her eyes. Hastily donning her clothes, the room was enveloped in silence, and Chen Yang found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, Morong Rong, displaying a sense of generosity, smiled as she finished dressing. Thank you. I can see you're sweating. Chen Yang offered a dry laugh. It's nothing. Just a little wipe will suffice. Observing his expression, Morong Rong sensed that the young man was blushing, seemingly more nervous than she was. This struck her as amusing, dissipating the tension and embarrassment she had felt moments earlier. She then inquired, after this treatment, I should recover more swiftly, right? Chen Yang replied, yes. You can go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. I believe all will be well. So soon? Morong Rong was taken aback. I thought I would need several more treatments. It shouldn't be necessary. Let us wait for the results. Recovery takes time, and I cannot be certain just yet. Chen Yang explained. All right, I will go tomorrow. Morong Rong nodded. Thank you for your hard work today. No need for such formality, if there is nothing else. I'll take my leave, Chen Yang said as he stood to depart. However, upon catching sight of his trousers, Morong Rong immediately turned her head away. You might want to wait before going out. Chen Yang looked down and was instantly mortified. He quickly turned around, offering a nervous laugh. Please let me know the results tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly made his exit, akin to a man fleeing the scene. Left alone, Morong Rong raised a hand to touch her flushed cheeks, murmuring to herself, do I still possess such allure? As Chen Yang exited the mall, he released a breath of relief, pondering how he would face her the following day. This was undeniably awkward. Yet, it seemed she bore no ill will. Yes, she didn't mind, so all was well. With this thought, he relaxed, signaling for a taxi. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu had just finished a set of exercises in the yard. You're back? How is Sister Rongrong? Quite well. I will fully recover in a few days. Chen Yang remarked. That's good. Jiang Yu nodded, picking up a long staff nearby and brandishing it with effortless grace, the stick slicing through the air with a remarkable force. Observing this, Chen Yang cautioned, with so many people at home these days, it would be best if you refrained from practicing here. You might frighten someone. Understood. Jiang Yu replied, setting down the staff, then glancing at him. Then I shall practice at the old temple on the back mountain tonight. Would you care to offer me some guidance? Chen Yang was at a loss for words. It seemed she was not merely seeking guidance, but rather something more. After scanning the surroundings and ensuring no one was paying attention, he finally nodded. All right. Let us keep our meeting discreet. Jiang Yu winked at him and turned to leave. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. His heart raced, already eager for nightfall due to Jiang Yu's provocative demeanor, compounded by Morong Rong's earlier flirtations. Chapter 99. A significant discovery. As the night deepened, Chen Yang quietly slipped out, making his way to the back mountain. Upon arrival, he found Jiang Yu already there, accompanied by a thick blanket. Upon seeing him, she expressed her displeasure. Why did you arrive so late? Your exit was so loud that I hesitated to follow immediately. Chen Yang chuckled ruefully. Fair enough. Jiang Yu nodded. Let us not waste time. I intend to break through to the second level of qi refinement tonight. Chen Yang realized then that her intentions were quite different from what he had imagined. He had mistakenly thought his charm was the draw. Resigned, he sighed. So, it appears I've become your tool. You always were. Jiang Yu shot him a glare before removing her clothing. The carefree girl returned, yet when they lay together, she transformed into a wild little feline, exuding both allure and untamed spirit. That night, they were inseparable until the dawn broke, casting a pale light across the eastern sky. As before, Chen Yang returned home first, while Jiang Yu lingered until the sun fully rose. By 11 in the morning, Chen Yang received a call from Morong Rong. As soon as he answered, he was greeted by her melodious laughter. You are simply amazing. Have you fully recovered? Not quite yet. But the doctor said I am nearly there. He was astounded and inquired how I was treated. Chen Yang replied. Morong Rong chuckled. And what did you tell him? I simply said I encountered a miraculous physician who cured me with just medicine and acupuncture. Morong Rong laughed again. And the doctor was skeptical? I told him that it was beyond my control, whether he believes it or not. Your health is what matters. Chen Yang smiled. That's precisely my sentiment. Morong Rong, evidently delighted, continued to chat. However, I think you should help me with another treatment when you have the time, just to reinforce my recovery. What if I relapse in the future? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Did she desire another treatment? After her previous shyness, it seemed she had forgotten it entirely. Oh, and when you come, I'll provide your compensation. Morong Rong added. No need for compensation. I am not lacking in funds, Chen Yang replied with a smile. But I will certainly need to check on you again. Let us discuss it when you arrive, Morong Rong concluded with a laugh. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yang glanced at the time and thought that since there was nothing pressing, he would visit again in the afternoon. However, just as he was about to set off after lunch, Zhang Hua's car pulled up at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Chen Yang felt an inexplicable sense of tension, unsure of its origin. Yang Gu, I need to discuss something with you, Zhang Hua said quietly after getting out of the car, seemingly oblivious to Chen Yang's unease. What is it? Chen Yang asked, looking at him with confusion, sensing a mysterious air. It's about that Zhao Jiang kid. We made a significant discovery. Zhang Hua glanced around cautiously. He is not as simple as he appears. Chen Yang pressed for details. Just tell me directly, what exactly have you found? He has a factory on the outskirts of the county town, with exceptionally high walls and an electric fence, making it heavily guarded. The iron gate is particularly thick, and it's impossible to see inside. Zhang Hua chuckled and continued. Li Rue and the others have been watching it for a few days and confirmed that there are people inside, yet workers never come in or out. Oh, Chen Yang's brow furrowed. What is going on there? I suspect they might be producing illegal products. Zhang Hua raised an eyebrow. If that's true, we wouldn't even need to deal with him ourselves. He would be sentenced to death. Are you suggesting? Chen Yang pondered. Could Zhao Jiang really be that bold? Why not? He was never a good person. Zhang Hua laughed. Indeed. Chen Yang nodded. This discovery is crucial. I'll go check it out tonight. Great. Zhang Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Yu approached them. Nothing, nothing. Zhang Hua replied with a grin. Stop lying. You always stutter when you do. Jiang Yu shot him a glare and turned her gaze to Chen Yang. What is going on? We're heading to the county town tonight to investigate Zhao Jiang, Chen Yang explained. Oh, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Is there going to be a fight? Possibly. Chen Yang recognized that today, he wouldn't be able to shake her off. Sure enough, Jiang Yu immediately declared. Then I'm going too. All right, Chen Yang conceded, deciding to visit Mu Rongrong another day. It was still midday, and they waited until the afternoon sun had shifted westward before setting off towards the outskirts of the county town. This area had once been a development zone, but it had long since fallen into disuse, possibly due to failed investments or other reasons. Nevertheless, a few enterprises remained, evidenced by the electric bicycles and small cars parked around the factory. The factory that Li Rue and the others had discovered, frequented by Zhao Jiang, was located deep within the area, and after a 10-minute walk, they finally arrived. Why do you look like a wild man? Chen Yang remarked. Noticing Li Rue's greasy face, disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, and leaves stuck to his clothes, Li Rue scratched his head. There's no way to wash my face in the wild, and I was afraid of being spotted by those inside, so I improvised a camouflage suit. You've worked hard, Chen Yang said, understanding the situation, then smiled. Don't worry, I promise that after tonight, you won't need to be stationed here anymore. That would be fantastic, Li Rue exclaimed, looking relieved. I feel like I've gone stale. Looking up at the adjacent wall, Chen Yang remarked. This wall is indeed quite tall. No worries, Yang Gu. We can lift you up to climb over, but I'm unsure how to deal with the electric fence. Zhang Hua chuckled. If it breaks, do you think the people inside would notice? That remains uncertain, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head as he surveyed his surroundings. There's no need for such trouble. I have a way to get in. Without cutting the electric fence? Zhang Hua was taken aback. That won't do. What if it's high voltage? No matter how skilled you are, you can't withstand that. Who said we must cut the fence to enter? Chen Yang pointed to a large tree not far away. We can simply jump in from there. Ah, Zhang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Gu, that's so high? Jumping over could result in a serious injury. With your current physique, you might break a bone, but for me, it's quite simple. Even your sister can leap in effortlessly. Chen Yang chuckled. Indeed. Jiang Yu chimed in, hands behind her back. A piece of cake. Zhang Hua remained skeptical. Isn't it foolish to show off? Who is showing off? Jiang Yu shot him a glance. If it weren't for the fact that it's not completely dark yet, I would demonstrate my skills right now. I've been practicing quite a bit lately. At this, Chen Yang felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might let something slip. Chapter 100. The Incredible in Truth. There was no necessity for concern. Jiang Yu was frank yet not foolish, and she would certainly not divulge her and Chen Yang's matters to others. Seeing the confidence shared between Jiang Yu and Chen Yang, Zhang Hua ceased his objections, and the group concealed themselves in the wall's corner, patiently waiting. As night fell at 8 o'clock, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and there was no movement to be seen. It was then that Chen Yang and Jiang Yu began to climb the tree. Zhang Hua and Li Rui looked up, their hearts in their throats. The people inside were rather dull. Despite the tight security, they hadn't cut down this tree. After climbing to a height of 7 or 8 meters, Jiang Yu whispered, "It's likely not that they don't want to cut it down, but rather that they can't." Chen Yang smiled. "This tree must belong to the villagers nearby. Perhaps the price for it is too steep." At this height, they could clearly see the interior of the factory, yet not a single figure was in sight. "Look over there." Jiang Yu pointed. "There are a few glimmers of light. They must have blocked the windows with something." "Indeed," Chen Yang nodded. The factory inside was evidently lit, yet intentionally concealed, which piqued his curiosity. After observing for a moment, he turned to Jiang Yu and said, "I'll jump over first. Then I'll help you. Who do you look down upon?" "This distance is trivial for someone at the second level of qi refinement," Jiang Yu retorted defiantly. Chen Yang smiled and said nothing further. After gathering his strength, he leaped. Like a great bird, he silently soared over the towering wall. "Wow, Yang Gu is impressive." Zhang Hua gazed up, his face a mask of astonishment. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu followed, her leap more graceful. "Boss, your sister is quite formidable too," Li Rui complimented. "Of course. Just look at who her brother is," Zhang Hua replied proudly. Two individuals entered the courtyard in succession, yet the disparity between them became apparent. Chen Yang landed silently, while Jiang Yu's descent echoed with a dull thud. It was precisely this sound that prompted a large canine head to emerge from a nearby doghouse. The dog, upon spotting an unfamiliar presence in the yard, was about to bark when a sudden thwack resounded against its forehead, rendering it oblivious to its surroundings. Chen Yang had deftly struck the dog with a stone and turned to Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "That was close." Jiang Yu merely scoffed, "Close?